Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and of course, this is Brighter Shores, and today we are continuing our few day, I guess basically being locked to Chapter 4. Of course, what ended up happening the last few days is we basically locked ourselves to Chapter 3 in order to finish the very noteworthy Lost and Found quest. This ended up giving the ability to end up crafting 4-star gear, and we ended up utilizing that some. We ended up making this rapier that we're using at this exact moment in time as we're stabbing these things, and we also ended up using it in order to make a shield just to make ourselves ever so slightly tankier. However, I have now found a new thing to tunnel vision myself on. So, of course, we've done it again. I feel like every single time when it comes to short-term goals, it's like, oh, I must complete this goal. You know, it kind of started early with, like, Spider Nest, where it's like, oh, we must drop everything and go do this. And then, you know, it kind of progressed to, like, whole storyline, and then eventually to, like, the Chapter 3 quest. Well, what is it now that we are just completely tunnel visioning ourselves on until it gets done? Well, you guys may have recalled yesterday, the merchant you were doing, of course, there was one thing that we were kind of working towards. Well, a lot of things we're working towards because we need to be able to do Leathermaker. But one of them was unlocking this shortcut. People have mentioned that we only need 55 merchants to end up doing this. We do not actually have to complete the quest, which requires 55 merchant, 50 leatherworker, and the ability to kill like a level 60 something, which I think at this point we could easily do, but that's not much of a factor. But the leatherworker part, of course, at our level 20 leatherworker is a bit of a factor there, so that's a little unfortunate to our current capability of being able to do it, but you know, that's not a problem, because all we have to do is start the quest, 55 merchant. I think we pay like some kind of fee or something, I don't know, but whatever it is, we get in there. That gives us access to be able to turn in dolls a little bit better, get pumpkins a little bit better, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Just kind of connects the world a little bit more, and now that we're going in that area a lot more, especially for the stopwatches and the pizza and everything, and turning in banana, buying banana, all that over there, it's becoming a lot more viable to end up having that. However, I was looking into basically all of the other shortcuts when I was clicking on the detective skill, when, you know, we're just kind of idling here doing kind of nothing, you know, just kind of poking these guys to death. So I was just going through the detective skill thing, and as soon as we reset to the next room, I will go show it. So in all of our just like poking of these guys, when I was doing it off stream, just eating lunch, eating dinner more so, but you know, just kind of chill off stream, just kind of you know, going from room to room, a few clicks back and forth. But I was going through this, and I was looking at some of the higher level raid dens, you know, the ones we'll have to do eventually, and I noticed something. So for example, the next raid den over here, or not, this isn't the next one, but this is one of them, like a 121. I was clicking on it, and I was like, that's suspicious. That's where the level 4 is. And I kind of clicked on me when I went to the next one. It's like, oh, wait. They're just replacing old locations now and just getting stronger, which makes sense. A lot of things in this game end up doing that. But what I then realized is you do not need, like, absurdly, insanely high detective level in order to unlock every shortcut in this place. You only need 83 to unlock this path right here, which pretty noteworthy gives you access to the soap stall quicker, like way quicker, as well as, of course, a lot of the areas that we've been going, which also gives us even quicker access, of course, to also, if we're going in that direction, to that area once we have the 55 merchant unlock. So I was like, oh, we need this. If this is the last shortcut, we need this to go train merchant, especially after 55 and everything. But, you know, there is one requirement to that. There is one slight caveat to doing that. For one, we got to be able to kill an 83 raid, which means we got to be able to kill level 83s. The second part to that, at level 72 combat right now, of course. The second part to that, of course, is we also need 83 detective. We are currently at 67. So this begs the question, do we or should we even bother grinding for 83 detective today? Because honestly, with how my mentality is right now, I think the answer is yes. The problem with that, though, is, I don't know, from a viewing experience, I don't know, you guys can say your input, but I feel like from a viewing experience, what you're seeing right now is like going to be 30 to 40% of this stream if I do that, which I'm not sure if that's ideal. Like, I don't mind doing that, but I'm not sure if people want to watch that right now. But I don't know, we could do it for a little bit and then kind of decide. But I'm not against doing this for like 4 or 5 hours, whatever it takes. In order to getting there. Also, I already made a pre-upgrade, by the way. I have an upgrade ready to go at 75. Already gonna have to go get the rapier bench it after one stream. We ended up going through like a hour process to go make that thing earlier, and we're already gonna have to bench it after one stream. A little unfortunate, but you know, that's how it works. That's why we keep going into smithing levels here. And I would like to hear what you guys think. But anyways, hello Defiance, hello Helvi Crypto, hello Vince, hello Joan, hello Derek, hello the Apex God, hello MK Jets, and hello everyone who's been lurking. Hello, hope all you guys been having a wonderful start of your weekend. And yeah, as far as game plans, what I just mentioned might be it. Oh no, we'll see. I said hello Scabby Bob, welcome. I don't know. We'll definitely throw some other combat in there other than just stabby these guys. Yep, dungeons, raids, and minigames come very soon. Oh, I really want to see what Andrew Gower does with minigames. He's really good at making games, as you kind of know. You see Brighter Shores is. But he's had a history with like Fun Orbs and other projects that he's had that's been like a little bit less successful. Fun Orbs probably his most successful, like I wouldn't say unsuccessful venture, but it was like his most successful venture that was basically just a bunch of mini games. He's done that a lot. Like obviously, you know, RuneScape in general has a bunch of mini games. He's worked on a bunch of games in the past, but I would say Fun Orb was like his biggest project in that regard that kind of did like decent. And I'm really curious because yeah, he's really passionate about making games, obviously, but he's also really good at making mini games within games, as well as just, you know, smaller games in general. So even though none of them have really popped off like, you know, RuneScape or Brighter Shores has, you know, he still does that as a passion. You know, he's just been, you know, he's mostly known as the MMO guy, but he hasn't just only made MMOs. You know, he's worked on other things, or him or his companies. But anyways, regardless, yeah, I'm really looking forward to minigames. As much as I do want to try PvP and everything, I do feel like after like a few weeks or something, it's like, PvP is just kind of okay. I don't really expect PvP to be like this groundbreaking, like bring in every PvP player from like every other game kind of thing. I feel like people in Brighter Shores will, you know, give it a shot. The super dedicated PvP people will still be doing it after a little while, but I'm not sure how long will we stick with PvP because we don't know what it's like. Could be good, could be bad, could be average. There's a lot of things we just don't really know about, you know, the state of PvP. There's pretty much nothing we really know about it other than that it is eventually coming. But mini games, however, I am going to grind to the ends of the earth if they have even a smidget of worthwhileness to them. As long as those reward systems are like somewhat okay. If he drops like Castle Wars 2.0, not even necessarily in gameplay, but in the fact that you need to spend like hundreds upon hundreds of hours just to go and unlock everything there, we will be there doing that. Because I believe if you legitimately, not with exploits or anything, well, not exploits, but you know, you can AFK Castle Wars these days in, let's say, like old school RuneScape, for example, to farm all your tickets. But if you legitimately do that game and you want to get, let's say, 800 tickets in order to get one of every single thing without boosting it using alts or anything else like that, it would take 400, oh no, not 400 hours. Wait, that's how many games it would take. It would take 400 games. Each game is like, what, 20 minutes because you have to wait for a load time? So it's 400 divided by 3 is how long it would take. What's that number? It would take 400 divided by 3. It would take 133 hours, 133, 134 so hours to complete that minigame legitimately without using alts or anything else. I would love to see something like that in Brighter Shores. Basically our entire playtime almost for a single minigame. But I don't know, he's done some really good ones in the past. I'm not sure how much of an input he's had on them directly. But I know something like Stealing Creations was probably my favorite minigame of all time. It would work so good in something like this game. Obviously, not one-to-one Stealing Creations, but, you know, something thematically similar. Even the 3 class armor is almost, like, similar to what was in there. Not exactly, but I would say Stonemason and Guardian's armor in particular looks kind of similar to what the armor ended up looking like in that minigame, in the Stealing Creations minigame. But anyways, yeah, I would love to see minigames. It's probably the thing I'm looking most forward to. Like, someone was actually asking the other day, like, what one aspect would I really love to see in the game or would look forward to the most or something like that? I forget exactly what the question was. But something along those lines. Like, what feature would I just absolutely love the most to come to Brighter Shores? And it's definitely Andrew Gower making minigames. There's not a single thing I want to see more than what the first, like, 1 to 3 minigames look like in this game. Like, what the reward system's going to be, what the gameplay's going to be, what the tie-in to, you know, all these, like, skills are going to be. Is it going to be just in one region where you just use the skills in that region, or will it actually incorporate every single region as pieces of content that, you know, will actually pull from everything? Of course, that's something else that people have been suggesting, too, is, like, bosses that pull from, like, multiple different regions as well. Like, maybe a free-to-play boss that, you know, you use Hopeport and Hope Forest for, to give, you know, free-to-play players a taste of, like, hey, this is what you can have when all the other bosses in the later regions come out. But it'd be really cool if we start to see some kind of feature like that as well. But minigames #1. He's not going to do that anytime soon. It'd be probably like late next year or summer next year before even the first minigame is even like thought of. But Oh no, I would love to see it so much. But yeah, I was going about it earlier. So what do you guys think? Should we try to get 83 Detective to stream? Because I know we had a little bit less viewers, you know, right at the start of the stream. Notification squad, everyone kind of rolling in now. But do you guys think it is fine to do this for like 3 to 4 hours of stream? Would you guys be interested in that? Because, I don't know, I feel like this is really repetitive to watch. We could try to keep it interesting by talking about things if you guys want to ask anything or anything else. But, I don't know, like, I kind of need to do it. Because I really want that shortcut for Merchant. But we're going to be here a while if we do. We are going to be here for a good, decent chunk of time. We will throw some other combat in there. Of course, we need some upgrades before we can even think about taking 83. I heard someone the other day mention that, yeah, it was kind of hard to gear up for it. Luckily, our smithing level should be high enough, so we should be able to get a weapon and shield for it. But, I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. If you sink knowledge points into it, it would go a lot faster. That is an aspect. However, one of the things I need to be able to kill the raid is good gear. And to get good gear, I got to keep dumping them into smithing. Because right now, I'm not training smithing. But if I keep dumping knowledge points into it, I am training smithing. So, unfortunately, it would have to be 83 Detective with no knowledge points. Also, hello, Lunar Complex. Hello, Joan. Hello, Exos. Hello, Scabby. Welcome, welcome. Hello, everyone who hasn't said hello, who's lurking in the background. Hope you guys been having a wonderful start of your weekend. Minigames was pivotal to RuneScape 2 success. Yeah, there was a lot of really good minigames in RuneScape in general. Honestly, I can't think of one minigame that I've, like, hated. There's some that are, like, ultra dead content. Like, let's say, like, fight pits. Not the one where you fight Jad, but the other thing. Where you, like, have, like, other NPCs kind of fighting you, and it's kind of like an arena kind of thing. Like, that one was super dead content within, like, months. Or something like that. But aside from those few exceptions, I feel like every single minigame has been absurdly good that ever came to RuneScape. Or even, you know, original RuneScape. Like, I'm pretty sure whatever they've added recently has probably been pretty good as well. There hasn't really been any misses. Though, of course, anything like that was not Andrew Gower's doing, but, you know, like the early days of still Andrew Gower's influence. I can't remember a single minigame that was really a miss, other than that one Fight Pits thing. Not the Jad one, but the, you know, the other one that's next to it that everyone keeps forgetting about. That in old school RuneScape, you literally just use as a teleport to get to your Jad task and literally no other purpose. It's pretty much the whole purpose of that minigame in old school right now. Just for a quick teleport to get to your Jad task when the Slayer Master tells you to go kill Jad. You literally use it just for that purpose and nothing else. It's kind of funny. Oh, there's also a hard diary, I guess, for Karamja that you technically need to go do. Which forces you to do the minigame real quick, which you normally just people do with an alt account or with someone who can help. Yeah, not fight. Wait, is it called Fight Caves? I don't remember. Is it called Fight Pits? I think it's called the Fight Pits, not the Fight Caves. It's the Fight Caves, I believe, is what the thing that Jad is in. It's the Fight Pits next to it that is the dead content thingy that I'm referring to. It's the mini game that you need for the hard Karamja diary that you basically never do for any other purpose other than that. Don't you need smithing bone and stone because of the average component? Yes and no. Yes, I do long term. No, I don't short term. We are at the point where a single upgrade that is 3-star is stronger than our item. For example, I have already made a level 75 rapier, and I double checked that 75 rapier is indeed stronger than my level 50 4-star. So basically, as far as 4-star equipment is concerned, even though we kind of went for it, and of course we're going to be utilizing it for next chapter, we basically aren't crafting any more 4-star equipment until chapter 5 or in preparation of chapter 5. Like if he announces like next week, like, hey, chapter 5 is coming out on like December something something, and he tells us that like a week beforehand, it's like, okay, well, let's go get all of our spec weapons. But until special attacks come into the game, it is super absurdly not worth making 4-star equipment. That also means making 4-star armor is also going to be very situational, and if it's ever going to be worthwhile to actually bother doing, compared to just making 3-star armor. So we'll have to wait and see on that overall. But as it currently stands, the 2 weapons I made yesterday that were both 4-star are basically the last 2 we're making until we prep all of our spec weapons for Chapter 5, or until just special weapons in general exist, which of course we need Chapter 5. So that's probably going to be the game plan, is hold off on all that until Chapter 5. It's mostly because if we simply just get like 20, 30 smithing levels above our average of what we can already craft, it's already going to be stronger than whatever we can end up doing. Like that 75 rapier is already stronger than this 50. And if I tried to do a combination one right now, I think the best we can get is like a 55. Actually, let me do the math on that real quick. I'll tell you exactly the number. Let's say we have 76 smithing. Well, not say, we definitely do. 76 smithing plus 42 plus 48 divided by 3 is, yeah, I would only have a level 55. So the best I could do is upgrade this by 5. But of course, if we make a rapier right now, I'd be able to upgrade it by 26. Or in the case of the one I already made, 25. He's already made a 75 one. And that 75 rapier is stronger than what we are currently using now. So that's pretty much the game plan with that. Also, I wonder if the longsword is actually better DPS than what we're using right now. That really had high attack speeding two-hand weapon. Does anyone know if two-hands just in general are more DPS when you're using the quicker one? Because their numbers on strength look the same, but I'm not sure if they're doing some kind of weird calculation because they're a two-hander or something. Because there's a good chance that that's actually stronger. Though, of course, the benefit of using a one-hand is the shield aspect. The fact that we're getting all that extra defense to make sure that we don't die. Though I think we're kind of past the point where we can even remotely even think about dying in this. However, that will be a factor again once we move to trying to gear up for the 83. As well as in the near future, we have an enemy we need to go kill. This level 79. We were talking about it earlier. We'll probably take out the 73. Still never took out the 65. Could definitely do some of those in the very near future. But of course, the main goal is 83 detective. So getting slightly higher combat will not necessarily help us directly unless we get gear. As the only thing we really need to do in regard to this is get to 83 detective and then go kill out the 83 detective den. So yeah, if we get smithing to a high enough, like if we can get smithing to like 85, we can start putting our knowledge points into detective. I'm just not sure if that's going to end up happening to help speed it up. As much as I want to speed this up, not sure if we're going to have an angle where we can, but we will switch things up. I'm not going to spend the entire time here, obviously. Otherwise, that will get very absurdly repetitive. But I do want to spend like some amount of time here, which also gives us a bunch of time to chat and just, you know, mess around, chill. It's the weekend. Time to just relax and everything. So, yeah, this is pretty relaxing. It's one of the most AFK activities in the entire game if you haven't done it. Like an early game, cooking's a pretty good accessible one if you do like eggs and then stews. But as far as later game options right now, this is like the pinnacle of what AFK skilling is right now in this game. And honestly, I don't mind it. I wish we would get more stuff like this, especially multi-skilling, where you could do 2 skills simultaneously, or even 3, 4, which you can kind of do with like Merchant, Leatherwork Maker, combining all those into Detective, all that kind of stuff. So hello Keysure, hello Victor V, hello Deradrick. Don't you? Oh wait, I already read that. So your number 1 favorite game of all time is the Unreal Tournament 1999. That's the greatest game you ever played. Nice. Actually, I don't think I've played too many games from that era. The only game I can think of that I played in 1999 was Worms Armageddon, which is generally considered the best Worms game to ever exist. They kind of just went downhill from there. Not that they were necessarily like definitively worse, but generally speaking, if you were to point to like any one Worms game as like the pinnacle of what the Worms series was, it was Worms Armageddon from 1999. That game was so good. If you guys never played it, you guys might have played in some of the other Worms games, but I don't know, there's something about that game, especially at the time when it came out, like during that era of gaming, which was just so good. I don't know what other games came out around that time that I kind of really liked. I know Warcraft 3 I got really into when that came out in like 2003, 2004, so. It's also when I got obviously into RuneScape as well, which kind of started this addiction. This 20-year addiction that now brings us to brighter shores. Let's see. Yes, get detective. Though keep in mind, I will probably try the other methods. Once we hit 69 detective, we do get precise investigations, and I do want to see what the XP rates are and time them. Actually, that's something I should go do. I should time how long a raid den takes, because 2 raid dens is probably equivalent to 1 precise investigation. So I'm going to go time them and see if it's going to be more worthwhile to potentially do precise investigations. Even if they are worth it. Well, if they aren't, we'll just do it once for the one-time bonus. There's a few times just for fun once we hit 69. Also a nice number. But once we hit 69, nice. We will go give it a shot. See what it's like. See if it's better XP or not. Though even if it is better XP, we do still need the combat levels. So to some degree, we still kind of have to do this. But we can always do some of the combat separately, of course. We don't have to do all of them through raid, so if that does end up being quicker, and that gets a detective level to where it needs to be just slightly quicker, that might be a little bit more worthwhile to end up doing. I'll probably also take the little thing that gives us a bit of detective XP too. I think it's only like 3k, but it's 3k for like several seconds just walking up to a sign, so we'll probably take that instead of the brimstone right now, even though I kind of need the mining XP. Let's say after special attacks come out, you will want to have a battle mage or guardian. Are you willing to do all the grind all over again? Yes, I'm willing to grind out this entire game 3 times over at some point. That's like super long term. Like I'd rather have this account be 200 all before we really consider going super deep on anything. I do want to get my 2 alts eventually to chapter 4, of course, for trading and everything. But beyond that, I'm not sure if I would bring them much further than that at this current moment in time. But yes, down the line, I wouldn't mind fully regrinding this game 3 times over. Once we're at like a level 400 something AFK activity on this account, while having like base 200s or something. I wouldn't mind doing that. But we're far away to like going all in on an alt account or something. But depending on how trading works or how trading between accounts work and all that kind of stuff, I'm not against doing it. That's like a really long-term thing though. Like we're talking like months, several months, like summer next year kind of thing before we really start a alt to that degree. Obviously I've been doing the alt dailies, of course. You know, where they've been doing combat. I still need to go get them another knowledge point, by the way. Still haven't bothered doing that. I think they're both at like level 31 combat. But they're both still AFKing the 25 thingy. Because I haven't bothered playing them enough. They're still AFKing the level 25, so I do need to go do that at some point. Probably not this stream, but yeah, I do plan to eventually play the alts to some degree. Obviously, they will never, ever be as progressive as our main. But I do eventually want to get to them to, you know, like try PvP with like maybe a different class or something similar. It really depends how diverse the 3 classes are down the line. I'm definitely not going to train up all 3 just for the spec weapons, though. Like, I'm not going to have 3 accounts ready to go for Chapter 5. I'm not sure if some people end up doing that. But I personally will not be getting 3 accounts all the way to Chapter 5 when Chapter 5 comes out, just to mess around with every spec weapon in the game. That would be kind of cool, but I'm just going to do it for my own class. So we're going to have, you know, we're going to make a tier 4 for every single one of them that can go into 5 and everything. Let's see. Honestly, I'm not against them banning multi-boxing. I'm actually perfectly fine with multi-boxing not existing in this game. Because down the line, especially when trading comes out, I would always feel the need like, oh, I need like 1 more account or 2 more accounts or 3 more accounts so I can farm more resources. So the fact that they just completely outright banned it is actually kind of good. Because it will help with like burnout if you want to run like excessive amount of accounts. I did that for some amount in like RuneScape and old school RuneScape back in the day, particularly old school. But the fact that it's banned in this game, I actually kind of find good. Just because you'll never feel the urge of needing to add like just one more. Because that's kind of what it feels like, especially when you have access to trading. It's why I like Iron Man mode so much. But when you have access to trading, it's like, why aren't you doing another alt, or 2 more alts, or 3 more alts, or 4 more alts? If it's more profit, why are you not doing it? So it's like, you know, it's just like this endless thing. Where it's like, currently you're running 4 alts, but it's like, wait, if you run 6, you're making even more profit. And then 8, it's even more profit. And then 10, it's even more profit. So like, where's the cutoff? Like, when do you stop? And the fact that Brighter Shores has it, so you just don't need to worry about that. It's just 1 account. Don't worry about the other ones. I think that's really good. I like that. The main reason why most MMOs keep it in place is because of money. But, yeah, Andrew Gower obviously doesn't really need the money. Like, you know, money does still help the game, you know, helps the developers, everything else. Keeps the servers alive, all that good stuff. But, you know, he's not doing this for money, generally speaking. Like, obviously, the game needs to make enough money to, you know, sustain itself and, you know, further development, all that kind of stuff. But he's not in this for the money. He's in it for just the passion project of what it means to him. So, obviously, he ended up banning multi-boxing. Because the only thing that does is money. And it kind of ruins slightly game integrity. So, because it ruins game integrity, he just simply banned it outright. Which is a really good decision, I feel, overall. But yeah, I'm actually glad about the decision. Just because since we're basically going to be forced to eventually have trading on this account, I would definitely at some point feel like I would need to run multiple alts, but now we don't need to, so it's good. Obviously, we still have the 2 alts in the sense that you get 3 accounts per 1 account, or, you know, 3 accounts per 1 membership. I don't know, how do people do that in World of Warcraft? Any of you guys from World of Warcraft, or any MMO for that matter, that has like a multi-class system? Because I personally never got like super deep into any MMO that's like multiple classes. Do you guys play like every single class to like a decent degree? Or do you guys just have like a main that you stay on like 90% of the time? Or do you guys actually kind of like somewhat evenly play like several different classes, or maybe like 2 or 3 of your favorite or something? Because I'm pretty sure WoW has like dozens, doesn't it? But any of you coming from like an MMO like that, do you just main 1 class, or do you do like 2 different classes, 3, several? Or do you kind of just main the 1? Because I've played WoW, but I've never like played WoW, like, you know, like super seriously for like hundreds, thousands of hours. Like I played it when I was a kid, at my cousin's place and stuff like that. So I've gotten to see like what the gameplay loop and, you know, other stuff like that early game is like. But I've never like played it like we are Brighter Shores or old school RuneScape or RuneScape back in the day. You mean Final Fantasy, and you can do every class on a single character. Oh, that's kind of cool. And that was something some people were suggesting before this game came out. Like with some kind of way to kind of like, you know, almost do every class on 1 class. In Guild Wars 1 and 2, you played multiple characters, but usually just play on your main. Yeah, I feel like that's what normally happens a lot of times. I feel like the main reason people make new accounts in old school, though, is they actually get burnt out on playing their main. It's kind of actually interesting. Because I feel like in old school RuneScape, a lot of people will actually start maining their side account. Like, they'll just go all in on their side account. Because their main has basically gotten, like, every goal ever imaginable done. Or at least all the realistic ones that don't take, like, hundreds of thousands of hours each. So they're like, I kind of want that fresh experience again. So they make, like, a Iron Man or a Snowflake Iron Man or, you know, some kind of restricted account or, you know, some other just second account. And then they start basically maining the second account. It's kind of interesting. It's not like a lot of other MMOs. Like, honestly, in Brighter Shores, I never plan to... like, this will always be, like, our main. Like, it doesn't matter if we go play another alt or something. This will always be, like, our main that we will always focus on the most. Even if we are doing other secondary or tertiary accounts, since we can have up to 3 currently. And if they add more, obviously more in the future. But, I don't know, I would always focus on this one. But I feel like that's a really weird oddity with old school. In that people will almost, like, drop even playing their main just to do an alt. Like, they'll go from doing, like, 90% their main to, like, you know, not doing any alt. Or, like, 10% whatever else. To, like, basically going inverse, where they're only doing, like, 10% of their main, and then doing 90% whatever their alt is. I don't think I would ever do that in Brighter Shores, though, even when we do go into the alts. Like, it'll probably be, like, 70-30% or something. We're still 70% playing the main, 30% playing the alt. Like, when we try getting the alts to, like, Chapter 4 and stuff like that down the line when trading comes out. And stuff like that. You pay $100 to, smell a Blockbuster one last time? Oh, yeah, Blockbusters are so dead. Wait, what was this comment that you mentioned about that? You're going to sound like an old man, but Blockbuster is better than Netflix. I do remember Blockbusters back in the day. I was kind of too young to really utilize them much, though. They kind of started getting phased out. Oh, you know what used to be amazing, though, when I was a kid? Do you guys remember when GameStop had a bunch of, like, really cheap games that weren't, like, overpriced? Where everyone kind of traded in, and you can get, like, Game Boy games and N64 games and other things like that for, like, dirt cheap. Those were the good times. That was so nice. I miss those days. Obviously, GameStop isn't even remotely like that anymore, even though they still exist, though they'll probably die as a company within the next decade. But they still exist right now. But that was, like, the golden age of GameStop right there. How did you get to 51 Detective? I did it on level 8 raids. It was very slow. I think we're at like 40% penalty. But because they're so AFK, similar to the ones we're doing right now. Yeah, I did it on the level 8s. I sometimes did the 18s as well, but they were both on pretty heavy penalty. So due to how much quicker you killed the level 8s and how much more AFK it was, yeah, I almost did, not all of it, but a good number of my 8 to 51 Detective, like probably 85% of it, was just level 8 raids. Which is by no means the most efficient way to get there. It is probably on the top list of most inefficient ways to get there. But gosh, was it AFK. It was so nice. Do not advise, but definitely advise. It is, if you don't care about efficiency at the moment, it is so chill to get it up that way. But it's so much better once we get to 51 and all the higher levels now, especially once those other ones get replaced. I have heard the 83 ones are kind of bad, though, unfortunately. Which means we might have to stick with the ones we're doing right now all the way to, like, whatever it was, 100-something down the line. But once I get 83 Detective, I don't really plan on training it much beyond that, at least in the short term. I just really got, just tunnel visioned on getting our 2 objectives. So as the title says, we have 2 objectives today. Well, it doesn't say 2 objectives, but 1 objective, but it's split into 2 things. We are going to try to unlock every single shortcut today, whatever it takes. One of them is a bit easier. We just need level 55 merchant and starting that 1 quest. Not sure how deep it is, but it's probably not that deep. But yeah, we only need 3.5 merchant levels to do that. That one should be pretty free to go and unlock. The one that's going to be a little bit more convoluted, of course, is going to be this shortcut right here. This one finally connects the northern road with this like northwestern road that's really annoying to get to. That gives you access to like things like the soap and this little area over here, which of course would also connect this whole area once we have both of them. The problem with this one right here is this 3-tile little interval right there requires 83 Detective. And yeah, that's kind of what I kind of got tunnel visioned on right now. Is I was looking at these things when I was AFKing this off stream. And I was just kind of looking through while watching like YouTube and other things and just eating and all that. And I was seeing like just looking through all this. And I saw that the higher level ones started just replacing out the older ones. Like just replaced out the level 4. And then it kind of clicked for me like, wait, 83 is the final one. Like we get to 83, we have every shortcut here. So 83 Detective and 55 Merchant allows you to have every shortcut in Chapter 4. And now I am making it my goal to do that. For better or for worse. That is my goal for today. So hello, Chino. Welcome, welcome. But one thing that this will be good for is if you guys want to ask anything, talk about anything conversation-wise, feel free to drop them now, because we are going to be like the most talkative right now than probably ever. Just because of how much I could just full focus on chat, since what this is like nothing. We're literally just AFK reading chat pretty much right now. It's almost just like a just chatting stream, which I really hate doing, but it's a grind we kind of need to get done. But anyways. Hello, Chino. I already say that. I said that like 3 times. Raid seems slow for you at 37. Yeah. It's really slow from like 40 to 51. It's not ideal. You can try doing some of the detective work though. And you get another better one at 46, which you can try doing. At 46, you get detect aura, you can start doing those. You also get another investigation. I forget what level was that. But doing your highest level investigation can be okay too if you want to go down that route. If you're getting tired of killing these things over and over again. We're going to do that at level 69. Actually, we're about to get there. We're about to do that in... actually, we're doing it right now. Okay, hello everyone. We're now transitioning what we're doing. Alright, speaking of exactly that. So, in other news, one thing that you can do if you're getting tired of killing raid dens is you can do these investigations. And we just got the next tier, so let's go do one. I'm pretty sure it auto gives you your highest tier, doesn't it? I think. Hopefully, please. Does it? Pass action... Yeah, give me the 69. Alright, let's see. Monster feeding. Alright, we'll take this. Alright, what do we need to do for this? How hard is this? How annoying is this? Let's see, I'm gonna need to make this bigger. I realized just... Oh yeah, I remember how I want to do this. Let me do this. I'm gonna need the map. I will eventually need the teleports, but I could fix that by doing this, I guess. I'll do that. Alright, we got a plan, we got a plan. Alright, I gotta make this bigger. I gotta make that bigger. Alright, Kane's Garden, Servant's Bedroom, Goose Inn. Alright, we could do that, we could do that. Goose Inn is really close. Where's Kayat's Garden? Isn't that in, like, the general... I really need to get better where these locations are. Okay, the problem with this is I don't have the shortcut, so I'm gonna have to go all the way around to go to Servant's Bedroom. Unless I want to teleport the other way around, which I think is actually quicker, so let me teleport the other way around. But yeah, we could try doing this and see if they're worthwhile. I'm not sure if it's better than what we're doing right now, though. But, I don't know, we can give it a shot. I need to get better at finding these locations anyway, so... Where is it? Goose Room number 1. Where is it? Detect aura. No aura detected. Investigate. Alright, now we'll go to the servant's room because I don't have the shortcut, so I kind of have to go all the way over. But yeah, these investigations are really good if you don't want to go do AFK raid dens. These are probably your next best way of training the detective skill. The AFK raid dens is way more chill, obviously. However, these are also doable. You'd also technically multitask them with some of the merchant thingies if you really want to. Like right now, I kind of want to go turn in my soap just so I don't have a weird thing just sitting there. It's kind of annoying me that I have to go turn in 1 soap right now. And it's probably not efficient to go out of my way to go turn it in, but it's driving me crazy that it's just sitting there right now. I feel the need to go get it done. So I'll probably go do that real quick just so I can get a nice clean bounty list. And then go and just keep doing these investigations. But you can multitask them with merchant if you really want to. It just hurts my head, so I'm not going to do that. I've tried in the past, but then my brain was like, no, I refuse. Wait, servant's bedroom. Wait, Kayat's guard. Oops, it's right over here. Where am I going? I'll do detect aura. Not detected, so investigate. Let's see. Alright, footsteps. Wait, do I have to keep going? Shoes. Oh yeah, it does, shoes. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's a bird. I was wondering what that was. I thought that was a footstep thing. Oh, look at the cute little birdies. Oh, I never noticed them. Look at them hopping around. Do they have a little bird bath? Oh, how could you not put a bird bath here? Hey, look at the little birdies. There's no birdhouse or bird bath for them, though. Scammed. No wonder why they're just flopping around on the ground. Anyways, I accidentally did this in the wrong order, but let me go teleport to the other side, I guess. Let's go head over there. Do you have to do any quest to unlock raids? No. You literally just step in one at level 4, and then at level 8, and then at 18, and then 51. Nope. You just walk into them, say that you're here, and just go slap them all around. The only real requirement is having gear to not completely be obliterated by them. That's probably the biggest factor, is a gear check. This isn't really too relevant for most of them. You'll probably feel it a little bit at level 18, potentially, if you didn't do any gear upgrades all the way from level 4. But you'll really feel it at 51 and 83. Probably some of the higher ones too, but 51 and 83, you'll really feel how gear checky it's probably going to be. That's actually probably going to be the other side grind that we're really going to have to do. Like 83 detective might sound like a little bit of a grind, but the bigger grind might actually be to go do, just get the gear to be able to kill them. Even if we're at like level 85, 80, or 90 combat. The gear check that we might need to go past could actually be the harder part potentially. I found some arrows. Okay, while I'm over here, it'll drive me crazy if I don't do this. This is probably exceedingly inefficient. But I need soap. And because we need soap, I shall buy soap. And because we're buying soap and I don't want to have to go all the way back over there to just turn it in again at a later task, I'm going to take the very slow route of teleporting there now. Just to go head over there. Also, I need to go switch up how this interface is. I don't know. I guess I'll keep it like this. It's a little bit different than how I normally have it, which is slightly driving me crazy, but I need both of these to be big. I need the minimap to be big, and I need the investigation thing to be big, so I can end up clicking on it and seeing what they are. Like right now I could read that that's shoes, abandoned arrows, and gray here. But if I have that really small, it's kind of hard to read that that is those 3 words, especially with how bad my vision is. I don't have like the worst vision in the world, but that small text is definitely hard to read. And probably even harder for you guys if you're watching on a smaller device. So I'm going to keep it a little bit bigger. This does make the gameplay window look like a mobile device, though. Is the only problem with doing this. Looks like we're playing the phone version of Brighter Shores. That's coming out SoonTM eventually at some point. Oh, I forgot to turn my soap. I'm going to do that. I literally walked right by the guy. That's the whole reason why I came this way. Let me go turn it in. I'm not going to be multitasking it with Merchant. My brain just can't handle it. But I will turn in this 1 order of soap. There we go. And we're halfway. We need 3.5 more merchant levels this stream, which should be pretty easy. Yeah, we're not going to be doing nearly as much merchant this stream. It's definitely going to be a lot more detective heavy than merchant heavy. As well as a bit of combat, because we're definitely going to need gear upgrades again, similar to yesterday. Drop the soap. Oh, we were dropping soap earlier. We were dropping so much soap earlier. You should have seen yesterday's stream. We were dropping all the soap. Okay, shoes, abandoned arrows, gray here. Shoes, abandoned arrows, gray here. Info. Peg leg. Oh, I didn't see your peg leg. Shoes, abandoned arrows, gray here. You're under arrest. Alright, got him. Let's do it again. Oh, I was wondering why they gave so much XP. That was the first time bonus. Like, that felt like a lot of XP. Okay, I gotta go to the farm, I gotta go to the guard's archive, and I gotta go to Kynet's garden. Okay, we can do that. Oh yeah, who gave me this objective? View details. We're looking for Rom. Okay, now we need to figure out how the alphabet works again. Rom. This is wrong, right? Rom. We keep forgetting how ABCs work. Rom. The problem is the way that he set the letters. If it was just one letter to one letter, my brain could handle it a bit better. But I don't know, does that throw any of you guys off too? The fact that the alphabetical list in that filing area is based on also I'm getting better at knowing where all these are, because I actually remember where all these are right now, which is good. But does it throw anyone else off that they're not like one letter to one letter? It's like triple letter to triple letter. Because I'm not sure what it is. That just makes my brain shut down completely. I'm not sure what it is about it. But having to process the 3 letters instead of just 1 makes it like 1,000 times harder. I guess they did that by design, obviously. Just to make it a little bit more challenging. But, oh no, it just really stumbles my brain sometimes. Even though it's so straightforward. There's something about like the triple letter instead of the single letter. Throws me off. Oh, I would catch you if I had 373 detective. Alright, back to the garden. Where is it? Investigate. Detect aura. Gosh, we haven't needed to use that detect aura in a while. I'm just gonna keep clicking on them and hope we don't have to do it. Alright, let me go teleport over to the farm. But yeah, that's pretty much our goal today. Get 83 detective. Get geared enough and leveled enough to go kill them. And get 55 merchant. Even 56 so we can start doing leather maker just a little bit. But I can't do it too far. Because then I'm going to need to do merchant again. I think I need like 90 to 100 merchant before I can effectively do leather maker, which is unfortunate, but we need it, so we got to get it at some point. That's why our leather maker level is so low. When it comes to detective, aside from AFK off stream, I don't plan to do much beyond 83. I say that, and we're going to have like over 200 something at some point. You'll just see the number creep upwards, even if we're not doing it on stream. However, 83 is like the end goal. Just because that unlocks the final shortcut. Oh wait, why am I going this way? No, I forgot. No! My brain thought we could just cut through. We don't have the shortcut yet. 71 merch is good to start leather, yeah. You really need like that, like 70 to like 100 range to really start leather worker. Because I think that gets you up to what you need for the quest as well, like level 50. Which gives you then a huge burst of XP, which can help out your everything. Obviously the shortcut that we get at 55 is the most important thing though. I almost want to get it now just so we have the shortcut for when doing these investigations. Because as you saw there, I just wasted a bunch of time because I don't have the shortcut. I'm not sure why I thought we already had it, but yeah, we definitely don't have that shortcut yet. Alright, the farm is pretty big. Where on earth is the spot? It should be the same spot every time. Okay, it's over there. That's not too bad. We'll investigate it. If we need to go do aura, we'll do aura. Let's see. Yep, you got it. Good job. Alright, so we got someone with blonde here. I keep forgetting my teleport's on this side. I normally don't keep it on the right side. I want to have this be bigger so we can actually read it and everything. But yeah, we'll do this for a little bit just to see, just to change of pace so we're not doing raids the whole time. But I do feel like raids are still a little bit better. Because in 3 raids, we're basically getting as much detective XP, if not more. While also getting combat XP. So that combat XP difference is just making it so much more XP per hour. This might be slightly more detective XP per hour. But the total amount of XP we're getting from the other thing is so good. You also have to keep in mind how much less knowledge we're getting per hour. Because I believe I'm getting over 3% per kill over there, or even, let's even just say 3%. That's 30% in the time that we're probably getting like 10 or whatever this is giving. I think this gives like 10 or 12. And at the same time, we're getting 30% knowledge from doing raid dens. Which makes me think this might be the last investigation we do for now. I did want to try it just for a little bit of change of pace though. Have you guys actually enjoyed investigations, by the way? Have you guys tried them? What do you think of them? It's honestly, it's definitely something you have to keep doing to get better at them. But the gameplay loop I have enjoyed for them. I just feel like the reward system for them hasn't felt that worth it. Like the amount of XP and relative to how much gold. It's something that I felt about that, like kind of with the cooking contracts too. Like they're kind of worth it at a certain point. But I feel like they quickly reach a point where, why am I clicking someone who is Charlie? Whoops. But I feel like they kind of reach a point where they're just not worth it. Big blue buttons and blonde here. Is it you or you? I can't tell if this blonde here. Blonde here, first name Charlie, breast button. So it's you then. I guess that's considered blonde. It's hard to tell with how little hair he has, but yeah, the blonde mustache kind of gives it away. Blonde here, first name Charlie, big blue buttons. That would be you. Alright, grab him. You're under arrest. Oh, that's okay. But look at how little knowledge we got from it. Compared to if we just camped the little raid thingies. Interesting. Alright, let me go move this other thing back. Back you go. Alright, back you go. And back you go. Yeah, something like that. Alright, anyways, another news. Back to our comfy spot. Back to the raid dens. Then I can re-chat everything again properly. But yeah, I prefer raid dens. Don't get me wrong, I do enjoy that gameplay loop and everything. It's just the amount of loot we got for all that. I don't know. And we're also getting less knowledge, so we're not getting as much smithing. We're also not getting any combat, so we're going to need that to do that grind separately. Which is making that grind take even longer by not doing it simultaneously. Oh, there's a lot of stuff about it that's just not as good payout as raid dens. I wonder if they're going to nerf raid dens at some point. I feel like this is like the way to do detective. Like anyone who has level 200 detective, almost guarantee has 200 watch person. It's almost a guarantee that you'll have like 200, just because of how good they are at multi-skilling. Do I think AG would ban plugins if, oh, Androgauer. I was wondering what AG stands for a second. Are clues better XP than raids? Yes and no. I believe they're more detective XP per hour, but they're less knowledge per hour, and they're less combat XP per hour, like less overall XP. So raids are still better. But if you cared only about detective XP, I believe investigations are slightly quicker, while also giving you money. So that it does have that benefit. Like what, we got like almost 30 silver between the two of them. I think we're getting like 18 each. It's almost 40, like 36 or something. So that's kind of nice, but I don't know. We don't really need silver at the moment. Like, you know, silver's nice, but it's not like that important. Like it's needed, but it's not that needed. Like there's plenty of ways that we're going to earn currency through other things. Do you have to do any quests to unlock raids? No. Step inside and say, I'm Batman, and smack them down, pretty much. Drop the soap from earlier. That's funny. Are the clues better XP than raids? Kind of. Also, hello, Donkey. Hello, Delacric. I cannot say that name. Delacrix. Welcome, welcome. But, yeah, overall, raid danger is better. You get more knowledge. You get more overall XP. And, you're going to need the combat level anyways. Do I think AG would ban plugins if they ever come out? It already is banned. Plugins and third-party clients are completely not allowed. You will get banned for using them. They already are banned. But yeah, if someone makes like RuneLite for Brighter Shores, he will shut it down within like a week probably. If someone made like Bright Light, which is the joke of if it was ever added to this game. But no, it is not against game rules. You could potentially get banned or at least like temporary banned for using something like that. And if something ever gets made like that, he'll probably shut it down. Yeah, it's already banned. Let's see. Do you hope plugins never make it into the game? Honestly, I feel the same. As someone who uses RuneLite literally every single day, I cannot express how much this game needs to never have a third-party client. It is probably the biggest decision that Old School RuneScape has made. That it was like the worst decision of all time. Was allowing third-party clients. I know a lot of people, you know, think that's like a good thing that they did. Which to some degree it can be. Like the quality of life and everything that it does. The biggest issue with plugins is the amount of power creep that it just infinitely adds. It's the reason why Old School RuneScape has so much of a botting problem. It's why Old School RuneScape has so much of a clienting problem, because they're literally allowing third-party clients, which leaves a lot of room for abuse. And it makes it so you basically have to end up using for third-party clients. Like, it's why I'm using RuneLite right now, as we speak. L take? Oh, no. It's an opinion, obviously. So I guess I have the wrong opinion. But like, see right there. You can see right in the top left. This is RuneLite. That is not the official Jagex client. This is a third-party client that is very, very, very exceedingly broken. That basically everyone in RuneScape uses. Like 90% of the player base or something. Maybe even more than that. But basically, the third-party clients, particularly RuneLite, is so absurdly broken with quality of life and things that make the game easier that you basically have to use it or you're just trolling. And I'm not a fan of that. Andrew Gower, if there's ever any features the game needs, he'll just add it himself. Like, if there's enough community, you know, demand for something, he will add it to the game. I don't know. I'm personally glad that he did. I don't know. I'm not against it being a thing. Like, obviously, I still play Old School RuneScape as we speak literally right now. And I literally only use a third-party client when I play. But that's kind of the thing with third-party clients is they become so powerful that you kind of have to use them. And I'm not a fan of that personally. Because it puts everyone not on an even playing field. Because anyone using a third-party client is automatically going to have an advantage over anyone who's not using a third-party client. It doesn't matter like how small of a benefit the third-party client has. If it's even any amount, like you're going to have the need to use the third-party client over the main client. Even if it's just a super, super small benefit compared to the main client. What am I doing in Old School? I'm currently cutting redwood trees. I'm trying to get the beaver pet. We're at, gosh, what is our XP at right now? We are at, they end up, for any of you who don't know, they did a forestry update, basically expanding wood cutting. And when they end up doing that, they made it so trees have a timer. And redwoods have the highest timer in the game at like almost 5 minutes. I think it's like 4 minutes, something seconds. And by the time you get the final log to actually kill the tree, it's like almost 5 minutes. Because the way that it works now is this redwood is about 4-minute, 30-second timer. And then once you get one log after that, the tree will die. But what it used to be is a 1 in 8 chance that anytime you get a log, your tree would die. So they really changed up how that ends up working. What was the other question in regard to that? What am I doing in Old School? Oh yeah, I'm just cutting a tree. And then fletching them into little arrow shafts. And we've currently gotten 1.7 million of them during Brighter Shores. But yeah, he's just wood cutting with the best axe in the game. And the axe that he's using also not only cuts quicker, but it also tears apart some of the logs that we're doing. So we can do it even more AFK, which is really nice. Increases the AFK time. But yeah, I've been doing that during the entirety of Brighter Shores, by the way. Literally every second we've been streaming Brighter Shores, that account has been cutting wood, not yew trees, redwood trees. It has not stopped. Literally, it has been cutting redwoods for 160 hours straight, pretty much. So hello, Smoke Haze. Hello, Joshua. Let's see. You didn't do chambers until the official client showed the entire raid. Took forever. Really? Yeah, I didn't honestly learn it until this year. I didn't really learn how to do it properly until like a couple months ago. Mostly because my Iron Man needed the prayers, and then they got both the 2 prayers. I still haven't gotten any unique item though, which feels kind of depressing. I still have never gotten a purple in anything other than leagues that is like an actual item. The only 2 things I've ever gotten, well technically 4 things, it just keeps getting duplicates, are those very common like prayer scrolls that you get from Chambers of Xeric. Like, you know, the one for mage and range. It's gotten both of those, but it hasn't gotten any real drop yet, unfortunately. But yeah, I only learned that a couple months ago. I still haven't learned how to do like 3-1 properly. I normally do 1-0 on melee hand. I do mage hand correctly, but I do 1-0 on melee hand just because it's a lot more chill. Because it's just completely brain off. But it cuts down your DPS by like 30-40%. But it makes it so much more chill, so I don't really mind. I just whack it with a god sword over and over again. It's not the most efficient thing, but it's so much more chill than doing 3-1. Let's see. I think Old School RuneScape is unplayable without plugins. Honestly, when I first came back to Old School RuneScape last year for the 10-year anniversary, I played it with no plugins on a hardcore for 3 months. And honestly, I didn't mind it too much. And I didn't die during that time. Still had a lot of fun and everything. But you eventually get to the point where you kind of realize that you're basically trolling if you don't use third-party resources. Just because they're so broken compared to the main client. So I did initially because I wanted the pure experience. But I eventually caved in and, you know, downloaded RuneLite. And once you go to RuneLite, you never go back. But it's just because it has so many absurdly strong features. Third-party add-ons made WoW to where they had to design endgame content around them. Yeah, that's basically what happened to Old School RuneScape. With tile markers and other things that you can end up doing. They even have to ban a lot of them because some of them even tell you when to tick and change your prayers and stuff like that. Like, they had to ban those in Old School RuneScape. But there's still a lot of them. Like, I know in last year when I did Leagues for Leagues 4, the first time I ever did Leagues, I never did not Chambers of Xeric. I never did the raid, the most recent raid, called Tombs of a Masket. So I went in there completely blind. I've never prior to that done any raids ever in the game, or anything like that. I went in there basically completely blind, but I had the plugin on. And within like 3 raids, I was doing Deathless 700s within 3 raids, which is a lot easier to do, obviously, during Leagues. But it only took about 3 to 5 raids before we were doing basically a 100% chance to get a purple. I think they're nerfing it this time around to cap at 55%. But during that Leagues, it was a 100% chance that you would get a purple for doing a 700 Deathless, Tombs of a Masket. And yeah, because the plugin was so broken, with no prior experience, like 3 to 5 raids, and I was already doing it. Because the plugin literally told you what to do for every puzzle and everything else like that. It just made it so free. Like, yeah, you still had to kill the bosses, but in Leagues, that's like the easier part. It's definitely the easier part. Let's see. I already read that. It's refreshing to play with no client. Yes, I do feel that way, personally. I'm actually really glad Andrew Gower is against clients. I don't mind playing a game that obviously is super client-based. Like, obviously, we still play old school every day. But, I am really glad he's taking a hard stance against it. I know this is a controversial take, like, you know, banning all plugins, banning all third-party clients, but I don't know, it's nice to have something different. Like, if you want to have clienting and everything, you know, there's old school. And if you want to not have it, there's Brighter Shores. So, you know, it's just a different kind of experience. Neither is really wrong. It's just, you know, preference. And you can still like both. I still do both. But, I don't know. I like that he's taking a different stance. I feel like this game would get a lot more samey if this thing get basically bright light, essentially. You know, essentially the RuneLite, but for Brighter Shores would be, you know, it'd make it feel a lot more like RuneScape, because people will override a bunch of the models to look more like other things. You know, they'll change up how, like, you know, the tile markers, as if this game doesn't already have enough tiles. You know, they'll do all the quality of life. We'll have menu entry swapper, which is something I do feel like he should add, though. I do feel like he should add menu entry swapper to Brighter Shores. Even the official RuneScape client, I believe, just pretty recently added that in the last week or two. While I've been playing Brighter Shores, I think someone mentioned it earlier. But, yeah, you know, stuff like that. Like, obviously, Andrew Gower, if there's enough quality of life demand from the community, he's going to add it. Like, if a bunch of people say, like, hey, this probably needs to change, or this needs to be added, or something else, like, he's going to get around to it. It might take him a while, obviously, because he's doing so many other things. But anything that's, like, really vital for the game, that might be a feature that will be on a third-party client, as long as there's enough demand and it's not, like, broken beyond belief, he will probably add it to the game at some point. Might take a little while, but, you know, it's eventually going to be in the game, probably. Like, menu entry swapper is more so a matter of when than if. Like, he's probably going to add it. It's just, he only just recently added a left click. One step at a time. Have I gotten the pet? No, I have not gotten the woodcutting pet. It's actually really sad. Let's see my woodcutting XP. I know this will mean nothing to anyone not in old school, or even if you are in old school if you don't know the drop rate. But I am currently at 48.5 million XP. With a good majority of post 99 on redwoods, which is a pretty good way to get beaver. And I still do not have beaver. I forget where the rate is. I think it's like 20-something million. But, yeah, we're at least double over drop rate or something. We're 48.5 with no beaver pet, which is the woodcutting pet. Which is like a small thing that old school has whenever you're doing a skilling activity, where you can just get like a random pet related to the skill. And all bosses have it as well and stuff. But, yeah, we are absurdly over drop rate. You got a 17 mil? Nice. I wouldn't mind this game getting more accomplishment stuff as well. I really like stretch goal cosmetic rewards. Currently, the only thing Brighter Shores has, of course, is the capes. I would love to see more things like that in Brighter Shores down the future. Obviously, it's still a really early game, so they're not going to flood the game with it. But right now, the only thing you can get is, you know, these capes. Have I gotten the transmogs? Yes and no. I have every single unlock from forestry, except for the fox whistle. I have the one to turn it into the bird, but I went like 3-4 times over drop rate for the fox whistle, and I just gave up. I really should have done it back when it was super broken, back in like peak broken forestry days, when it was like very absurdly broken for like a couple weeks, couple months, whenever that was. But I didn't fully finish the grind, so I'm still missing the fox whistle. And with how forestry is currently scaled in old school, I don't plan on ever getting the fox whistle. But I'm just gonna make it into a bird. I'm fine with the bird. I like birds. Birds, dragons, reptiles, anything like that. It's gonna be like my favorite creatures. So I really like the Armadillo faction in old school RuneScape as well, and I guess normal RuneScape, because they're all birds. Also, I just really like how the armor looks. I actually kind of hate that Missouri came to old school, because now best in slot range is not full Armadillo, it's full Missouri. And I hate how they keep making like all endgame armor look the most intimidating thing ever, instead of how it used to look back in the day. Like, I guess they do that because of PvP and everything else. But I feel like every single best in slot in old school right now looks like you're about to murder someone. Armadillo looks horrible. Oh no, I personally enjoy it a lot. Yeah, I'm just really nostalgic to it, I think, more so than anything. Just because of how long it was best in slot range and just how I like it. I don't know. I personally always enjoyed it. Let's see. You like this game, but the combat is really frustrating. I don't know. I haven't minded combat too much. If you're someone who really enjoys combat in games, yes, Brighter Shores is so bare bones. Because we don't even have special attacks. Other than step unders, there's really little you can do. But from a resource node perspective, I don't know. They're fine. They're pretty chill. You stab them, then click your next resource node, and then stab that one. And then move on to your next one. It's kind of like a rock, but it takes a little bit longer to mine it compared to a normal rock. Takes about like 8 swings or so. No, I look like at everything at resource nodes, because I've generally always played like skilling related aspects. Like even back in the old days of RuneScape, I used to just make like defense pure skillers, level 3 skillers, stuff like that. The only time I've really done combat is in the last year when I made the max hardcore. But because you're forced to do combat because you're an Iron Man. But aside from that, I don't know, I haven't really done much combat in all my times of playing old school or RuneScape in general, on and off in 20 years. Always like the skilling aspects. And right now we're just mining a rock that takes like 10 hits to mine. Or however you want to look at it. A tree that takes 10 stabs. We're chopping them down. And then we get our resource thing. But, yeah, I don't know. Let's look at everything like a skilling thing. I don't really even view this as combat right now, what we're doing. This is just multi-skilling detective plus watch person. And I'm just stabbing resource nodes like 10 times in a row and then moving on to the next one. Or however many stabs he's doing. I'm not keeping track. Let's see. You activated the one-click option and you still need 2 clicks to deposit. Yeah, one click currently doesn't work on everything. They'll likely change that in the future because it's such a new feature that they added like a couple days ago. But yes, one click currently doesn't work on everything. Hopefully they'll change that in the future, as well as add menu entry swapper and a few other tweaks. But yeah, he hasn't done that yet. I think he's currently working on leaderboards based on what he last posted on his Twitter. He said he's taking a break from quality of life and working on leaderboards for a little bit over the course of the weekend. So it could be until Monday or Tuesday until we get another quality of life update, which means the rest of this weekend, unfortunately, we might not have any quality of life updates. But it's just because he's working on leaderboard, which obviously is no small feat, but hopefully he has it working in the next week or two. Because I would love to see the leaderboard. We're obviously not, like, anywhere near the top. Like, yeah, we're high, 733. But I'm pretty sure there's, like, 100 people higher than us right now. Like, me putting 750 in the title, I almost feel like it's just saying how low of a level we are. Like, I know that's still high, but it's just because we've been playing so much. Like, compared to where some people are, it's, like, so low. Compared to people who've been, like, streaming this, like, every single day or something similar, just playing it every single day. Kind of like how we have. Oh, no, I've been making sure not to lose any sleep over this game. Getting a healthy amount of sleep. Still eating healthy, exercising a bit. I'm pretty sure some other people are doing that too, or most other people. I sure hope no one's going like 21 hours a day, every day. There's definitely a few people who are, but you gotta stay healthy. Also, one thing with that, I haven't been coughing much today for some reason. I really hope that cough is finally going away because gosh, it's getting so annoying. I'm pretty sure it was just an allergy thing, like an asthmatic allergy thing. I've had it happen several times in my life before. It's just because I'm really asthmatic, which is really annoying. Also, as I say that, I feel the need to cough. Me saying I don't need a cough is like, oh, I feel the cough urge coming. I was like, hello, Joshua. Welcome, welcome. You got Kangaroo at 96 farming? Nice. I think I'm at like 30 mil without it. Which, what is my XP? No, you guys can't see it. Let's see, 26 mil. I'm at 26 mil farming, so I'm double maxed without the farming pet. That's one that people tend to go dry for. Honestly, I should start doing the dailies for that more often. I haven't done a tree run or a fruit run or whatever you want to call it in so long. And if I do a run, it's like herbs or something. But I haven't done a tree run in old school in like almost a month. Probably should. Because the pet isn't going to get itself. Let's see. You don't like the combat profession starting new every single chapter? Yeah, I would say that's probably the main piece of contention when it comes to how this combat system is handled in Brighter Shores. I personally have enjoyed it being, not quote-unquote necessarily reset, but, I don't know, I kind of enjoyed them being kind of separate. It makes it so, you know what it actually ends up doing that I found really interesting? It makes your production skills feel more worth it. Because, yeah, this level 50 weapon I end up making here has basically fallen off as soon as we hit 75 and I go attune the next one. But in other areas, we'll be able to go make a level 50 in these two, or even this one if we really wanted to. And it's still going to be strong. So I kind of like that aspect where you can kind of use your production skills, keep them above all your combats and, you know, kind of re-gear, make all your own gear, go from scratch. The other thing that it encourages, which we can't quite see right now because trading doesn't exist, is it encourages trading of resources. Like, you know how much people would want, like I barely need these anymore, but you know how much people would want like a tier 50 weapon in this area? If they just hit like around level 50, 51. Like, you know how good this would be if someone just hit the requirement to do these raids? Or like this weapon if they want to go fight something, or this shield so they can tank enough so they don't need other armor upgrades that are really expensive if trading came out today because you can't do armor maker until chapter 5. Like, stuff like this is really, really good to trade. Like, they're basically obsolete to me right now. But I think what this combat system does is it encourages player-to-player trading. Like, a lot of it. Because, like, this shield and this weapon to me, they're nearly useless in, like, a few more levels. Or even technically right now if I go make the upgrade. Though I made a 75 upgrade, so I'll have it in 2 levels. But they're nearly useless to me now, other than for their spec, when, but they don't exist at the moment. So I could technically just sell them out to someone who's just getting to the point where they unlocked 51 detective. And, you know, they're moving on to do these raids. And they would have really good value for that. So that's what kind of what I feel like is the kind of thing that they were going for with this. Is like the player-to-player trading stuff. Like, for example, there's some people in Hopeport or like level 200 something who probably have a lot of like good low-tier gear. Like, you know, if they have a spear like 4-star 40 or 50 or 60 weapon, like that's useless to them. They're already at 200 something. But that's useful to me. Like, if the market had it, I probably wanted to buy with something like that. That would help speed up our Hopeport and Hope Forest grind if it's not too expensive. So, you know, I think that's kind of the whole thing. Is since there's 4 different combats, there's basically 4 different gears that you're going to end up needing. And this basically encourages trading. Because if there's just one universal thing, let's say this dagger, or, you know, this sword I'm using right now was usable in all 4 chapters, hypothetically. Well, you know, you would just make it, do it in this, then you would bring it to your other, then you bring it to your other, then you bring it to the other. And, you know, you wouldn't really trade it off at any point. I guess technically after you do all the combats you would, but that would take 4 times longer compared to how it is now. So the current rate seems like you're trying to like constantly keep flipping your gear, where you sell your downgraded and you buy your upgraded, essentially. And you just keep doing that over and over and over again. And I think that's kind of what they're trying to encourage. It's hard to tell right now because no trading exists in the game. But I think that's kind of what they were going for. Is, you know, you sell out your weaker stuff, you buy your stronger stuff, or make your own stronger stuff. And you just keep doing that over and over and over again. And then people from other regions that need that specifically can end up buying it then. You can't just have like one universal thing and just keep going. Like you can't just make one universal level 50 and then one universal level 60 and just keep doing that. Like you still can, but you'd have to do it 4 times over. Or 5 times over, 6 times over. Which encourages trading because you're probably not going to do that many times over. You hope you can only trade untuned? Oh no, I wouldn't mind them trading tuned. Oh no, I'm personally fine with untuned also being, tuned also being traded. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be. Because you're going to need it as crafting material for making 4 stars. But no, I'm perfectly fine with tuned also being traded. Untuned is obviously more valuable because you can tune it to whatever you want. But I'm perfectly fine with tuned also being tradable. And I personally feel like it should be. Because otherwise anything you ever tune is basically just pointless then. Like I could never sell this sword then, for example. Is it your first gold piece? Nice. Honestly, it feels huge once you finally get your first one. It's really nice. Oh, it's a little Genki. Gosh, I'm so far behind in chat right now. How am I like focusing completely on chat and I'm still like a mile behind? Wait, let me go catch up. Wait. Let's see. Hello, Genki. Hello, Defiant. Hello, Vector. Hello, Joshua. The helmet. Yeah, the helmet is iconic. The armor is meh. Yeah, I kind of feel that way about Armadillo. Especially back when summoning came out, because I believe it was actually somewhat good for summoning. Because you were able to like imbue your little scroll thingies into it or something. I don't remember. It was a long while back. But I know you were able to do something with summoning with the Armadillo helmet. Do you think that if you're a higher combat, you should be doing more damage? As in, oh no. I'm kind of okay with how they have the system right now. Like I said earlier, it seems like it's trying to encourage trading. Where instead of getting stronger necessarily just from leveling, which you still do, but you have to kind of like trade up for your gear. So it basically encourages a constant system of trading. The 2 reasons why the system probably feels really clunky right now is 1, trading doesn't exist, but the game was balanced around relaunching with trading. And the other one is special attack weapons don't exist. And the game is also balanced around special attack weapons. So the game is currently balanced around 2 mechanics, core mechanics that currently do not exist, that will exist in the near future, but currently do not exist right now. Because they were originally planning on trading existing day 1, but then it didn't. But the whole game is obviously balanced around it and developed around it. And they were also planning on doing special attacks, obviously. Like, they're literally right there in the interface. But they also don't exist until Chapter 5. So that's like 2 core features that are fundamental to the game that at this exact second in time currently do not do anything. So a lot of the game is balanced around them, but they aren't there, which is probably one of the weirdest things with the balance in the game right now. And one thing that feels really clunky, but will be fixed hopefully in the next few months, is once those 2 features roll around, we'll be able to see kind of like the full vision, essentially. At least as far as like the early access vision. Well, I guess technically by then it'll be 1.0. But like both those features, the whole game was developed around, but they don't exist at the moment. So it's a little bit clunky in that regard. But you know, just wait a couple months, it'll be good to go. Obviously, it's still in development. But honestly, I'd rather him take his time, make sure it's right. Especially trading, you don't want a duplication glitch or something like that. So it's better that he takes his time, make sure there's nothing wrong with it, all that, and then pushes it out. Because the worst thing would have happened if there was like, you know, duplication glitch day 1 in the game or something. So it's good that he's taking the extra time to make sure, you know, it's stable. Do you camp the level 18 raid then until 51? Yes, you can do that. I actually did the 8s because they're more AFK. But if you're not going like super AFK, then yes, the 18s are the best way to go. They're pretty chill. Let's see. Top 100? Wait, top 100 for what? Let's see. What rank do you think I am? I think I might be low top 100. I'm not sure. I definitely seen dozens of people higher than me. But we might be top 100. It's hard to tell until leaderboards come out. I'm not sure if I would ever try for top 25. But maybe down the line. We'll see. It depends how far top 25 is away. If it's like an entire day's grind, like at the moment, I guess it could be a little hard. You know, some people will slow down eventually, but we're going for the super long term. You just hit 659 total? Nice. Huge congrats. Did I see the Guild War news? No. Or Gems of War news? What was it? Are they actually releasing it? That's kind of cool. Or doing an update for that soon? Because I know they were planning on doing an update either this month or next month. Or potentially both. But I need to check it out later. You're an icon of life play balance. Thank you. You got it randomly on a mahogany tree. Nice. The beaver pet. Huge congrats. Do you get double knowledge XP since you're farming both detective and combat? No. We're actually not getting any knowledge for detective. Notice we just get a detective drop right here. Notice my knowledge points still go up. Like just my XP. And my knowledge just stayed at 17. You only get knowledge points during this while doing the raid. You're getting 2 different EXPs. Technically 3 if you count your knowledge points. But the XP drop of detective does not give you any knowledge. It's only the 5 kills that you do within the raid that end up ultimately giving you your knowledge. But yeah, the detective XP drop does not, unfortunately. But it's still giving you a lot of knowledge. It's like the second highest knowledge rate, I believe, in the entire game, as well as the highest per click in the entire game. I believe merchant's the absolute highest, but this is the highest per click, what we're doing right now. If you do it properly, it's only 3 clicks per like 15,000 if you're doing it at a range that's like fair. Eventually you will get a penalty. Like right now, I think we're at like 15-20% penalty. I can show in the next person once we get around to it. Let's see. You saw some YouTube short with Surian? Oh gosh, I need to go check it later. Are they already planning an update next week already? It's kind of crazy if so. But it makes sense. It's the 10-year anniversary of the game. Let's see. For Gems of War. Let's see. I think it's all well a lot better when we can craft our own armor. Honestly, I much prefer that. I much prefer crafting our own sets of equipment and everything else over having to get it from boss drops. Like, there's a place for bossing, obviously. And there should definitely be uniques from bossing that are useful. And things like that. But I really like that Brighter Shores right now, especially once Armor Maker comes out. Is basically you make your own gear and then you use your own gear. I really like that aspect. Like, as soon as I hit level 75 combat, a rapier that we handcrafted, we're just going to go switch over to. Like, we're using a handcrafted rapier right now, a 4-star one. But we're going to switch to a 3-star 75 as soon as we hit 75 that I already made last night in anticipation for this. So, yeah, we're already going to be good to go. Like, and I really like that you use your own equipment like that. And once we can make our own armor, too, this could be so nice. Because then we'll be able to make everything except our amulet slot at that point. And our cape, I guess, technically. But, you know what I mean. Like, we'll be able to make nearly everything. 6 armor pieces, 3 weapons, and our potions. Which will eventually be 3 as well, probably. Once they add the utility slot, hopefully. Fingers crossed, we really need that. Given how many people have been asking for, I'm pretty sure he's going to add it. It's more so a matter of coding it properly, which could take a while. Because there's so many potions that could technically go there if they add a utility potion slot. Because there's fear potions, there's XP potions. It's not like the other two where it's really straightforward. Where this one is only heal, this one is only power. If they add a utility slot, it's going to be a bit more complicated. Because you can put XP potions there, you can put fear potions there. Probably some other utility potion I'm forgetting about. Maybe like a boost potion if you want to put it there or something. Could be a little bit more convoluted to code compared to the other two. But I'll probably do it at some point. Let me start catching up on chat. I still haven't caught up yet. I'm literally only reading chat and I still haven't caught up. I'm so bad at reading quickly. You see combat as yet another skill, like gathering. Yeah, pretty much. I feel like people who are viewing combat in this game as like PVM, bossing, stuff like that are not going to like the current state of Brighter Shores. But if you just view combat as like mining or woodcutting or something similar, like a gathering skill, like it's not that bad in the current state of the game. Like, you know, there's definitely going to be improvements. This is still really early in development. We're going to be adding special attacks, other things. Aside from walk-unders and some kiting, there isn't too much you can really do in that regard for combat. But yeah, it's very combat light if you're looking for, like, intense PVM or something like that. These are basically just resource nodes that just happen to hit you back while you hit them back. But these are basically just a tree or a rock or any other resource node that you would normally gather from. Except these don't even give you drops. But that's because they give you a ton of XP instead. Hello, Andre! Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Those people over level 200 combats have greens and blues usually. Yeah, it's really hard to get 4 and 5 star, or sorry, 3 and 4 star, after level 200, I've heard. It's like really, really, really rare. Creates a, though, that's one thing that's going to be interesting. Down the line, base 200 is going to be like the thing. Like getting base 200 gear is going to be basically everyone's best in stock gear. You're not going to have above base 200s unless you get lucky or you have a lot of currency to spend on someone who's going heavy on crafting. But yeah, base 200 is basically going to be like the armor in this game, like 4-star 200s. Because getting higher than 4-star 200s is absurdly, absurdly hard with how the game is currently balanced. So we'll have to see exactly how that pans out in the future. Especially for PvP and stuff. You're never going to be using anything above like a 200 3-star. And for combat, you won't be using anything better than like a 200 4-star. That will possibly change, and of course, if you win the lottery of like a drop, obviously you'll, you know, have that item. But most people will be stopping around like that 200-ish area due to how the curve goes crazy after 200. Not just for XP, but also for gear. It's really hard to get beyond that point. You hope you can only trade... Oh, I already read that earlier. We need more gear storage. Yes, we definitely need more gear storage. Just not enough. I feel like every single category can be doubled. I also mentioned like a dump box where you can't take anything out, but if you click the sell all button, it'll auto sell all. So you don't have to get 2 inventories every time. There's one thing that's really clunky about selling all your junk is you sometimes have to go 2-3 trips in order to go and sell everything. Because you got to get things from your chapter storage, you got to get things from your untuned storage, everything else. You already have some in your inventory probably. And you normally have to make at least 2 trips in order to go sell all your junk. But if there's just a dump box where you could put the, you know, unneeded gear, but you still want to sell it, and then when you click sell all, it automatically sells from your dump box as well as your inventory, that'd be really nice. So you don't have to do that 2 times over. It would also make it so you don't have to pull out, like, you know, the 20 items that you might have sitting in there or something. Makes it a lot quicker. You got your first gold piece? Nice, huge congrats. I can't hold on to mine. Anytime I get a gold piece, I immediately spend it. I'm at 380 silver right now. My alt accounts that are AFK just doing the combat thing have more money than this account right now. Let's see. You said the other day Andrew is good at making minigames. You're right. You're excited. Yeah, he's really good at making minigames. And he's had a lot of history with doing it. It's just a lot of his minigame ventures, you know, outside of like putting them into like RuneScape and everything, just haven't really gotten that popular. Like Fun Orb was probably the most popular like minigame like thing he ever did, you know, as far as like actual games. But he's done a lot of like small game projects in the past. They just never really got the notoriety of something like, you know, RuneScape or Brighter Shores ever did. It's only his MMOs. But, you know, his MMOs have also had a lot of good minigames. Or I should say RuneScape specifically, because obviously there's currently none in Brighter Shores at the moment. But, you know, they are going to be added down the line. It's more so a matter of when than if. And I'm really curious to see what the first few will look like, what their reward system is like, what their XP system is like, if you can even get XP from them. Stuff like that. Let's see. If they could change one thing to make the game better, what would it be? Add minigames. I want my minigames. I feel like I mentioned that every single time anyone asks. But I really want to see minigames in this game. See what Andrew Gower cooks up for that. But as far as current state of the game, I would say, I'm not counting like adding trading and specs and all that, which is obviously coming. But, I don't know, what would it be? If it wasn't minigames or that, probably bosses, repeatable bosses. As much as I don't want the entire game to be like just farm bosses, I still want the gear making things to still be intact. I do want to see like some kind of boss to strive for in every region. That like scales like every 100 levels or something. So you can fight like a level 51 or 101 or 200 or 300 or 400 or 500. And it drops different tiered stuff based on, you know, what level it is. With like a unique that keeps scaling up. Like basically you would have 1 or 2 uniques. But that unique would have 6 different tiers based on what level you fight. So, you know, fighting the level 50 would have a tier 1 of that thing. Fighting the level 100 would have a tier 2 of that thing. So on and so forth, all the way up to like a 5 or 6 tier, depending on how they want to scale it. But I really want to see something like that. Like something that doesn't replace the whole crafting system. But, you know, it could be like an amulet, it could be a ring slot, could be maybe just one singular slot. I'm not talking like a whole set of armor or anything, just one singular slot. Where it's like, oh, you can kind of have this as your, like your thing. But, I don't know. Just have to kind of wait and see. And once they add spec weapons, I guess technically weapons could end up working for that. Like one singular weapon that like keeps scaling and scaling and scaling. Because all these other weapons would still eventually be viable for the specs as long as the specs are balanced correctly. As long as you don't replace like your main hand or like specs in overall. But adding spec weapons to bosses that keep scaling upwards could also be good. Because it wouldn't make it so your other weapons are bad. But it would just add like another alternative. Like a weapon that's like really, really slow but not worth using as your primary combat. But having like a really good spec on it so that you would still use the boss spec weapon. Like something like that I feel like is a kind of fine reward system. I just don't want to see bosses completely replace the crafting system in this game. As long as they don't do that, I'm really feel like we need some bosses to ride in each region. Just one for now. But every single region needs one boss to strive for to do combat in. Hopeport having its own boss, Hope Forest having its own boss, Mines of Matubin having its own boss, and Chronopolis having its own boss. They all need one. When he's going to do that, who knows? He's definitely going to probably at some point. Because right now, there's no like end goal to combat necessarily. Like you keep fighting like the same thing, slightly stronger, getting better gear. but there's no like particular like target goal, like, hey, this is why I'm getting combat up. Because right now, the reason I'm getting combat up, there actually is a reason in Zone 4. Actually, the whole reason I got these 2 combats up, and technically these, you know why I have Hope Port at level 26? It's to do a quest. You know why we have Hope Forest at 29? It's to do a quest. You know why we have Mines of Mutubin? To do words function, please. You know why we have this one? Chapter 3. Do you know why we have Chapter 3 at 59 Mine Fighter? You guessed it. It was for a quest. And you know why we're doing it for Chronopolis? That's right. It's to do raids, not a quest. It's for raids. But, you know, there's a reason why we have the combat up. Like, there's an end goal for all of these. And if I get Hope Port higher, it's because I'm doing it for the 5-star quest. If I get Hope Forest higher, it's because I'm doing it for the 5-star quest. I have no reason to do it for Chapter 3 because we did the final thing that needs combat. And that's the problem right now. Like, what is my motivation right now to get higher than level 59 Minefighter? Because to me, personally, other than for total level, the answer is nothing. There is no reason for me, at this current moment in time, to get higher than 59 Minefighter. Because I have achieved every goal that you can do in the chapter that requires a combat level in the current state of the game. But if there was a boss there, then, you know, we'd have a reason. Like, if there was a boss there that had some kind of unique drop that didn't replace the whole crafting system, but, you know, was, like, really good for one specific slot, and it's like, okay, well, I should probably go get that then. But let's say the boss is, like, level 100 to fight at its weakest variant. And I'll be like, oh, well, I need to go strive to go get 100 combat in Minefighter then, so I can actually go and get the tier 1 of whatever that tool is, or whatever that weapon is, or whatever that anything is. So stuff like that I would love to see. Because right now, at this current moment in time, I have reached every possible combat goal that is realistic to bother doing in Chapter 3. I have zero reason to get it higher than the level it is right now. Whereas, I still have reasons in the other areas. I need like 50-something combat or so to go to the 5-star quest here, 50-something combat to do the 5-star quest here. And Chronopolis will always gain a benefit because unless you have level 500 Detective, you will always get better Detective XP from having better combat. So this one can technically go all the way to 500 right now. But the other regions, or particularly Chapter 3, I'm just done. And once I finish those 2 quests, I'm also done. Like, there's no boss to strive for, there's no, like, unique drop to strive for. But yeah, I would like to see that. So to answer the person's question from like a mile ago, if there was any one feature I want to see that isn't already like super planned right now on like the roadmap, it's that. Something to strive for combat in each region. Ideally just one single boss that has like a 5-tier drop system at like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 combat or something similar. And just like 5 different tiers based on what one you fight for. Obviously going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what I mean. Something like that. It doesn't have to be scaled exactly to those numbers, but you know. The gist of something like that. Sounds like I love combat? No. I don't know. Combat's okay. I generally don't play most games for the combat system, generally speaking. Which is why I don't really care in one way or another what direction they go for combat in this game. Like, obviously, yes, combat being better is better than combat not being better. But honestly, if combat... Let's say combat was horrible in this game. And some people's opinion might already be that. But let's say it is. I wouldn't care. Like, that wouldn't stop me from playing this game. But let's say, hypothetically, this is bad combat. It would not stop me from playing the game. Because that's, like, very low priority for me. Like, yes, I do engage in combat and PvP and anything else that this game will ever add. As well as in other games. But, like, it's not a priority for me. Like, if PvP is bad in this game, it's not like I'm going to stop playing the game. Like, if they end up releasing PvP and it's like, wait, this is pointless to bother doing, I'm not going to do it. Or, you know, we still will for, like, the first few weeks, you know, give it a shot and everything. But if we come to the conclusion, like, okay, I don't want to do this, then, you know, I'm not going to quit the game over PvP being bad. And that's the same way with the combat system. Like, if it turns out in a couple months from now, the combat system is, like, the most horrific thing ever that I've seen in any game, that's not going to stop me from playing. It just means we're going to do slightly less combat. Like, it's not the thing that would be, like, the deal breaker for me. Like, some people, you know, if the combat's not good in the game, they're just done. They're just never going to do it again. Which is understandable, if that's, like, your main priority for the game. But, yeah, it's not for me. Like, it's understandable for people that it is. But, I don't really care one way or another. Like, obviously, I'd prefer it to be good. I'm curious to see what it'll be like when special attacks and everything else comes out. How he'll handle PvP, all that kind of stuff. How he handles bosses when the first set of bosses come out. But, you know, if they're all bad, that's not going to be a deal breaker. Every single one of the things I just mentioned could be bad, and I'd still be playing. I prefer them to be good, obviously. And I have high confidence that he will make them good. But, yeah, even if they're not, it's not a deal breaker for me personally. What if the bosses drop unique material? That would actually be kind of cool. If there were boss exclusive crafting materials. Now that's actually a cool angle. I never thought about that. They actually did that to Old School RuneScape recently. They added a big dragon bird boss called the Huiquatl. Really hard to say. Most people just call it Huey. But the Huiquatl drops a special Huey hide, which is used for, if you ever played RuneScape back in the day, there's black dragon hide, and then they eventually added the god dragon hides, like those blessed ones, like, you know, for Zamorak, Saradoom, and stuff like that. Basically, it's blessed dragon hide, but slightly better, is essentially what it is. Like, slightly higher prayer bonus and slightly better mage defense. But, yeah, it's basically just those, but better. So slightly better black dragon hide, slightly better blessed dragon hide. It's basically the tier up from that, essentially. But it's a crafting material from a boss. It's a crafting material you can only get from killing a boss. And it's a group activity boss, too. You can fight it with 20 other people. Or duo it, or trio it, or 5 times it. Whatever you want to do. No, it's normally best in groups of 3. But you can, like, 20 mass if you want. And I did quite a few as well. But yeah, I already finished the whole set. You need, like, 8 hides in order to finish the whole set. And then you just use your crafting skill in that game. Which the closest equivalent to that is, like, Leathermaker. So it's basically like if a boss in this game dropped a Leathermaker supply that is only from a boss. And then you use that in Chapter 5 to make, like, a decent piece of armor. That's basically what the Huiquatl was in Old School RuneScape when they added it. It was a boss that dropped a skilling resource that then you used for armor. In the case of the other game, range armor. So in the case of this game, you know, whatever armor is for your class, since they're class specific. And that's just going to be overlapping class armor at some point in this game. Because currently there's not. But eventually there might be bosses that drop, like, class neutral armors, potentially. You never know. Like, you know, something that all classes can use. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But that's an interesting concept, having a boss that drops a skilling resource. Because I didn't really think of the Huiquatl like that until you just mentioned that. But yeah, the Old School RuneScape literally just did it like a couple months ago. Back in September. Like 2 months ago. And I already finished the whole grind. Actually, I didn't get the Dragon Hunter wand yet, but I got every other drop and every combat achievement. So I'm kind of done with that boss for now. I also got the pet. Which has a it's really cute. Anyways, what if bosses drop... Oh, I already read that. Let's see. You can easily do Hope Far's 5-star quest with 29 combat, by the way. You can completely safe spot it. Didn't he patch it? I could have sworn one of the patch notes said he patched it. Attack him until you are low HP. Move to safety until you are full. Repeat. Didn't they fix the cheese method? I could have sworn one of the patch notes said that. I could be wrong. Also, hello, Chilled Brew. Welcome. Even if bosses just dropped high-level purple to be used in crafting 4 stars, yeah, that could be good too. These 3 stars are kind of annoying to get, especially for other classes at the moment. So if there was a boss that, like, equally dropped every single class's 3-star, that'd be kind of interesting. There's one thing that's a little bit annoying right now is since I am a Cryo Knight, for example, it is really exceedingly hard for me to get the drops for the other 2 classes. But if there was a boss that was, like, neutral at dropping all 3, that'd be kind of cool because it would make it easier to get crafting material. You'd get less of the thing you really need, but it would make it easier to craft 4-star gear. Which could be another angle that they could go down. Did you do crime dens with a penalty bonus? Yes, even right now I am. I keep forgetting to show it. I'll try to do it on the next kill. I think we're on like minus 20% right now. But even at minus 20%, it is still worth doing over investigations. Just because the total amount of XP and knowledge and everything that we're getting. This is still better over investigations. Let's see. But you can still be doing the other detective activity. Investigations is really good if you just want to get detective up very quickly. But yeah, right now I'm on 17% penalty. So I'm getting 17% less combat and about 17% less, probably 15% less detective. It's hard to tell in detective because it doesn't tell you directly. But you can kind of assume whatever your combat penalty is probably also around where your detective penalty is. So I'm getting roughly 17, well, I'm getting exactly 17% less combat. I'm getting about 15% less detective XP. But it is still worth it even at that. And that also means we're getting about 17% less knowledge. But even with all those factors, it is still worth doing. That could be minus 30%, it is still worth it. Let's see. Yeah, I do eventually want to do all the 5-star quests. It's not super high priority at the moment. Obviously, we kind of tunneled visions on doing the one for the previous chapter. In essence, we're kind of going to be doing some of it today. Because in unlocking 83 Detective and getting 55 Merchant today, which will unlock every shortcut, which is our main goal today. Oh yeah, by the way, the main goal we're trying to do, I'm pretty sure you guys saw in the title. But the reason why we're doing this right now, and just kind of chatting with chat, so if you guys have any questions or anything you want to talk about, let me know in chat. But the main reason we're doing this right now is we're trying to get 83 detective and 55 merchant to unlock every shortcut in this city. This will unlock all the ones we already have. This one is locked behind 55 merchant and starting the 5-star quest for this region. And this one is locked behind 83 detective, which is what our guy is currently trying to stab his way to. Let's see. New stack after 999. Yeah, that's kind of annoying right now. Because when you get 999, they just you stop getting the resource. Oh, wait, never mind. No, you don't. Never mind. People were mentioning that earlier. It keeps going. Never mind. I keep forgetting. I had a resource that stopped at 999 earlier, and now I kept thinking the cap is what, 999? Here's a great idea. Agility skill. Well, detective already is the agility skill. You unlock 5 to 6 shortcuts in the city based on what your detective level is. You get one at 4, 8, 18, 51, and 83. And obviously we're working towards the 83 one right now. So how many is that? 5? 4, 8, 18, 51. Yeah, 5. That's 5 of them. So there are 5 agility shortcuts, aka detective shortcuts, they end up unlocking, with the 6th one locked behind merchant. So there's 6 total shortcuts. 1 locked behind 55 merchants, and the other 5 locked up to 83 detective. So you get the first one as low as 4 detective. Sailing skill? Oh, I was joking about that earlier. I was joking about this, but I was also 100% serious. I think Andrew Gower in Chapter 6 is going to try to release sailing, a sailing skill, before Old School RuneScape. Because right now it's kind of in development hell in Old School RuneScape. It's probably not coming until like 2026 at the earliest. And there's a good chance if Andrew Gower gets Chapter 6 out sometime like later next year or this summer or whenever he does it, I really want him in Chapter 6 to add a sailing skill. Just to completely troll Old School RuneScape. Like, obviously, it'll probably be less in depth than whatever on Earth Old School RuneScape does. Obviously, Old School RuneScape has a way bigger dev team. They've been working on it for like, what, 4 or 5 years now? Or 3 to 4 years? But I am willing to make a bet, if he commits to doing it for Chapter 6, that he will get sailing out before Old School RuneScape. Which would be just the hugest troll to Old School ever. To the dev team over there and everything else. That basically a small crew, less than a dozen people, with one main primary person developing the game, will be able to go do it quicker than like 50 plus company with multiple employees over the course of like 4 to 5 years. It'd be very funny. Like, obviously, Old School RuneScape sailing once released is going to be better than what Brighter Shores most likely. But I want to see it. I want to see it so badly, especially since the game is called Brighter Shores. It just feels like you're going to add a sailing skill at some point. We even have boats and everything already at a bunch of ports. Like, it's only a few steps away from him adding a sailing skill. I want it so badly. I want to see what he does with it. I'm really curious. Also to see how different it is from whatever Old School ends up doing with it. And even if it's worse than whatever Old School does, it's still going to be unique. Like, obviously what he's going to do with it is going to be completely different than whatever on Earth Old School is going to do with it after multiple years of development. But I just feel like it would be so funny. And the biggest troll he could ever do. Not necessarily a middle finger to the company, but you know. Just a kind of, hey, I developed this before you did kind of thing. I really hope he does. It would be so hilarious. As far as a sailing skill, I don't know. I feel like it'd be average fun. There's definitely a lot you could do with it. It's one of those things like Merchant and Detective where it's like so unique where it's like, ooh, what are you going to do with it? It's either going to be really good or really bad. Detective, I feel like was pretty decent. But I do feel like it was slightly worse than my expectations for it. Because I just had really high expectations for it. And it was still good. But I feel like my expectations were slightly too high. Whereas the inverse basically happened with Merchant. My expectations for Merchant was like, yeah, it'll be kind of average, maybe slightly above average. And then it turns out it's actually the best skill in the entire game. So there was that. Like, that way exceeded my expectations. Whereas Detective was, like, slightly under my expectations. But honestly, this activity right here, how AFK it is, makes up for it. Because I wasn't expecting the best AFK multi-skilling to be just chill in a room, stab a bunch of things 5 times, and go to the next one. I love this. Multi-skilling, and it's AFK, and it's nearly efficient. Because how much knowledge points and just total XP you get. Sign me up. Where do you retrieve the Horn of Hopeport? Oh gosh, you have to get it from some house thingy. I'm a really bad person to ask for quest advice. Because honestly, I completely forget. I know what you're talking about, but I completely forget the directions. One thing that you might want to reference, if there's not like a full quest guide out there by someone yet, go check the Brighter Shores wiki, because I believe at this point they have actually added like all of the quest thingies now. Like if you go open up a web browser and go to Brighter Shores wiki, and we go over to here and you type in like the word quest, it has like the whole breakdown now, I believe, for every quest, not just for the side quest but for the main storyline. Like let's say for chapter 2, for example, we have the hide and seek part, and it tells you like every direction you have to do as far as the walkthrough. And then you click on the next part and be like, okay, I have no clue what to do at this one step. Well, it tells you. And then you go to the next one. It's like, I don't know what to do at this one step. Well, it tells you every single step. And you then check it off. Oh, I guess that checks off all of them. You can check off each individual one as you go. And yeah, I think it has that for every quest now. Or at least for the main storyline. So if you want to reference it, yeah, just go to Brighter Shores wiki. And just go to quests. And it has all that there. So if you don't want to follow a video guide or just stuck at like one little thing, it's probably there. It's probably on the wiki at this point. So it's worth checking out if you still need help trying to get through or want to get through them a little quicker. It's a really good resource now, I believe. Obviously, I didn't have it when I did all mine. But if you're getting stuck somewhere, that's probably your best bet. Check to see if the wiki just outright tells you what step you're on, and then start following from where you're at, because that could save you a lot of time. Yeah, worth checking out if you guys haven't already. The wiki's getting there. It's still early in development, but it's getting there slowly, one day at a time. A lot of dedicated people contributing to it. Hello, D-Knights Dimension. Hello, Chris. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful start of your weekend. So what happened with Gower and Jagex? Basically, what ended up happening. So the bridge of what ended up happening is Andrew Gower was getting overwhelmed a bit with being part of this like huge mega company that he basically developed. And he was getting stressed out from the amount of responsibility he was starting to get. So what he ended up doing is starting to sell his stake in the company of Jagex that he created. In doing so, he increasingly got less power within the company, and the game started to move in a direction he didn't really care about as much, like microtransactions, evolution of combat, stuff like that. So he basically, he did this around like 2011, going into like 2012 or so. So he basically, in selling his responsibility in the company and everything else, he also basically sold off all of his power in the company, and eventually just kind of phased out and disappeared. And that's basically what ended up happening, is in order to not be as stressed out and everything like that, he sold basically a stake in the company for about 80 million or so, in his currency, whatever that was, pounds or wherever he lives, I can't remember. And, like, obviously he made a killing on that profit-wise, you know, how much money he made. But, he also basically lost all power in the company. And by that point, he kind of just moved on and did his own thing. But then after that, he's kind of like, I want to do it again. So he started working on his own game engine again. Like, he has multiple times in the past. And that's what Defend Research, or Defend, well, you know, what the game engine is working on, is a game engine he made himself that he started about a decade ago. He started working on this game about 8 years ago. And here we are now with the game launched in beta. But that's kind of what ended up happening. Yeah, 75 million pounds, yeah. I knew it was around 80 million. But if he invested it well, he's probably worth over 100 million right now. Because that was like, that's 75 million, but 75 million like 15 years ago. Or like 10 years ago, 13 years ago. So 75 million 13 years ago is a lot different than 75 million now. Plus that's 11 years of investment, as well as whatever else he did with it during that time. So he's probably worth easily over 100 mil as long as he didn't spend it. Or, you know, as long as he didn't burn it all. But yeah, that's basically the rundown on it. So Brighter Shores is basically his passion project. He wants to relive what early RuneScape was like when he used to own an MMO. So he kind of wanted to run it back with his own new MMO. Originally, he was going to do other games, but enough people convinced him to do an MMO, so he went down the MMO route. He was originally going to make like non-MMOs, but so many people convinced him to go down the MMO route that obviously he did it again. And that's where we are now with Brighter Shores. A great explanation, thank you. Yeah, it's basically the quick rundown on it. It's also one of the reasons he doesn't care as much about profit. Like, obviously, he needs the servers to stay up and keep paying for all the people who's helping develop the game with him. But, and, you know, everything like that. But, he doesn't really care making, like, a super profit. Like, he's already loaded. He has all the money he's ever going to need, essentially. So, he's basically doing this as a passion project, which is one of the things that I really like about this game. Like, almost every MMO ever made is obviously generally made with a profit margin. Like, yes, they want to make a good game and stuff like that. But, normally, you know, the bottom line is some companies doing it because they want money. But, well, this game still wants to make money, obviously. It's probably less so than, like, almost any other MMO in the market as far as how much it needs to make. It's one of the reasons why he actually banned multi-boxing. Because generally MMOs don't ban it because they make more money if they don't ban it. Because one person might be paying for 4 memberships or 6 memberships or something similar. But he ended up banning it out of principle. Not because he wanted to make a little bit more money. Because he doesn't need to be making a little bit more money. So out of principle, he ended up banning it. Unlike many other MMOs. Will classes at Brighter Shores play a bigger role in the future? Yes. The biggest difference you'll probably see is the second spec weapons come into the game. Every single class is going to have a completely different set of spec weapons. How well they're going to be balanced to each other is still to be determined. But every single class will have a different set. Like this weapon right here, this rapier, will have a special attack. This little dart thingy or spear will have a special attack. And whatever these 2 special attacks are completely different than what Hammer Mage is going to have. It's going to be completely different than what Guardian is going to have. But currently it's not coming into the game until Chapter 5. So right now, a lot of classes do feel really samey. Aside from like their armor and weapons and everything, like visually. And the fact that we have slightly better cryo damage. But beyond that, it won't really be particularly seeable until special attacks, I feel like. Because how many unique weapons are there per class? I don't remember. I think it's like 10, maybe more. Let me go check real quick. How many unique weapons are there? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 unique weapons per class. Which means there's going to be 12 special attacks unique to each class. How different from each other they're going to be is still to be determined. But yeah, there are 12 special attacks that are going to be completely different between every class. Or some amount different. What exactly they're going to be is still to be determined. But that's probably going to be the biggest difference in like the near future. Long term, there could be a lot of other differences. But in the super short term, when Chapter 5 and special attack weapons come out, those 12 weapon special attacks, keep in mind, are only usable on 4-star and 5-star weapons. 5-star don't exist. But on 4-star weapons, you will need in order to use special attacks. So do be mindful of that. You will not be able to do it on, like, let's say this 3-star, for example. Like, if special attacks existed right now, I would not have a special attack on my 2-hand in my middle right now. Because it's only a 3-star, not a 4-star. And if you want to make your own 4-star weapons, you need to complete the quest that we completed the other day. The Lost and Found quest, with super high requirements from Chapter 3. It requires 61 Mind Fighter, though that is boostable by 2. 40 Bone Rate, 60 Smithing, though that is boostable by 2 as well. And 48 Stonemason. The reason why Bone Rate and Stonemason isn't boostable is because you need to buy it from the shop. And unless player trading exists by then, you won't be able to get it early. So you need the full level requirement. Is there a special for every weapon? Yes. All 12 weapons will have a unique special. How unique they're going to be between classes, we don't really know. But they're going to have something. We'll just have to kind of wait and see. Yeah, that should be 12 specials per class. And if they had more weapons in the future, obviously those would also have them. But initially, every class will have 12 unique ones. Also, thank you everyone for stopping by the way, today. I hope you all have been having a wonderful weekend. We are currently trying to grind out the 83 Detective and 55 Merchant so we can unlock all the shortcuts in Chapter 4. If you guys enjoy Brighter Shores, we stream every single day lately. We've been going for about 12 hours here on YouTube, so if you ever want to stop by, chat, ask any questions, feel free. That was a particularly good time because we are doing something super chill right now, trying to get 83 Detective. So if you guys want to mention anything in chat, conversation-wise, anything-wise, question-wise, feel free. Speaking of which, I'm a little behind on chat right now. And also, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream if you guys haven't already. Helps out a lot and helps people find the channel. And is greatly, greatly appreciated. And all the support that the Brighter Shores community has been giving to this channel is like so huge. I really appreciate all you guys. I was not expecting it, but it's been such a fun experience. And I'm really curious to see where this game is in a couple months, couple years. And we'll be here the whole time. Anyways, I already answered that. Let's see. Also, hello, Christian. I'm not sure how to exactly say that. But I answered your question, but I didn't say hi. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Hogan. How fast do these raids respawn? Instantly. As quickly as you get to the door. Let's see. And is it a good way of training Watch Person? Yes, it is the best way to training Watch Person. It's really AFK. And while we're getting a little bit of a penalty right now for XP, it's still pretty quick. It's really good for multi-skilling. Because we're basically gaining Detective and Watch Person XP nearly both at max rate. So on top of that, we're also gaining a ton of knowledge points, which of course we've been dumping into smithing, so I can make better weapons. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we finally get an upgrade at 75. Before the stream started, I made a level 75 rapier, which unfortunately is going to replace our 4-star one that we made ourselves yesterday. But the 75 will be stronger by that point. Technically, I think even a 71 or 72 would have been. But I was just waiting until 75. So on our next level, we do get a DPS upgrade, which will make this go a little bit quicker. Not much, but it'll be like a 5-10% damage upgrade. Somewhere around there. Yeah, you can technically boost bone rate as well. You just have to gather the thing. Oh gosh, you need 117 gathering in that other area. Yeah, there's a lot of ways around it, especially once trading exists. You'll be able to boost everything for this quest. Like, everything will be +2 boostable once trading exists. But until then, it doesn't really help at the moment. Let's see. Oh, so hello, Sway. Hello, Stefan. Let's see. Hello, Andre. You wish Brighter Shores was more social. Honestly, I don't mind it not being as social because I'm just a super antisocial person in general. I know these streams might not seem like it, but I promise you, I'm an exceedingly antisocial person. Like, the fact that I can go into these little cubby holes and not need to deal with everyone is so nice. It's actually kind of the thing I actually like about the small room system. We just have a nice little room to ourselves a lot of times. No one around. Just peacefully doing whatever grind we want to do. Like, I don't mind when people come by and come chatting and everything else, but, I don't know. It's not something I'm seeking necessarily. Like, I'll still engage with it, obviously. If you come say hi to me in game, and I'm not running from room to room, and I'm kind of like in a stationary area training combat or something, you know, I'll say hi back and talk and everything like that. But normally, that's not like super AFK. But like if we're doing these raids, like if you try talking to me when I'm doing these raids off stream, I probably won't respond. Not because I'm ignoring you, but because, you know, we're probably like AFK if we're doing this not on stream. But I don't know. I don't really play for the social aspects. Like, they're there. I do engage with them, but I don't know. They could definitely add more. You know, one thing I really like when it comes to like social aspects in MMOs, I really like when there's a group boss where all you have to do is show up and you're auto queued to just go and fight the boss. Like how the skilling bosses work in old school, or how some of the group bosses work in old school, like Mass Nex or Mass Volcano or Mass even Huey Coatl, which came out 2 months ago. Like stuff like that, I absolutely love. Where you can just show up to a world and immediately within like a minute be talking with people, fighting a boss, fighting some kind of skilling thing, you know, something like that. I really enjoy where you can just show up and you're just in a group already doing stuff. I really hate things like raids, where you have to coordinate with people. You might need to do voice chat, which is something I almost never want to do. Like, I hate when you need to like coordinate like a team of 3 to 5 coordinated people who all need to be in voice chat, who you need to actually go and get, and you can't just like auto queue into it. You have to actually make a structured team. I really hate stuff like that. But I really like in MMOs where you can just show up somewheres within like several seconds, already be good to go to start fighting the boss, whatever you're doing. And yeah, you can just talk to people there. Like, I prefer that kind of stuff. I really hate like coordinated team kind of things. It's one of the things that made me never like Albion Online, because it didn't really have the equivalence of it, at least at launch, back when it launched. I'm not sure about the current state of the game. But if you weren't like in voice with like in one of the mega clans, you basically didn't even exist. At least at launch. Not sure how it's like these days, several years later. And even though I really like the skilling in Albion Online, it was the forced like group content that really put me off. And the fact that you basically had to be in one of the mega clans to really function, at least back when the game first launched. Which is pretty much never going to be the case in Brighter Shores. Like, maybe we'll add a little bit of content that's like that. But it's never going to be like the core gameplay loop. Oh, someone's chatting with us. Speaking of someone chatting us. Albion was the sweatiest PvP game you've ever played? Yeah. Honestly, I did have fun with Albion Online. But it kind of burnt me out after a couple weeks. I think I gave it like a couple weeks to a month or something. But yeah, if you're not all in on PvP in like a mega clan, you don't exist in Albion Online. It's definitely a super PvP oriented game. Even though the skilling and stuff is fun in that game, like 80% of that game is like, you have to be like PvP oriented. Like, you have to be playing for the PvP. If you're not playing for the PvP, it's not worth it. And I do engage with PvP. Like, when PvP comes out with Brighter Shores, we will be playing it for like a couple weeks. We'll play it for even longer than that if it's good. Just depends on how good it is. There's a lot we just don't know about it, so we'll just kind of have to wait and see. A lot of just speculation at the moment. But until it's actually out and in the game, we don't really know. Also, hello, Ian. If I didn't already say hi, welcome, welcome. Hello, Reptile. Hello, Alfred. What's my favorite profession so far? Merchant. Not even close. I really love how chilled, like, the activity we're doing right now. Like, with the activity I'm doing specifically right now is my favorite activity in the game. But when it comes to my favorite skill, it's definitely Merchant. It's not even close. Merchant, I am so impressed with what they end up doing with it. It is the only skill where you have to turn your brain on, though. Every other skill is just so chill, turn brain off, like what we're doing right now. But Merchant is like the exact opposite. And I think that's one of the things that really makes it stand out, is that every single skill in this game is like the most casual, just chill, easy to do thing. And then there's Merchant. Which, if any of you haven't tried Merchant yet, I advise giving it a shot. But gosh, is it different than everything else by a mile. It almost like it doesn't even belong in this game, but it does. It's just so far different. But in a good way. But the contrast of what Merchant is compared to every other skill is so funny. And I think the contrast is what really stands out in making it a good skill. Just because of how different it is. It really impressed me what they end up doing with it. I was expecting it to just be like a walking simulator, which kind of looks like at first. But the kind of synergies, the kind of thinking you have to do, the kind of like on-the-feet planning you have to do for it, is just so good. And it drip feeds content, I feel like, at the perfect rate of any skill in the entire game. Like, there was a really weird, like, if we wanted to do raids, there was like a really weird gap between 18 and 51 that felt really bad for Detective. And like Stonemason, there was a weird gap between 38 and 48 for, or sorry, 38 and 46, I believe it was, as far as like getting better XP rates and stuff like that. But something about Merchant, just so well skilled. Gameplay is great. Only problem is you have to really think the entire time to do it properly, which is a bit change of pace compared to every other skill. Where right now I can just walk in this tile and our guy will max efficiency kill all of them. Without just doing anything, pretty much. Let's see. Hello, Andre. You prefer group-based MMOs like EverQuest and Final Fantasy? I've had someone play EverQuest, or some friends. Oddly enough, I don't know anyone who has played, like IRL at least. I don't know anyone who's played Final Fantasy. How good is the Final Fantasy MMO? I know it exists. I've never actually tried it, though. Like, at least in the case of World of Warcraft, I tried it when I was a kid. Like, way back when. Like, you know, like, launch year, basically. But, and I've never tried Final Fantasy ever. I think it's, like, the only, like, ultra-big MMO right now. I guess, technically, New World. Isn't New World almost dead? Actually, I say that. Does it have more player base than Brighter Shores right now? I say those words as, like, has bigger player base than Brighter Shores. And I don't consider Brighter Shores dead. But what is New World at right now? Let me go check. New World. Where is it? I typed in New World and I see a bunch of names with the name New World, but I don't see the New World MMO. Is it not on Steam anymore? Was it ever on Steam? I don't know. I thought it was on Steam for some reason. New World. Perfect New World. Toho New World. That's kind of funny, the Toho series. Toho is basically a bullet hell. It has really good music. Apparently one of the Toho games was called New World. Wait, is New World not on Steam? I always thought it was. Let's go check his player numbers. Anyways. Oh yeah, I would love to see more group skilling events and stuff in this game. I was mentioning it earlier. I feel like the best group skilling boss Old School has ever added was Zolkino. And my character, whenever I show it on Old School RuneScape, it's wearing the Crystal Axe from it as well. Well, more so the Crystal Tool Seed. But I feel like Zolkino was the best piece of skilling group content they ever made. It's perfectly fine doing it in masses. You can do it in duos, you can do it in trios, you can do it in fives. Like, you do it with pretty much any number, and it still scales pretty well. But everyone kind of just independently does their own thing. But everyone doing their own thing good together makes it quicker. So you messing up doesn't really hurt your performance. But if you can get like a good group together, it'll go even quicker. So I kind of like that. Where you can still do it with casuals or people who have no clue what they're doing. And they won't really like hurt your performance that badly. Like, it's not like raids. Like, let's say you try doing Theater of Blood in Old School RuneScape. Like, if you bring a learner with you, you know how much they will absolutely cripple your run? But you do that to like something like Zolkino and you won't even notice that there's a new player. You might have to wait a little while for them to go respawn because they're probably going to die and then come back. But like, they're not going to hinder really that much, if at all, like how efficiently you can kill the boss. Whereas if you try doing that with a raid, you're just crippling how quickly you can do the raid and everything. But I really like Zolkino because you can bring on brand new players that have no clue what they're doing, teach them how to play, and it doesn't hinder your performance at all. Unlike if you do the same with raids or other pieces of content out there. Where if you try doing that with like Trio next and one of your guys die, you know, you're doing duo next, which is one of the harder things in the entire game. So, you know, difficulty just ramped up like crazy if one of the learners end up dying. But you don't really have that with Zolkino and a few other pieces of content like that. And I really wish they would scale it like that. I personally find it to be some of the best content in the game. But yeah, I would love to see that in Brighter Shores. Do you think they'll add fishing, cooking, etc. to other zones? No. I think they're always going to keep all skills locked to a certain zone. They might have things that go cross-zone, like skilling activities, if they do like a skilling boss or skilling just group thing in general. Like something like in between two areas. Like something that uses wood cutting into cooking into like all that, where you like cook on a fire. Bring back fire making in a sense. But make it for the cooking thing. You know, it's like activities like that that use like multiple different skills combined in like 2 adjacent regions or something. But I don't think they're ever going to make it. So there's going to be like trees in like zone 6 or something. Like that's basically never going to happen. But I do believe they're going to incorporate mini games and other similar things, or even potentially bosses that pull from 2, 3, 4, you know, multiple different skills from multiple different regions. But it's probably not something that's happening anytime soon. You can kind of see every single region as like it's locked with its own like skills kind of thing. And it's just in its own little isolation, but still like affects everything else. And if they ever add skilling things that are like that, that'd be interesting. Not sure exactly how they'll handle it. But no, I'm perfectly fine if they never do that. Like, I don't care if there's never mining in a future chapter other than 3. If there's never fishing in a future chapter, if there's never wood cutting in a future chapter. I don't think it's necessary. As long as you keep expanding these regions with quests and other things, it's gonna be fine. Like, one thing I haven't done yet is Hope Forest. I believe you get about 5 more rooms if you do the 5-star quests. And having just small things like that, you know, like slightly expand the area. Like, even the 3-star quest in Mines of Mutbin, that unlocks, like, what, 4 or 5 different rooms? Actually, I'll go count it right now. We actually did it, so I can show it. You don't actually have to complete the quest, but starting the quest ends up doing it. But they can just keep adding stuff like this. Like, for example, let me get to the map. Where is it? Like, doing that 3-star quest unlocks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A 3-star quest unlocked 11 extra rooms to the Mines of Mutbin, whatever you want to call that. But it added 11 rooms. Obviously, a few of those were only really used for quests, other than this one AFK activity there, I guess, technically. But still 11 rooms. So if they just keep adding more quests and just keep expanding out each area, like, it's not going to feel as bad that you can only do the resource there. Because they just keep expanding, you know, the areas that already exist. Which is just future quests, like they already have with some that exist right now. You had deer during pandemic where you just sweat dripping from your arm. Oh gosh. Playing Albion Online for a year, I could never handle that. I think Albion Online held me for like 2 to 3 weeks before it was like, oh, I'm out. But no, we're here for the long haul for Brighter Shores. We're going for months, years. Pretty much as long as Andrew Gower keeps the servers up and is still developing the game, we will be here. And hopefully that's forever. This game just has so much potential as far as the base that it's set up. I really like what they're going for, like the vision that they're going for. I know right now it might feel a little clunky in some regards, because it still needs a lot of refinement. There's still a lot of development. Some core features like special attacks and trading don't even exist yet. That's basically fundamental to how the game even functions. But I do like the direction it's going in. And I have very high confidence that Andrew Gower will do a good job on it. It's not going to be like the most game-breaking MMO ever, but it's going to be a unique experience that I feel like is worth experiencing. Though it is very grindy, so if you don't like grind games, warning. Huge warning. Because honestly, this game feels grindier than Old School right now. Old School is generally considered like one of the grindiest MMOs. But Old School RuneScape, of course. But honestly, this game feels grindier than that. At least initially. Maybe it's because I'm expecting to reach like goals quicker than we are. Because obviously goals in Old School also take forever, like getting max cape and stuff like that. But I don't know, it's still really grindy though. But that's not a negative to me, that's a plus. I'm in the category where that's a positive, not a negative thing. You kind of need to have a similar mindset if you are going to go long-term with Brighter Shores. Because this game doesn't get less grindy, only more so. At no point is it getting less. Well, he might adjust some things, so technically it would get less grindier. But I mean, as far as goals that exist right now, there's some definitely super long-term. Though I haven't had any issue with setting short-term goals for this game so far. I feel like in about a month or two, we might start running out of short-term goals. But then we're just going to have medium-term goals. So it's not too big a deal. Hey, so far, I'm not coming even remotely close to short-term goals. Like, we still haven't even finished every quest yet. Like, we haven't even done every quest. I haven't even done a single 5-star quest other than Lost and Found. There's still 3 others. Guess we're going to have a whole nother region, like another month, 2 or 3. We're just going to be adding a lot of things in it. What's my high skill right now? Our high skill is, oddly enough, smithing. Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. I need to go upgrade my weapon. But yeah, our high skill is smithing at 77, soon to be 78. Soon to be our combat level in this place, apparently. But, yeah, smithing is currently our highest level. By the end of the stream, I guess our combat and Chronopolis is going to be our highest level. Not because I'm trying to make it our highest level, but just by byproduct of what I'm trying to do, getting this level 83 raid done. Because realistically, to kill that 83 raid, I'm probably going to be 90 combat. Because even once we have 83 detective, I'm going to go and try to gear up. And, you know, obviously get gear so we can tank it. I heard some people mention that it's kind of hard to gear for that, but we'll give it a shot, see how it goes. Luckily, we'll have a high enough smithing that I can make a sword and shield at least. Right now, I'm going to go equip the 75 that we have. And then after that, we'll go and probably make whatever gear we need for this. Or whatever gear I need to go fight the things. Because we actually have one good thing about Cryo Knight. Even though the other one was a little annoying to grind for, Cryo Knight does have a pretty easy grind for what we're about to go do. Because we have a level 79. That's probably like our prime target for killing. That is weak to cryo damage. So this is going to be the main thing that we farm all of our gear on. Is this mic interrupting? Is my mic interrupting? Is anyone else having audio issues? Hello, hello. Mic, check, check. I can't hear. I can't hear what you guys are hearing. Is anyone else having audio issues? Mic, check, check. Hello, hello. Hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Let's see. Alright, we'll throw the smithing in there. Speaking of smithing XP. Alright, let me go tune my weapon. So I made this off stream so I wouldn't have to waste time doing it now. I will need to go make another set because I didn't make a higher one than this because I didn't have the smithing level at the time, obviously. But I'm going to go tune my 75. I made this last night in anticipation for today. Just so we wouldn't have to go out of our way right now for it. But I made this little guy right here. Our untuned 75 rapier right there. And he got really good chrono bonus too. If I go check info, he's at 87%, 120. Compared to what we're using right now, which is our handcrafted 5-star. So we're not getting that big of a benefit. The chrono damage is better, but these things aren't weak to chrono, so it doesn't really matter. But we are getting 8 additional damage. Is that much of an upgrade? Not really, but it's more than what we're using now, so... Unfortunately, we are already going to have to bench our 4-star rapier we made yesterday. Poor thing. It survived for 1 day. But yeah, we're not going to be making too many 4-stars unless we're making spec weapons down the line. So I'm probably done with all my 4-star crafting because, honestly, 3-star is just the way to go. At least for now. It's just not worth going every way for a 4-star. Maybe once trading exists and everything. But in the current state of the game, until spec weapons come out that will apply to 4 stars, it just doesn't seem worth it. So I'm sticking with my 3-star stuff. It's good enough. It's even better than it at certain ranges. Oh, someone doing merchant. Look at that merchant keep on him. Is that the 50 or the 100? That looks like the 100 to me. Someone min-maxing merchant. Alright, let me go and tune this thingy already. It's not much of an upgrade, but it's better than what we have now. It's like 7% damage increase. Oh, oops, I forgot. The default the default thing is to go fuse your item together. Like for now, if trading existed, I could get a level 75 Hammer Mage weapon and a 75 Guardian weapon and make a 4-star rapier right now into this. The problem is there's no trading, so I can't go get those other 2. And the best I can craft is 48 and 42, which is not good enough. It would make like a little 55 or 56 weapon. Which is an upgrade, but not as much of an upgrade. Well, there we go. And that is a 8 damage increase. Yep, it is definitively better in every single possible way. Goodbye, the sword we handcrafted yesterday. You will be missed. You might come back when we want to use your special attack later down the line, though. But for now, I'll still hold on to you, but you are now useless, unfortunately. I do not have enough bank space. What do you mean I don't have enough bank space? Oh, I never sold my junk from earlier. Oops. From whenever I was last killing, I forgot to go sell my junk. Do I sell this helm? I kind of have to. I'll keep the glove, though. That will keep. Well, let me go sell this junk. I don't want to keep the level 8 helm. If it's a higher level, I would keep it. Level 8's kind of low. Alright, you get all that. Put away that. Deposit. Honestly, I could probably get rid of this too. Do I really need that? Not really. Alright, let's go sell all this junk. And then, yeah, let's go back to stabbing them. Let's go back to stabbing our resource nodes. We need 11 more detective levels. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. And then we'll go get the 55 merchant done. We'll go get that part of the quest done. I'm not going to be able to finish the whole thing because I'm definitely not doing 55 leather maker today. Or 50, I mean. But we'll get merchant to the point, hopefully soon, where... That's probably going to be tomorrow's goal. I think the big goal tomorrow is to get merchant high enough. I knew it. We're going to get merchant high enough. Oh yeah, that reminds me. There's one thing I want to go do real quick while I'm over here. I think I have access to going and finding thieves over here. I want to go get one real quick. For the first time bonus to speed us up a little. Where is it? Yeah, the toy stall. Oh wait, that's not the toy stall. Wait, the toy stall is all the way east. Oh, 75. I don't have 75. No. No. I thought it was the lower level. I'm almost there, but I'm not there yet. All right. Okay, I guess I'll go ahead to the toy stall in a second. I was about to go say something. I already forgot where I'm tangenting because my brain's going all over the place. Stop moving. His brain. Focus on one thing. How rare are the 4-star weapons from smithing? They're guaranteed. They are 100% guaranteed with how the system works. There's no RNG with them. The problem is they require 1 3-star from every class. And that's the RNG aspect. They also need to be... Basically, average is the level of 3 3-star weapons. 1 from your class, 1 from the 2 other classes. So basically, we need 1 weapon from each class, or 1 shield from each class, or 1 armor piece from each class of the same category in order to end up doing it. All right, let me go get the first time bonus from this toy stall real quick. Now we'll come back for this guy at some point, because I never grabbed this earlier at level 60. I'm pretty sure it's not that worth it, but I don't know. I might as well go there. It's probably a complete waste of time, but I don't know. I feel the need to do it while we're out and about before we go back to the detective grind forever. Where's your hello? Hello, Isabel! Welcome, welcome! Sorry, I'm behind on chat right now. Let me go keep going through. Let's see. Well, hello, Chaos. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Did you get paid for ads? You'll start watching whole ads? I think that's how YouTube works. I'm not sure exactly how the system for YouTube works. As far as the thingy. Like, as far as, like, watch time are on them. But yeah, I have it set so there are, like, some ads that play, like, throughout the stream. I sometimes turn them off, but I notice, like, algorithm-wise, YouTube really likes when you turn them on. Because they also make more money when you turn them on. So YouTube, in their greed, actually prioritizes your channel more, I've noticed, if you have, like, midstream ads on. I try to keep it on the lower settings, just so it's not as often. But, yeah, YouTube gives you better algorithm if you have ads on. Because they also make more money off of your video, of course, or your stream. So I do have it on. I'm sorry for any inconvenience that it might cause. But, of course, there's the skip button on most ads, so make sure to click that immediately if you want to. Or you can watch them, either or. It doesn't matter. But, yeah, I do have them on. Just because YouTube really likes when you do, because they make more money as well. Obviously, I make money from them, but, you know, they also make money from them. So they tend to prioritize channels utilizing it. I've noticed. Let's see. Alright, there it is. Alright, let me go get him. I just wanted to get the one-time bonus real quick. I'm pretty sure this isn't even worth it. This would be really good when you're doing leather worker. You're probably going to catch a lot of these thieves in this area right here. 2 silver apiece. That's not bad. Wow, 1,000. Oh, never mind. That was the one-time bonus. I was going to say, that's a lot of XP too. But no, that was the one-time bonus kicking in. Let's see, how much is the actual XP? Oh, 1,200. Still not bad, to be honest. If they spawned a bit quicker, this would actually be good. The problem is they take forever. So unless you were doing leather worker while doing this, it wouldn't be worth it. Like, process 1 hide, then come back over and over again or something. I feel like that'd be a little bit of a waste, though. But technically, you could. I don't think this is worth it compared to just training detective. But honestly, the XP rate is far less worse than I thought it would be. Alright, I'm out of here. We caught a few of them. Got a couple thieves. So I was mentioning it earlier, but the what do we call it? The jails in this area must be absolutely loaded. With how many thieves are constantly caught on a daily basis. Like, the population of the jails in this zone is probably higher than the player base number. Like, the amount of people that get jailed in this city alone per day. Like, that number must be so astronomically high. I'm not sure where they're putting them all. Like literally hundreds to thousands of people getting jailed per hour. It's actually kind of insane if you think about it. Like, where are they putting all these criminals? U.S. prison industrial labor complex, but brighter shores, pretty much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure America's still exploiting that like crazy these days. It's basically like modern day slavery in a sense. But legal. I'm pretty sure some states have been trying to cut back on it. But there's still some states that are basically doing like pretty much like slave labor through jails. Indirectly. Oh, 1 second. Let me go turn the light on. It's gotten really cloudy all of a sudden. 1 second. Oh. Alright, we're back. Normally I try to let natural lighting come in, which I do right now, but it's just gotten so cloudy. I need to turn the light on just to see properly. Oh, it's a good stretching time. Also, water break if you haven't been staying hydrated. Actually, let me open up the other water as well. I've just been drinking soda this whole time. Mostly for the caffeine. Alright, we're almost there. 83 detectives, so close here so far. Too bad he can't boost it. I do wish there was just normal boost potions in this game. Even if it's just a few. There are boost potions, but they only work on passive activities. Which in the current state of the game, that's literally only useful for the quest in Chapter 3. But you can't really use it for anything else. But I really hope in the future they just add normal boost potions. Even if it's only a few. Like even just a plus 3 boost would go such a long way. All the shoplifters in Chronopolis are sent to harvest hides. I wouldn't be surprised. That's why they have a leatherworker thing here. They just have everyone doing leatherworker indefinitely, making that sweet, sweet profit from it. I believe leatherworker is currently the most profitable skill in the entire game right now. The problem is you need a really high merchant level to do it properly. Like to get to 200 leathermaker, you need like 205 or something merchant or whatever it was. If you want the max discount the entire time. I believe you needed up to, what hide was it? I don't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure you need up to like one of these hides to do it up to 200 for the other skill. Let me double check. What's the highest hide you can do at like 190-ish? Superior deer. No, superior black cow. So to get to 200, you would need to have up to superior black cow. What merchant level is superior black cow? Superior black cow. Strong. Superior. Oh, you need 222. Oh gosh, you need 222 merchant to do 200 leathermaker at max profit. Good luck. I was probably just gonna stop at 205, so that's fine. I wouldn't mind doing the rest of the grind with only deer hide. Because you definitely wouldn't want to move one tier up for that small amount of XP for how much money you would lose. But yeah, we just have to use the 190 hide instead of the 196, other than for the one-time bonus, I guess. But yeah, that's fine. So what do you need for 190? I think it was 205. So we'll eventually need to do the 205 merchant grind at some point, so that we can make really good armor down the line. But yeah, you need level 205 merchant. Technically 222, but 205 is going to be way more manageable because of how level scales after 200. So 205 would probably be our end goal for merchant for the longest of time. Once we get to 205, we basically stop for a long while. Because I don't see myself really getting over 200 leathermaker unless I'm making armor. Or, you know, unless I need to make the leather in order to make armor. I'm not really going higher than that. That also means, wait. What do I need for superior? What tier is this? Is this 4? Is this, what is superior? Is that tier 3 or tier 4? Does anyone know? Strong. Alright, so 2. I need to see how many words are here. 3. 4. Okay, it's the second to last one. It's one below perfect. So that's tier 5. I just realized something. We're going to need to be able to mine that material. I need to be able to mine the tier 5 material if we're going to have to make it for armor maker. You know how high of a mining level it is? Let me go check. What is the tier 5 ore? It'd be one below perfect. Which would be slide rate? No, sturdy. Wait. Slide rate iron. I'm confused with this naming convention. But yeah, it would be sturdy, I think. That's pretty far. Wait, no, that's perfect. Wait. There's one below this. This naming convention is throwing me off. Yeah, sturdy. Sturdy for that is the one tier below. All these have weird names, though. But yeah, we would need like almost, what, 200 something mining? That's actually kind of insane. And obviously smithing. Cryo Knights are jerks? Why do all Hammer Mages hate on Cryo Knights? What did we ever do to you? What did we do wrong? I like how Hammer Mages are just naturally strong against Cryo Knights. But also every Cryo Knight just hates every Hammer Mage just hates Cryo Knights. Oh, you hate Cryo Knights because we only need mining? Well, it technically needs a little bit of other stuff too. But it's pure speculation. But to my understanding, the Armor Maker skill will require the resource you need from your weapon skill, Leather Maker, and then Armorer. So, for example, to put the bones onto your bone armor, you would need Gatherer, Bone Wright, Leather Worker, and Armorer. It is going to be 4 skills that connect together just to make your armor. In the case of something like Cryo Knight, well, not confirmed, it is really likely to be mining because you need the ore, Blacksmith because you need the bars, Leather Worker because they all need Leather Worker for the hide, and then obviously Armor because they all need armor. So you're going to need that 4 combination regardless. And of course, obviously for Stonemason, it's also mining, Stonemason, Leather Worker, and armor. But it's actually kind of funny because if you're a Guardian, you're actually going to need 4 chapters. Gatherer from that if you want to go get your own bones. Or I guess you could technically do it with combat there too. But mostly Gatherer. Bone Wright because you need your bones refined. Leather Worker because everyone will need leather. And then Armor because everyone will have 1 single armor skill most likely instead of 3. Because it's already split across so many skills that you don't need to split it into 3 again. But that's likely how it's working. So for us, that means mining, smithing, leather worker, and armor next chapter. Not confirmed, but exceedingly likely. But that's how it works. You could just buy everything, but it's going to get so expensive. I'd rather handcraft it myself, personally. Even if I have to use weaker gear when trading comes out and everything. Just the satisfaction of making it ourselves is so much better. Plus, we're eventually planning like base 200s and then even going further than there from there, so I don't know. We'll kind of get there eventually. Even if I have to wait a little bit longer to get good gear. I don't mind going through the whole process for it. Like, obviously right now you have to, because there's no trading or anything. But even once trading exists, I still plan to be like 95% self-sufficient. There will be some things we'll occasionally trade for, because if it's a feature, we might as well utilize it some. But I do plan to still play, like, Iron Man Light whenever trading does exist. Like, yeah, we'll still accept trades, or if anyone wants to donate or anything, I guess, technically. But, like, we're not going to be doing, like, you know, we're basically still, like, if I want, like, a piece of armor, we're most likely going to try to craft it ourselves. If we want a weapon, we're most likely going to try to craft it ourselves. There'll be exceptions to that, but I still want to most of the time if we can help it. Like, we're still going to be doing, like, the whole self-sufficient thing kind of thing. As much as we can. There will be times where we go around that, of course, though. Like, particularly if we get really high smithing, but we still have a low stonemason or bone right. I'll need tier 3 stuff from the other 2 people. Like, from people who are Cryo Knights and Guardians. That's kind of how the whole trading system works. Because you'll likely have your own class be super high, but you'll be low on the other 2. So you have to trade for the other 2. It's kind of like the whole trading system's basis, once it exists. Because you're always going to need supplies from other classes to encourage interaction and everything. You need a prison break quest? Ah, that's kind of funny. Maybe we can trade to train skills, buying material, lower price from players. Yeah, we don't know yet if material will be tradable. If so, you're probably going to be almost like every skill is going to be like rune crafting. In which case you just hire a runner to constantly keep bringing you material. And then you trade over all your material. Like, for example, you go smith the entire inventory of, you know, some piece of gear. Then you trade it over to someone who's running you the material back and forth. And then I guess you just split the 3 stars that you end up getting or something. You have a speculation that trading might not be player to player. And you might have to set up a stall. Yeah, there are a bunch of empty stalls there in the player regions on every side of the tower. In which case it would work a little bit more like a grand exchange system. But with stalls instead of a grand exchange specifically. Yeah, we don't really know. But yeah, there are a bunch of empty player-owned stalls in the player-owned stall areas. Or the player trading areas, whatever they're called. They have a special name in that area. But does it say it on the minimap? I think it might. Yeah, East Player Market, North Player Market, West Player Market, and South Player Market. There's a bunch of empty stalls there. But yeah, we don't exactly know how it's going to work, though. But yeah, the entirety of the Merchants Guild is just surrounded by player markets. With empty stalls all around. That could potentially be player stalls for trading. Or doing grand exchange offer kind of things. Or an auction house kind of thing, depending on what game you come from. Yeah, we don't really know. But that's definitely the area it'll take place in. It's why you have to basically finish Chapter 4 to be able to go and do it. You get it like 2/3 through the Chapter 4 quest. But it's because Trading Hub is basically right here. Like this square right here is the Grand Exchange, essentially. Or Varric West Bank. Or Falador Park back in the day. Like that's what this is right here. Except it's all the way in Chapter 4. Unlike in RuneScape back in the day where you could just walk to it at any level. The level 3 could be there. Yeah, there's a good chance it will be stall-based. I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. But it would make sense based on the structure and how empty it is on all the stalls and everything there. We'll find out when it happens. But it is a very likely angle that they might go down. Where you set up a stall, set up a price, or something you want to trade it for. I really hope you... If there are stalls, and there are almost like grand exchange offer thingies, I really, 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 really hope that you can trade one-to-one items. Like, I want to be able to trade down the line this level 75 rapier for a level 60 to 75 from a different class. I want to set up a trade offer where I put up this rapier, and then I get either a guardian item that is 3-star or a hammer mage item that is 3-star of level 60 to 80, or, you know, whatever it is. Like, it'd be a little bit lower. If it's a little bit higher, that's also good. But, like, set up an offer where I set the range of what I want and basically just end up trading it for it. And if it's a little bit weaker, that's fine. If it's a little bit higher, that's fine. Obviously, even better. But I really hope it's like that, where you just set up the offer. You could trade one-to-one items, so you can get them for crafting material, and then you're just good to go. And then you just wait for the offer to process. Maybe you can only trade untuned gear? Well, that would work too. I personally wish all gear would be tradable. I wouldn't be completely against untuned being the only tradable gear, though. But I feel like it devalues your item infinitely the second you tune it to an area. Because eventually the item you just tune to an area will eventually be useless. So being able to trade your useless junk would be nice. Like the 75 rapier I'm using right now, like yeah, it's our best in slot that we can really realistically use at the moment. But you know, in 10, 20 levels, particularly even just 10 levels, as long as we have the smithing level for it, this weapon's useless to us in like 10 combat levels from now. Like what am I going to do with it? Basically just sell it. To, you know, not to a player, but to a stall for like 10 silver or whatever it is. It'd be way nicer if I could just sell this to a player. Instead of just having to exchange it for like 15 silver or whatever it is. I'd much rather exchange this for a hammer mage weapon or a guardian weapon instead of just selling it for like a small amount of silver. Even if it's a lower level. Like I'll take it as low as a 60. Ideally a 70 or 80 or something. Or you know, same level would be ideal. Like 1-to-1 same level. But yeah, right now all you would do once this weapon is used is just sell it for like 15 silver or whatever it is. But you can info it. You can see exactly how much it sells for. Yeah, right now it's only worth 18 silver. But in the future, it could be worth a hammer mage item or a guardian item that I need for crafting. Or even, who knows, maybe if it sells for silver, maybe someone buys it for 250 silver. Because obviously player will buy it for way more than what the market will probably. Or, you know, the the guy that you just junked them to. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Hey, smithing level coming in. Oh, so level 88 is a really huge smithing level. I still need the mining level for it at some point. I think it's like 70 something mining or 80 something mining. But we can make our 3rd tier of weapon at 88. We're going to be good to go at our current tier for a while. I checked my iron ore, the tier 2 iron, and I believe it goes to level 97. So we can go to 97 with just 97 smithing without getting our mining level up. The problem is, therefore, I will need to get my mining level up. Because unless I'm going to buy all my own overpriced ore, we're going to hit a wall where we can't go higher than level 97 gear for our sword or shield or any weapon that we end up making. So I can't even like make it 100, for example. So we are going to need that next tier up. And I believe the next tier up, if we go check like iron, for example, I think it's like 70 something, 80 something. Yeah, I need 85 mining. That's kind of steep. But once I hit 97 smithing, I'm going to need 85 mining to keep up with the 97 smithing once we get there. I'll still probably get it to 100 because I want to have the cape. I think we're going to get the cape a little bit longer. But, yeah, we're going to be at the point where we're actually going to need to train mining at some point. So sometime next week, I'm probably going to need to go on the mining grind. Because by that point, we'd probably have 100 smithing. Between all the dopamine points from what we're doing now, from merchant, stuff like that. Just in general. Maybe any weapon upgrade to try smithing. Why do the other classes hate Cryo Knight? Idea, new quest that unlocks Unbinding. Same as the infusion system. Honestly, I would love to see them have a system where for a cost you can untune an item. I feel like untuning would be very, very, very good. They would definitely have to have some cost associated to it though. What exactly that is, I have no clue. But you shouldn't be able to untune for free. But yeah, there should be an untuning system could kind of work. The only problem with untuning, well, it definitely has to have a cost to make sure you can't just untune freely. Because that'd be way too broken. But yeah, I think it's fine. It really just comes down to what do you charge to untune an item. But I think untuning should be a thing at some point. But it shouldn't be free. You shouldn't be able to infinitely untune at no cost whatsoever. There has to be some kind of resource cost or silver cost or something. I'm not sure what that should be, but it should be something more than free. Because untuning freely would kind of defeat the whole point of even having all these combats and everything. Maybe not completely defeat. But defeats like the whole trading system they have in a sense. If you could just untune infinitely for free. But as long as there's a fair cost to it, it should be fine. But I would love to see that feature in the future. As long as it's not 100% free. If they were to do it that way, I guess it would be okay. But I feel like it ruins a lot of the mechanics if it's no cost associated to it. Like no process, no nothing. You just put it in, it's instantly untuned. Because it goes against some of the core mechanics in the game. But it still would be a nice feature to have. Like, for example, let's say this level 75 rapier, or even our earlier example, our level 54 star rapier that we might need for these other areas. Like, if you could untune that, and based on its rarity and cost, be like, hey, for like 150 silver, you can go and untune that, and then bring it to another chapter. Like, I think that's fair. Like 100 silver or so for that. And then obviously the higher the level, the higher the tier, the more it costs. Like a level 200 might cost like almost 1 gold to untune or something. Like a 204 star. Have I heard about people entering the monument? Oh yeah, I saw that yesterday. I wasn't able to see it until last night because he posted the video at like 2 p.m. But yeah, I saw Brighter Shore Central got up to the monument and made like a little balcony around him. But it didn't seem to really do much. He just walked up to a very high tower and built a balcony around himself. Or whatever you'd call that, like a guardrail. But, yeah, it didn't really do anything other than give a good view of the area. It sure looked cool. But functionally, it didn't do anything. Other than give, like, the best view in the game. I do eventually plan on doing the monument grind. But honestly, I kind of want to do it all in one go. Like, technically, I already did 2 sets. But I do kind of want to do almost like what Brighter Shore Central is doing. Not as like a video series, but, you know, over like a week or 2 of streaming. Where we start the grind and we don't stop until it's done. I don't plan to do that anytime soon, so no worries. But I want to dedicate like a week or 2 to doing like most the monument. I'm not sure exactly what level. It really depends what unlocks if we find out by 490, or if it's even worth it or not. But I do eventually want to do the grind. And if I'm going to do the grind, I kind of want to do it all at once rather than like in pieces. Just kind of one and done it, however long it takes. The problem is 490 is just so absurd. Like 490 is like a good, like almost month-long log grind. This is super long-term, of course. But it is an eventual goal. But no worries, no time in the next few months are we going to bother with that. It's way too time-consuming. Like, if we spend every second we've been in this game so far, we'd be at, like, 300 something right now. Which is, like, halfway. Like, if we spend every second we've been in the game so far, we'd be, like, halfway there, pretty much. Which is kind of insane to think about. How's the game so far? Really good. Also, hello, Creative Chaos. Hello, Shroom. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Brighter Shores. It's been really addicting. It's really good if you like endless grind, setting your own goals, stuff like that. Because I haven't had any lack of setting of goals. If anything, I have too many things I want to get done. Not enough time in a day to get them all done. But if you like setting goals, like super grindy stuff, it's pretty fun. Still in the early development, so still a lot to be done with it though. But for the basis that they've set up, it's a really good base so far. As far as the base of the game. It's still in early access right now. Should be out of early access probably in the next few months once they have Chapter 5, special attacks, trading, and a few other features. As well as bosses. We don't really have repeatable bosses yet either. We have quest bosses. And some of those have been pretty fun. So far, my favorite quest boss has definitely been the one in Chapter 2 where you go on the raft. Pretty sure most of you are aware because it's pretty early in the game. But even though that boss was like super easy, it was probably the funnest one, like thematically, and what it ended up doing. I just wish it was harder. I hope that's like I hope that's like the repeatable boss from Chapter 2 if they start adding them. Like make that guy repeatable, but way harder than what he was during the quest. Where the quest is kind of just like a tutorial on him. I would love to see that being a repeatable boss. It would be great if you got carpentry XP while doing it too. Because during it you repair the little raft thingy. So if you actually multi-skilled combat and carpentry together, kind of like what we're doing right now, or we're multi-skilling detective and combat, that'd be so cool. It would also be a really chill way for people to do carpentry. Like if the first version of the boss was like level 50 or 100, and you could multi-train carpentry and scout at the same time. That'd be so fun. And probably the chillest way to chain carpentry. Maybe not the chillest way, but you know. Better than the current option. I feel like that has so much potential. And that's what I want to see from bossing. When they do add it. There's a lot of creative things you could end up doing with it. And I feel like that was the best structured one so far from anything I've seen in the game so far. It's just unfortunate you only ever get to do it once. And it was way too easy when you did do it. Mostly because he doesn't want to lock people out of the main storyline, obviously. Alright, there we go. Got another combat level. Soon I should probably go kill the slimes. See if we can get an upgrade. Because they're level 79. I almost want to try taking them on when we're at level 80. The only problem with that is our detective EXP is not going to go up, and I still need 83. So the play might be to get 83 detective and then kill the slimes. Because by then I'll be like, what, 85 combat, 86 combat? And by then we should be able to obliterate the slime. I just need to go back and one-time bonus the hag and the wasp thingy. I have necromate items, so this should be pretty free. We're neutral to this, so as long as it doesn't RNG us, that should be pretty free too. And we have a cryo weapon to absolutely obliterate this guy with. I'm not sure if I'm going to bother upgrading before I kill him, though. Honestly, I'm considering just going with my 75 rapier. I could go make like an 80 whatever we have at the time. Like an 85-ish or 83, whatever smithing and combat's at. Because realistically, it's going to be like an 80. But if I only have like 80, 81 smithing, I don't think it's worth it just for 5, 6 levels on my rapier. Like for how much little damage that is, for how long it's going to take us to craft it, which is probably like 15 minutes, half an hour. Probably not worth it. So I'm probably using this rapier all the way until we get a drop from him. Ideally a 4-star weapon, or just, you know, armor in general. Because the main thing that's going to bottleneck us is probably more so armor rather than our DPS. Because this thing's DPS is going to be pretty decent. The bigger concern is how far behind our armor is going to be. Because we're going to be fighting level 83s. And we don't even have all 3-star. Our 2 stars are at like 40 something, low 50 something. And even my 4-star plate body, well, it is 4 stars, only level what, 30, what was it, 30, 34, which obviously pretty low for fighting something over twice that level. Even at 4-star, that's still lagging too far behind. I'm probably not going to replace my shield though. I guess I could go craft one. Like a level 80 shield would be better than this. Like a level 83 star would be better than this 4-star. But I don't know, I kind of don't want to part ways with it. We handcrafted the guy. Even though we've parted with our rapier, I kind of don't want to part with the shield for some reason. I'm not sure why. Even though any shield we can make at this point is a pure upgrade to what this is. In probably every statistic. You just passed someone fighting level 169 hags? Yeah, some people went really crazy with combat. There's already people in like the 200s, low 300s. I personally didn't go down that route, but I have seen a couple people who are fighting like 300 something enemies. Most of them did it in earlier regions, though. Well, actually, that's not true. Quite a few people did in Chronopolis as well. And I saw someone do it in Mindfighter, so I've seen it in, like, every region but Hopefar so far. Hopefar seems to be the one no one's doing. A lot of people did it for Guard, because either free-to-play people or people who just wanted to do Guard for some reason. But it's because it was the first region, so technically my 2 AFK accounts are doing Guard right now, too. But some of them are doing Guard. Obviously, Mindfighter, I saw one yesterday, or 2 days ago, whatever it was, when we were doing our grind. There's someone at like 200 something with the tier 3 cape. We're going to level 200 cape. And really cool looking armor. I really can't wait till we get the higher tier armor, like tier 4, 5, 6. Because, which are the final 3 tiers. Like the perfect and the 2 below perfect. Because they start to look really nice. High tier Cryonite armor looks so clean. I'm pretty sure that's the case for every class. But Cryonite in particular looks so nice, especially when you put that color trim on it and everything. I'm really looking forward to it. And obviously a lot of people have high Chronopolis. But I feel like most people will probably stop around 200-ish. Because they'll get 200 Detective, they'll get 200 Watch Person, and they'll kind of stop probably. And they'll do that to like bolster up their total level. And just because this activity is just so chill. The only reason I'm doing this right now is just to get 83 for the raid den thingy though, for the shortcut for merchant. Though I do plan off stream to AFK it higher. I just don't feel like there's much of a benefit to AFKing it much higher, at least at this exact moment in time. It's just purely as a good AFK activity. And in the short term, because we need that shortcut for merchant, so we can go train merchant already. You're starting to get a lot of paths that need that back road, and you need 83 to get that back road. We're talking about it earlier, but if you're wondering what our goal is to stream, we're trying to unlock this road right here. This spot and this spot. This spot over here requires 55 merchant, which are 3.5 levels away. We'll easily get that. And the other one that we've been grinding basically this whole stream is this 3-tile shortcut right here. Which might not seem like much, but it saves so much time when you have to go from here to there. Or from the main market to there. Because it allows you to get soap quicker, allows you to get to that guy who buys pizza and sells bananas quicker. At the watch shop over there. Even getting pumpkins if you want to go down that way, because you have to go there anyways for other objectives. It's really, really, really good. But you need 83 detective to unlock all the shortcuts. with that one being the last one that we just showed. And that's what we're trying to do right now. We're at 73. But even once I get to 83, we still got to gear up. There's a good chance the gear I have will not cut it. But we already know what we're going to farm on. We're going to farm on the jelly guy, the swamp guy. We'll be like level 80 something, low 80 something, and he's level 79. So as long as I go make a shield upgrade, I guess, real quick, we should be okay. I'll make like a level 80 something shield because our smithing should be high enough. That's also why we're dumping all of our XP into smithing, by the way. If you're wondering why on earth are we still doing smithing. But to try to keep my smithing level higher than all my combat levels. So whenever I need an upgrade or something, I just immediately just make it myself. Right, I didn't need to worry about an RNG drop. That's kind of been my philosophy so far with the smithing skill. Just keep it higher than whatever our highest combat is. It's definitely not required, but I don't know. I've been personally enjoying it that way. You can definitely simply just brute force combat. But then you're up to RNG a little bit more. Whereas crafting it, you can just keep crafting until you get the drop and then go back to combat. But of course, you can just keep doing combat until you get the drop. The only thing I wish these things did do, though, I wish you got a little bit of silver. Like, not a lot. Like, maybe like 5 per raid, or, you know, a few. It just feels weird that other than absurd XP, you don't get anything from this. You get absurd knowledge points, you get absurd multi-skilling, basically training 3 skills at once. But you don't get like a small trickle of anything else coming in. You're not getting any drops, you're not getting any currency. I'd love to see a small change to that. Though I think the main reason they didn't do that is it's already so broken. So to some degree, I kind of understand why. Also, what's our penalty right now? We're at a 19% penalty. That is not ideal. 19% penalty. Ouch. Oh, so you know what's really funny about these white squares in these 2 rooms? I just now realized, based on where I was standing and him not aggroing me, if you stand in this square, you will auto-aggro the entire room. I didn't really even notice that till now. Like, I knew this was here. But I never really realized the subtlety of, like, if you stand here, everything will aggro you in the room. I know that's not necessarily, like, what it's exactly there for. But it is effectively basically what it's doing. I just find that kind of funny. Since there's no tile markers or anything, it's kind of like, hey. It's kind of just, like, nudging you over there. Like, hey, go into this square and you'll be good. You'll be good to go AFK them all. Like, I didn't know what they were doing. I just wish some of the other ones didn't have as many tables and everything. I'm not sure why they made so many of the other ones so clunky. Like, this is like a perfect one. But I've heard that 83 one's layout is not as good, but if we're just actively doing it, it's not that big a deal. The problem is, if I can't AFK it, that's a little bit of a concern. Because I believe the next one after the 83 is... somewheres. It's 121. And this one, I believe, was pretty AFK, the level 4s. They were pretty open concept. But 121 is way bigger than 83. That is how numbers work. But hopefully the 83s aren't as bad as it seems. I don't know, we'll find out. I haven't seen the layout yet. But I have heard that they're a little bit clunkier, like how the level 18s are. Yeah, I'm just stopping at 83. My game plan right now is 83 detective. Then we do combat and gear up until we can go and kill it. Then after that, which will also give us all the gear we ever need to go kill the boss for this region. Then I plan to go merchant to at least 55. Probably even higher to stream, but we'll see. Then we can do a little bit of leather worker because why not? I eventually need 50 for the quest. I do want to do the quest for this region. The biggest issue is to get 50 leather maker. I believe I need like 90 something merchant. Let me double check. I always keep saying this number because this is probably my next goal as far as like a number. I need access to moderate bison leather. What level is moderate bison leather? Moderate bison. I need 82 merchant in order to do 50 leather maker. Which means, yeah, we got to go do the 82 grind. Is what it comes down to. We need 82 merchant to start leather maker, basically. Or at least to finish the quest requirement for leather maker, which is level 50. And as our leather maker gets even higher, we'll need even higher. Luckily, you only need about 200 merchant. I think 205 to go with your 200. Leather maker. So the difference is only really at the low level range. At the high level range, you can basically keep both at the same level. I'm not sure if we're going all in on that, but this weekend has definitely been it. Similar to how we spent 3 days in the mines. We're spending 3 days here. Yesterday, we were kind of learning the merchant skill a little bit deeper, as well as, you know, doing a little bit of detective and combat. This stream, we're going all in on 83 detective and all the gear we need for it. And we're also doing some merchant. And then tomorrow's stream will probably be a lot of leather maker. And ideally, I might even put some extra XP into it. But ideally getting merchant to level 80, whatever I just said, 80, so I can go do leather maker already, 82. 82 so we can go do leather maker. Because that basically unlocks the leather maker skill for pure profit. And I do plan to sell all my hides initially. I will probably a few weeks, like if he announces, like let's say chapter 5 is coming out next week, obviously it's not. But once he eventually says like, hey, I'm going to launch chapter 5 hopefully next week, blah, 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 he gives a date. The second he does that, will start saving our hides. But until the second he says chapter 5 is like right around the corner, a few days from now, a week from now, whatever he says, I highly doubt he's just going to shadow drop it though. That does sound like something he would do. That definitely sounds like an Andrew Gower move. It's like, oh, I'm going to take off this weekend. And then the following Monday, he's like, here's chapter 5, by the way. That sounds like something Andrew Gower would do. No fanfare, no nothing. Like honestly, the day he adds trading, it's just going to be like a random patch. And it's like, yep, here's trading. Like, no announcement like, hey, tomorrow I'm going to add trading. Next week I'm going to add trading. No, it's just going to drop one day. And it's like, yep, there it is. And honestly, I feel like chapter 5 is going to be the same way. He's not going to hype it up for like a week or anything. It's just when it's done, he's just going to put it in and be like, you will see a random patch. It'll be like, oh, a bug fix patch is here. And then we log in and it's like, oh, no, it's chapter 5. He just randomly dropped chapter 5. It sounds like something Andrew Gower would do. He's definitely done that in the past with like OG RuneScape. Like some of the biggest patches of all time just shadow dropping out of nowhere. No fanfare, no nothing. Just like, oh, yep, here's like one of the biggest fundamental things that will affect the game for the next 20-something years. Just randomly dropping. That's an Andrew Gower move right there. Yeah, there's a lot of things that drop like that. I think even Barrows dropped like that, didn't it? I'm pretty sure he didn't really hype up Barrows or anything. 20 years later, people still do Barrows as like early mid-game content. Some of them are still used as PvP sets like Derek's. But I'm pretty sure Barrows, one of the most like iconic, maybe not most like, pretty high up there. Like one of the more iconic things in all of old school RuneScape, or just RuneScape in general. I'm pretty sure just random shadow dropped one day. I don't remember because it was pretty young at the time. At least from my basic knowledge, it seems like a shadow dropped out of nowhere. Maybe there was some announcements and stuff, I'm not sure. It would have only been like 10 at the time, so I wasn't as tuned in to the news of everything going on. So maybe there was some announcements and everything. How do I calculate XP penalty? I have not the slightest clue, though someone probably has the formula somewhere. As of a couple days ago, it does show you what your penalty is, though. I think as of Monday, they added that. So I can't see it by clicking on the card at the moment. I wish you could, but I could see it as soon as I engage combat. I'll show you on the next battle right here. Like, it's going to say, like, minus 20-something%. Like, when I go click on this guy, I'm currently getting a 19% penalty, it says right there, because it's the easy battle. And the easier the battle, the more of a penalty you get. But even in these situations, it's still worth doing, even with the small penalty. And that penalty affects our XP for this combat thing, even detective XP, as well as our knowledge amount of points. We're technically getting like 20% less knowledge. But even with all those factors, this is still worth it. Even with every single one of those things being reduced, this is still worthwhile. I could say like 30-something% reduction is still worth it. Normally you don't want to do that when you're fighting things for gear. Like right now, otherwise I'd be fighting like the hags or the wasp or something. Probably the hags. Because I think they're level 70-something. Is that 65 right there? But I think that's just the level to engage them. Or is that the level? Never mind. So I'd probably be fighting like the wasp right now. Because I have a bunch of necro weapons. But, and then eventually that. But when we're doing these raids, yeah, it's perfectly fine to do like a way lower level one. These are only level 51. But if we were doing like actual real combat, our three would be definitely be prioritizing would be the hags, the wasps, and the eventually the swamp thingies. And the swamp thingies will be the main thing we go farm when we do go get gear. Or we're going to do it at like level 80 something rather than now. But technically we could take them on right now if we really wanted to. But I'd rather wait till we're slightly higher level so we can tank them a bit better. Yeah, I'm currently trying to work to 83 detective. That's the whole main goal. We need it for the raid den shortcut. Because I didn't realize until last night that you get all the shortcuts unlocked at 83 detective. I thought you needed way higher than that. But the raids simply just upgrade. There isn't just like more shortcuts. They simply just upgrade the ones you've already have. So 83 is where it caps out essentially. So that is our goal. Ideally, I want to go use that 80 one-time thingy for the bounty. The problem is my thing is already ready and I'm kind of wasting time on it. By this point, I think I just wait a few hours and just let it tick down or something. I'm not sure. It's going to make it at a really weird timing cycle for my daily cycle, but I think it's fine. It's not that big a deal. I think we can live with a daily being several hours off and then getting back on track later tomorrow. I think it's worth it for however much a detective XP we'll get. Because these are a little bit different. I assume this works the same way as the other one. You have to get your full reward at the start of this bounty, or this venture. Pretty much every other venture in the entire game, or every single one I've seen so far. You get the reward at the end of the venture, not at the start of the venture. But one unique thing with bounty posters is you get it right at the start. And it's probably like several thousand detective XP. Which doesn't sound like much, but you know, that saves like, what, several minutes? I think it's worth it. Plus we get a bunch of gold and everything. Here's how much we're getting per den right now. We should be getting like 3,000 something, I believe. Whereas this would give us like 5,000 something just instantly. It's almost like a raid and a half just for putting up a sign over the course of a few seconds. It's really close to where I am too. If I had this level right now, it would take like 20 seconds to go do it and come right back here. It would get like 4k, 5k detective XP for it. I can only do that once every 12 hours, but you know, it would help us in the short term. Let's see, how much detective XP do we get here? Yeah, it would give like 1.5 raids worth, or even just 1 raid's worth of XP. Which is not like a huge amount, but for how little time it would take, it's definitely worth it. So I'm just going to hold out my daily until we have 80 detective just to speed up a little. It's almost like using a whole knowledge point on it. Not quite. Also, we might use the knowledge points at the end to kind of speed it up, we'll see. The problem is I need my smithing level to try to keep up with my watch person level if we can help it. It's not like required, but it'll drive me crazy once my this level is like 5-10 levels above that. Because now it's going to make me feel like I need to go train my blacksmithing directly. Which is probably not worth doing at the moment, though I do want to get level 100 already. I fell out of the loop. I fell out of the loop earlier when I didn't have a level 50 cape. Now I feel out of the loop now that everyone's starting to get like their level 200 cape, and I don't even have my 100 cape yet. Obviously, most people with 200 capes are like really prioritizing a certain skill or something. Like a certain skill, certain few skills. But, I don't know, I feel so out of the loop with my lame little 50 cape on. Like, you know, it still looks cool, but now everyone's getting like these huge elaborate capes, and I'm here with our little napkin on our back. Our little fire cape, inferno cape napkin. Yeah, we're playing the long game. I also want to play a little bit of everything. Because one thing I kind of want to do after we get like the merchant grind and everything done, and get like almost 200 here, is I really want to prioritize getting all the quests and kind of going back to the earlier chapters and just kind of experiencing everything we haven't already, like finishing every last quest. This was originally going to be high priority, but I didn't realize a lot of the 5-star quests have lame rewards. This thing's main reward you get before the end of quest, kind of like Spider Nest. So I don't technically need to finish it, but it probably will be this next one we do, the second one. This one has the lowest requirement, but you know, it's not that good of a reward. And this is probably one of the worst rewards out of any of the 5-star quests, while also having pretty steep requirements. 61 cooking. 50 alchemy is not as bad, but 61 cooking is the main thing that's keeping me from trying to do this. That, and we'll need to get our combat up quite a bit on guard. I don't think you can cheese it that well. I think you have to fight a 55 enemy. Same issue with this one. I think you have to fight a 60 enemy. But if nothing else, maybe we can get some bones while we do that. So, hello, Alex! Welcome, welcome. Also, hello, Charles. Did I say hi earlier? You have no cape, and you're level 30 yet? I've been making amazing progress, dude. Nice, thank you, thank you. Yeah, honestly, I would almost advise not getting a cape. If you don't mind not having a cape on your back, it is actually efficient to never get a cape in this game. Like, obviously, you probably want to get it eventually just for the sake of it. But the keeps are expensive. Even the lowest tier keep is like half a gold coin. And, you know, that doesn't sound like a lot in like the super long term. But half a gold coin this early in the game, like the first week, first month of launch, that's worth a lot. There's a lot you could do with half a gold coin in the current state of the game. And to spend that on a purely cosmetic cape on your back is not that worth it. I still did just because I felt so naked without one. So I just had to cave in and finally do it. But it is super not worth it. It's purely cosmetic. You know, it's still cool to have though. Aside from the satisfaction, it doesn't do anything. It just looks cool on your back. You're finally giving this game a good try? Nice. It's definitely growing on you? Yeah, definitely give it a fair chance. I highly advise to give Brighter Shores a fair chance. Because it definitely grows on you. It's definitely not for everyone. This game is definitely an ultra grindy game. Combat's still very bare bones, though of course that will improve in the future. But it's one of those things where, like the joke where you have to go play a game for like 100 hours before it gets good. But honestly, Brighter Shores is basically like that. Maybe not 100 hours, probably like 50 hours before everything kind of clicks. As far as like all the systems and everything. But it is kind of like that meme where you have to play a game for like 100 hours before it gets good. Brighter Shores is definitely in that category. So I feel like it's closer to 50, not necessarily 100. Where kind of all the systems start to click as far as like their intended purpose and everything else. And by then you probably reach chapter 4 and can actually try everything as well. Like try all the skills, try everything that currently is in the game. Have like a base level experience with everything that's there currently. Oh yeah, I meant to pull hours played. Thank you. I said yesterday, because we had so few viewers last night, because obviously it was the dead of night, so we had a lot less people than now. But yeah, now that we have 100 plus viewers again, let me go do a poll. I wanted to do a poll on current hours played. I was very curious on this. How many hours of Brighter Shores have you played so far? I will include 0 here for anyone who hasn't played, though I can't do a different category because I can only have 4 on YouTube. Unfortunately, they don't allow more than 4. All right, let me get to the AFK thing real quick before I set this up. But yeah, let me go make this poll real quick. Because I wanted to wait till we had slightly more viewers. Because last night, obviously at the dead of night, it was like almost half as many compared to now. So I wanted to wait till now. Alright, let's see. 51 to 100. Had an option 101 to 150. And for the crazy people like me, 151 plus. Also, if you're 151 plus, I would love to know how many hours you've played so far. For us, it's been, what is it now? Oh, that's not it. That's the wiki. For us, it's been 160 hours. But if you're in the 151 plus category, I would love to know what number that is. Anyways, there's the poll right there. I think I typed it correctly. Let's hope so. Otherwise, I need to go redo it. Okay, that should be fine. But I'm curious what that comes out to. I would assume most people are in the 0 to 50 to the 51 to 100 categories. Because those are all the same people who have a life. But of course, anyone who's joining me in the 151 plus club. But yeah, like 51 to 100 are like the normal people. And I mean that in a good way. Not in a bad way, obviously. Like, that's a perfectly sane amount of time to have put into this game. Like, the 151, we're pretty much just, like, dedicating our whole life at this point to it. Anyone in that, which is perfectly fine as well. Obviously, 0 to 550 are, like, the people who haven't tried it yet or just kind of just starting out. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, 151 plus is definitely the lowest category, which is to be expected. You're at 142? That's still really solid. Honestly, anything over 100 hours is a lot of hours. The game hasn't even been out 2 weeks yet. So anything above 80 hours is technically like playing this as a full-time job, basically. If you have over 80 hours in this game. You've been playing Brighter Shores for like full-time job hours already. You're 62, but you couldn't play for a few days? Yeah. I'm generally going to be playing this game very minimally on Mondays. Just because Monday's kind of my catch-up day for everything. And if I am playing, it's just going to be like super AFK stuff. Kind of like what we're doing now, or cooking, or, you know, something else similarly, this AFK. That doesn't require a bunch of clicking. But, yeah, so I'm kind of playing like only 6.5 days a week, essentially. Because my Mondays are normally the days I try to get everything done. I also still cover Gems of War here on this channel. Which, it gets almost no views these days, but I don't know. I'm bad at abandoning anything. Like, I've been doing that game for 10 years. And, you know, I really enjoy the community there and everything. Half of which are probably still watching us right now. Hello, Gems of War community. You might be watching this Brighter Shores stream. But, you know, and I'm going to be the same way with Brighter Shores. I don't know when to quit. We'll still be here like 5 years from now. Even if it's to 10% as many viewers or whatever it happens to be by then. We will still be here doing exactly what we're doing. Well, not exactly this, but either way, man. We will still be here. The one thing that might cut into our Brighter Shores time slightly is I do plan to play old school RuneScape's leagues for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, however long it takes to get to Dragon rank. I'll still be doing Brighter Shores simultaneously, but I did really want to play leagues. I won't be doing too much in old school, probably beyond that over the next year, other than like AFK and Redwoods or whatever else AFK we do on it. But it will be the one active thing that I kind of want to do on this stream. Most of you who ever played old school in modern day probably know what that is, but it's basically like a temporary game mode where like XP rates and drop rates and everything else are like super quick. It's really a ton of fun. It'd be a good chance to show like Brighter Shores community like the current state of old school as well, or I guess like, you know, the game that everyone compares Brighter Shores to, or people who might not be too familiar. It'll be a little bit biased because it's like a super like ultra speedy game mode compared to like normal gameplay. You know, I'll still be able to explain a lot of things and other stuff. Yeah, there will be like a 2-week period where I'll be doing both simultaneously, but with a slightly higher focus on old school rather than this. Rather than the other way around, where like, you know, 99% this and occasionally showing the old school thing. I feel like it would be good for some people to see as well if you haven't really experienced what modern RuneScape is like. Technically there's 2 different modern RuneScapes, but more people play old school. And it's like the huge event that they do every single year. Technically there's 2, the other one's like PvP related. I tried it and tried it for the first time this year. It's kind of meh. Like, it wasn't bad, it wasn't good, but it was okay. Tried it for a few days, gave it a fair shot. It wasn't really for me though. But Leagues, however, is so much fun. There's people who like don't even play old school these days, who come back like just to play the League every year that they've been doing lately. Because it wasn't yearly at one point, but at this point they've basically been doing it yearly. So that's like a yearly event that they run, and it's really fun. Definitely would try it too if you have like some working knowledge of how RuneScape works or old school. Though if you're a brand new player, it might be a little confusing. Though I'll try to explain as much as we can when we do end up doing that. I'll be starting it the day after Thanksgiving. Because even though it's launching before Thanksgiving, I want to wait till after Thanksgiving. Just to make sure to spend time with family and everything. But after Thanksgiving, we'll be trying it. And we'll be doing this and Brighter Shores at the same time. Or, you know, doing that and Brighter Shores at the same time, I mean. But it'll only be for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then we're back to all-in Brighter Shores. And it's not like we won't be doing Brighter Shores simultaneously. You know, it's still going to be there. It's just going to be like super AFK stuff. That can be done with like a few clicks. But it will help us catch up on some of our skilling we've been neglecting on. I even try doing the 45 woodcutting beforehand as well. So I could do some of the carpentry to 50 during that time. I'm not sure everything will do, but we'll figure it out. You can't wait to see what the episode 5 keeps will look like. Oh, I'm really curious what they'll look like as well. They have so much potential. Yeah, I do hope he waits until a little bit after League starts. I don't mind if he does it during Leagues though. Because honestly, I played during Leagues just for the first few weeks and then stopped. Or at least that's how I did it last year. I kind of burnt out after I hit Dragon rank. And knowing that we're doing Brighter Shores so much right now, that's basically my game plan. I didn't structure my game plan last time for that. But my game plan going into Leagues is to get max rank and then stop immediately. The second I hit Dragon rank, I'm done. I might still come back for a few PVM things that I want to go just try out, maybe even just off stream. Here's a few things I wanted to test to make sure I don't die on the hardcore. Just to try it on a safe account that can die a billion times. But aside from that, as soon as we hit Dragon rank, we're basically done. Will I be playing episode 5 in Brighter Shores when it comes out? Of course. We're doing everything Brighter Shores when it comes out. I'll even stop playing Leagues the second, if it was. Like, if Chapter 5 comes out, like, the second week of Leagues in Old School, and I'm not done with that yet, we are stopping everything Old School, going full screen Brighter Shores and going with that. Because I'll still have both on screen at the same time. It's just Brighter Shores will be a little bit smaller. It'll be like a small little Brighter Shores in the corner. Like something like this. No, not in that view, but you know. Kind of like a little corner. Kind of like how we do with the thing. Which I guess is better to show it the other way around. Like it'd kind of be like the inverse of this. Like, I'd probably put Brighter Shores. Well, this menu would look a little bit different. But the screen would probably look something similar to this, but the other way around. Where this screen is the main screen, the other one's the main screen. I forgot, you can't see my mouse right now, but you know what I mean. Where the Old School would be the full screen and Brighter Shores would be something like this. But yeah, that will be our stream for like maybe 2 weeks. But hopefully the Brighter Shores community will give it a shot. I know a lot of you play Old School anyways, based on the poll we did earlier. I know some of you are probably pretty hyped for the Leagues as well. But this is like the one event that's happening in the other game where I can't skip on it. Like they added a quest like when Brighter Shores launched, I skipped that. They'll probably add a bunch of other stuff in the next several months, I'll skip that. But Leagues is like that one thing that I personally am not going to skip on. Just because of the limited type of game mode that will never come back. Other than private servers that run it, but that's a different thing. Actually, I think official private servers will eventually be able to run old Leagues, but I'd rather do it when it's, you know, actually part of the game. You're not that close to level 100 Alchemist. Oh, you're getting there, though. Every step's one step closer. Running south door is quicker. Oh, yeah, I keep doing this way. I'm not sure why. Something about going outside I actually preferred. I did notice that when I was doing both paths. That the other one is actually a few less tiles. But the reason I keep doing this door is because I just prefer it. I'm not sure what it is. I actually tested it earlier as well, and have seen that going from there to there is quicker. But for whatever reason, I prefer doing this. It's something about the click boxes or the atmosphere. But, I don't know. I like my guy walking outside and then going in the building, rather than being stuck in the building the whole time. It's more so an atmosphere thing. I know it's less efficient, but it's more so a mental thing where it just works better for me. It's one of those really weird things where it's slightly less efficient. But mentally, it's like, I just prefer it. So it's technically more efficient because I won't burn out on it as much. Yeah, I gotta get some fresh air. But yeah, I did check it earlier. I think it's like 2 or 3 tiles quicker to do the south path. It is slightly closer. But I prefer the click box that you can do over here. The only thing that's slightly annoying is accidentally clicking on the passive activity outside. But as long as you're doing like 3 click, it's not as bad. You finally finished all the lost and found requirements? Nice. Now to collect 100 items? Yeah. I was mentioning it earlier. But that quest is literally just him recreating Morning's End Part 2. The puzzle is way easier. But I kind of forgot. The Morning's End Part 2, even though you skip it these days through other mechanics, if you don't skip the mechanic that was originally there when Andrew Gower was there, you have to collect 50 items at the end of Morning's End Part 2 after you finish the light puzzle. But that's basically what he did with this quest, except on a smaller scale. Is that I have to get 50 items, you gotta get like 8 or whatever it is for Lost and Found. And instead of having to do an absurdly complicated 3-floor puzzle, you only have to do a 1-floor puzzle that's pretty straightforward. They basically just recreated Morning's End Part 2 and put it in this game. Luckily, it's not as bad, but the requirements to finish it is way worse than Old School's one. I forget what it is for Old School, but the Old School requirements, I can assure you, is way quicker than the requirements you need for this game. So the requirements are harder, but the quest itself is easier. Yeah, the way that you skip Morning End Part 2 is they added a catalytic talisman. So even if you're an Iron Man, if you just play the runecrafting minigame they added called Guardians of the Rift, which I believe got a buff last week, though I haven't tried it because obviously we've been doing Brighter Shores 24/7 pretty much. But they actually buffed the minigame last week as well. But there's a reward from that game called a catalytic talisman that lets you go into any catalytic rune altar. Like the ones like, you know, like Death Rune Altar, for example, which you need to do during the quest. And basically skips you needing to get the 50 items that you would otherwise need to get. It's a relatively newer mechanic, added a few years ago. But it allows Iron Man to not need to get the 50 items if they do the Guardians of the Rift grind first. Which pretty much everyone does to skip needing to get the 50 items. Because it's a relatively common drop from the minigame. Like, you can get the minigame within like a few hours of grinding. Maybe a few longer if you get unlucky. Well, within 1 day of grinding, you would easily have it. Which is way more convenient than having to do the 50 item retrieval thing. That could easily take an hour or two just to get the 50 items. But no, you're not allowed to skip the light puzzle, though. You still have to do that. It just skips the fetch quest you have to do afterwards. Actually, speaking of skips, someone actually found a skip for the one in Brighter Shores. They ended up patching it since. But there was actually a skip for the Lost and Found quest. If you did a puzzle in a certain way. It allows you to skip needing to get like 1 or 2 of the items for Lost and Found. That has since been patched, though. I'm not sure exactly how he changed it, but it's not possible anymore. But yeah, someone actually found a puzzle in the puzzle room that Andrew Gower didn't even intend for. That skipped like 1 or 2 item requirements. I think I only skipped 1, but not sure which one. But it's since been patched, though. So you can't do that anymore. So you actually have to do the full amount of requirements for that thing. For that quest now. But yeah, it's definitely the grindiest grind we had to do so far, Lost and Found. I don't know. I think it was worth it. For the long term of the game, I think it's worth it. I don't feel like it's as worth rushing as Spider Quest, though. Like, you can definitely live without that quest being done. You would want to have it before Chapter 5 comes out, though, so... That's basically your timer to go complete that quest, so... Starting earlier just makes it easier to have it done. But you 100% want to have Lost and Found done before Chapter 5. So you can make 4-star spec weapons for whatever your best ones are. Or just to try them all out, or whatever you want to do with them. Because getting a specific one otherwise is really annoying. And RNG based. But that quest allows you to just craft your own. So you never need to worry about luck. Because the crafting system, while the components you need to craft them is luck based, the actual crafting of infusing your 3 3-stars into a 4-star is a 100% chance. Because that's something I was wondering before I did it, was like, is it like a % chance this is like breaks or something? Or doesn't work? But like some games do. But no, there's a 100% chance that you will always fuse your 3 3-stars into a 4-star. So once you have them, it's just guaranteed. You just require the quest to actually be able to do it, which is obviously the hard part. Also, I could technically try to use this EP quickly. It's so hard to do before they aggro you, so I don't normally bother. Fortunately, I do lose a little bit of knowledge points, but it's not that much. If you really wanted to be efficient, we could try going to this side of the room. And before that guy aggroes me, we could try to use our 1 knowledge point here. Let's see if we can get it. We should be able to. This will allow me to get 2 to 3 more % knowledge. So I do this, do that. Good, he's not even aggroing me. Perfect. And then we go attack him. And now we'll get like 2-3% knowledge instead of just being at 0%. It's not required, but a little bit extra. That's something you can normally only do if you're actively playing like we are right now. Obviously, if you're full AFKing, you get a lot of overflow occasionally. That's fine. It's not that big a deal. Oh, so we're almost at level 750. The stream title is almost not a lie. Well, I said the grind, I think, in the thing, which implies I haven't actually reached it yet. But we're still 7 levels away from 750. We're almost there, though. I feel like I'm so far behind compared to some other people who've been power grinding. Like, there's definitely level 1000s already out there. We're just about to hit 750. Hey, what kind of level are you guys at these days? We did a poll for the hours. It's still going right now, but what level are you guys at? Or total level, I should say. I feel like the average total level for a member who's been playing at the moment is probably like 400 or 500, I want to say. Give or take a little, if you've been playing since launch day. For like an average amount of hours, based on like where the poll is right now. Like there's people in like the 51 to 100 category, I feel like. There should be like around 400, 500 or so, I think. I could be a little bit lower. I can't remember where I was at 100 hours. Or, you know, at 50 or 60 hours. It's all blending together at this point. 276 for free to play is actually really high. Wow, a lot of 500s. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like a 500 number is like the most common number being said right now. 659, nice. That's the highest level mentioned in chat. Let's hear 622, nice, Julia. Huge congrats. Also, a lot of people just mentioning their things now. Let me go say hello to everyone. Hello. Also, thank you everyone who's been lurking and just watching in the background. Greatly appreciated. Even if you aren't chatting in chat, I always, not always, but sometimes forget to keep saying hello to you guys. But yeah, thank you everyone who's just been lurking or just watching in the background. Hello, Split Gap. Hello, Deirdre. Actually, I just said hello to you. Hello, Demillion. Also, sorry if I ever say hello to you like 5 times during a stream. I do that sometimes. Hello, Adam. Hello, Fabrizio. Because I try not to miss anyone, but in doing so, I sometimes say someone hello like 3 to 5 times to someone. Hello, Josh. Hello, Anvi. Hello, Rhino. Rhino Felix. Hello, Woombologist. Hello, Julia. Hello, Striss. Hello, Karina. Hello, Keijer. Hello, Max. And hello, everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, very nice, everyone. A lot of levels posted there. Yeah, of course. There's no rush to get high. Like, we're at 743 right now, but, you know, total level beats pretty much nothing. Just go at your own pace. Like, obviously, we've been playing way too much. This should not be like an indicator of anything. We've been playing way, way, way too much. But yeah, I definitely advise going at your own pace, taking in the whole game, because there's a lot of stuff. You could eat, like, I got stuck, like, early on. Like, I stood in the chapter 1 and 2 area for way longer than probably the average person who access to these later areas should have. But honestly, I just really enjoyed the atmosphere there, particularly chapter 1. Chapter 2 was okay, but chapter 1's atmosphere just really hooked me. So I spent a lot of extra time just kind of messing around in that area, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, just go at your own pace, take it all in. A lot to do, no rush. Not like this game's going anywheres. You can't wait for PvP? Yeah. I was mentioning that earlier. That is one thing, I just said don't rush, but there is one thing you probably want to have before Chapter 5 is done. Well, aside from the main storyline up to that point. That's an obvious one. But one other thing you likely want to do is Lost and Found. Like, obviously no rush quite yet, but if he announces this in like a week from now, then you got a week. But I highly, highly, highly advise having Lost and Found done before Chapter 5. It's not required like the Spider Nest is. I think that's the only side quest technically required before you get to Chapter 5, as the Chapter 4 storyline actually forces you to do this quest, oddly enough. But I also advise having Lost and Found done. It's not required, but it'll help you so much, especially if there's a specific special weapon that you always want to have access to, as you'll just be able to craft it yourself using that using the reward from Lost and Found. So if there's any one other like main goal to do before Chapter 5 rather than just the main storyline, I highly advise completing Lost and Found. No need to rush it right now, because I felt like I gained very little to almost no benefit at all from kind of rushing it, kind of like we did. But you definitely want to have it done before Chapter 5 if you can. It's not too big a deal because trading will exist by then, so. But, you know, trading for it's going to be a lot more expensive than just making it yourself. So it's nice to have the opportunity to just do it yourself rather than having to depend on trading. Because those stuff are going to be a little expensive, especially on, like, the launch week of Chapter 5. Like, 4-star weapons are going to be really expensive on launch week. But you can even make your own yourself if you wanted to. And they're all untuned, so works out perfectly. Or I think they're untuned. Wait, is that how they work? Actually, now that I think about it, don't they auto-tune to the chapter you make them in? I didn't even think about that. Because when I made one earlier, I think it got tuned to Chapter 4 because I made it on the Chapter 4 obelisk. I didn't even think about that. Can you even make an untuned 4-star? I don't think you can. I didn't even think about that till literally just now. Because I'm pretty sure my thing turned into a Chapter 4 tuned. And then turned into an untuned. That's just like a button I can click there I didn't notice. You can't? Okay, that's kind of weird. I didn't even think about that till just now. But yeah, you currently can't craft an untuned 4-star. You can make untuned 3-star. But untuned 4-star is actually impossible at the moment. Interesting. Would you do Spider Quest before Chapter 4? It's actually required. There's actually a certain part in the storyline where you actually have to complete it due to the person that you rescue during that quest, the Spider Nest quest. Like, you know that guy in all the webs during that quest? He's actually required as a required NPC for Chapter 4. So the game actually forces you to complete Spider Nest, which essentially means the game actually forces you to have storage rifts before Chapter 5. It's actually impossible to enter Chapter 5 without storage rift due to the structure of Chapter 4. Can you untune a tuned item? Not currently, no. There might eventually be a feature, because that definitely seems like something that a lot of people will request, especially once trading comes into the game. As a, and I was mentioning earlier, I hope there is like a small cost to doing so if they do add such a thing, rather than just 100% free. As long as it's a small cost, I feel like it would work pretty well. But yeah, I hope he does add it at some point. But no, there's currently no way to untune an item that is tuned to a chapter. Currently, if you tune something to a chapter, it is permanently locked as that chapter item. But that feature will likely come at some point. How exactly it'll work, or if it has a cost associated to it, and what it is if it does, we don't know. But currently, you cannot untune a tuned item. But any untuned item you can tune to any chapter. Which if you make a bunch of untunes before Chapter 5, you'll be good to go. Which means you can still make 4-star weapons preemptively, technically, for Chapter 5. You just have to keep all the untunes in your storage. Or, you know, in your untuned storage. Which I just realized, that is one thing that's kind of weird, though. I might have to go make a bunch of 4-stars in every chapter. Or, you know, sprinkled across all the chapters. Because one thing that's going to be kind of interesting that I didn't even think about until just now that we're talking about this. It is actually impossible, with how the current structure of the game is, to make a... well, I guess once trading exists, that would be slightly different. But at least right now, at this exact moment in time, if somehow trading comes after Chapter 5, though it likely isn't. But it's actually impossible to have every single spec weapon ready. Because you'll need 3 items per one. There's 12 different weapons, which means you would need 36 storage. You currently cannot store 36 untuned items. So I wonder how they were going to work that out. But yeah, you actually can't make every... I didn't think about that. It's actually impossible to pre-make every thing if you want it for Chapter 5 specifically. Of course, you could just make them in the other chapters. But yeah, you would need 36 storage, of which we do not currently have 36 untuned storage. I really hope they expand the storage. Storage limit needs to be increased so badly. Like at least double, if not triple. Because there's definitely not enough, especially once more stuff comes into the game in the future. But they'll probably do that at some point. Maybe once they redo the menu and make it look nicer and everything. Yeah, you can tune them to other chapters. You just can't tune them all to Chapter 5. Like, for example, I have this Death Spear. Actually, I think I have almost half of them right now. Let me go do a head count after this. I have to go open my storage rift, so I have to be out of combat and everything. But I'm going to go do a head count on every single one of our, what would you call it? Every single one of our 4-star weapons that are unique. And see how many I would still have to make in order to have one of each. Because technically, to test it on launch day, I only need one of each. It doesn't matter what chapter it's in, so... yeah, they can be sprinkled around. Let me go check. Only problem is some of the numbers on it might scale based on what the level is. But let me go see. How many unique 4-star weapons do I have? There are 12 per class. I have the mace. This is the longsword, right? Info. Yeah, the longsword. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I have a dagger already? 8. No, I don't. 9. 9. Wait, 10? Did I do rapier yet? Wait, is that 10? That's 10 out of 12 if so. That means the only ones I don't have is battle axe and one other one. Wait, let me do a recount. Let me start from the bottom and work up. How about that? I gotta keep in mind I'm also wearing no, spear's already in here, so that's fine. It doesn't matter. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's 9. Because I already have that mace. Yeah, 9. I have 9 out of 12. I think I'm missing the mace and 2 others. I forget what the other 2 were. But yeah, I'm only missing 3 spec weapons right now. If it was to launch today, I would have 9 out of 12 spec weapons we could try out. They're spread across all the chapters, but we'd have 9 out of 12. So I need to go make the other 3 or get them as a drop before then. So that's not too many. It wouldn't take that long. We'd easily get that done in like a few hours. Gotta catch them all. Random weapons. Gosh, I got into like a really big shiny hunting mood the year I got back into Pokemon, back in like 2020, 2021 or whatever it was. I caught like half the shinies in existence. And I kind of just burnt out. And that might not sound like too many, but there's like almost there's over 1,000 Pokemon these days. So it was over like 400 or 500 different shinies. Which are basically like the super rares. It's basically like when you get a 4-star in this game. It's about that rare. That's kind of like what a shiny is. Not exactly so, because they're actually even rarer than that. But that's about how rare they are, roughly, depending on what game you're farming them in. It's like getting a 4-star in this game, except you gotta do it 500 times. Or technically 1,000 something times. And some of them are really, really rare. But the average one in a modern game, you can farm in like an hour or two. Similar to how you can get an orange in like an hour or two in this game. At least at this level range. It gets harder later in Brighter Shores if you're trying to get like a 300 4-star or something. I never played Pokemon Go, no. I came back when Legends Arceus came out. And then I tried all the other ones. It was like, these are kind of average. Like Sword and Shield, Pokemon Go, or not Pokemon Go, or Hello Pikachu, or whatever it was. What was the other one? The Gen 4 remake, because Gen 4 was my personal favorite, but the remake was kind of pretty bad. What other ones? There was one other big one. Oh yeah, Gen 9, Scarlet and Violet. Scarlet and Violet was a mess. Scarlet and Violet was such a mess. I think I have an event going on right now. I need to go get the raid thingy from. That'll take like literally like 5-10 minutes though. Almost forgot about that. Normally Tyrion reminds me, but he's been popping up in a bit less since we've just been doing Brighter Shores only. He's the main person who normally chats with us on the channel who's like really into Pokemon. Who normally reminds me of like everything that's going on because I don't keep up with it personally. I don't know, I tried it again for a good year and I don't know, I had fun, but modern Pokemon's in a really weird state right now. As far as like who they're trying to appeal to and just how bad some of their games are. Like quality control is like non-existent. Like some of their products are like really good and then other ones are like some of the most trashiest games ever. Or like literally just purely for money. I see that one Pokemon tournament where they caught a bunch of pros using hacked Pokemon. Oh yeah, that's really common. And one of the reasons why I stopped even bothering with Pokemon is it just didn't feel worth spending all this time shiny hunting and everything when people are literally just hacking full perfect teams within like 10 minutes. But yeah, cheating is very common in Pokemon these days. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if anywhere other than Japan, where it's a lot more regulated, that like 80 to 90% of people in like America and Europe are using hacked Pokemon in tournaments. It's like absurdly out of control. I can't think of any esport that has more cheating than Pokemon. It's actually insane. In Japan, it's a lot more well regulated though. Because, you know, Pokemon's like big in Japan. And they have a lot more laws around it and everything compared to international laws. But yeah, I always farm my own. I always EV train them manually. Well, not manually. There's a lot of ways to get around it these days with pills and everything. But yeah, I always build them all from scratch. I personally prefer the process. It's not even that long. You can make like a perfect shiny, like catch a perfect shiny. Or not catch, but you know, you can basically go from having no Pokemon to catching a shiny to making it battle ready within about an hour. There are a few that are harder, like Legends and Mythics. Though Mythics are normally banned from tournaments. But Legends are a little bit more annoying, or things that are obtained through like weird aspects. But the average Pokemon that can be bred in an egg or caught in the wild, it generally only takes about 1 hour to min-max them in a modern Pokemon game. Which means hackers are, because you need a team of 6, hackers are basically trying to skip a 6-hour grind by just genning them in like 5 to 10 minutes. So they can't even be bothered to make a correct team in like 6 hours. They definitely wouldn't be playing Brighter Shores, that's for sure. But basically, they're risking getting banned from a tournament just to save 6 hours, essentially. Which is kind of insane. Because they could gen it in like 10 to 5 or however long they do it to make it through like whatever third-party programs. But aside from a few legends, you can easily get a fully competitive team in like 6-ish hours, give or take a few. It really just depends what your team needs. The biggest issue with that is you have to keep changing it based on what you want to use. But there's already third-party things like, what was that one thing called? Pokemon Showdown, where you can test your teams beforehand. I'm not sure why Pokemon hasn't shut down Pokemon Showdown. But basically, it's a website where you could just simulate Pokemon battles. So you don't have to go build your team beforehand. So you could practice there, figure out what your team is, and then just go and get it legitimately in-game. Instead of genning it. But yeah, a lot of cheating is done in competitive Pokemon. I can't think of a single esport with more cheating. None come to mind. Unless a bunch of shooters are using wall hackers these days, or wall hacks or something. I'm pretty sure Pokemon is pretty high up there. I can't think of a single esport with more. Mostly because Nintendo doesn't really do much about it. Unless it's specifically held like as a Japan tournament. But any tournaments held everywhere else has really lax regulation on it. Do you only need 83 Detective to unlock every shortcut? Yes, that is the case. I actually figured that out last night. Well, not figured it out. Obviously, a lot of people have figured it out already. But I mean, it didn't click for me. Because I knew that there was more raids. So my assumption was, oh, that unlocks more shortcuts. But what I didn't actually realize was all these other ones literally just take place over top where you already are. Like the 121 takes place where the level 4 is. So you only need 83 Detective and 55 Merchant to have every shortcut here. So that's why I'm currently grinding, so I can go do Merchant properly. But yeah, you need 83 Detective and 55 Merchant. And obviously we'll do Merchant while we do Merchant. So I'm getting 83 done right now. We're then going to gear up to be able to go do the 83 raid. And then once we're geared up to clear the path, we're going to go do 855 Merchant, and then we'll have every shortcut unlocked. I'm not sure how much more Merchant I'll do beyond 55 today. I don't know. We'll see how far we go. The main goal that we need to try to hit in the short term is what? I already established it earlier, but I keep forgetting what it was. What level was it? I keep forgetting. Let me go double check. I think it was 80 something. Let me just double check again. I need moderate bison leather. So sometime either today or tomorrow, we're definitely not doing the whole grind today, I can assure you that. But by tomorrow, I need to get level 82 Merchant. So we're basically setting up all the shortcuts today and training it a little bit. And then tomorrow, whatever we don't finish by today, I gotta get 82 Merchant. That'll be like tomorrow's biggest goal probably. Is to go from whatever we have by the end of today, hopefully like 60 or so, all the way to 82. So I can get 50 Leather Maker. So I can then go do the quest. So we can then go do more Merchant. The main reason I want to do the quest is, well, other than for completion's sake, it gives a bit of Guard XP, Leather Maker, and Merchant XP. And for how short the quest is, we might as well if we're going to be training all these anyways. But it's not really worth training Leather Maker until we have, the discount. Gosh, you love Pokemon Sleep? I haven't actually tried it. Live service Pokemon games are nice because no one can hack them. Honestly, that's one thing I really liked about, I'm not sure if any of you guys play MOBAs, like Dota 2 or League of Legends or anything like that. But Pokemon made their own called Pokemon Unite. And I played it for about the first year or so. And I really enjoyed it because unlike every other Pokemon game in existence, there's like no cheating. The only problem is it's MOBA, so it gets really toxic very quick. Because if any of you guys have played a MOBA, yeah, you know what it's like, probably. It's hard to explain to anyone who hasn't. But, yeah, you know. I don't think I need to explain if you've ever played a MOBA, you know. It was fun, though. Yeah, MOBA players stomped all the casuals. That's one thing that kind of happens with those kind of games as well. It's just kind of inherent in the gameplay and the team aspect of it, with the 5 versus 5 teams kind of thing. I'm not sure if it's the most toxic genre of game, but it definitely gets up there. MOBAs are pretty high up there on like the top 3, like most toxic genre of game. But I don't know. I've personally enjoyed them. Although I don't play any currently. I probably have the most amount of time in Dota 1, oddly enough. Which is basically what all MOBAs essentially derivated from. Dota 2 is literally just a sequel to Dota 1. League of Legends was inspired by Dota 1. And then every single other MOBA was basically inspired by League of Legends. But League of Legends was originally inspired by Dota 1. So hello, Angel. What do you reckon would be the best merchanting route? It changes based on your level. It changes every several levels, and you kind of just have to see based on what you have. It's really hard to explain specifically because every 10 levels or so, you basically have like a new best route that you could do. So you kind of just have to keep incorporating it and expanding it. I can't remember exactly at 30 something what was good. I feel like doing carrots at that time, carrots into plates or something. Carrots into plates I think were pretty good. I'm trying to think what was decent at that time. I think carrots, plates into something else that's down there, whatever the third thing is that you have, that can kind of synergize with that really well. But yeah, I want to say carrots and plates I think we're good around that level range. You thought MOBAs came from Warcraft 3? Dota 1 is Warcraft 3. Dota 1 is a Warcraft 3 custom map. But yeah, Warcraft 3 has so many good MOBAs. I know one that's I absolutely loved, though it didn't get as popular. There were battleships and battle tanks. But battle tanks I absolutely loved the gameplay of, even more so than battleships, even though battleships were more popular. Basically, there was an item in the game that constantly did damage. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oops. Wait, where even am I? I'm so confused. Oh yeah, right over there. Okay, fine. We'll do this other way. Anyways, but basically there was a item in that game that game mode was basically completely based on. Essentially, what it does is, so it was already coded, so it was really easy to make custom maps with it. But essentially, what it was an item that attacks things around you based on a certain range with a certain amount of damage. Basically, so let's say for example, we have an item that will attack something within 1,000 range every 1 second for 1 damage. But then there'll be another item that'll be like super close range. It's like a 500 attack range, but it has like double the damage and higher attack speed. Like it'll hit for 2 every 0.5 seconds. So that's basically what battleships and battle tanks were, where you didn't need to attack at all, ever. You simply just use special abilities, kind of like how you would in any MOBA, where you have like your 4 and your special. You just had that with various tanks or ships, and it was basically based on positioning. So of course, if you were like a mid-range ship with like 1,000 range things, you'd want to, you know, basically take out everything. If you were something with really short range, like 400 attack range, you basically want to have a lot of speed, a lot of teleports, maybe even cloaks and other things in order to get close, so that you can get really close to other enemies, like long range and short range enemies, and just absolutely obliterate them, and then get to safety afterwards. And then of course you had your long rangers, where they were pretty weak to like mid-range kind of things, but they could kite the really short range people. So you would want to have a lot of attack speed, ways to escape, stuff like that. And you would have a lot less damage because you have a really long attack range, but you'd be able to attack things from so far away that you'd just keep kiting away from them. So you'd be able to attack them while you were not being attacked yourself. So it was kind of like that 3 kind of system, where you had like the short range kind of builds, the mid range kind of builds, and the long range kind of builds. And it was so nice compared to a MOBA, because in most MOBAs, of course, you just pick one class and you're stuck with it. Like, you know, you'll pick like, I don't know, in Pokemon Unite, you'll pick like Pikachu, and you know, you're stuck with everything that Pikachu does or whatever. Or in any other MOBA, they end up picking, you know, you have your abilities, everything like that. You have a certain role. You're either a tank, a jungler, a you know, laner, support, whatever. But in that game, it was really nice in battle tanks and battleships, because you could adjust your role based on what tank or ship you took, as well as what items and weapons you took. So basically it was a classless system, kind of like how old school RuneScape is. Like you weren't stuck to one single class or one single hero. You could adjust on the fly. Like yes, if you were going long range, you were probably going long range almost the whole game, unless you were going to pivot. So you were kind of somewhat, you know, that going in that direction. But you know, there's certain points in the game where you kind of sell off what you have, switch to a different one, and kind of catch the enemy off guard and kind of go from there. But I don't know, it was an interesting strategy. I feel like a lot of other MOBAs never really utilize, which is why I really love them. I'm really surprised there wasn't any mainstream MOBA that really ever used them. But those were 2 Warcraft 3 custom maps I absolutely enjoyed. And of course Dota 1. And several other ones. There's a lot of them. If you ever play Warcraft 3, there's so many custom maps in that game. For like every genre imaginable. But it was most notoriously known for tower defenses and MOBAs. Though there was like almost every genre imaginable in that game. In the custom map section. But I miss the glory days of Warcraft 3. But yeah, that's one of only a few games I have over like 20,000-30,000 hours in. It's Warcraft 3, Gems of War, which just had its 10-year anniversary this month. I we still cover occasionally on this channel. the entirety of every Nintendo game, and obviously RuneScape, which we're still literally playing right now as we speak, while we're playing Brighter Shores. Just with a very AFK activity. There's literally only 4 games that I have like 20, 30,000 plus hours in. Though that sounds high, but that's because a lot of them are multitasked. Like obviously I'm playing old school while playing Brighter Shores right now. So that number gets like, you know, twice as high sometimes because I'll be doing 2 at once. Yeah, there's only 4 games. Well, technically Nintendo is like the entirety of every Nintendo game. That's technically multiple games, but you know what I mean. There's technically only 3 games otherwise. Yeah, Warcraft 3 was one of them. I had so much fun with that. I really missed the glory days of Warcraft 3. They kind of ruined it ever since Reforge. Though even before then, it was kind of going downhill. Like as far as player base and everything. Because it's not really getting any new players. It's just all the OG players who are, you know, still keeping the game alive decades later. It's not really a game that really gets a new player base for the most part. Yeah, honestly, Warcraft 3, if someone was to ask me today, like, what is my favorite game of all time? I'm not going to say RuneScape or anything. It'd be Warcraft 3. I genuinely feel like Warcraft 3, like the full package, Frozen Throne and everything, with its map editor at the time when it came out, the community of map makers at the time, like for custom maps, and just the whole game in general, was probably the best game ever made for its time. So if anyone was ever ask me what's my favorite game of all time, it's actually Warcraft 3. Which is not something people would normally expect. But if you ever played Warcraft 3, you know why. Especially back in its like glory days. Which is kind of funny because I never got into World of Warcraft. But I got absurdly into Warcraft 3. Yeah, Warcraft 3 is basically every genre of game simultaneously. If you were creative enough with its really good map editor, you could make literally anything. Like, obviously you had limitations. But that map editor at the time was so good. It's actually kind of revolutionary how good it was relative to, like, 2003, 2004. Like, what existed to the public at the time for, like, the average user. What am I dumping my points into? Oh, sorry, I didn't answer your question, Seitong. Oh, so hello, Seitong. But I'm dumping all my, hopefully you're still here, but welcome. Sorry if I keep missing your chat. If you guys ever do leave a question that I just ignore, feel free to just, like, repost into chat or anything. And I'll hopefully see it the second time. But yes, to your question, I'm dumping all my KP into smithing. The main reason I'm doing this is so I can keep upgrading my weapon. I ideally want to keep my smithing higher than any combat level in any region. So whenever we need a weapon upgrade, we can make it. Like, if I need level 30 for Hope Forest soon, we'll go make that, and then 50, and then 70, and, you know, so on and so forth. But we need a smithing level to be able to do that. Once trading comes out, I guess you can offset it by trading instead. But it's just so much more convenient making it yourself. Plus, I also want the level 100 smithing cape. But, yeah, we're dumping all into smithing. Mostly because smithing is basically also our DPS. It's almost like a second combat skill in a sense. Like, yes, our main combat skill is whatever the first number says in each area. But technically our second combat skill, since there's no trading or anything, is essentially whatever our smithing is. So we can immediately make a good 3-star weapon, like what I'm using right now. Like, I didn't kill for this level 75 3-star. We simply just crafted it when we were at 75 smithing last night. And then we just immediately attuned it once we hit 75. Yeah, I normally upgrade like every 10-ish levels or so. Like our next upgrade will probably be at like, well, probably whatever we have 83 detective. Whatever our combat is at level 83 or smithing is probably what we'll make, which is probably like 81, 82, somewhere around there. So I'll upgrade this like 7 levels or so, which shouldn't take too long. And then we'll go kill the slimes for some upgrades, level 79 slimes for a level like 80 something rapier. And it'll be good to go. I might even make a shield just in case. I'm not sure how lethal they're going to be to us. But it wouldn't hurt upgrading our shield. As much as it'll pain me to get rid of the handcrafted shield we made yesterday, making an 80-something shield will be way stronger than what this is, unfortunately. So I think it is finally time to go replace it. But yeah, you generally want to do it into whatever your main skill is. So if you're a Guardian, but having high Bone Rite is basically a second combat skill. If you're a Cryo Knight, having a high Blacksmith is basically a second combat skill. And of course, if you're a Hammer Mage, you do Stonemason. It's not directly a combat skill, but it allows you to make your weapons. And making a better weapon instantly when you reach a certain threshold, it just instantly gives you more DPS without having to worry about the luck-based drop system. Of course, you still have to go through the whole process of making it, but it's far quicker to make your own than try to get lucky on a drop. But yeah, that's advised for every class. So of course, the one you focus is based on your class. You just unlocked the mines of gosh, I need to figure out how to say that word. Montauban. Montauban? Montauban. Mantubin. The man of the Tuban. Mantubin. Anyways, the mine of Mantubin. Chapter 3. How do you... The mines. How do you focus on what to do in Chapter 3 regions? What's most important to you? Well, you're going to eventually need level 20 mining, so just mining everything in sight is a good start. If you go all the way south, you'll be able to store them as well. You'll find a teleporter all the way in southwest if you want to go over there. Because it's a little bit hard to use storage there if you don't have remote storage, so you kind of want to rush there early. Get to where all the storage bins are, get to where the teleporter is. And then you can just keep teleporting back every time you have a full inventory of random rocks. Just make sure to put them in the right place, either the stone one or the mine one. You'll figure it out once you get there. It's kind of explains itself once you get there. But yeah, the southwest is kind of like the hub of that area. Kind of like how the south area of the woodcutting place is kind of like the hub area. That's basically that place's hub area. So you kind of want to get there and just kind of get everything sorted. Also, make sure to pick up your free pickaxe. I've actually seen some people buy the pickaxe for like some amount of silver. You get one for free at multiple places in the mines. Most notably, like the very first room you enter. Technically the second room. After you get out of that hallway, the very first room you enter has a free pickaxe just sitting there if you didn't already grab it. But yeah, focusing on 20 mining and just whatever else in that area is fine. 20 mining is the only particularly important one. Midway through the quest, there's a 14 check, and by the end you need 20. You can do the crafting stuff whenever you feel like it. Bone Rite's the most confusing. Blacksmith is the easiest to understand. Stonemason somewhere's in the middle. So definitely start with like Blacksmith and Stonemason. And then figure out how on earth Bone Rite works. And then stop doing Bone Rite because it's so bad. Unless you're Guardian. Bone Rite's definitely the most confusing initially though. Because everything... It's weird because even though it's a Chapter 3 skill, everything you need from it uses Chapter 2. The Gatherer from Chapter 2, the Combat from Chapter 2, the Woodcutter from Chapter 2, the Carpentry from Chapter 2. Well, all three of these do use Carpentry to some degree. Every single thing you need for Bone Rite is actually from the previous chapter. Aside from the Bone Shop, I guess, that technically sells bones there if you want to buy them instead of gathering them or killing for them. But otherwise, every single thing you need for Bone Rite is in the previous chapter. Whereas almost everything you need for Blacksmith and Stonemason is in Chapter 3 itself. Which is probably the thing that really makes Bone Rite the most confusing. It's just the fact that it's kind of in isolation compared to the other two. Yeah, Bone Rite's not that bad. I just feel like it introduces itself the most confusingly compared to the other three. Because you would think, like, once you hit Chapter 3, it's like, okay, I'll use these Chapter 3 skills to help this Chapter 3 skill. But it actually consumes all the Chapter 2 skills in order to function. Which, yes, that does mean you know, it helps synergize the chapters. But it's just kind of weird because the other two are like all Chapter 3 based almost. And then there's this one outlier that's like, yep, just go to Chapter 2 to get all your stuff. And if you didn't already pre-gather them, it's kind of annoying. Because you basically have to backtrack all the way to Chapter 2 just to do the Chapter 3 skill. Like, obviously it makes sense from the synergy perspective and everything. I just feel like it presents itself as the most confusing personally. But no, once you get it, it's just the same as the other three. They're both basically the same skill, just different. Just the material you need is slightly different for the three. I just feel like Bone Rite is the one that presents itself the worst compared to the other two. Big Cryo Knight agenda? I know, right? Honestly, we need more Guardians in the game. How are we going to get all of our Guardian gear for all the Cryo Knights and Hammer Mages? They're going to hold a monopoly on all their gear. Because they only make like 20% something of the population. Yeah, 80% of the population need their items to make 4-star equipment. I'm really curious to see how this is going to work when trading comes out. Because any piece of Bone Rite equipment, particularly 3-star Bone Rite equipment, is probably going to cost like 50% more than any other class's 3-star equipment. Just due to how much less guardians there are in the game. But no, bone rate is not that bad. It's similar to carpentry in that I make it out to be way worse than it actually is. But no, bone rate's not that bad. Carpentry is not that bad. But if anyone wants to ask what my 2 least favorite skills are, I'm definitely saying carpentry is number 1 and bone rate is number 2. But no, they're not that bad. But they are my top 2 least favorite skills in the game currently. Yeah, guardians have a lot of advantages and disadvantages right now. Where their biggest advantage probably being the second when trading comes out. Because they're in the position to make the most amount of money from the trading system. But I do feel like it's like the most different class out of the 3. For better or for worse. It's the one that's kind of like the most outlier compared to the other 2. Which is why a lot of people opted not to go for it. Or at least a higher percent. Alright, who's messaging us right now? It's a level 500, 91 out. Nice. I feel bad for keep saying nice. I don't know what else to respond though, but that's pretty cool though. Someone's at 100 alchemy, 500 total, just free to play. Actually pretty huge for just free to play. That's basically like what, base 50s? Yeah, it's more than base 50s then. Basically it's base 50s with like a really high alchemy or something. That's really high. I do want to try for base 50s at some point for all skills. Because once we finish the quest in this region, we're already going to be base 50s for chapter 4. Base 50s in chapter 3 are basically already there. I just got to do mining and bone rate a little bit. Stonemason I already have banked, so this shouldn't take that long at all. The only 2 that would be a problem is chapter 1 and 2, because I've been slacking on them so much. I do feel like I would do it for chapter 2 first, just because I need the bones for bone rate. Whereas I don't really need anything from chapter 1 other than the high alchemy level for the most part. Everything else is kind of average. I guess the next best one would be Forager. But fishing, cooking in the current state of game, if you have member access, is just not worth it. It's basically just 2 profit skills that synergize together. But you make better profit later in the game. And there just isn't any need to use combat in that area. There's no unique drops you really need like in Zone 2 or other zones. Other than for the quest requirement to kill level 55, I don't think I would do any combat in that region until it gets like a boss or something. But yeah, I do want to try for a base 50s at some point. Once we hit like our next few goals that we're going to be doing. With a lot of them being Zone 4 at the moment as far as our goals. Right now we're trying to unlock every shortcut. Then we want to get enough merchant so I can go train another worker. But then after that, I almost feel like getting base 50s. Because that'll allow me to do the quest in Hope Forest. Or maybe not necessarily that. I think we lock ourselves to that area then. Because so far we've been doing like multiple streams where we keep locking ourselves to an area for a few days. Most recently, obviously, we did the mines until we got the quest done. Right now, we're basically doing it to the area we're in right now, Zone 4. But honestly, after I finish out our Zone 4 goals for now, in the next like few days or so, I'm actually considering locking ourselves to Zone 2. Getting our woodcutting up, getting our carpenter up, doing the 5-star quest that requires 45 and 50 for those 2 skills. Get scout high enough that we can kill the boss. Get gather a little bit higher so I can do some better bones for bone rate eventually. And, you know, be good to go. Yeah, I think chapter 2 might be our focus after this chapter. Plus, it's very nature-y compared to the rest of the game. Like, Hope Port is kind of a mix of everything. The mining area is obviously just a really, like, you know, a mining district. 4th area is basically just a town. It does have a little bit of nature, but, you know, like 95% of it, 99% of it almost, is just a gigantic town. So, I don't know, Hope Forest, very nature-y, very chill. I think it'd be a lot of fun just kind of messing around with 45 woodcutting and getting the carpentry up, getting our gathering up, just kind of chilling in that area for a little bit. Just kind of mess around, do whatever. I kind of want to do that after we finish this grind. Just do a whatever grind in Hope Forest. No real goal other than the quest, just kind of messing around, being in nature. Taking in the atmosphere, getting our skills up. And it'll help a lot because I'll need the carpentry later down the line anyways. We'll need all the bones from Gather eventually anyways. I only need the combat to complete the quest though. After that, I'm not going to bother. Yeah, I definitely say Hope Forest is my least favorite zone. I was mentioning that earlier. As far as my overall favorite zone, based on vibe, the skills, and everything, Chapter 4 is probably my favorite. Chapter 3, my second favorite. Chapter 1 has the best vibe, but the skills hurt it a lot if you're members, because a lot of these just aren't as useful. Like Forager and Alchemy are like the only two useful ones for Chapter 1 for the most part. And Hope Forest is definitely the worst. I would say Hope Forest is the worst chapter, but honestly, I don't mind the atmosphere of Chapter 2. But I would say if there was one definitive worst chapter, it's probably Chapter 2. Which Guardians have to spend all their time in. Poor Guardians. But no, I do kind of want to lock myself there, at least to finish the quest, if nothing else. Because I do want to eventually finish these. And our grind in Chapter 4 right now will allow us to do that. Our grind in Chapter... Well, we already finished Chapter 3, of course. Chapter 4 grind right now will automatically get the quest done. We're going to obliterate the boss. We're going to be so over-leveled for this boss. I think out of any quest boss we are ever going to do before they add more quests, this one is going to be the freest one ever. I think it's level 60. And realistically, by the time I kill it, I'm going to be like level 85 or 90. We're going to absolutely obliterate nuke this guy when we go in there. I could probably not even try dodging whatever his special attacks are or anything. And just, like, click him once and he'll probably die. We might not even need healing potions or anything. I'll just drink a boost potion, click him once, and he'll probably die. Not sure what you have to do for the boss fight, but whatever it is, it should be the freest one ever. Yeah, I kind of want to go do all the 5-star quests. This was a goal a little while back, then I kind of stopped a little bit, but then kind of started again. But I think we should do that again. My only concern is doing it in Chapter 1 just because it's so useless. But I kind of want to do it in Chapter 2 just to kind of chill in Chapter 2 for a while. Oh no. The main thing that's making me not want to do it for Chapter 1 is the 61 chef requirement's kind of big. Stefan, what were you pointing at? Andrew, please add a Pokemon Go stick tool. Wait, what? Let's see. I'm trying to think of what you're referring to because I never played Pokemon Go, so I don't know the reference. Let's see. I know, we hate on those Guardians until we need their gear, I know, right? Let's see. They need to make... No, our Guardians are good. They have a lot of advantages, especially once trading comes out. I just feel like Bone Right's just a little bit clunky of a skill to do. That's why it's even more valuable to be a Guardian. They need to make the armor look cooler, and they would probably be more Guardians. Yeah, I have heard... I don't know. I haven't seen high-level Guardian armor yet. Like in person. And by in person, you know, I mean in-game. So I'm not sure exactly what it looks like. I know lower tier stuff looks kind of average, though. Bone Right doesn't need gas leeches. Well, gas leeches isn't that big a deal. Like, gas leeches, you gotta go out of your way a little bit, but it's not that bad. But yeah, Bone Right is the only skill that does not need gas leeches. Smithing needs it half the time. Stonemason needs it always. But Bone Right doesn't need it at all. So hello, Onda. But yeah, Zone 2 is definitely my least favorite as well. I don't hate Zone 2, though. But if I was to pick a least favorite, it's definitely Zone 2. Zone 1 just gets the vibe so correctly. Zone 3, it just has, like... It's basically like the weapon-making chapter. And I really like mining, so that ends up synergizing pretty well with it. And Chapter 4, I feel like, is the best chapter. The skills that are here. The atmosphere of the town. The trading hub that it basically sets up once trading exists. Because everything about this town just synergizes so well together. I really hope every chapter in the future is as good of a synergy as like Chapter 3 and 4. Particularly 4. Even though it has less skills, I feel like it has more synergy than what even Chapter 3 has. Good afternoon, Jaws. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Also, hello, 0N99. Oh, Pogo Stick. Never mind. Whenever I say Pogo, I think Pokemon Go. Even though I've never actually played Pokemon Go, I can't unsee Pogo as meaning Pokemon Go rather than a Pogo Stick. I see what you mean now. I see what you mean. Gosh, I haven't used what's that called? I literally just said it. But I haven't used a Pogo Stick in so long. I think the last time I would have used one was like 6 or 7 years old. Do kids still even do that? I don't know. Have any of you guys ever been on a Pogo Stick? Like those things that jump like up and down? I don't feel like modern kids have ever experienced that. It's definitely fun. It's one of those things you do a little bit and it's like, okay, I tried it. Kids go outside these days? I know, right? Yeah, that's something that always throws me off. I used to go outside so much, like every single day when I was a kid. And now it's like everyone's just cooped up inside. Like even today, I still went outside, went for a quick walk. I don't feel like I do it as much as an adult. Especially when we keep no lifing Brighter Shores every single day. But, you know, I still go out. Get some fresh air. A couple rounds around the block. Better go check the mail that's like a mile away. If you ever want to go to the hospital, you'll try a pogo stick. I don't know, they didn't seem that dangerous. Honestly, if you don't know how to ride a bike, I feel like you would hurt yourself more on a bike than you would on a pogo stick. I've ran into many mailboxes on a bike, but I've never gotten a single injury on a pogo stick. Like, I feel like not knowing how to ride a bike is a lot more dangerous than not knowing how to ride a pogo stick. Obviously, these days I know how to ride a bike, but, you know, I mean when I was a kid. Like, you know, when you first try one at, like, 5 years old, 6, 7, 8, around there. But honestly, I haven't rode a bike in a while. When I used to do flea marketing during college, I used to sell some that my dad used to repair up and everything. As well as a bunch of Legos, other stuff, games, just random junk I could get my hands on for cheap and just sell for more. But I did that a lot during college. I did full-time college while still doing flea marketing on the side. And honestly, it was probably one of the most profitable jobs I've ever had. Because this YouTube channel makes less than minimum wage. Like, way less. I could go into any minimum wage 40-hour-a-week job right now in my area, and I will probably make more than this YouTube channel. But, you know, I still do that out of passion, just because, honestly, streaming is so easy. Like, getting to the point where you get, like, big as a streamer, and I still have no clue how we did for Brighter Shores. I really appreciate every single one of you guys being here. It means so, so much. But, yeah, it's really hard. Like, streaming is so free. Like, it's probably, like, the easiest quote-unquote job you could ever have. But, yeah, it's hard to get to the point where it makes anything. Like, even right now, with how many viewers we have and everything, I could literally go into, like, some convenience store, like a dollar store on the corner of my street, and be making more money just working there 40 hours a week than what this channel makes. But, you know, I still enjoy doing this. Oh, it's easy to fall on a pogo stick. You feel you're way less likely to... Yeah. On pogo sticks, like, you're easy... Pogo stick... Like, you're going to make a lot of mistakes on a pogo stick. Like, when you're first learning. But I feel like the injuries you'll get on it aren't that bad compared to, like, if you crash a bike into something. Like, you're going to feel a lot more pain if you crash a bike into something than you will if you, like, accidentally fall off a pogo stick. Are we going for 200? No. I'm just doing this for 83 to unlock the shortcut. At 83, we're stopping. You'll still see the number go up off stream because I'm just AFKing these off stream. But as far as, like, main goals right now, I'm trying to get every... The main goal of this stream is to unlock every shortcut in this area. And the two that we need are locked behind 55 Merchant and a quest. We only have to partially do the quest. And 83 Detective, which is what we're farming as we speak. So yeah, this is what we're going for. And then we could go do Merchant up a little bit. And then we'll go from there. But yeah, I'm doing the 83 Detective first just to make Merchant a little bit easier. But then at 55 Merchant, we get that shortcut as well. And then we'll have every shortcut in Chronopolis. Then we can start playing the game. Because the whole city will be unlocked by that point. Every possible path, every possible shortcut, every possible room will be fully completed. But yeah, that's my current grind right now. Yeah, we did the thing that we normally do, where we see a goal that we kind of want to set, and then we do nothing, and just tunnel vision on it, and then we just go and get it done. For better or for worse. But we're completely tunnel visioned on getting every shortcut in this region unlocked. We're not doing anything until it's done. That's what we're currently doing now. We will get to do some combat soon, though. And by combat, I mean real combat. We're actually killing things, not just these guys. If you even call that real combat in the current state of game, but you know what I mean. Like fighting actual enemies. Because our main target's going to be this level 79 slime creature. I might kill both of these ones just for the one-time bonus. But our main target is going to be the level 79 guy. I'll go make like an 82 rapier, 82 shield, or whatever we're at by then. I think I'll be limited by my smithing level more so than my combat by then, though. We'll be at like 81, 82. We'll make our tools. And yeah, we'll go in and see what happens. Hopefully it'll give me some armor upgrades because that's the main thing I'm looking for so we don't die. And be good to go. Because pretty much anything he gives that's going to be like 2-star or higher probably going to be an upgrade. 3-star in any slot's an upgrade, even over this. So we'll see what we get from him. And he's weak to cryo, so it should go pretty quickly. And if we need a higher one, we can then start doing the mall chest. Though the mall chest I think is going to be like level 90 something, so it's going to be a little out of our range. But we'll get there. You are a pogo stick champ, nice. Oh no, I didn't do too much with pogo sticks. You know what one random toy was that was really fun when I was a kid? You know those, oh gosh. I'm not sure if there's a modern day equivalent. But there was basically this thing that you spun on your leg. And you had to keep lifting your other leg up to jump over it. And every single time you spun it around, it would basically count how many you did. It's almost like jump rope, but you do it with one leg. But it was basically like hula hooping and jump roping simultaneously. I'm not sure what it was called. But if any of you were a kid like 20 years ago, you probably might know what it is. But, I don't know, it was so much fun. You basically did hula hooping with one leg and then jump roping with the other. That was so randomly fun. It was like one of those knick-knack toys that you would like try like a few times. But something about it I just like really enjoyed doing. I actually had like a whole case of just random junk. Or like a whole like chest of just like random toys to play with outside. And one of them that was really funny, I have no clue why my dad let me use them, were actual like metal darts. Like I'm talking you throw them at someone, that person is dead, metal darts. Or maybe not dead, but definitely like injured. But those were actually really fun because they actually stuck into the ground and everything. So they were fun to mess around with. Because they were like those ones that you would throw, kind of like horseshoes almost in a sense. But like as a dart instead of a horseshoe. Like they were made of like that kind of material. Oh, a skip it. Yeah, that was what it was called. Yeah, I think what Joshua mentioned, I think was the name of it. Yeah, lawn darts, yeah. Like those metal lawn darts. I don't know, did you guys ever play with those as a kid? I'm surprised my dad ever let me, but obviously I was safe enough with them to never get anyone injured or myself. Yeah, those were fun. Because they had enough weight to them that, you know, they would get like good distance. But they were a lot more targetable than like an average object you would throw. Like, it's hard to describe, like, their throwing capability. But it's like a really unique throw that you could do with them compared to an average object. Because they were half dart, half, like, metal thing. And it would actually stick in the ground when they hit. Because they were way heftier than something like a dartboard dart. Like, they're not even comparable to a dartboard dart. It's nice to say nice. Thank you, Kel. I just feel bad when I keep saying the same response to someone. Because it seems like I'm just trying to end the conversation. But sometimes I just don't have something different to say. I feel like that drives some people crazy sometimes. Like, obviously, sometimes I have, like, different responses. But sometimes I'll give, like, 2 or 3 of the same response almost in a row. If I don't know a different thing to respond with. We're almost at 80 smithing. Our combat's about to cross it. Our detective level is almost there. Honestly, I almost feel like putting my knowledge points onto it soon. The only problem is, I kind of need the smithing level. Because my combat's already going to pass my smithing. Even if I keep dumping into smithing. But that could be fixed with merchant skill and, you know, everything else. Get it back to 100. Also, I will buy the level 100 smithing cape, I think. I still haven't decided. Isn't it like 1.5 gold or something? That is so much money to waste. I am tempted, though. Just to make our smithing cape a little longer. Do monsters drop epic weapons? Yes. Enemies can drop up to 4-star. And you can craft up to 3-star and fuse up to 4. But, yeah, monsters can drop 4-star. Like the spear I have right now is a monster drop from a sea urchin in the bottom southeast area. This I handcrafted. And then the other thing was, I think, also a drop from them. Oh, wait, maybe I got this from something else then. Oh, no, I got this from, what's level 48 in this region? I actually don't remember. Not that one. What was the 48? I don't remember now. I don't remember. But oh yeah, the fox. I got it from the fox in the sewers. I got this from the sea urchin. And this we handcrafted. But yeah, you can get 4 stars from enemies. They're rare, but they do exist. And you can get them through crafting, only through the forging, only through the fusing system that you unlock in the 5-star Mines of Matubin quest. The Lost and Found one. Oh yeah, this bounty is still ready. I was gonna go do that when I hit 80 detective. I gotta remember to go do that. When I hit 80 detective, I can get like a huge XP drop, and by huge I mean like 4,000 or 5,000, which honestly is not a lot, but you know, anything to make it a little bit quicker. That's basically like 1.5 raid worth of XP. Save a little bit of time. But yeah, at this point, we're just tunnel vision completely on this grind. This does not stop until that number is 83. And even then, I need to go gear up to be able to go take it on. I won't be able to do it immediately. We could try it just for fun, but we're definitely going to lose. I'll go in there once just to see how, just to gauge like how much more strength we're going to need. But there's no shot we take it at 83 detective with no gear upgrades. There's absolutely 0 chance we will win. So we'll have to get a few upgrades. 1 or 2 armor upgrades should do it though. And I can just make my shield and weapon upgrade. And all that in combination should be enough. That's why we keep dumping into smithing. So I can make like an 81, 82 equipment by then. Or when we take on the 83 raid. Well, we're almost there. We're getting there. Let's see, how much is our penalty right now? Honestly, even if it says 30%, it's still worth it. It should be 20-something% right now, though. We're currently at 21% reduction. But even at that reduction, this is like still 100% worth it. That could be 30%. I'm pretty sure we'll still be here. As long as it's not like 50% plus reduction, it's probably still worth it. I wonder how many people have gotten 200 combat and a detective already doing this. Because that number has to be decently high. Not like absurdly high. But there's definitely got to be at least a few dozen people who have done that grind. I'm personally stopping at 83. The rest we ever do will be off-stream kind of grinds here and there for when we want super AFK. But 83 is just our main goal. I don't really plan to go to 200 quite yet. It'd be nice to have, but it's pretty low priority at the moment. You'll probably see these 2 numbers slowly creeping up over time every stream, even though I don't mention it. But I have no intention to get it to 200, unless it just naturally gets there. I say that, though, when we go do old school RuneScape leagues, this might be my AFK activity. And if I AFK that during the entirety of old school RuneScape leagues, we are going to be like level 250. So, I say that now. However, if I don't switch up what kind of AFK activities we do, these numbers are going to be very big. Like maybe even like top 5 leaderboard big. If we just do literally just that. I prefer to switch it up so we can get cooking done and other things though. Because that's one of the grinds I probably want to do when we go do old school RuneScape leagues. I want to go finish the 61 cooking grind already. Do you think there will be a penalty for death eventually? Probably. Death is kind of weird in this game right now because it's actually beneficial sometimes because you can just sell all your stuff and everything. It's basically just a free teleport to, you know, reset your inventory and everything. I'm not sure what they're going to do for it, though. I think after how big of a penalty he did in his original MMO, I think he kind of wants to tone down death mechanics. But currently it's like beneficial to die, so you might want to tone it up just a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what he'll end up doing. But yeah, there's like no penalty at all to death right now. Like none. Whereas back in the day, you used to lose like everything on you, I believe. Like RuneScape Classic. Like you didn't even keep your best 3 items. You just lost like literally everything on death. And I think there was a point where there was no banks too, so you lost like everything on death. Like your entire bank, basically. Because I think you could only store gold in the bank. Like you couldn't store gear or anything at the time. But yeah, he toned down death mechanics compared to his past MMO. Maybe slightly too much so, but I guess you could always tone it up rather than tone it down. So I guess he wanted to go that angle. Where death means nothing at launch, but maybe tone it up a little bit once it does launch. I'm also curious to see how death mechanics work in PvP. Like, is it going to be full loot PvP? Is it just going to be an entry fee kind of thing? How exactly is it going to work? Because however that works is likely how he'll address deaths in the main game in the future. Depending on how punishing it is. Because I have a feeling he might just do an entry fee system. Or you might not even lose any of your gear at all. Just your entry fee. And then whoever wins, you know, gets like most of the entry fees or whatever it works. Depending on however the system ends up getting structured. But we don't really know. We'll find out. But yeah, I do feel like he should tone up death just a little bit. Like, it shouldn't be that punishing. But right now, you're basically rewarded for dying. Which is a interesting way to have a death mechanic in a game. But, yeah, he should tone it up just a little bit. Obviously not to, like, a super degree. Like, at least losing, like, a little bit of currency or something. Maybe not 1%, because that'd be really annoying. But I don't know, something. I'm not sure what he needs to do, but... it's, like, nothing right now. It just feels kind of weird. I think he's just doing that because of the beta and everything, and for early access. But he'll probably tone it up at some point. He just didn't want to scare people away with, like, a super harsh death mechanic while everyone's learning the game and everything. Which is understandable. Oh, the mall chest is level 98. That's interesting. Alright, that's a bit out of our league. But it's good intel. So that means we can actually farm things for quite a while in this region. These were like both at the same level range before, but now they're pretty wide. So when I need to go get gear for doing this raid, we're good to go. When I need gear for the next raid, boom, level 98s. Because these are two big things that we can absolutely obliterate in this region. These are both weak to cryo damage. So this should hold us down all the way to like 100 something. Like low hundreds. Because this will get us geared for the 83 raid. And this allows us to do up to probably like 110, 120. We can get some good gear from him. Which I think is almost up to the next raid, right? Let me go double check. I think the next raid's 121. Yeah, 121 exactly. So that guy is probably going to get us geared for that. And then we just got to hope the next swamp one is like doable before the next one. It probably will be. He's 168. I'm pretty sure we could do the other swamp guy at like 150-ish or whatever it is. If the first one of him, or second one of him is at 79. Or third, I have no clue what variant this is. One of his variants. That doesn't seem too bad. Before it was kind of awkward because they were both next to each other, but now it's much wider spread, which is good. You're starting to see even bots? Oh no! Yeah, I hope they step up their botting measures, or anti-botting measures, I mean. Because once trading gets enabled, the spike in bots are going to be definitely pretty high. Also, hello Eric, if I didn't already say hi, welcome. Does it matter which episode to be leveling in? Kind of. You're going to need about 50 combat to do the 5-star quest in every region. Beyond that, combat is probably most useful in Chapter 4, if you have membership, as they increase, which is the one we're doing right now, because they increase the XP rate that you get from what we're doing right now. The higher your DPS, the more you end up getting Detective XP, or the quicker you can get Detective XP, which speeds up the skill, because you get both combat and Detective up simultaneously. So if there was any one region to really prioritize combat in, I would say it's Zone 4. But you do eventually need to kill a level 55 boss in Zone 1 for the highest level quest. A level 60 boss, I believe it was, in Region 2. You're forced to have to get 59 combat or 61 combat in Zone 3 for a quest. And the highest you'll need for this is kill 60 boss, but the higher your combat in this region, the quicker you can get Detective XP. This could change in the future, obviously, once there's like a boss in every region that's repeatable or something similar. At the moment, I would say you mostly just need 50, 50-ish, 59 or 61, depending if you're using the +2 boost potion. And with Chapter 4 being the only one that is pretty beneficial to going infinitely on at the moment. It's not required, though. You can just do it in whatever chapter you like the most. But I would say Chapter 4 is the most beneficial one if you want to go like all out on combat. And if you're free to play, you probably want to do it as a guard instead of a scout. Because you gain more useful resources, I believe, as a guard compared to the scout area. Because most of the resources you get for scout, or not all of them, but a lot of them only are useful in Chapter 3. So if you're playing free to play, guard's probably your best way to go. But if you remember, it's probably all in on Chronopolis, on Watch Person. You also get a cool dragon keep from it. You can't see the dragon's head until like 200, level 200. And of course not the full thing until 500. Honestly, I kind of grew out of that one. Initially, I thought this would be like the coolest one. But there's so many good profession capes that, and once I saw it in game and everything, I don't know. I don't like it as much. I don't hate it. But, I don't know. Something about it. Just doesn't really sit as good with me compared to the other ones. Like, I'll definitely probably get it at some point, especially if we have 500s somehow, like, way, way down the line, obviously. But, I don't know, it's not particularly high priority. I gotta inspect the 200 one a little bit better when I see it again in game, though. Because we will have access to that if we really want to go down it. I think the thing that throws me off with it, I feel like in isolation, the cape looks great. For whatever reason, the color scheme of the cape in the context of the game seems slightly off. I'm not sure why. Something about its color scheme with the atmosphere and everything seems just slightly off. But maybe once we have it on our back, it would make more sense. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Not really high priority. At the moment, we're just upgrading our smithing keep, I guess. But yeah, gotta keep our cosmetic level high. Can't be slacking on our cosmetic level. I just realized we're exactly 79 for killing those now. I want to wait till we have the detective level though. And at 80 I can go to the message board real quick, though I don't think we have any other training methods other than do this to 83. It'll take a little while. How much is our reduction right now? Because it definitely feels like it's increased by a bit. 23. That's still fine. As long as it's not getting over like 30%. Because I think I was doing the level 8s at like 30-something%. And it's definitely noticeable once it starts getting that far. So worst comes to worst, if we really had to, if it does get reduced too much. I think taking the precise investigations to finish it off might be the play. I gotta start putting our dopamine points into it. I think once I get level 80 smithing, I might start doing that. I think that's a nice clean cutoff for now. Which actually, that might make detective level and our combat level here our highest one. But I think I'm going to do that to speed it up now. I'm going to put one last dopamine point into blacksmith. And then I'm going to go to the rest into detective at this point. Just so we don't have to do this as long. So we can start getting into, you know, anything that isn't this. Because we've been doing this for like 4 hours now. If you count the time before the stream, this is like 5 hours straight of nothing like this. Don't get me wrong, I could easily do this, but, you know, I want to do a little bit of higher variety so we're not here all day. But, I don't know, if it was up to me, I don't mind either way. I could easily do this for literally a whole day without getting bored of it, personally. But for a little bit of variety, I think I do start dumping, as soon as I hit 80 smithing, start dumping it all into detective just to get it done a little quicker. I wanted to wait until it was a little bit higher level, and I think it's at that point now where it's fine to go do it. I just need one more to go get 80. Because I can't leave it at 79. I can't leave it. It's like 1 inch away from a level. I can't just leave it there. That'll pain me to leave it that close. Yeah, we'll do one last point into that and then go all in on 83 detective then. By then we should have about 82 combat. And then we go and tear apart the... actually, I need to go smith a little. Well, I guess I could technically get it from that. Oh, but I need to already be level 80 though. So yeah, I still have to do that. But yeah, then we'll go smith a little. Get our 80 equipment. Like an 80 weapon and 80 shield. Actually, maybe just an 80 shield. Because our weapon's 75. We don't really need to do a +5 weapon upgrade. I don't know, we'll see. I guess we might. I don't know, 5 levels doesn't seem worth it, but it's not going to take that long. I already have the ore. It's not like I need to go mine it or buy it or anything. As long as we don't get super unlucky, I already have all the ore I need to go make the weapon and shield. Level 20 and 40 detective is the same room for passive XP? Yes. You are still stuck at level 18. It's really annoying when you do the raids at early level range. Because, well, at first it's fine because you get to level 4. Then you get to level 8. Then you get to 18. The problem with doing just these and not doing investigations or anything is the next one is all the way at 51. It is probably the biggest gaps between them. Well, maybe not the biggest numerically, but as far as how much XP you need relative to your level, it's probably one of the bigger gaps between the upgrades. But yeah, it's really annoying to get to 51. But you do get 2 different investigations along the way, so if you like the investigations, you can do that. Standard at 28 and moderate at 46. And these in particular are giving better rate, so doing this all the way from 46 to 51 could be a play if you don't want to keep doing the reduced raids. It's kind of unfair how fast cryo attack speed is compared to Hammer Mage. What weapon are you using? Because I'm pretty sure Hammer Mage has the exact same speed weapon. I have heard the high attack speed weapon on Guardian is a little bit weird though. But this is the exact same attack speed as Hammer Mage. If you're using your high attack speed weapon. I don't know which one that is by name. But a Hammer Mage should have a weapon that's this exact speed that I'm using right now. You get a Stone Mace. Yeah, I guess this class technically has 2 quick attack speed weapons. It has Rapier, which is what I'm using now, which lets you use a shield. And it has Longsword, which is a 2-handed one. I'm not sure if Longsword is more DPS or what. But I'm not sure exactly how power and everything works in this game. But for this, I kind of need the shield, at least when we go do the harder content. For this right now, I guess we technically could be using a Longsword. But I'm not sure if Longsword is better DPS than Rapier. But it is the same attack speed as Rapier. But you're not allowed to use your shield since it's 2-handed. One nice thing about the 2-handed Longsword with this character too is it's actually damage neutral. So you don't have to worry about things' weaknesses. So you can use it against anything for similar damage. It doesn't have an advantage against anything, but it doesn't have a disadvantage against anything. Which is very convenient. But you can't use your shield, so I don't use it too often. Because since you can't make your own armor, that's actually a pretty big deal not being able to use your shield right now. That's like 20% of your defense, maybe even 25% is almost all your shield these days. That'll matter a lot less when Armor Maker comes out though. But right now for a lot of things, especially if you're fighting stronger things, your shield goes a long way right now. As far as keeping you alive. Yeah, how are our resistances right now? Are they all 50% plus? No, not quite yet. Someone mentioned earlier they go up as you gain levels. And I do notice that they're a little bit higher. I thought it would be like 50% by now though. I guess it would be if our armor was better. Oh, so hello, Nicolay. Welcome, welcome. We've been streaming the same exact thing for 5 hours? Yes, we have. Honestly, that does sum up Brighter Shores pretty well. For better or for worse. It's mostly because I got really, like, all in on this grind. And And I wanted to end up finishing it before we end up going to anything else. I got really tunnel visioned on trying to do this for merchant efficiency. I was going to do a bit more variety, but honestly, when I set a goal out, I'm going to go do it completely. This game's not a game, it's some sort of activity for mentally challenged people. Well, you're allowed to have your opinion on that. That's pretty funny, though. Honestly, out of everyone with complaints for this game, I like that one. That's a funny one. But I personally have been enjoying it. Also, I've definitely done grinds in old school RuneScape that are like easily 100 times longer than this. Maybe not 100 times, but like 50 times longer than this. It's just a standard Saturday afternoon at this point. How do you get your backpack to stay like that? Oh, so hello, Lidison. Welcome, welcome. Basically, there's these little arrows on the side, and you can move your menus wherever you want, and you can also move them up and down to make them like different size and everything. Like you might want to make your mini map bigger so you can see all the small text and click on it to move around, which is what I have here with my spell book. But you can put anything anywhere. Like for example, currently I have my skills and then the backpack. Well, let's say I don't want my backpack there. I want my spells there. I can move this over, and now boom, now my spells are there. Yeah, it's pretty customizable. And you just click this arrow and it stays up. You can also have both up at once. And you can also have chat. You can also make it look like a mobile version. And here's our gameplay now. But yeah, you can customize it however you want. Obviously, I normally keep this pretty small so it doesn't take up as much screen real estate. I normally keep this one open. But yeah, there's a lot you can do with the menus right now. Move all the icons, switch them up. I try to keep this as small as possible though, just so it doesn't take up as much space. I just realized we're out to level 750. As soon as we get this next dopamine hit of knowledge points, our level 80 smithing will officially get us to 750, which was one of the milestones we wanted to hit today. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't answer the other question, but it's 1.8 billion XP to get level 500. Which sounds like a lot if you're coming from like old school RuneScape's 200 million. But you have to keep in mind some of the XP rates you're going to be getting at like 300, 400 are literally measured in millions per hour. So while 1.8 billion sounds like a lot, the XP rates are also like insane at that level range. So it's not as bad as it necessarily sounds. Because while that number is absurdly big, your XP rates at that rate is like literally millions. So it's not like trying to get like 200 million in old school when you're getting like 100k an hour or something. By that level in Brighter Shores, you're getting like 2, 3, 4, 5 million an hour. So it sounds bad, but it's not as bad as it seems. No, I'm definitely getting base 200 before I even consider getting like a 300. Yeah, I think there's like a XP curve thingy at 20, 50, 100, and 200? With the two most noteworthy ones at 20 and 200. Because 20 is basically free. And then kind of curves a little bit. But then at 200, it just like spikes upwards. Straight line up. The only plan I plan to get to a certain level over 200 anytime soon is 205 merchant. Just for that one hide you get 205. Because that allows you to get 200 leather maker. The only other one that might spike up a little bit is the two skills we're training right now. As generally speaking off stream, this is like my AFK activity of choice. Oh, so hello, Avery. Your shield is still active with two-handed weapons. Is it really? Someone mentioned that earlier. Huh. That sounds kind of dumb. That it would be like that. That's interesting. Maybe I should try out the longsword then. So what's the point of two-handed weapons? If you're allowed to use your shield. I assumed that was just like an oversight or something. Yeah, that sounds like a bug to me. Are people bug exploiting by using two hands right now? Are they gonna get rolled back now? So you're saying everyone using a two-hand right now is bug exploiting that? No. Obviously not. It's kind of hard because not to. What's the point of 3 different shields? I believe they have different defense distributions. I'm not sure what they are because I haven't bothered testing to see what the difference was. It seemed like a waste of time to try to make 3 different shields. But my understanding is they have different defense distribution. And someone said earlier this one has higher physical defense, which is what I need, so I just built it. It also was the one I had the material for, so it was also the easiest to make. But yeah, they have like different elemental distribution. Like I think the one right now I'm using is like physical resistant, slightly more so. One of the other ones would have been elemental resistant. And maybe one of the other ones like more necromay resistant, the fire resistant, I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure one is more resistant to physical, one is probably more resistant to the 3 damage types. And then the other one's probably to the other weird ones, like necromay and fire. I assume that's how it works, so I haven't actually tested all the shields to know. But it seems like it's something like that, where it's like slightly different defenses for different things. As far as just distribution. But all of them are pretty similar. Like it's probably not more than like a 5-10% difference. So for the most part, you just make whatever shield looks the coolest. Or the one you have the material for. Because right now it doesn't seem like they make a big enough a difference to really bother. Just whatever one's easiest to make based on what you have. Or whatever one you like cosmetically the most. Because there's a small difference between them, but it's not big enough to really make a difference ever. At least currently. How do you get more purples while blacksmithing? Luck. You can technically lower the level of whatever you're crafting. But if you want it at a certain level range, or, you know, at the max level you can currently do, it is purely luck if you get more purples or not. But at level 19 or below, you do have a higher chance. But that also means you're only making a 19 or below, which is not ideal. If you're trying to make gear to actually use, you generally just do whatever your highest level is, or to tune it to whatever your chapter is. Like with my 79 smithing, you know, if I need a weapon for here, I'd make it like a level 60 or 59. Which faction do you think will be the best for PvP? That's pretty hard to tell until we know what all the specs do. There's really no way of knowing. Alright, now for the rest of the stream, until we have 83 detective, I will be dumping every knowledge point into detective to get this grind done already. Hey, another guy doing the same thing we are, with the same cape and the same gear and same everything. Good old standard Cryonite build. Standard meta Cryonite route. Oh, also, we just finally got 750 total. Nice. That 80 smithing just made us go over. Also, our first level 80. Soon to be followed up by our second level 80 in the next few minutes or several minutes. Yeah, nice. That looks clean. Alright, now the grind's 1,000. Now hit the next goal. Obviously, smaller goal. Next goal is 800, obviously. Small steps. So that will look really clean when that says 1000. So hello, Gray TV. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, when the other guy mentioned we've been doing this the entire stream, he's not wrong. We're almost 5 hours in of just doing this. That wasn't like the original plan, but you know how I am. When I see a short-term goal that is really obtainable within like a short duration of time, I just can't stop. I gotta do it all the way. For better or for worse. But obviously you don't have to play the game this way. But this is how my mind works. Like when I get fixated on something, I just gotta finish it. I saw that we needed those shortcuts for merchant, and I'm like, okay, well, time to not stop until we get them. Because it makes sense, because we need the efficiency for the merchant route. So why do merchant less efficiently when we could just grind this out and make things easier? We were starting to get to the point where we actually need that route. Like before, it didn't matter, because like how often would I need this other than for soap? But now we got to go to that other double area a lot of times, I got to go all the way back to the other area that it connects to a lot of times. We got to deliver our pizzas over there. And we're getting to the point where we just need so many things over there that I kind of have to open up that one path. It's just becoming too inefficient to not have it. So that's what we're doing. And then we'll start the other quest. I'm not going to be finishing it today because there's no way we're getting 50 Leathermaker today. Even tomorrow, I'm not sure we're getting it. Tomorrow's goal is probably 83 Merchant or whatever it was. I keep forgetting the number. 82 Merchant we need. We're definitely not going to finish that today, I can assure you that. But whatever we don't have by tonight's grind, or, you know, today's grind and tonight's off-stream grind, I will be grinding that to 82, so we can go finally train Leather Worker. I only plan to get it to the quest requirement, though, 50. I do plan to get it higher, but I want my merchant, like, all the way up before we do. Like, literally, like, 205 or something. Which I'm not sure if we're going to do that goal next. I really haven't decided. Like, after I get merchant to whatever I just said, 83 or whatever it was, and I get Leather Worker to level 50, I'm not sure if I'm moving to a different chapter or what. Because something in me wants me to kind of go to 205 merchant. But then I think about how long it'll take to get 205 merchant. If I do go for 205 merchant, I assure you, I will put my dopamine points into merchant itself. I will not be training it with no dopamine points. All our knowledge points will go into merchant once it hits like level 70 or 80 or something. Like pretty much once we get that 83, I'll probably do without dopamine points. But then after that, all of our knowledge points are going into it. After the 83, into the 50 Leather Worker grind. It really just comes down to, do we want to bother grinding to 205 or do something else? And honestly, I probably feel like doing something else for a little bit. I kind of want to go back to chapter 2 or maybe resource farm a little bit more in chapter 3. Not sure yet. We'll figure it out. Level 155 Mind Fighter? Nice. You don't like the crafting grind? Honestly, you can skip it all just by doing combat. If you just got combat up in every zone, you can just ignore that the crafting skills even exist. I'm pretty sure once trading comes out, a lot of people are going to do that. Like, once this game gets, like, actual combat mechanics and special attacks and everything else, pretty sure people are just going to rush Chapter 5, do PvP, all that kind of stuff, but they're just going to get all the combats up and just trade for anything they can't get. Because a lot of these things you don't really need. Cooking is just for money. Fishing is just for money and to help cooking. Forager, you can just buy with money. Alchemy, you kind of need, but once player trading, if you trade potions, you can just get it all from other people. Gatherer, you can just buy. Woodcutter, you can just buy. Carpentry, you can just buy. Yeah, Bone Right, you can just buy. buy. Yeah, like everything. Like, you can literally just do only combat in every region if you really want to. Though you may need trading to exist. Also, you would still need things for, like, quest requirements and stuff like that. But beyond that, you wouldn't really need it for anything. But I wouldn't be surprised if accounts get a lot more combat-oriented once the combat system is more fleshed out. Basically ignoring all skilling in favor of combat. I personally won't be. But that's definitely a route you can do. I just feel like it's kind of clunky to do it right now just because of how the systems work at the moment. Though it becomes a lot easier once trading exists. It becomes substantially easier once Chapter 5's special attacks exist. Because right now it feels like the game is scaled a lot on the special attacks existing. But of course currently they do not. Otherwise I'd be using the spear right now to spec him. Or whatever other gear we have. Oh, 23% penalty. That's not too bad. It would take like 2 weeks to craft the gear you're holding. But yeah, once you can though, you get it for all 4 chapters though is the thing. Like, the crafting grind is longer, but you get it permanently. Like, it's not just one set, it's infinite sets. That's one thing to consider with the crafting grind. To actually get, like, the processing skills up. Is in the short term, it's longer. In the long term, it's quicker. And we're here for the long term. No, either or works, doesn't really matter. Whatever playstyle works best for you. Watch trading stalls have a 100 plus merchant requirement to trade? No, given when you get it in chapter 4, it seems like the only requirement is to basically complete the chapter 4 quest. Not complete it, but like get 2/3 the way through. You guys know if you guys did it. You know the exact point probably by now. But if you haven't done it, like 2/3 through the quest, there's a very specific point that happens where the game basically says you have access to trading once it comes out. And I'm pretty sure at that point is exactly when you can start trading with no other requirement. You simply just have to get that far in the storyline. But no, it's not going to have any other weird requirement, I'm pretty sure. other than nearly completing the Chapter 4 quest. But beyond that, it's not going to have any extra requirements. Also, I believe that's before the skill check of the Chapter 2. So if you don't want to have to grind out the total level or, you know, like the 60 level in the region or whatever else you need, like level 500 something, I don't remember. But you probably don't need that requirement to trade. You would need to finish Chapter 4 to go to Chapter 5, of course. But I believe you get access to trading before it checks your total level requirement. Like, you know how you need like a certain total level and everything to move to the next chapter? I don't believe you need that to be able to trade. It's needed, obviously, to finish Chapter 4, but I don't think it's needed to trade once Chapter 4's trading comes out. So that makes the grind a little bit lower as well. Because that's like 100 less total level and a bunch of other skills you don't need to get up necessarily, unless you want to. Oh, also, our poll has 164 votes. Thank you so much, everyone, for voting on the poll. Also, if you wouldn't mind hitting that like button 164 times, that would also be appreciated to help people find the channel. If you guys enjoyed the stream, would help out a lot. I find that really funny. People really love voting on polls. I'm not sure what it is. Because I know anytime I ever do a poll ever, all the 8 years I've been streaming, I feel like any poll gets like 3 to 5 times as much interaction as the like-dislike button. I'm not sure what it is about polls, but people love giving their opinion. Which is perfectly fine. I just find that really, really funny. Because if you put like a poll up, everyone will interact with it. But like other things don't get interacted with as much. I just find it really funny. Of course, everyone loves giving their opinion. Which is perfectly fine. All opinions are valid here. Also, you may notice I don't really ban anyone who ever comes in here talking smack about the game or myself or anything else. I don't mind. You're allowed to say anything. Free speech. Yeah, I never ban anyone for anything. The only time you'll ever see me ban someone in chat is if it's like a bot or something. Like spamming something or something similar. But aside from that, I'm not ever going to ban someone for being rude. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. If they're being like absurdly obnoxious, maybe we'll like time them out or something. If it's like disrupting everything. You know, you're free to say whatever. And have your own opinion about anything. Sometimes people just need a vent. You don't know what they're going through at any given time. So I don't mind people just, you know, venting, doing whatever. Really don't mind it personally. You don't really know what they're going through in their own life and everything like that, so. I used to still treat people with respect even if they don't treat you back similarly. Because I don't really hold grudges or anything like that. Very forgiving person, probably to a fault. Someone could try shooting me, and I live, and I'd probably forgive them for shooting me. Don't do that, though. But, like, I'm like an overly forgiving person to, like, a super fault. Like, too much so. Do a poll if there hasn't been enough polls today. I'm gonna leave the current poll just a little longer because I'm kind of sure. I'm kind of curious what the data is. Obviously, as more votes come in, we get more data. I was gonna do it last night, but we didn't have as many people around, so I was like, I'll wait. You're currently AFK in dens as well? Nice. That's the way to do it. Am I going to finish the quest in Hopeport? It's the place I plan to do it in last. We finished all the quests in Chapter 3. Probably by the end of this weekend, we'll probably have all the quests done in Chapter... Well, maybe not the end of this weekend. I'm not sure how long Leathermaker takes to train. But sometime in the next few days, I guess, we'll have the quest done in Chapter 4. However long it takes, I guess. But, yeah, then after that, I'm probably going to Hope Forest. Unless I go do the merchant grind, I still haven't decided. It's either going to be the 205 merchant grind or Hope Forest quest. I'll have to do both eventually. It just really comes down to which one I do next. But honestly, after I do all the grinds I want to do here, I think before I do get 205 merchant, I'm definitely probably going to go back to Hope Forest. I'm going to need a change of pace for at least a day or two, however long that grind takes. But yeah, Hopeport is the last place I plan to do the quest in. Mostly because 61 cooking is kind of annoying to get. Mostly because I know Leathermaker makes so much more profit. That feels like a slight waste doing cooking. But yeah, I plan to do basically reverse order. Well, not even reverse order. I'm doing a really weird order. I did 3 first, then 4, then 2, then eventually 1. But 1 has the lowest priority. The benefit of 2, even though it doesn't give you that much in return, the requirements for it are pretty free compared to any other chapter. It's by far the lowest requirements. Main thing keeping me from 1 is mostly the 61 cooking. More so than anything. I do enjoy cooking in this game, but 61 cooking is not quick. Especially if I don't want to bother with bounties and just do normal cooking. Like 61 cooking is a good, what is that, 10, 15, 20 hour grind? Like that's not like a one stream thing where we get it all the way up, I don't think. Unless we use some knowledge points on there or something. I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe I'm overestimating how long it takes. You might be a bone mason, nice. Actually, you know what I did off stream last night? I AFK'd the bone mason thing with the clouded divination. I also want to try AFKing the bone mail thing, though I'm not sure if I need some kind of other weird material for it. Probably do. And then probably AFK the rugged mammoth thing. Because I do want to get my bone right up. I just don't want to train it directly. But if I can find ways to indirectly train it, I think I'm going to. I think this is going to be my new AFK activity going forward. At least for a little while. Is try to AFK every single night bone rate a little higher. At least until like level 50ish or so. Maybe a little higher than that as well. Because of the 3 processing skills in chapter 3, it's always going to be my lowest. And the best way to kind of keep it from being absurdly low is to at least, you know, skill it up a little bit with the AFK activities. It always feels like it's a little bit of a waste compared to doing a higher level one. I don't know. I think it might still be the route I go. Just not have to train Bone Mason. I mean Bone Mason. I'm just combining words. Bone Rate. Just to not have to train Bone Rate directly. You believe cooking veggie stew is best knowledge per hour? Constant 4 KP per hour? Nice. That's not too bad. That's normally what I do whenever I go in there. Is I just make stews. And if I get a bounty for a stew, I go deliver them. And if otherwise, I just ignore them. But yeah, that's what I normally do whenever I do them. I make stew only. If there's a bounty for them, I'll turn them in. And then I go back to making more stews. It's just the most chill way of doing it. And is most likely the method of choice I will be using. Do you know what level you get the tier 2 stew or tier 3? What level do you get the one after 25? Does anyone know? I don't think it's before 61, unfortunately. Let's see. Which means I have to use the 25 one all the way to 61. Which does not sound ideal. Yeah, you're right. It's 63. Ew. That's not ideal. That's 2 levels above where I need to be. Which doesn't help me get there, unfortunately. That's not ideal. Makes it a little bit clunkier. Because we're going to be stuck at a recipe like half the level of what our actual level is. But yeah, stew is definitely the most chill thing you'd be doing for cooking. And I believe every stew always profits, regardless of which one you're doing. So not only is it chill, but you're still making money as well. Not as much money as some later skills, but you know, you're still making money. Oh no! I meant to put that into detective. I did it out of habit. My bad, my bad. My tricker finger of trying to do it quickly just put it into smithing. Whoops. I meant to put that in detective so we can speed this up a little. All the rest of them I will be. Whoops, my bad. But I meant to put that in detective so we can cut off like half an hour of this grind, hopefully. But all the rest of them will go in detective. Whoops. I was just out of habit. Whoops. Up, level 80. Our second level 80. Back to back as well. Because we just got 80 smithing earlier. Not bad, not bad. I can now make 80 weaponry for this chapter when we need it later. Unfortunately, I can't make any higher than that. I'm not sure if it's worth making a 5 upgrade, but I have the material, so I might just go for it. I'm definitely making the shield, but if I still have material left, I'll probably make the weapon. Can't possibly take that long. I think I got this one within like 9 crafts last night. I did it before the stream just so we wouldn't have to go out of our way for it at any point. But, yeah, I might go make a level 80. It's probably not that much of a DPS increase, but, you know, it's more than nothing, I guess. Better than nothing. I know, we're just a Cryo Knight at heart. It's one of the reasons I actually wanted to pick Cryo Knight. Is I love mining smithing synergy in any game. And I was aware ahead of the time that this would be associated to Cryonite specifically, because of the metal armor and everything. So yeah, I kind of just went all out. Because I wouldn't be as happy if I was doing Bonerite or Stonemason. Not that they're bad skills, but the mining and the smithing I just like too much. I haven't been training it too much. Like more than half of this is dopamine points from the knowledge points. But you know, I've still been enjoying the training I have been doing with it. Have you made any epics since you finished the quest? Also, hello, Airy Rob. Yes, I made 2. The shield we're currently using, which will be replaced once we go do the other stuff. As well as the rapier we were using, which was a level 50 rapier, but we can make better now, so I made better. The biggest issue with trying to make 4 stars right now, given that there's no special attacks, is getting the other material for the 2 classes that you're not prioritizing. That's the biggest issue right now since we don't have trading. But yeah, trying to get like stonemason material and bonerite material, or aka guardian and hammer mage, is really hard right now. Because these 2 levels just drag it down like crazy if I have to craft my own. And because of that, it's not really worth making 4 stars for the most part. It will be for some of these other chapters, and even more so when special attacks exist on every 4-star weapon. But right now, and even once 4-star weapons exist, 4-star armor making and 4-star shields don't seem that worth it, from what I could tell. It's only going to be the weapons because they have special attacks that are going to be worth it. Everything else is not going to be worth making 4-star out of. Unless you really, really want to upgrade. Like 4-star 200 for example. Due to how hard it will be to get like 250s or something similar. Which I'm pretty sure is going to be pretty standard gear in like mid to late game in this game. And anything above that's going to be like ultra power creep if you just have like the skills for it or something from mega grinds. But I feel like the base gear that a lot of people will be using at a certain point, obviously we're like a month away from that, but a lot of people base gear will be 4-star 200s or somewhere around that level range. Getting higher than that is going to be really, really, really hard in the current state of the game. Even once armor making everything exists. A lot of people are just going to be in base 200s in 4-star gear. Because anything beyond that's going to be decently difficult unless you're really grinding for it. Do the levels have to be the same? No. What it basically does is it averages it. So for example, I have 42, 48, and 80 right now. So if I put those into a calculator real quick. Calculator, where are you? Why are you not showing up? There you go. So if I add 42 plus 48 plus 80, and then divide that by 3, round it down, I would get a level 56 equipment. So I can only currently make a level 56 4-star without the access to trading. With trading, we could make an 80 weapon of our own, and then buy someone from a stonemason who has 80, and then a bonerite who has 80, and then we'll be able to make an 84 star. But if I was to make a from scratch piece of gear using these 3 skills, I can only make a level 56 right now because it averages all the levels of the 3, which is way worse than making a level 80 3-star. Like a level 83 star is stronger than a level 56 4-star, at least prior to special attacks existing. So right now there isn't really much of a need to make 4 stars at the moment. I did yesterday for the fun of it, because we just got access to it and it's like nice, new, and shiny, and it helped us a decent amount for yesterday. Just helped speed some grinds along. But right now in the current state of the game, until special attacks exist and everything, it's not really worth it. And even once they do, armor will be way lower priority compared to weapons. It's just crafting a slightly better 3-star compared to having a slightly lower 4-star armor or shield. It's going to be better just to do the 3-star out of convenience. How much quicker it'll be and everything. So you're mostly, later, once Chapter 5 comes out, you're mostly just going to be in full 3-star gear for armor. With 4-star weapons is going to be the meta, most likely. If you want like an in-between of time efficiency. Unless you get good 4-star armor drops, of course. But otherwise, you're probably just going to settle with 3-star armor and 4-star weapons. Well, 4-star weapons isn't really settling, but you know what I mean. You'd only really do it on weapons. But your primary DPS weapon would likely still be a 3-star. Like, for example, I'd probably still be running a 3-star weapon. But my other 2 weapons, my range and other thing, my 2-hand, would probably be a 4-star spec weapon. So we don't know how cooldowns or anything will work. But realistically, once specs come out, our gear would be a range spec into a two-handed melee spec, into using whatever our main hand weapon is, likely our strongest rapier. But the rapier would be 3-star, the other two would be 4-star. That's likely the meta, but I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. With trading, you could definitely start doing all 4-star though, and stuff like that. But if you're still going kind of being self-sufficient, that seems like the way to go. 4-star spec range weapon, 4-star spec two-handed. And then just, you know, doing your main offense weapon. Yeah, about 101 hours at the moment. Nice, huge. Oh, so hello, Tom Tom. Welcome, welcome. What's hello, Alan, if I didn't already say hi. What magic path did I take? Oh, we took Cryo Knight. 752 Cryo Knight with the little dragon blue symbol thingy. What is the fastest guardian weapon? Anyone know? It looks like a nunchuck. I forget what it's called. It's like a wooden-looking nunchuck thing with how you use it. It's definitely your quickest attack speed weapon. I do not remember its name, though. You'll know it based on the weapon, though, when I say nunchuck. Because when you see the animation. Yeah, the Trutchian, that's the one. The Trutchian has that weird nunchuck, and not weird, it's actually really cool. But it's basically like a one-handed nunchuck. I actually really like its animation. The Trutchian. What a weird name for it. Is that actually a thing? Is Trutchian actually a thing in real life? I've never heard of that before. But it's basically a one-handed nunchuck, or at least the animation anyways. Interesting, I've never heard of that. It's like a club with a handle. Oh, yeah, I understand what it is now. I've seen that in other games. I know what you're referring to. Okay, I know what it is. Saying a club with a handle just makes so much more sense. I know that weapon is club with a handle, not as a Trutchian. Yeah, I understand what you mean, though. It all makes sense. I never knew that thing was called a Trutchian. Yeah, it's kind of like a baton. Kind of similar, though slightly different. It's a nunchuck? Oh, do I keep saying it wrong? I wouldn't be surprised. I keep saying a numchuck instead of a nunchuck. I'm saying numb instead of none. Well, AFK and old school RuneScape Redwoods, you got the steel baguette. Nice, huge. Hey, I'm not the only one. So I'm not the only one AFK in Redwoods, am I? I'm glad I'm not alone. Oh yeah, also my arrow shaft, this is my arrow shaft stack from Brighter Shores. I'm at 1.8 mil. That is nothing but cutting redwoods all during Brighter Shores grind. I want to keep going till I have a green stack of 10 mil. I'm about 20% the way there. But yeah, at some point before the end of this year, I'm going to have a green stack of arrow shafts in old school RuneScape, doing nothing but cutting redwoods while playing Brighter Shores. Which sounds absolutely insane and completely useless, but there's nothing else to really use them on. I already have like 40,000 banked for eventual birdhouse runs. So I'm just making them into arrow shafts for the 10 million arrows I'm never going to make. That's one thing I like about the ammo system in this game. Like, the limited ammo might seem a little clunky, but at least you don't have to make your ammo. There's one upside of this system. The downside is you have very limited ammo per battle. The upside is that makes it so you can't cheese some things as hard. But also, it makes it so you don't have to make your own ammo. Like, once you make something, you just have infinite of it, essentially. For now, ... No, I think they're going to keep it as this infinite system. I think they do it so you can't really safe spot things as hard. It's not like there's a melee weapon that has like a 2 attack range or something that you could cheese things with, like a halberd. Well, a halberd does exist, but you know, you can't use it to 2 attack range. It only has 1 attack range. You'd rather have ammo and have actual range? I don't know. Ammo management can get annoying, but it's not really that big a deal once you have like literal millions. Like, I don't think I've ever ran out of amethyst arrows in old school RuneScape. I think I have like 50,000 right now. If I ever got like a twisted bow, maybe I would run out eventually. There's not as many things I need to use it on at the moment. Though getting dragon arrows is really annoying in old school right now. If you're an Iron Man. Like getting like dragon arrows, dragon dart tips. Because you can't craft them. Makes them kind of awkward. You gotta like kill things or do some weird things like get dragon imps to get them. There's not like a thing you can just farm to get infinite of them easily. Like you can with other ammo. Yeah, I am still really curious to see what they do with special attacks in this game. We've been talking about it a bit since we're doing a lot of AFK combat right now. Well, not AFK, but you know what I mean. We're actively playing AFK combat right now. This was not necessarily on the things to do list today, but I don't know. I really wanted to get this grind done. I saw we needed 83 detective, and we're not stopping until we get there. Though I do need to remember, I gotta use this dopamine point on detective. I said I would do this earlier to help speed up this last little bit. And I keep accidentally using on smithing out of habit. I'm still gonna go back to doing on smithing later, but I want to rush to 83 detective, which oddly enough will become our best or high skill. Not quite the intention of this grind, but same as the carpentry grind back when it was our highest skill. It wasn't because we were trying to make it our highest skill, it just was by a byproduct of what we had to do at the time. Yeah, more combat options would be nice. Special attacks would be a step in the right direction once we have 12 specs per class. But even then, you still got to do more than that. Special attacks aren't going to completely save the combat system in this game. We still need bosses to go grind. We still need, or at least one per region. We still need, we need combat stretch goals, basically. Like, aside from quests or doing these things quicker, these raids, there's no real combat stretch goal currently within the game. Like, there's no reason for me to go train, like, 150 in Hopeport, for example, or guard, you know. Like, there's no reason for me to go get level 150 guard right now. You can if you want to. There's nothing stopping you, especially if you're free to play. But, like, there's no, like, direct incentive for me to directly go for that. But if there's a boss that's only in Hopeport, then it's like, oh, well, it's time to go, you know, get the guard level up. Did I ever play Runes of Magic back in the day? No. I'm not sure what that is off the top of my head. I'm not sure if that's before my time or not. Because I just turned 30 earlier this month. That'll give like a slight metric to where we are. It's kind of funny. Brighter Shores basically came out on my birthday. Not sure if I ever mentioned it on any of these streams. I can't remember if I even mentioned it day one. But Brighter Shores was supposed to come out at November 5th, but then was delayed to November 6th, and my birthday's on November 4th. So it was originally going to come out one day after my birthday, which would have been perfect. But they delayed it a day because of various elections. Like in the United States, and I think UK had one as well. So they delayed it a day to November 6th. But it pretty much came out on my birthday. It's our birthday present for the next several years. Pretty good one. Really good game so far. It was a pretty shameful WoW clone. Oh. Yeah, I never played it. Honestly, I haven't played too many MMOs. There's definitely a handful of them. But as far as like modern MMOs, well, I guess back in the day, if you're mentioning that one. But as far as modern MMOs, I haven't really tried many. Because I've kind of been waiting for one that to really catch me. Well, I've tried a few here and there. None of them really did. Well, Brighter Shores did for sure. It was like the first one to really catch me. All the newer ones are pay to win? Not necessarily. Like the most recent one I tried was Palia. And they actually run 100% free to play for the whole game. Cosmetic only. 0 pay to win. Though it's a cozy game, so there isn't really much to pay to win for. But, oh no, that was the most recent MMO I tried. Because a couple of my friends ended up playing it with and everything. But that game had the 0 pay to win, and you access the whole game for free. I've still never paid a cent, and I have access to the whole game. Still in early access as well. I don't think it would appeal to most of you guys, though. But, yeah, that one has no pay to win at all. Yeah, it really lacked content. The main content I got from it was playing with friends, because they convinced me to play the game. So the content I got was, you know, playing it with friends. So that was fun. But yeah, Palia is a bit lacking in content right now. Unless you really like collecting plushies and building up a house and decorating a house. Which obviously most people would be interested in this MMO is probably not the genre they are aiming for. Or not the demographic they are aiming for. I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it. If some friends ever still want to play in the future, I still would. It's an easy game just to pick up, put down. But that was the most recent MMO I tried. It wasn't bad. It never hooked me, though. I think I put like a few hundred hours or whatever I did into it. And like half that time was like co-op with friends. Do you think we will see PvP in Stonewall? Yes. I wouldn't even be surprised if you have to finish the storyline to even unlock PvP in Stonewall. Kind of like how you have to do Chapter 4 to unlock to unlock trading. I'm pretty sure you're going to have to nearly complete Chapter 5 to unlock PvP. It's likely going to have a story tie-in. That hasn't been confirmed, but given how they handle trading, it's pretty likely that Chapter 5 would also be similar. Alright, what am I doing? I am putting this into Detective. Yeah, 79, we're so close. Alright, yeah, every dopamine hit, definitely 100% going to Detective here, Forth. It's going to save us a good half hour, if not an hour. Still got a little ways to go, though. But in doing so, Detective will probably become our highest level. You don't play a game unless it has jellied eels. So this has been huge. Actually, that's something I had at a friend's place one point. When I went for sushi, I generally don't have like weird sushi generally. But it was some kind of crab cake with some kind of eel sauce thing. And the name of it, whatever like the full description was, sounded awful. Other than like maybe the crab part. But I tried it, and honestly, it was like the best sushi I ever had in my entire life. I wish I could eat it like every day. It was almost like $5 a bite. With how much seafood and everything else was on it. But it was some kind of crab ball with like a eel sauce on it, with like some eel things on it. And it sounds like the most unappetizing thing to my brain ever. But then I put it in my mouth, and it's like, oh gosh. I need like 1,000 of these. How will PvP be? We don't know. We don't really know anything about how PvP will definitively function. You know, speculation one way or another, but we don't really know. But yeah, PvP is coming within some point around Chapter 5. But it could be a month, could be a couple months. We don't really know. As far as details, we also don't really know. But it is coming. Oh yeah, we finally hit level 80. Given that I'm sticking at level 80 combat, I wonder if it's worth getting an upgrade right now, just for a change of pace real quick. Because unless I'm grinding another smithing level, this is going to be my best in slot weapon if I make it level 80 for killing the slime thingy. So I might go upgrade my weapon and or shield real quick. Because I'm not bothering to get this up right now, which I don't think we are since we're going into Detective. We might as well get our better weapon now just to speed things up by like 3%. Because I'm going to need it anyway, so might as well. I think I'll do one more for now, because I need a quick bathroom break. So I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and when we come back, I think we're going to make a level 80 shield and weapon. So we can just go immediately to fighting the other thing when we are good to go. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, so this is why I like these dens. Like, if you're wondering at any given point what I'm doing off stream, it's probably these. Because, gosh, you can go away, do absolutely anything. And, look, we're only half done with the raid. You can literally go make a sandwich, come back. Then click a few times, eat that sandwich, come back. Rinse and repeat for anything. Honestly, I need to go time it the next one. Before we go make the weapon, I want to see something. How much AFK is this in our current gear? I want to check. Let's set this to... I wish I could set it the other way around, so it take times upwards. But, there's no way it takes more than 5 minutes. So we can just do the difference. But I'm going to time the next one we do. I want to see, how long is this? I keep saying like 2 to 3 minutes, but I've never actually timed it. Obviously, it depends on your gear and which raid you're doing. And other factors like that. And if specs ever come out, if you just throw a few specs at the beginning. But, I want to see. If I just walk in there. So I'm going to start it from the time I walk in. So the second we click into the middle of the room. Alright, right now. How long AFK is this? Because right here you can go do absolutely anything for like minutes. Where's the level 4 raid? Which one? What level is it? And I can tell you. I don't know them based on their tier. But I know them based on their level if you know the exact level of it. I can tell you where it's at. What's everyone using their knowledge points on at the moment? Oh, that's a good question. What are you guys using it on? Yeah, I think this is the tier 4 one, isn't it? Because it goes 4, 8, 18, and then this is the 4th one. So 51. It's right in the middle of the map. But if you go check your map, it's right where we are right now. The easiest way to get there is go to the detective place and just go straight south. And this is the one you use for the shortcut to get down here for some of the other stalls. But it's just straight north of, straight south of the detective place. In the main town square. And you're here. And then you take these two. It's a little bit better to take it from this room, but I like taking the outside path. But it is like a few tiles quicker, like 2 to 3 doing it this way. Let's take the scenic route. How are we doing on it? Alright, we're at 1.5 minutes AFK so far. You're training blacksmithing and using knowledge points on bone right? Nice. Oh, are you trying to get the quest done? Or trying to do Lost and Found? Because I feel like that's what a lot of people do when doing it. Is try to train everything but bone right. And then just use knowledge points on bone right. Like maybe at best train it to like 25. And then just use the rest knowledge points. Alright, that makes sense, yeah. I feel like it's a strategy a lot of people use for it. I personally trained most of it up without knowledge points. But it is definitely way easier just knowledge pointing it at like 25, 30 plus to go all the way to 40. I also use the AFK activities, like the divination thingies you get. You get divination AFK at 26. You get a little bone thing that... All these require nothing, by the way. Oh yeah, what's our timer? Wait. It is 3 minutes AFK. So whenever I say 2 to 3 minutes, yep, we mean it. That was... Oh, sorry. That was 2 minutes. What did it say? My bad. The time remaining is 3, but yeah, that was 2 minutes AFK. 2 minutes AFK, 30 levels above what we should be for them. That's not bad. Like, obviously, if you have a tier 51 weapon, that'd be a bit slower. Compared to the 75 thingy. Like, when you first get here. But yeah, even in nearly the best damage we can have for these at the moment. We are at a 2 minute AFK time. That is so good. That means this is only 90 clicks per hour if you do absolute minimum. Because it only takes 3 to go from side to side. Or, just switch over to the next one. So it's only 90 clicks per hour if you do... bare minimum clicks for this activity. That is so good. 90 clicks per hour for nearly max combat rate, decent detective XP, and decent knowledge point rate for only 90 clicks an hour with 2 minute AFK time. That's why this activity is so popular. Honestly, we need this for like every skill. I want this for like every skill now. It's never gonna happen. But a way to like multi-skill combat or something else with this, with a 2 minute AFK. I'm actually surprised he didn't do that with fishing or something. Because I'm pretty sure no active fishing method is particularly AFK, right? Other than, the ones where you log out for. Unless I'm missing one. I didn't do fishing too deep, so I'm not sure. You have 501 bone spines? Nice. You're curious how high it will get you? That's something else I still need to go do. I still have like 600 level 48 stones. I kind of stopped at a certain point because, you know, we already hit everything we needed. But I got like, it's not flint. It's the one above flint. I think it was called basalt. I got like 600 basalt rocks from when I was training mining. I still haven't done any stonemason for. It's probably enough to bring me to like 53 to 55 stonemason just off of basalt. I don't even think I've etched them yet either to get the XP from that. I'm not doing that anytime soon though. But I feel like that'd be like an off-stream activity I might do at some point. Just etch all my basalts to eventually use them later on stream or something. I do the etching part off stream so you can just immediately go for the dopamine hits of actually getting something. But I'm not sure. I kind of want to wait till they make a make all option or something. Alright, let me go make this weapon. Speaking of production skills, let me go make our level 80 weapon, because I'm not getting smithing up right now. I'm going to need to do it at some point anyways. So I'm going to go teleport over to the mines, and we're going to keep going until we get an 80 weapon. And if we get it early, I'm going to go make an 80 shield as well. Actually, I might as well just go for both right now. As long as I have the material. I wouldn't mind mining more if we have to as well. It's not that bad at XP. But I think I have like 100 something bars left. So hopefully we can get it within the 100 something. Well, let's see what we have in here. I want to do this upgrade now because we're going to need it later anyways. And now it just gives us better DPS, so might as well. Alright, I need an epic rapier and I need a epic shield of that shield. Hopefully get them both very quickly. How do you get your AI to look like that? Always show the backpack. Oh, you can click these little arrows. There's an arrow all the way to the left and right. And technically for chat too. And yeah, you can get like a billion interfaces. Up. Hey, hey, Striss from chat. Hey, Striss, I didn't realize you were there. Hello, Striss. Not sure if you're still in chat right now. But yeah, you can resize them however you want. Up and down. Make the map bigger, make the map smaller. Make them smaller on the side so they don't take up as much space. Completely hide them if you want. Change where the icons are if you want them in a certain way, like the teleporter over here, for example, in your inventory over there, or turn whatever one's on you that you want. But yeah, it's pretty customizable. It's really nice. But I don't really just keep it as small as possible with the levels and our inventory. Those tend to be the two biggest ones at any given time. These people tend to like to see what our levels are at any given time. Let's see. Oh, there you are. I didn't realize you're in the room I'm in right now. Nice. Ooh, a hammer mage at the furnace. That means he's doing probably the what's it called grind. Is he still trying to do the chapter 4 grind? Otherwise he's doing the lost and found quest. That or just trying to get the requirement for the next place. I keep forgetting what total levels you even need for the final chapter. It's like so far removed from where we are right now. You like watching your knowledge point gain? Yeah. I wish processing skills gave you more knowledge points. I feel like it's so slow for knowledge. Like, since we've been here, I gained 7%. It's so slow. Like, I think we only get, like, what, 3% from this or something? I forget what it is. Whatever it is too low for how long this process takes. It takes 30 seconds. Oh, he's going for lost and found? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I only got 3%. That is so bad. Honestly, I almost don't even want to make a weapon upgrade. Because I really need the shield upgrade. I kind of want to prioritize shield first, and then weapon. Even though weapon in the short term would help us more. But I have to have a better shield for when I go kill the slime creatures. Or swamp creatures, whatever you want to call them. The ones that live in the sewer. But if I have to mine more iron, I don't really mind. I need a reason to go get it up anyways. It's not the best XP we can be doing right now, but I need the ore. How do you get... Oh, never mind, I already answered that. Oh, so hello, Rob. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, hopefully we get this early. Because we got to make a weapon and a shield. The shield's actually more important than the weapon, oddly enough. I'll make the weapon first, because why not? The weapon helps us more in the short term, but in the long term, I actually need the shield more. But we have the material for both, so we might as well go both. How did you make it so your inventory is on the right side instead of the left? You can just move this circle. So the circles can be moved anywhere. It's like, here's my teleport circle. Now my backpack's over here. Okay, you just move the circle. You just drag it wherever. You can put it in any of the 16 spots where there's a little circle icon. So I can move it up here and have it here. Move it back down there, have it there. Move it where we normally have it, and there it is. You can move it anywhere you want. Oh, that's the wrong iron. Wait, do I have more iron ore? Wait, what? Okay, never mind. I have plenty of iron. What? How do I still have so much iron ore left? Wait, where did this come from? Apparently I mined way more iron than I thought earlier. I thought I processed it all into bars. I guess I did some more mining since then. I didn't realize I have 255 iron ore just sitting there. So even if I run out of bars, I still got the ore to go. I just have to process them. It'll take a little bit longer if we do get to that point, but I don't have to mine it. I already have them pre-mined. I just didn't make them into bars yet. Yeah, right now we're just going until we get a weapon and shield upgrade. Till we see the purple. The weapon's only going to be like a 2% increase to damage. But the shield should be like a 10%. Maybe even 15% increase. Just because we haven't upgraded it for as long. And the only problem is now that we're starting to get higher and higher level, it does seem like the which we already know, but it does seem like the 3-star rate is going down a little. But it still seems more consistent than killing for it. But the rate is ever so slightly going down. It didn't take me that long earlier. I think it took me like 8 last night. Which I think was 9. Because it was one whole row and then there was like the second one right there. Or sorry, that would have been 8. So I was right the first time. Yeah, it took like 8 last time. Currently we are on our, what is that then? Math, 11. No, not 11, 10. That's our 10th one and we still don't have it. Yeah, we'll keep going. As long as it doesn't take like 20 plus, we should be okay. About to get that knowledge point into detective though. Gonna feel weird not putting into smithing. And of course we are getting smithy XP while doing this. It feels weird because most of my smithy XP does come from dopamine points or, you know, knowledge points. But yeah, we can train smithing by training smithing. We can do that foreign concept of actually training a skill by training the skill. The traditional way. You know, the way you normally train skills or professions, I guess, in this game. Well, not quite, because honestly, you can knowledge point anything up. Doesn't matter what it is. You can. I wonder if anyone's gonna try doing that. That would be actually really funny. What if someone got a skill to level 20, and then proceeded to get it to 500 without ever training the skill once? I would love to see someone do that. I don't think anyone's currently trying to do that, but it would be really funny. Get to 20, and then get as minimal one-time bonuses as possible. Like only do one activity from like the level 0 activity all the way to 20. And then use your dopamine points or, you know, your knowledge points all the way to 500. I wonder who would be the first person to ever try to do that. That will take a while, though. That'll take a long, long, long while. We're talking like months. But it's technically possible to 500 a skill while only ever having touched one activity once. And then just using your points all the way from 20 to 500. AKA how most people are going to get 500 bone rate. No, not actually, because if you get 500 gather, you're going to have like infinite bone rate supplies. If you get 500 gather, 500 woodcutter, 500 carpenter, and 500 scout, you're going to have more than 500 bone rate kit banked. Got it. Alright. We're not done here, though. That's the first part. Now part 2. Do the same but for a shield. And then we'll have an 80 rapier and an 80 shield. Oh, so what number did we get? I'll check it after. This number better not be disappointing. This better not say like under 80%. Because I think my current rapier is like 80 something. And for whatever reason, there's like a variable to what your percent thing is. And the thing I'm actually trying to fight is weak to ice. So it's actually really important that it says like 80 plus percent. If this says like 72, I might have to make another. Unfortunately, let me see. Info. Every time. Okay, new plan, new plan. I could still tune it, but then use the old one? How do I do this? I'm not sure which one is better DPS now. Because if I go check my current one, it's 87%. So again, something that actually has an ice weakness. What's the damage difference? It's 7 damage. So for the raid, this is better. But honestly, for killing the other thing, that's just some kind of other mechanic in the game. I think this is more DPS. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how all the systems work in that regard. That's so unfortunate. I'm not making another one, though. We're just going to be using that one. I am not going to make another one right now. 5 level difference is not worth the upgrade. I know. I'm mostly doing this for the shield. The only reason I did the weapon is because we're already here. But it's actually for the shield upgrade, not for the weapon. I know I made a weapon, but this was actually for the shield. Because my shield's only level 50 and we definitely get way better from upgrading it. And 83 star is definitely way better than a 54 star. Not sure how much better, but it's definitely better. Oh no, I'm still going to use this. It's still an upgrade for the raid. But honestly, when I'm killing the other things, I might just use the other rapier. And now we just need a purple shield and we're out of here. But yeah, normally I upgrade them like every 10 levels or so. Maybe 15. But normally I try to do every 10-ish. Just as an outlier because I don't plan to get smithing up for a little while. So I figured I'd make an 80 since I'm not doing anything beyond that for a little while unless I get a level just naturally. At least until we get A3 detective. Then I'm going to go back to the 100 blacksmith grind. But in like the super short term, we're not getting it above that at the moment. Hey, show me the second purple. How many is this? We should be able to make 4. Hopefully we get it this inventory. If we don't, I gotta go bank everything. And then next inventory, hopefully we get it. Hopefully we get it before we run out of iron bars. Actually, I might even just keep pulling out iron bars just to process them all. Because that's one of the reasons we're doing this too, is I already have the iron banked. It's not like I have to go mine the iron, then smelt the iron, then craft the iron like we are. We're just skipping to the final processes right now. If I had to do all of that right now, I probably wouldn't even bothered at the moment. But, you know, we're already at, like, the final step, so. Until I run out of resources, we'll probably go with all those. Though I do have to keep going till we get the shield, though. The shield is way more important than the weapon I just made. Oh, there's no such thing as stupid questions. Feel free to ask anything. How does one get rid of the immune buff after every fight? So you can AFK farm? That, I actually don't know if that's even possible. I think that's by design to make it less possible. The way that we do it in raids is raids just don't have them. So you could just completely ignore the mechanic. Yeah, you can manually enter combat, but there's no way to disable your immunity other than entering combat. So you can't AFK in that sense. It's one of the reasons why raids in Chapter 4 are so good. Is you don't gain immunity after you kill a unit. You attack all 5 without ever gaining immunity. It's one of the reasons why people do combat in there. Also because of how AFK it is. Also because of the double skilling XP. But the main reason is you hold aggro for 5 enemies instead of 1. Whereas most other activities, you can only do 1 at a time. They might change that in the future with like an aggro potion or something similar. But as it currently stands, yeah, you can only do 1. Until you gain immunity. People have mentioned the immunity eventually goes away after like 30 seconds to a minute or something. So you can technically AFK, it's just not as good. Because you're only killing one unit like maybe a minute or so, or whatever it comes down to. Whereas in the raids, you're killing one every... Actually, I can tell you exactly. It takes us 2 minutes per raid right now. So it's 2 minutes divided by 5. It's like every, like, what? Why can't I do math right now? It's like every 20-something seconds. You're killing a unit. Which is way quicker than just AFKing next to a aggressive enemy. Though, of course, AFKing next to aggressive enemy does give you gear, though. That's the main difference. Because you do get gear instead of not getting any gear. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm like trying to find my storage. I forgot. He doesn't have a storage rift here. You got to go in your own manual storage rift. Let's see. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Nope, not what I wanted. Right, let me go sell all this junk, attune everything else. Good to go. Sell everything except the epics. Alright, we're out here. Why is blacksmithing so fun? Are you asking why I enjoy it? Or why you enjoy it? Or why anyone enjoys it? I don't know, I personally really enjoy blacksmithing. There's something about it just really chill compared to the other two. It feels so much more natural. I like the animations that they do for it. All of them actually do have some pretty cool animations. Alright, give me my better shield, give me my better rapier. I actually want to do the oh, don't fuse it. I don't have anything to fuse it with. Alright, let me see how good the shield is compared to our other thing. So we handcrafted this 4-star shield. How much better is it? Yeah, it's better down the line. Better defense, better. Yep. Goodbye. I'm still going to hold on to you. Just for the nostalgia of having handcrafted you as my first shield. But you are now obsolete, just as our rapier is. Alright, let's go use our upgrades. Yeah, frost is lower, but damage is higher. When I kill the other things later, I'm probably just going to use my weaker weapon. Because I think the cryo difference will actually make it stronger. But for now, these are stronger on the raid, so I will use what we have. I'm going to keep both of them for now. And we're good to go. Alright, anyways, let's go kill a bunch of things. Back to the raids we go! Still gotta get 83 detective. There's a quick sidetrack to get a small upgrade. But our goal hasn't changed. But now this will make it easier to kill slimes when we go kill them later. Because I'm going to be killing the level... Where are they? After this, we got to kill the level 79 slimes. And that shield and weapon upgrade should be helping with it. Well, technically the weapon upgrade is not an upgrade. Oh no, I might still just use it though. Does anyone actually know yet? Do we know like how much better using an enemy's weaknesses? Is that knowledge currently known anywhere? Like anyone who's been doing combat 24/7 since launch? Because I find it hard to figure out what's better DPS. When something actually has a weakness to what I have, relative to the percent I have to do that damage. You wish you didn't sell as many poles and such while training carpentry, so you could train bone right better? Yeah, that was a mistake I made as well. The gear / number sometimes feels like the price is right. It's all just a mirage. Well, higher attack speed weapon definitely better than slower attack speed weapon. I know that. Your strength number definitely being bigger is helpful. Percent bonus on any given element seems to only be useful if you're fighting something weak to that element. Which is why this weapon is better here, because we don't actually care about what kind of damage we do. Because they're neutral to everything. But if they're weak to ice, our actual percent would matter a bit more. Like the enemy we're going to be fighting after we hit 83 detective. You foolishly thought you wouldn't need to train bone right. To some degree you're true. If you're not a guardian, you could probably live without ever getting above 40. And the quest gets you to 41. I still plan to go a little bit deeper. But once trading everything comes out, you really only need 40. For the one quest. And down the line, it's going to be +2 boostable, so technically you only need 38. Which probably gets you to 40 with the quest XP. You're chopping all the trees you're using for carpentry. It's taking forever. Oh gosh. Yeah, I ended up doing the grind for the storage rift just off of buying logs. But when we get carpentry to 50, I will be doing it purely off of cut logs because I need 45 wood cutting anyways. So it only makes sense to do so. So at some point we'll be doing that. Whenever he gets tired of Chronopolis content, we will go to Hope Forest for like a day or two to go get that grind done. And go just not whack out that quest. I might even make our next set of 4-star equipment for it too. Just so I can use like a 4-star weapon against the boss or something. But I feel like that's gonna be overkill, but I'm not sure how hard the boss is. Yeah, once trading comes out, a lot of strategy for everything is kind of thrown on its head. Because right now, everyone's playing 100% self-sufficient. But then that's going to come out, and then it's like, oh, nope, you're not self-sufficient anymore. You can now just trade anyone, or however it works. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly how this is going to really swipe everything off off its feet. Because honestly, any strategies at that point get drastically different, depending on what's tradable, how they're tradable, how exactly the whole system works. Like strategies that you would use right now could be completely irrelevant in once trading exists. Not completely irrelevant if you still want to be self-sufficient, but you know, there's a lot of things you can shortcut once trading comes out. As you wouldn't have to depend on overpriced shops or just selling junk just to scrap them. Hey, what's our negative right now? We're getting 24% penalty. Oh yeah, we're almost 83 detective. That's gonna be nice. I think we get it by our next knowledge point. The reason this is relevant is we can get one very quick burst of XP. It's gonna seem kind of lame once we do get it. But hey, anything that makes the grind slightly quicker, I'll take it. But yeah, I can go take the venture. Oh yeah, should we go claim the mining venture soon? Make sure not to misclick to do it again. But, yeah, maybe we'll claim that soon. We'll claim it once we hit level 80 detective. Which should be in, what, 4 dens? About 4 dens. 4 or 5 dens. 4 dens, about. Bone dice will be the most valuable item on the market. Why? What do you use bone dice for? I know how you make them, but what do you use them on? Quest? Oh, we were saying earlier they might not be tradable. Oh, so you only need 0.01 bone dice. So they can't possibly go for that much. Because all you'd have to sell is 0.01 bone dice if they are tradable. Which takes literally like 5 seconds to obtain. So they can't be worth more than a few silver. Or whatever someone's, I guess, willing to pay to skip the quest. Assuming they're even tradable. Speculation earlier was they might not be tradable. But if they are tradable, they're not going to be more than like 10 or 20 silver. Because you can sell 0.01 and it completes the quest. It's not like you need a whole one. Unless they change that in the future. As it currently stands, you can get it done with 0.01. Which you obtain after about 10 seconds. So since you can obtain one every 10 seconds, they're going to be very cheap. I don't know, we'll have to see what they do with it. We don't really know how they're going to handle items like that. My speculation is still that they're only going to let gear and currency be tradable. I still think they're not going to make resources and other things tradable. Maybe a few exceptions like potions and such. But I still feel like raw material and other things might not be tradable. We'll have to wait and see. But I think it's going to be nearly a pure gear economy. Like gear and currency only. Maybe with a few other exceptions like potions and a few others like that. I feel like a lot of like knick-knack stuff like that isn't going to be tradable personally. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. But I do feel like 80 to 90% of the economy is just going to be geared to currency trades. Or gear for gear. Because a lot of the systems in the game are set up to do that. So it'd make the most amount of sense. But I don't know. We'll see what he does with it. Up 69%. 31 to go. We're almost there. I love how I said knick-knack. Reminds you of a joke. Oops, why is he using ranged weapon? I hate when they do that. Sometimes, depending on your distance to an enemy, it sometimes prioritizes your ranged weapon over your melee. One thing I did earlier was unequip everything other than what I was using, so we'd always default to the right one. But I didn't bother right now. But if you want to make sure that never happens, just unequip everything other than the main hand weapon you're using. It's also useful if you want to main hand your two-hander, because you can unequip your melee and unequip your range, and it'll always prioritize your two-hand. In case your two-hand is more DPS than your main hand. When's the level 1000 party? I said, hello, Big L. Welcome, welcome. I have no clue. Probably another week. I'm not really prioritizing level 1000 quite yet. I keep putting the number in the title, but we're not really trying to rush total level. Like, bigger number is nice. I'm not really in a rush to hit like 1000 or 2000 or any particular number. Probably not even going for leaderboard once he releases it. At least not initially. I feel like long term I probably would for some kind of goals here and there. But even when the official leaderboard comes out, I don't think I'm going to bother making top page, at least initially. I was going to keep playing how I do right now. Set various short-term goals, do whatever. Kind of have fun. Whatever you feel like doing, whatever you feel like prioritizing. Like right now we got really tunnel visioned on trying to do 83 detective. So I can then do 55 merchant. So I will then have every single shortcut in this area. So I can then train merchant. So I can then train leather worker. So I can then do a quest. You know, normal 5-step plan for anything you ever want to do. It's at least 5 to 10 steps before you get to the thing you're actually trying to do. Because in theory, what I'm trying to do right now is get the Chapter 4 quest done. Kind of like how we were doing the mines in Matubin for a few days. We're kind of doing that right now for the 4-star quest in this region. But I'm doing like it through like a billion different ways. Like it's like 1,000 detour process to get there. But it is what we're doing right now. I'm currently trying to do the 5-star quest, the Battle of Fortune Hold. A quest I haven't even started. However, that is what we're currently doing. It might not look like it. But I gotta get 83 detective, so I can get 55 merchant, so I can get 83 merchant, so I can get 50 leather worker, so I can then go do that quest. And then after that quest, we can move to a different region or just keep farming merchant. I'm not sure which yet. Honestly, probably something slightly different. It depends if they nerf merchant by then, or what exactly they do with merchant. If they're gonna nerf it, tweak it, do something. He's probably the most broken skill right now, and I kind of want to do it while it's like broken beyond belief at the moment. There's a good chance they're gonna nerf it in like a week or two, so I kind of want to farm it before they nerf it into the ground. You did 73 merch to get 50 leatherraker? Nice. Yeah, I think the one I saw, if we want to keep the max one the entire time, I think it was 83? 82. We gotta get to 82 if you want to do the highest hide the entire time. All the way to 50. That's a miscalced, but I'm pretty sure it was 82. I think that was the right one. But that gets you all the way to 50 leathermaker. Doing the max hide discount each time. Always doing the best hide as well, so you get the best XP rate and best profit. It's not required to get 50 leathermaker, but you know, it helps. More profit, more XP. Well, technically not more XP, but substantially more profit. Hey, does this get us to 80? Is it time? I think that's it, right? Is that 80? Obviously we need 83. We're not done. But what I can do is we can now do our adventure. So first thing I gotta go do is go to Mine Deep. Once over here, we gotta go clear the other venture we have going on right now. And then we'll go do the one we just unlocked. So we'll get the first time bonus from it too, which is something else I kind of forgot about. Which will give us even more XP. But let's go get this. Oh, I can also get the first time bonus of the other thing while I'm over there. I might do that, since we're going to be over there anyways. So I'm going to claim this venture, which is already completed. Get our mining XP, get our explosives. Also, honestly, I've actually enjoyed blast mining in this game. We're kind of past the point where we need to do it now that we got the 48 stonemason done. At least until the next tier at like 75 or whatever it was. Which I might start doing this daily again after that. But for now, we're going to leave this daily be for now. These would be the last low tier ones we get. We'll have this guy go make our explosions real quick. It's kind of weird that you don't use the alchemy skill, but yeah, he just makes it for you. Puts in his little grinder. Has his little loading bar. Grinds it up for you. And then we ignore them for the rest of the time. Now, I'll probably do it again once I have another set. Honestly, I almost want to go do an inventory right now. Just while we're over here. Let me see, how many do I have right now? Oh, perfect. Oh, no, never mind. That's all 12 I have. Yeah, if I have another 12, I'll go. I don't want to buy them, though. Alright, I do want one little thingy, though. Let me get my dopamine hit right now. I was going to hit a rock and then drop it on the ground. I guess the bank is too far. I was going to hit this rock real quick. And then proceed to hit another rock. And then we drop it on the ground. Alright. Dopamine point. Detective. Alright. Drop. Bank is too far. Teleport. Chronopolis. Outskirts. Alright. Let's go to the thingy then. So now I can go to the detective poster. Actually, I'll go to the silverware while I'm over there too. I believe that's what this one was, right? I want to do the first time bonus. Because we're going to get a lot more of a benefit from it now than we will later. So I'm going to go take the first time bonus for the houseware place. Which we're at earlier, but I didn't have fit 75. I think we had 73. And then I'll go put up the wanted poster, get the one-time bonus from that, and the huge XP drop that it gives. And that should get us like halfway to 80. 81, I mean. You're cutting use and picking up leaks. Nice. Oh, Cretin, welcome. Why not have XP boosting potions active while you get big XP drops? Oh no. Until they're wieldable, I've just never really cared for like the 5% extra. I have used them some in the past, but I find it really annoying constantly using up one inventory for it. Once we have wieldable XP pots, I'll use them probably a lot, especially if we have repotting automatically. But I just find them really annoying to use prior to being able to wield them. There's just so many activities where it's just not worth it. Like technically when we're doing the smithing in this chapter, I could be chugging the mining potions. We also have to keep in mind the price of the potion too, relative to how much you end up getting from it. What did I come here for? Oh yeah, wanted poster. Wait, do you do wanted poster in the same location? Let me check. Is it a higher level? Yeah, okay. Let me do the level 80 wanted poster. How much do we get for this? Oh, wait, I need an upgrade. Wait, where do I get the upgrade? Do I just get it from it, or do I have to buy it? Wait, how do I get the upgrade? Do I just talk to him, I guess? Oh no. Do you give me my upgrade? You give me the first one. Oh, yeah, that's weird. You just keep talking to him for an upgrade. I was expecting to have to buy it or something, but sure, I'll take it for free. Definitely not complaining. Alright, wanted poster. How much do we get for this? Alright, 7,000 XP and a 1,400 first time bonus. Not awful. How much gold was that? I wasn't paying attention. I was paying attention to the XP, but not the gold. Or I should say the silver. Obviously, we didn't get any gold from it. I wish. Could you imagine I gave a whole gold piece? But yeah, that's our other one. That looks like it lasts for 12 hours as well. That's a one-off thing you do once every 12 hours. The wanted poster thingy. Alright, let's go do the rest of the grind then. We're at 80.5. We need 2.5 more levels. And after that, we got to go gear up for the other raid, and then hopefully we're good to go. Gearing up hopefully isn't too bad. Yeah, there's a lot of passives in the game where you have to do one then the other. You can't just farm one singular one. There's some that requires other processes before you can do it. And it's not worth buying them from the shop because they're way too expensive. There's one thing that's kind of annoying about the passive for what's it called? For smithing. Is it burns money if you buy it from the shop. And doing it through mining just doesn't seem worth it. Like, having higher mining is nice. But going out of your way like that just to have higher mining, probably not worth it to use a passive activity for it. No, we'll see down the line. The problem is I have no knowledge points into it compared to all the other ones that have them. But I kind of keep on to go into bone right. Yeah, smithing doesn't have a free passive for some reason. It's why I'm going into bone right. Not only is it slightly more annoying to train, and by slightly I mean substantially more. But it has like a billion AFK activities. It has divination. It has structure creating, whatever you want to call it. Making those little skeletons. So I want to make the T-Rex at level 80. There's a bunch of different ones you can do too. But yeah, I'm gonna just keep doing this as my AFK. Plus you can make building material, which is the other reason I want to get it up. Because you're gonna be able to make a bunch of different building material out of bone meal cement. I'm not sure what you need to do that. I haven't gotten to 46 yet to check. It'll basically allow you to preemptively make building material for zone what do you call it? Zone 5. Because it has the builder skill. And even once it exists, you'll probably still need some building material, you know, over time to train that skill. So it's actually one synergy that Guardians have a good advantage on. Is the builder skill actually uses the bone right skill. There's a few other things too, like merchant, where I think you can merchant some of them, though I don't think they're currently working until builder is out. But I'm not even sure if that one even works. I'm not sure if they actually added all the building materials yet, or if they're just kind of there for when it does happen. But still, you'll need bone right for it. So it's a good one to have the passive activity for, as it'll feed passively into builder, the building profession in Chapter 5. What you do with that, I have no clue, but, you know, more material is better than not more material, I guess. And free bone right XP sounds good to me. Can we make epic shields too? Yes, I made one earlier. You can make 4-star everything, including armor. The quest allows you to make it with everything. It's just really hard to do armor right now, but it's pretty easy to do shields. I had a level 54 star that we crafted ourselves yesterday. But overall, it doesn't seem as worth to do it for armor. It seems like you should only really, even when Armor Maker comes out, it seems like you should only be doing it for weapons because of the special attacks that they'll have later down the line. You can do it for armor if you want. It's just really hard to get the material until trading comes out, as well as Chapter 5 coming out. But even once it does, it's still going to be way more worthwhile making sure all your weapons are 4-star rather than your armor. As you can easily get away with 3-star armor with 4-star weapons for probably all content going forward. The only exception being maybe PvP, depending on how that works. As far as like killing enemies, you'll be perfectly fine in full 3-star with 4-star weapons. The only exception, I guess, might be some future bosses. As far as generic enemies, you're never going to have a problem in that much gear. How we're getting a POH in episode 5? No. I don't think we're going to get player-owned houses in episode 5, though that's a huge if so. Because he hasn't really been mentioning anything with it, but honestly, that sounds like something Andrew Gower would do. Where he just teases the building skill, but he doesn't actually tease the fact that, hey, we are adding player-owned houses now. I highly doubt it, though. I am like 90% certain he's not adding player-owned houses when Chapter 5 comes out. There's no way he's adding PvP and player-owned houses at the same time. That just sounds like a development nightmare. But yeah, there's no way he's adding special attacks, PvP, and player-owned houses all at once. Pretty sure special attacks and PvP is already going to be enough of a handful. Though I do believe this game will eventually get player-owned houses. I don't think it's on the priority list anytime soon, though. But it's definitely happening. But I don't feel like it's happening anytime soon. Like, yes, the builder skill will probably be used for it down the line in some way, shape, or form. But there's no way the builder skill is adding player-owned houses, even if it's used for it later down the line. But the skills are already set up to do so. Building skills would likely use carpentry. The builder skill from chapter 5. Technically bone right because of the material. Maybe even blacksmith and stonemason for the material because we already know bone right will. Though it hasn't been confirmed for anything for blacksmith or stonemason yet. So, yeah, I could easily tie in some other skills from other chapters. Oh, so hello, Phil. Welcome, welcome. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I'm very exceedingly doubtful we get player-owned houses with builder skill. It's not what it will be used for initially. What it will be used for initially, I have no clue. But I am exceedingly doubtful it's for a player-owned house. But he will eventually. Where was bone rate confirmed for builder? 46. You make basic cement. It says it right there. I'm not sure if you can currently do this activity or if it's locked right now. Because I know the merchant one with tiles and bricks is currently locked. You currently can't do it until chapter 5. Even though it exists in the game right now. I'm not sure if this one is similar. Has anyone actually done this yet? But, yeah, it's right there. Look. Bone meal cement. Used for builder. But, yeah, it's currently not in the game right now. Obviously, the builder profession. Also, thank you for the sub, Scythian. And yeah, if you guys want to see Brighter Shores content, just want to chat, chill, ask any questions, feel free to do so. I cannot speak. Feel free to subscribe. Wow, I'm making a really bad pitch right now. Anyways, gosh, okay, can I misspeak anymore? But anyways, if you guys haven't already, we will be streaming Brighter Shores about 12 hours every single day, so if you ever want to stop by, just chat or anything, yeah, we'll be doing Brighter Shores pretty much always. We'll be doing it for months, years, as long as he keeps the servers up and keeps doing content, so feel free to stop by whenever, and we'll probably be around. Our streams are a little bit shorter on Mondays, and but beyond that, we should be going about 12 hours every single day. So feel free to stop by whenever. But yeah, that pitch was like the worst one ever. If anything, people are hitting the unsub button now. Gosh, my tongue gets like so twisted sometimes. I'm so bad at speaking sometimes. I mentioned earlier, I used to be in like speech classes when I was younger. And sometimes my mouth to brain ratio just completely shuts down. It just becomes like complete gibberish for a second. And then I lose my train of thought and then it's even more gibberishy. I'm trying. Happens sometimes. Oh, so hello, Moose. Welcome, welcome. It's almost 100% for an AFK builder activity. Wait, what is? Oh, you mean the bone thingy? Does it actually work? Because I know that's the passive activity, so it's one of the reasons I want to try it. Because it sounds, if you can currently do it right now, it sounds so broken. Because not only does it give you free bone right XP, but it also gives free construction, or, you know, free builder XP down the line. You're basically banking builder XP in a sense. Because I keep seeing all these little builder deposit boxes, but I haven't seen any material I can collect that has been able to do it yet. Because every single activity I keep seeing is like locked until chapter 5. Like for example, I tried doing the piers earlier, but it wouldn't let me even when I had a spare slot, like the bricks and tiles. Because even though these give you material for builder, there's like a builder thing right over there you could deposit it in. There's currently, they don't function currently. So you can't like preemptively get a bunch of bricks and tiles. Unfortunately. Yeah, we're almost there. So close yet so far. Also, officially, Detective is now our highest level skill. Also, we're at a 25% penalty. Still worth it, though. Yeah, officially, it is tied at 80, but it has passed my smithing XP. And as soon as we get this knowledge point, it will also pass our smithing level. It won't be that way for long. But for some amount of time, it will now be our highest leveled skill. Until smithing passes it again when we get to 100. And as soon as we get 83 Detective, the grind's not over, unfortunately. I then have to go get armor. I will go to the 83 Den immediately just to see how bad we'll do. But I need to go grind up my armor. Because they are going to obliterate us if we walk in with what we're wearing right now. I will still do it just to test it. Just to see how outpaced we are. Well, we are definitely going to need to go kill those little slime thingies for some amount of upgrades. Because this ain't going to cut it. This is not going to cut it at all. Not even close. Is the 46 Stonemason boostable? Not currently. 46 Stonemason and Bonerite currently can't be boosted. Because you need to buy the item from the shop. So until trading comes out, you can't. They'll be 2 levels lower once trading does. Assuming you can't cheese it some other way. But at the current moment in time, you need 40 Bonerite and 46 Stonemason in order to buy the item from the shop that you need to do the activity. The only reason that you can do Smithing and Minefighter is Minefighter naturally upgrades with the +2. So you don't need any resource. And for whatever reason, the blacksmith material that you need, you can buy at 56, not at 60. So we were able to buy it at 58, since you could buy it at 56. So you only need 58 for the +2 boost. So yeah, the only 2 that are boostable right now is Minefighter and Blacksmith, as far as the level. So you only need 58 and 59. 58 Smithing and 59 Minefighter, which is pretty useful if you're not a Cryo Knight. Because 2 less Smithing levels is pretty huge if you're not really using the skill that much. So if you're a Cryo Knight, just grind to 60 is fine. It's not that much more. Yeah, you can mine the mats as well. So you can do it that way. But I don't think anyone's doing that. Because you're already spending so many knowledge points. And you have to spend even more to go get all the mats from Miner. So I'm pretty sure most people are just buying it from the shop. But yes, you can get the mats from Miner for both the 2 activities. But I think you need like 47 for the marble thing. And what do you need for the other one? Or was it just that? Yeah, you need 70 mining and 11 points. I don't think anyone's doing that. Instead of buying it. Because we need level 70 miner and 11 knowledge points in miner to get all the material you need to complete the quest. Which with all the other requirements, I'm pretty sure almost no one is doing. It is possible. However, it is exceedingly not advised. Though even if you skip that one, just go for the other one, you would need 47. 47 to 6 knowledge points if you're going to go down that route. That's a bit more manageable, actually. But if you want to get the material yourself and +2 boost it, you can with 47 miner and 6 knowledge. Because I think the highest material you need is marble. Technically, you need the 70 material, but you can just buy that 56 smithing. So the highest one you can't buy, I believe, is at 46. So yes, you can technically skip it. It's just not worth it to skip it. Potions are a big letdown. Honestly, I haven't minded the potion system in this game right now. I do hope they add more in the future. As right now, we seem to just have like a nice basis for potions. But there's definitely a lot of potions I would love to see. Most notably an aggro potion. I think because of botting, they didn't really put it in at launch or anything. But I would love to see an aggro potion. Where you drink it and enemies around you stay just as aggro as everything in this room is. Imagine doing what we're doing now, but anywheres. That's basically what an aggro potion is. Where you walk into an area and everything just keeps fighting you until the potion it stops. Even just like a 2-minute aggro potion so you still have to keep doing it. Which is basically how AFK this is, would be so nice. I don't care what material it costs. I don't even care if it costs like 3 silver a sip or something. I would drink that. I would just absolutely chug that thing. I just realized my combat's actually already at 81. I was saying how that will be my highest level. I forgot. We already got 81 combat. What am I saying? Whoops. You do 6-minute fear potions now? Nice. I don't feel like I've used fear potions yet. Have any of you guys been using fear potions? Like at all, ever? I felt like it was just so much better selling them than to have like a short repel. If they lasted like 2, 3, 4 times longer relative to their price, maybe I would use them. But they just feel better just selling them for value. There's so few instances where you can really get value from them. And when you do, you want the effect lasting way longer than they do. Yeah, I've just been selling mine personally. If they lasted for like 15 minutes, 30, and an hour, or however many different tiers there are, then it would kind of work. But the problem is they're scaled at like 3 minutes, 6 minutes, 9 minutes, which is way too short relative to how much they cost. No reason to use fear potions. You ain't scared. That's funny. We tried them while training gathering, but it turned out it was useless due to the time they last. Yeah, that's the biggest issue with them. They last way too short. They gotta have like a 0 at the end of how long they last. Or maybe not that much, but you know. They gotta be at least like 5 times longer than how long they currently last. Which is why I said 15, 30, and 45. And an hour one if there's another tier I don't remember. But that would have been so much better. 15, 30, 45, 60 instead of 3, 6, 9, 12. Hopefully they buff them in the future. Because right now their sell value is way more enticing than the small amount of value they give for their effect. Alright, it should be 81 right here. Hopefully. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna go dip it into even more XP. We're almost there, we can see it. 83. All this grind just for this. Was it worth it? Yes. Just 100%. We're almost there though. So close yet so far. We're good in there. Alright, it shouldn't take too much longer then. Like, what is that? 3 more knowledge points? Maybe 2 more? Because obviously we're getting a lot of detective XP while we're doing it as well. And that should get us to 82, 83 combat. By 82, 83 combat, we should be pretty good position to kill these level 79s, hopefully. I say as our armor just gets us completely killed. But, I don't know, we'll see. I'll test run it on the hag and the wasp real quick, and then we'll go to the slime. And if the slime is too much for us, we'll downgrade to, I guess the wasps would technically be our next best bet. Ideally, we can take on the slime thingies, though. Because they're weak to chrono, which is good, given our weapon. But I want to be able to kill them consistently without using any potions at all. Like most things in the game. It's just more of a benefit if you're not constantly using a potion every battle. It's worth it if you're kind of like skipping to something a little bit early. But the only problem with fighting something super, super early, like 5, 10 levels early, is even if you get an upgrade, you won't be able to wield it for a little while. Even if they give you more XP, it's not like you instantly get the level. Still gotta grind for a little bit. It's the only really big issue with going to something like super, super early. I think the earliest I ever go is like maybe 1 level below or 2 levels below. Not waiting until a couple levels above. Because otherwise you can't wear the equipment that you get from as drops. And normally if you're killing something like that, you're killing them for upgrades. But if you can't use the upgrade, then it's not much of an upgrade. Obviously you'll be able to in a little bit, but you know, it doesn't help you in the short term. Also, hello Wretched. One thing you wish about the game was that the armor wasn't as generic. You mean it gets more realistic theme? Well, it definitely gets a lot more elaborate later down the line. Like, I feel like the Cryonite armor is very thematic to what a Cryonite would likely be. Like, way down the line. But I do have to say, yeah, low tier armor is kind of generic-y. But if you've ever seen, like, tier 4, 5, 6 armor in the game, it does look pretty clean. It's just the first 2 tiers, maybe even the 3rd tier. It doesn't really have its identity yet. But once you start getting to tier 4 to 6, the armor actually looks really, really, really cool. It becomes quite a bit more unique. I feel like a lot of the armors in this game leave a little bit of a bad first impression in the sense that it's the lowest tier armor, so it's the least elaborate. But it gets much better down the line. It's just hard to see people in that kind of gear at the moment. Because unless someone's fighting to like 200 plus combat, which there are some people doing that, but there aren't too many people like rushing like 500 combat in a skill to get all those really high tier armors and weapons. Because the weapons get more elaborate as well. The armor is obviously more noticeable because it covers more of the body. Meanwhile, as Guardian, you get more bones on your armor. Why duct tape some bones to your armor when you can duct tape all the bones? You know what the armor really reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of any of you from old school RuneScape. I'm not sure why. But Shazian armor. You know, like the 5 tiers of Shazian armor? I'm not sure why, but Guardian armor reminds me of that in this game. It also reminds me of the Steel and Creation armor, if any of you guys played OG RuneScape back in that day. Like Steel and Creation armor, or like the Shazian armor in old school RuneScape. That's the two things that the Guardian armor reminds me of. Yeah, I showed that on stream the other day. Actually, like somewhat similar to the tier 2 stonemason armor. The stealing creation armor from 2008, that one minigame from OG RuneScape. Something I wish old school would have really add already. Stealing creations was so good. I really hope Andrew Gower, as like one of the first 3 minigames, makes Brighter Shores version of stealing creations. Because I need that minigame so badly. It would also be a great way to tie in every skill. Like, literally every skill. Unfortunately, it'd be kind of hard to tie in future chapter skills, I guess. But if they add in, like, chapter 5 or 6, like, it could easily incorporate every skill prior to chapter 5 or 6. You're trying to figure out why the souvenir stall needs meat? Yeah, some of them don't really make much sense. I guess he's just hungry. I don't know. I know when I used to do flea marketing, I would definitely love if someone delivered me a bunch of food. Gosh, the kind of foods that you have when you're doing like flea market and everything, so good. There was actually an Amish place at one of them, and they had some of the best breakfast food I've ever had. But yeah, there's 2 types of foods that hit different. Stadium food and flea market food. Really, really, really good. Actually, I used to do marching band back in high school. Like, competitively on, like, the state level. I used to play percussion, so I used to do, like, mallets and just percussion in general. Drums, stuff like that. Like, competitively on a state level. Both solo and in group. Group would be marching band. Solo would just, you know, solo competition for it. But one of the things that was nice when doing marching band, pep band, and everything is our football team at our high school was really good. They made it to state like 3-4 years in a row or something, and we got so much good concession food because we would get like a voucher thing to be able to get like 1 free set of food or something. I forget exactly how much it was for. I think it was almost like $5-10 worth, and there were so much food that was just amazing there. There's just something about concession food stand if you're at like a baseball game, football game, something similar. That's just so amazingly good. Something about it. I'm not sure if it's the atmosphere or what, but it just tastes so amazing. Yeah, basically food truck food, like a festival or something similar, yeah. Actually, where I used to live in New Jersey used to have a food truck. Due to regulations, they eventually had to shut it down and start their own place, like their own building. But there used to be a food truck when I was a kid, like at the corner, that had the absolute best food. It was so nice. Like as far as like burgers, hot dogs, stuff like that. It was so good. And obviously when I was a kid back then, I didn't cook or anything. So just be able to like stop there and get a nice bite to eat was so nice. Eventually he had to make his own place that didn't do nearly as successful. I think it's still going though. But they eventually, with higher regulation, he had to make his own building. Or not make his own building, but you know. He had to go rent out his own building and not do it at the food truck at the end of the place anymore. The food was still good, but you know. It's not quite the same buying it from, you know, just a normal building than it is a food truck at the corner of the street. Because the place he had to move was way more inconvenient. It was like in this weird alleyway. Well, not alleyway. I'm not sure what you'd really call it. Like a little cul-de-sac kind of thing. Like, you know how when they have like a bunch of like buildings that just kind of go deeper, like basically a road parking lot, but it ends into a dead end. He was like all the way at that dead end, so almost no one would ever go there unless you knew he was already there. But hey, the food was still just as good. Just a very inconvenient location compared to a food truck on the corner. Oh, Texas barbecue. That sounds so nice. Actually, I live in the South right now, and yes, that is like, I feel like a lot of foods aren't done that well in this area. But there is one food that is like amazing almost any place you would get it from. And that is barbecue. This place I currently live is very, very good for barbecue right now. You will not find a lack of good barbecue places. I feel like it's one of the only few foods this place does really well. Where's the AFK in those? Interesting. It just feels weird that someone's AFKing next to the AFK spot. I know he's doing it because he's probably logging off soon or something. But it's just rather ironic doing AFK next to an AFK when you could be doing the better AFK. Because the fact that you still logged in is the weirder part. You should have already logged off by now. Because one of these dens is like doing that AFK for like half an hour. UK is really good curry. I know when I ended up going to Toronto, Canada, I felt like I could get like any gosh, I can't say that word right now. Ethnicity. Ethnicity. There we go. French out there. I feel like I could get like any ethnicity food. Because I went to Canada a little bit. It's actually one of the reasons I even got a passport to begin with. Also, I need to go renew it. It's actually expired. I've been meaning to. But still haven't gone through the whole process for that. Biggest issue is I don't know where my birth certificate is, and I think you need it for it to renew it. I actually have no clue where it is, which is not good. I have no clue. I know where my social security card and a bunch of other stuff is, but I have no clue where my birth certificate thingy is. I wasn't born here. Oh no. Trump's gonna deport me. No, we were born here. But anyways, but I don't have proof. But where is it going? Tangent. Anyways, but I was going somewhere with this. Passport. Oh yeah, Toronto. Toronto has really good food. That's where I was going. But yeah, I used to go to Toronto a couple times. My dad used to work there back when, like, the late part of when I was in high school and everything. So, I actually went to Toronto, I think, like 3-4 different times. And gosh, do they have so much good food in that area. I don't even think I touched, like, 10% of it. I don't think I've ever went to one place that wasn't good there. And you can get food from pretty much any ethnicity you could ever think of. I feel like a lot of other cities are kind of like that, like probably New York and a few others. But that was like the first city I really ever went to a couple times, where I felt like you could get absolutely anything. Like, if you could imagine it from any ethnicity, it was probably in the area, less than like 30 minutes away. That guy's still here. At exactly 555. What a clean level. I said, hello, Lastin. Welcome. Or Last Living, I mean. Welcome. It's Sav from your in-game friends. Nice. Yeah, we finally finished the list, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll make the list bigger in the future or something. That, or maybe we'll make a clan or something else in the future. Once it exists. But, yeah, we have reached full capacity. I want to leave the last few for IRL friends. Yeah, we'll figure out something for group activity in the future if they don't have a clan system or something by then. Well, assumably they would have a clan system or something by then. Oh, so hello, Nuffledrak. Welcome. Hope all has been well. Alright, we're almost there. We're so close. I think 2 more knowledge points and we're there. The amount of detective XP we'll gain relative to also the knowledge dump. It's either going to be 2 or 3 more over there. The only problem is we're getting such a reduction right now. We're at 25% penalty. Honestly, I did the other thing up to like 35% penalty. I think we can be fine. Plus, we're almost at the next tier anyways. You just hit 50 mining? Nice. Honestly, the 50 mining keep might have grown on me to be like one of my favorite keeps in the game. Actually, has nobody updated it to see the full thing? I really want to see what, web browser. I'm gonna go check. Cape. Have they updated it yet to show the whole thing? Mining keep. Where are you? Past that thing. No. We got almost the whole thing, though. But something about its coloration just really works for me. But, yeah, it's among one of my favorite now. There's a lot of good ones. It's hard to choose. Currently, we're going for the Inferno Fire Keep thing. Whatever one you want to call it from old school. Because it kind of has like that Fire Cape, Inferno Cape vibe, just without the animation. Color scheme wise, it's the same thing. Yeah, Guardian gear with the Mining Cape would actually be pretty cool. Though the irony of that is, as a Guardian, you have no reason to really get Miner particularly high. Which is rather ironic. But it would look pretty clean with it. What's my RuneScape name? Tacit Bird. Actually, a couple. I have Tacit and Tacit Bird and a few others. But those are probably the two most progressed ones. Tacit is my skilling defense peer. And Tacit Bird is our maxed hardcore Iron Man. This guy right here. Let's see. Where is he? If you guys want to add me on that game, feel free. I normally have private off though because we're a hardcore, so just in case I go in wilderness or something, I don't want people sniping us and killing us. But yeah, right there, Tacit Bird, max hardcore. Oops, I'm blocking it. There it is. But yeah, we got max, got multiple top 25 boss kill counts. I think we're top 200 total or top 250, whatever it is. But actually, can I show that right here? I think I can. I don't think I ever showed this on stream. But yeah, some of the numbers. For any of you curious, any of you old school RuneScape people, I guess. Tacit Bird, there it is. Let's see. What are we total for hardcores? Oh yeah, we are top 200. We are currently the rank 183 hardcore that hasn't died yet. Actually, that's actually all hardcores, even the ones that have died. We are currently ranked 183 hardcore. So let me make this a little bit smaller. Just something about blocking the Brighter Shore content, I guess. I don't know, but it's gonna make it kind of hard to read. Oh no, you know what we're doing in Brighter Shores. I don't think we need to see it to know what's happening. But anyways, yeah, let me go show a couple of them. Might as well. I never actually did this. I'm not sure if some of you might be curious. I've mentioned it, but I haven't really showed it. But yeah, we're top 200 for total level. What are we top page on? I'm not sure the full list. We're rank 66 on all clues for hardcores. I'm trying to think of bosses we're in top 25 on right now. A newer boss that came out, we're top 12 on. Araxor, because I keep going dry, I'm still somehow top 25. A few others. But yeah, you get the point. I don't know if you guys want to say anything specifically, I guess. But, alright, let's go convert this into Detective XP. And on to the next room we go. One more level. We're almost there. So close yet so far. We're basically there right now, though. Oops, wrong way. Where am I going? Also, I still don't have the amulet from Araxor, by the way. It's a 1 in 600. We're at 1,000 without it. It's one of the few things we're like super dry on right now. So hello, Max. Welcome, welcome. That's a lot of necks. Do I have full Torva? No, most of that was most of those were mass worlds. I only have Torva full helm. And I only done enough Bandos to have Bandos chestplate. Actually, I got really lucky. I had Bandos chestplate and God Sword by 16 kill count. I got absurdly spooned. But I'm waiting for another next piece before I break it down. Because I currently only have the helm, but I'm waiting for the body or the legs before I do it again. But no, those were all mass necks, and then those were like duo or trio or anything. I still gotta learn duo or trio next. It's kind of risky to do in a hardcore. I also don't have proper gear, so no one's gonna want to take me. I don't think most people would want someone in a rune crossbow doing necks. Though normally I use Scorching Bow when I do it in Mass World. It's a relatively new weapon that came out a couple months ago last summer. And the thing that Nex summons is weak to it. It basically does extra damage to demons. And while Nex isn't a demon, the things she summons are during her blood phase. And that alone is enough DPS to always get kill credit. So I normally just AFK Nex. You know how we're AFK in this? I just do AFK Nex whenever I do Mass Worlds. And it's pretty free. All you have to do is play for like 15 seconds and then just AFK for like a minute or two. You did Corp with Rune Crossbow and Ruby Bolt's E. Oh gosh. I do, actually, there's a new meta for Corp these days. If you make it into a chicken, Noxious Halberd, which I do have on the account, I actually have everything to do it. But Noxious Halberd is better than Fang, even with a Verdict Defender. So even in max melee, it is still better to use Noxious Halberd now, oddly enough, if you make it into a chicken. which generally you want to do if you're doing on a hardcore. I think there's some other strategies these days, but it makes it a lot riskier. But if you chickenify Corp, it is best to use Noxious Halberd now. They also added another buff. They added Ember Light last summer, as well as Scorching Bow. Basically a bunch of things that are weak to demons. But they basically made the accuracy of what was originally Dark Light, or then eventually not Ember Light. But it went Dark Light, then it went Arc Light, and now it's called Ember Light. But basically, it's just a more accurate version that you can use to lower the stats of Corporeal Beasts. So now you hit it like once or twice with either Elder Maul or Dragon Warhammer. Then you hit it like 20 times with Arc Light or with the new Ember Light, which I do have. And then we go and hit it a couple times with Bando's Godsword. And then you just poke it to death with Noxious Halberd. That's pretty much the meta if you're doing on a hardcore. I still haven't killed Corp yet. I know how to, like the basics of it. But I just haven't bothered yet. Mostly because its drop rates is like a literal several hundred hour grind. So I just didn't bother. I'll probably do like the 50 kill count eventually for all the combat achievements. But I don't really plan to kill it after that unless I get absurdly lucky. Like if I get one of the sigils but don't have a blessed shield yet or something. But it's way too long of a grind to bother. You love the term chicken corp? Yeah, it's basically... there are level 1 chickens that can't ever hit you in old school RuneScape. Like there's enemies that literally do 0 every single time. Like they don't even hit 1 or anything. And the reason why it's called Chicken Corp is you can actually reduce all his stats to basically nothing. So it becomes basically just a super high HP chicken. Yeah, the good old Chicken Corp. I never actually bothered doing it, but I know how to do it. I just can't be bothered to do it at the moment. It just sounds like too long of a grind. Unless you get absurdly lucky. Yeah, basically what you do is you keep going back to your house or to the Desert Amulet 4 teleport in order to get a refresh. Technically, it's quicker doing Desert Amulet 4 into Games Necklace because you can just go teleport to Corporeal Beasts. But the problem with that is you need a lot of Games Necklace. Main accounts normally do that, but it's a little bit more annoying to do in Iron Man because you got to make all your own Game Necklaces, which isn't that big a deal, but it takes a while, of course. But the other strategy is teleport to house. Quick rejuvenation pull. Use your jewelry box to Games Necklace to Corporeal Beast. And then just keep specking it down until it's a chicken. And then you just kill it. Yeah, it's quite a process. I think it's like 10 minutes a kill. It's not efficient, but it is safe on a hardcore. Well, not a safe death, but you know, like the safest way you can kill it. Because he can stack you out really crazy. He has like a 51 stomp. And he sometimes moves in range where he can stomp you. Which by Noxious Halberd is nice too because it has a 2 attack range. So it makes it even safer for hardcores because it makes it less likely you'll get stomped. Because you can attack 2 tiles away instead of 1 tile away. This Corp has a weird mechanic where he sometimes steps randomly in a direction. And if you're underneath him and you just stay there, he'll hit you for like a 50 something. I think he hits up to 51 with that stomp. It's on like a separate cooldown, so I think he can attack and hit you with stomp at like the same time or something. So he can stack you pretty hard if you're not paying attention. Luckily, he's a lot safer these days compared to in the past. But anyways. Yeah, the reduced XP is definitely noticeable now. Hey, we only got 1 level left. We're almost there. We are almost there. Yeah, I think we're at like 25-26% reduction right now. It's not ideal. We'll get there when we get there. 1 level to go. Normal nugget instead of mugger. Honestly, I could use some good nuggets. Any of you guys try like the saucy nugs that Wendy's had? The Wendy's by me is so bad, but I still went there a couple times. I'm not sure if they even still have that item. Just for the saucy nugs. They're honestly a lot better than I thought. I like heard the name of them and it's like, I guess. And then you try them and it's like, oh wow, these are amazing. Let's see, how much reduction are we at right now? 26%. Okay, that's about where I thought we were. That's fine. It's bad, but we're only one level away from where we need to be, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah, it looks like we're ending on 82 combat and 83 detective, but I am going to need to go do more when we go grind our gear. I will immediately go try stepping into the raid and see what happens, though. For science. But there is like 0% chance we win. Even with potions. Though I might brute force it with some potions to go make some real quick. Just because we only have to do it once. I don't need to farm this. I do want to farm it in the future, but we don't have to farm it now. The whole goal is just to unlock the shortcut. Also, we've been doing this grind for 6.5 hours. Oh gosh, we got tunnel visions. This is literally just the AFK Den raid stream. Oh gosh. I slightly underestimated how long this would take, but honestly, I don't mind. If it took 20 or 30 hours, I'd still do it. Luckily, it only took, like, it's gonna take 7 by the end of this. We're at 6.5. We're almost done. Might take a little less than that, actually. Do you think amulets be in the game at episode 5? I'm not sure how they're gonna handle it. I was mentioning earlier, maybe they'll do like boss drops and have like unique special effect amulets. But I'm not sure how they're gonna handle it. There's technically a jewelry thing that you can do with smithing in chapter 3. So I'm curious if they're gonna do that. Because you can make a bunch of jewelry, but I think you can only like sell it right now or something. I wonder if you'll use that for some kind of jewelry, make it skill down the line. Because look, you make silver jewelry, you make shenarium jewelry, you make, you know, purple lydium jewelry, so on and so forth. I wonder if those will be crafting material down the line for something. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see. Right now, I think you just sell them to the shop, right? I'm not sure what they're really used for, other than the one quest that we had to go do. But they don't really seem to have much of a purpose at the moment. But it seems like their purpose is for some kind of future skill kind of thing. I don't know. We'll have to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we added a jewelry making profession at some point or something. But I do feel like, at least at this current moment in time, it seems like a good reward space for bosses. To have like a special amulet per boss that has like some kind of special tiered effect based on what level you killed it at. Like 100, 200, 300, so forth. But no, currently there's none. But we'll have to wait and see. I am surprised he hasn't added more slots though. Like, I'm really surprised he hasn't added ring or other things. I guess he wanted them all to be visual. What else could he still do? I guess bracelet, but you already have gloves. So probably not that. Oh no, what else is there still that you can add? I guess amulet is kind of the last thing, unless you want to get like really clunky on some of them. I'm trying to think where else you could put an object that's still visible. Not like old school where there's like some inventory spots. Yeah, I don't think he wants to make invisible ones though. I think he wants everything to be visually seeable. But yes, of course, there's like things that like old school does, where you have like an ammo slot, a beard slot, which is invisible, a ring slot, stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure he wants all his slots to be visible and see, like you can just look at a player and just tell. I don't think he wants to have any invisible ones like rings or such. I guess technically they wouldn't be invisible, but like, you know, how much are you going to see like one singular ring on that hand? It'd be like so hard to see. Yeah, there's like a weird beard slot. It's used for a couple things. It's invisible in game though. It's used for a couple mini games mostly. For like when you have an aura around you. It's used for the Soul Wars aura. It's used for the what's it called aura? The Barbarian Assault aura. I think a few other things. It's a completely invisible slot that's in old school though. But I use it for a couple things. It's a really weird one. It's almost like one of those like metadata slots. That's still there technically. But yeah, there's 3 invisible slots I believe in old school. Ring, ammo, where you can put a blessing or anything else. Technically 2 ammos if you have quiver. And the beard slot, which is completely invisible. Not only can you not see it on the player, but it's also invisible in game. Guess they had another metadata one that I'm not aware of. Yeah, I think that's 3 slots then that are not visible on your character. Whereas every single one of these are fully visible, including obviously an amulet once you have them. Except like a ring is like near invisible, even though it technically would be visible. But unless you can zoom in like super far, you're not going to be able to see a ring on that hand or something. That'd be very hard to see. But yeah, the beard slot is actually one of the reasons why you can wear a cape in Barbarian Assault now. Back in the day, you weren't able to, because it occupied your cape slot. But at some point, they made a different slot and just put it on that. But it's not visible to the player, that other slot. But it is there. They mostly use it for some mini games. Mostly to allow capes in those mini games, which is kind of weird because the one thing I don't understand is capes are still not allowed in Soul Wars, though. So they were able to do that for Barbarian Assault, but they weren't able to code it for Soul Wars for some reason. It doesn't really make sense. Ranks could give a visible aura. Something like that, technically, I guess. I don't want this game to ever be too aura-based, though. I feel like that's something that RuneScape 3, WoW, and a few others is a little bit jarring. Like when you see a character that's just like glowing a billion colors with like flames and everything else coming off of them. I always found that just like a little bit weird overall. There's just too much visually going on there. I don't mind like a slight subtlety of it, but I don't want us to be like a glowing mess. I feel like old school RuneScape did it pretty well because there's only like 2 things that are like animated for the most part. Fire Cape and Inferno Cape, 2 of the achievement capes for combat. Fire Cape you basically get for free when you go into the fight caves. And Inferno Cape is actually slightly challenging. But they're like the only 2 capes, or really any gear slot that has like a proper animation going. There's a few others. But as far as like most things, they don't have like a flashy animation constantly going. Yeah, you can smuggle the Soul Wars aura out. There's also a glitch in Barbarian Assault that let you smuggle the eggs. And you could smuggle like millions because they had a really high alch value for some reason. So when you died in the wilderness, they just dropped like a ton of cash. Not how much, but it was like absurd amount. Yeah, good old bug abuse in old school. I feel like that's something that's the old school team has not been as good about compared to Andrew Gower. Like, did you guys see how many bug fixes we had last week? Old school was not that on top of updates. Like, old school will wait like months or years before they fix like a crucial bug that's in the game. Andrew Gower, he sees bug, it's smashed in like a week. Maybe the next day. Like, actually, pretty recently, I haven't really been keeping up with it because we've been busy doing Brighter Shores. But if any of you know Odablock from Old School RuneScape, I think he's the biggest Old School RuneScape streamer, him and Bodhi. But Odablock, I believe, ended up dying on his hardcore Iron Man that was made for like PvP bounty hunter. He's just trying to get rank 1 bounty hunter. But he died to a glitch with like one spell where it like binds you in place. It's been glitched like that for like over a year because binds are not supposed to work in Bounty Hunter, but that one specific bind does. And basically, they finally fixed it like last week, but it was in the game for like over a year without them ever fixing it. But it took like the biggest streamer in the entire game dying to the mechanic for them to finally be like, oh yeah, we should probably go fix this after 1 year of not fixing it. I know, they fixed it after he died. Like, they fixed it... They did fix it quick, but after, like, the biggest streamer in the entire game died to the mechanic. But when, like, 100 other people bug reported it, it's like, nope, we're not gonna fix it. But the second, like, the biggest streamer in the entire game dies from it, it's like, okay, we'll fix it now. So unfortunate. But Andrew Gower, he sees bug, he'll just fix it. Doesn't matter if, like, someone small reports it or a bigger streamer, it doesn't really matter. Actually, I would love to have a conversation with Andrew Gower at some point. I don't feel like I ever could. But, oh no, he just seems like such an interesting person. He seems like that kind of nerd who just loves video games and just making games and everything. Seems like such a chill guy. Like, he's someone who still has the passion for making games, that's for sure. Yeah, Gower realizes that small bugs can lead to big bugs, yeah. So he's getting them all out early. Also, it feels like my cough has kind of gone away. I'm not sure why it just decided today, though. For any of you that don't know, though, you've probably heard it over the last week. But I ended up getting, like, a really weird fever. Because my whole house got sick. And I was fine for, like, the first few days. But then, of course, it eventually caught up to me, and then I got sick. Because my whole house got sick. So it was only a matter of time. But I had, like, an absurdly bad fever for 4 days. I almost thought it was COVID or something. Maybe it was. I have no clue. But, for whatever reason, I had, like, such a bad lingering cough for, like, 3 days. And it's still been kind of bad, but for whatever reason, it just kind of went away. Like, I haven't done anything different today. It's just kind of gone, I guess. So, yeah, we're good to go. Like, I'm very sure it'll still come up here and there, but yeah, it's just magically gone today. Like, you guys can probably hear, like, you don't hear, like, any random coughing. I tried to cough away from the mic, but, you know, I can only go away so far. But yeah, we've been pretty much fine today. As I say that, I feel the need to, like, cough. I feel like I'm, you know how, like, when you mention, like, yawning or something else like that? Like, you talk about it or someone else does it, like, you feel the need to do it yourself. I'm not sure why. When I'm saying, like, I don't need to cough, I'm feeling, like, a weird sensation in the back of my throat. Like, oh, I feel like coughing now. But no, I don't need to cough right now. Yes, I got a fever, and the only cure was Brighter Shores. Actually, that's one of the reasons I didn't even try signing up for the beta. And I'm kind of glad I didn't. But I probably could have gotten access to it, but I'm really, really glad I didn't bother. Because I got to experience it with everyone at launch, which felt so much better. But I was considering it, but I actually got sick around the time when, you know, the beta was starting and everything. So I didn't bother trying to even get access to it. And I'm actually really glad I didn't. Because it was so much more fun just experiencing it with everyone on day one than if we were like a mile ahead. Plus that will also be kind of controversial. Because I know there's some people who haven't been reset who are, you know, a mile ahead of everyone else. But yeah, I'm so glad we got to do it day one with everyone. But one of the main reasons for that was I didn't bother doing it because I was sick. I was so sick during that time. I lean away from the mic to cough. Yeah, I still do that out of habit. Not like you guys can get sick from it. But I have such a habit to like cough into my sleeve or cough into your, you know, like elbow kind of thing. That even when I'm streaming, not even visible, I still do it just out of habit. Even though I'm not going to get you sick through a screen or even get, you know, anything like that. Not even like you guys can see me. But, I just find it kind of funny. Oh, so yeah, we never really do face cam for these. Actually, have I ever done it once? If you guys ever saw the Gems of War streams or any of the past streams, you know, we do it. I don't know, it's really like hit or miss if I bother doing it for a game, but I don't know. Whenever there's like a game like this, I don't like blocking the screen. So I kind of just like doing audio only and everything. I kind of prefer it that way just so it doesn't clutter everything. If anyone wants to do chat, obviously it's on the side of YouTube and everything. And I believe YouTube has, you know, it still plays back the chat during the stream. Or, you know, if you watch it afterwards and everything. Or it should have that enabled. I'm pretty sure I have that ticked off. But hopefully it is. Should probably go double check that. Actually, someone made a suggestion earlier. I don't know, which way do you guys prefer? If any of you guys watching the playlist after the fact, someone on the most recent video suggested I ordered all the streams in order chronologically instead of most recent. So I ended up doing that. I'm not sure if that was preferred, but someone made a comment on it, so I figured I'd switch it. But the playlist for all of our Brighter Shore stream is now in chronological order, rather than from most recent to oldest. So if that works better for most people, I'm not sure of that. But it was suggested on the most recent videos, so I was like, yeah, I might as well change it. Helped at least one person, if nothing else. Not sure if that inconvenienced more people than it helped, though, but hopefully it helped more than otherwise. Cass is allergic to nuts. Oh, yes, I am deadly allergic to nuts. I have a nut allergy. I don't think I've ever mentioned on these streams. I know Lester's doing it because he likes being the 18 plus sometimes in chats. So, of course, he's making different reference to a different nuts. But, yeah, I'm allergic to all nuts, peanut butter, stuff like that. If anything, it's actually made me a lot healthier when I was a kid because whenever anyone brought any pastry or any other thing like that, I could never eat it. So, it actually made me a lot healthier. Because anytime anyone would ever bring like muffins or anything else, it's like, oh, what if it may contain? So I just never bothered, just because of my nut allergy. I always have an EpiPen. I still have it here too, even now, which is really annoying because EpiPens are so expensive in America. They were as high as like 500 for a pair of 2 at one point. Luckily they've gone down a little, but they're still like 130, 150 a set, and you need to refresh them every year. It's really annoying. I basically got to pay an extra $150 a year just for an allergy I have. And I never even need to use one other than, I think in the first grade. Because I had a Lunchable that had like a Scooby snack thing in it that had nuts in it. So, yeah, obviously that caused the reaction. Obviously survived. No spoilers, I died. We're not here right now. I'm a ghost. Yeah, spoilers. We did not die. Who could have guessed? Have I done Lost and Found? Yes, we finished Lost and Found 2 days ago, 3 days ago. We spent like 3 streams straight just getting it done. I started a bit later than some people, but honestly, the benefit from it wasn't really that good. I made 250 weapons that we used for like 1 day and then never again. It's gonna be good whenever we get a what would you call it? Whenever we get a words function. Train of thought just went off a cliff. Oh yeah, it's gonna be better once we get spec weapons on 4-star weapons. But before then, it's not really that worth it. And armor and shield just don't ever really seem worth making. Unless you really need it for some kind of boss or PvP in the future. Oh, so hello, Chican. Welcome, welcome. Took a bit of time off this weekend. Nice. But you're back now. Hope everything's been going well. Hope IRL stuff has been all good to go. Let's see. It dropped all over max people. Have 19 eggs. Oh yeah, he's talking about that one glitch exploit that was in old school. And he got 99. Let's see. Nice. He's getting his 100 alchemy cape. Honestly, I need to train alchemy at some point. Everyone keeps talking about this minigame thingy at 35, which I've never seen before. I kind of want to get 35 at some point, obviously, to go do it. But also because of the healing potion. I think it's like a 28% heal potion. Unskippable ads that are really loud. Oh no, YouTube, stop doing that. Yeah, YouTube is auto putting ads on my stream right now. I have it to like one of the lowest settings, so it does it as rarely as possible. But yeah, I was sure hoping that it was doing like 5-minute like skippable ones. I'm not sure if there's anywhere in my setting where I can force it to, you know, not do that. Or, you know, not do like unskippable ads. But I have it on one of the lowest settings. But I do have it enabled because YouTube, algorithm-wise, does like streams that have ads on. Because obviously they make more money that way. So I've been having to keep it on. I just have it on like the lowest setting. So there's not as many ads. Alright, there we go. That was what the last 7 hours was for. Yeah, do not play Brighter Shores if you don't like a grind, but I don't mind. 7 hours now, and we have the raid den. Alright, now for the second part of this grind. That's part 1. Part 2 is if I step foot in this raid, it will obliterate me. I will still show it just for the sake of showing it. But I am about to be absolutely decimated the second I step through that door. But just to prove it, we are going to see about how off we are right now. So I'm going to walk in here. And let's see if we win by clicking nothing. The answer is almost guaranteed no, but just for the sake of it, let's see what happens. I'm going to walk in. Say hi. Walk like right over here. Alright, let's see what happens. You got this. You got this. Come on. Prove me wrong. Come on. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Come on. Prove me wrong. Come on. I'm mostly just doing this to see how far off we are. Honestly, not as far as I thought we would be. We're not going to need to grind that much. It's actually a lot more even than I thought it would be. Yeah, if we step under, I want to be able to do AFK. We will be doing this seriously in a moment. If we do step unders and everything else. And potions, and obviously, and everything. But right now, I'm just kind of seeing our difference. I do want to grind a little bit of gear because we're going to need it anyways for killing these consistently or quicker. But I just want to see gauge it right now. Alright. So we actually don't need that much of an upgrade. The shield and weapon is pretty much there. Alright, so that's good to know. Anyways, I still want some upgrades though, so let's go get them. But yeah, if we want to cheese it right now, I think we can. But I'm going to need these upgrades eventually anyway, so when I'm AFKing these things later. So we might as well go for a little bit right now. Because right now we're fighting level 83s with like half the leveled gear. Minus the shield we made ourselves. So I want at least like 1 or 2 armor upgrades if we can. So let's go get them from the little slime thingies. Or maybe we'll even kill one of everything while we're over there. Just for the one-time bonus thingy. But yeah, we're not that far off. Honestly, that's a lot closer than I was anticipating it to be. I was expecting that to be one more one-sided in their favor. But that was actually a pretty fair fight. But we need it to be more on our side than their side. Just so we can consistently AFK it down the line. Not this stream, no worries. We are done with these after we get the 1 kill. I assure you. But off stream, I want to be prepared to be able to just AFK them. So I do want 1 or 2 armor upgrades real quick. And the best way to do that is to go kill the slimes over there because they're weak to ice. Before we do though, let's go do a test run on the hags over here. Where are they? There's just so many people doing hags. Since when did it become a proper training spot? Yeah, this room is just completely empty. Alright, let me just stab them and see what happens. Alright, what do you think this thing's max hit is? I want to say 51. 53! Change weapon? I'm just going to use this one for now. At least on the one we're fighting right now, it's better. On the other guy, it's technically a little bit weaker, but I don't know. I think I'm still just going to use this for now. Even though it's cryo damage, a little bit worse. Alright, hag has been killed. First time bonus? I'll go for the first time bonus wasp later. He's way too far out of our way without the shortcut. Alright, let's go see what we do against the swamp creature. Yeah, if I just want the shortcut, technically if I go get a bunch of healing potions, I think we could cheese it. I do want like 1 upgrade first though if we can. It's not required, but I kind of want one. Just to fight something normal for once. We've been just in that den for so long. I just need to see a normal enemy. Alright, let's see. This guy's level, what? 79. He's 3 levels under me. Oh, no! I just gave him advantage. Because I didn't realize I was 2 tiles away from him. Armory shop? The problem is they only sell up to 2, and it's very rare that they sell one directly for this chapter. Ah! Unfortunate. Alright, let me go try the other cryo weapon. Let's see if the weakness thing makes that big of a difference. Because this one is 5 levels weaker, but has way higher cryo chance. Like, way, way higher. Like, look at that. There's a 15% difference for what is only, I believe, like 10 strength? 5 strength? Whatever it is. Alright, let's go give it a shot and see what happens. Yeah, you can buy stuff from the armory. Is it only in chapter 4? I think it's only in chapter 4, right? Or can you do it in chapter 1 as well? I don't even know. Let me see. Do you sell items? No. It's only in chapter 4. Yeah, the guy in chapter 4 sells some stuff. I can go show it real quick. It's very rare that's going to be an upgrade because mostly just 1-star stuff. It's also for every random chapter. But yeah, he sells 1 2-star item and a bunch of 1 stars. For armor and weapons. The problem is, it's completely random what chapter it's for. The level is tuned to whatever your combat level is, I believe, in each chapter. So, for example, I have 26 for Zone 1, or 82 for this zone. So if you're really down bad, you can technically get 1-star gear from him and occasionally 2-star. But, I don't know, I can go check. He's currently selling a mines level 55 leg. Which unfortunately is not this zone. Yeah, like right here, Chronopolis 81 helm. Is that an upgrade? It might actually be, to be honest. 11 silver is so steep for that, though. It's so expensive. Is that even an upgrade? I don't feel like it is. Legs probably would be, but the legs are for the wrong chapter. Same as boots. Is he selling legs or boots for this chapter? He is probably not. No. Actually, he's not even selling any. Well, I guess 2 legs, but wrong chapters. But yeah, he has this all the way at the bottom of his shop if you haven't been utilizing it. He refreshes once every 3 hours. Actually, he's about to refresh in 5 minutes. But I haven't seen 1 upgrade yet from it. Yeah, honestly, 11 silver is pretty cheap now that I think about it. It's basically free. All right, anyways. Round 2. Hopefully a little better. If we just step under him, we should be okay. Just not sure how consistent it is going to be to farm him. But anything he drops is going to be a huge upgrade if we can get a 2-star armor or higher. And eventually we do them all chests. We could technically try them now, but there's no way they don't obliterate us. Just have it for the sake of it. I want to see though. Oh wait, that's huge. There's no way we kill him. Yeah, there's no shot. I committed too much to back out down though. Yeah, Rapier is pretty good DPS. But it's not going to kill something 30 levels higher than me, or 20, whatever this guy is. Kind of want to do walk unders, but I'm finding it hard to figure out when he's attacking. Yeah, we're not going to make it unless we get really lucky here. Come on, RNG, come through. Come on, RNG, come through somehow. No, one more hit would have gotten him. That would have been such a big first time bonus. Okay, I'm not going to do him again. Okay, let's go kill the slime thing we actually came there for. And stop messing around. Oh, that was a lot closer than I thought, though. Yeah, he's like 15 levels above me. He's like the highest level thing I can fight. He's level 98. Oh, I can't believe we lost that. I should have done one step under or something. I was just finding it a little bit hard to tell when his animation was. That was so close. Alright, let's go kill the thing we actually came there for. The 79s. The thing like 20 levels weaker than that thing. Yeah, that was way closer than I was expecting it to be. That would have been nice too. That would have been like several thousand first time bonus or whatever it is. Yeah, you can't do the Coper step under. That was fixed a while ago. That was like 5 days ago, wasn't it? It was in one of the patch notes. What do you do for step under? It's different for every enemy. It depends what your attack speed is relative to theirs. The easiest is whenever the enemy attack speed is higher than you can step under every attack to do 1-to-1. It's a lot more complicated otherwise though. Because it depends on what your attack speed is relative to their attack speed. Oh, I did wrong timing. If you do it wrong, you lose more damage than you would have gained. Right there. But basically, you want to do it right when you go on cooldown, but in a way when he won't end up hitting back. It's like right there. Yeah, the timing's a bit weird. Takes a while to get used to. But worst comes to worst, if you're fighting something that is quicker at attacking than you, if you just step under every time, you'll gain value. But enemies like this, when we're using a high attack speed weapon and they're slower, is a little bit more complicated. Once we know the attack speed of every enemy precisely, relative to what the weapons are, it'll be a bit easier. Because then you just can count the difference. But normally I do it visually, so anything that has like a weird animation just kind of throws me off. Because normally instead of counting, I'm just going by the animation normally. Like right there. Just so I don't have to count a number every single time. Is that an upgrade? Yeah, nice. Our first upgrade. Huge. It's tier 1, but hey, upgrade's an upgrade. As long as it makes number bigger. Also, one other nice thing about step unders when you do it right is you get a slightly more time to regen as well. Because it does lower your DPS a little bit with attack speed this quick. But it does give us slightly more time to regen. Because from what I can tell, no enemies ever regen. It's only the player. That's funny. I got back-to-back plate leg drop. Now, this one's worse in almost every way, oddly enough. Particularly physical. Physical defense is the main one we care about. But I guess because it's different type of armor. Seems like there's 3 different tiers. I keep not paying attention to that, but yeah, they are visually different as well. Oh, did he just die? Oh no, the guy died! No! Man down! Rippity. Oh, speaking of which, I'm about to join him. Oh, so you can retreat before you die, by the way. I don't utilize this too often. But just so we don't have to walk all the way back here. Like, we already know we lost. But you can do that, and it just full heals you. It's an interesting mechanic. Probably unique to Brighter Shores, because I'm not aware of any other game you could do that in. Where you can just retreat in front of it. Well, I guess maybe Pokemon, I guess, in a sense. But then you don't full heal in Pokemon, though. But it's kind of funny because the full heal mechanic. You can literally just retreat when you know you lost a fight. And you just full heal and fight it again. Basically to reset the fight for better RNG. But it saves you having to walk all the way back. It's very rarely useful. But if you know, like, midway through a fight you're not going to win, you can end up clicking it as long as you get a wave before you die. Like, right now we're kind of down bad, but almost going to need it. But you can allow you to take some stronger enemies and just keep rolling until you get better RNG. Like, we could even done that to the mall thing earlier if we really wanted to. The mall chest. Whatever it's called. Unfortunately, Kite Shield can never be an upgrade due to the one we just crafted ourselves. Falador Mole. He's been second to mine for 2 days straight, trying to get lost and found. Yeah, it took me like 3 days or so before I finally got it done. Depends on how much you grind. Depending on how much time you have, it could easily be like a week-long grind. It took us 3 days, but this is because we did like all day, pretty much, for the 3 days. It's possible too if you spent like a really high amount of time, or if you already like banked some of the resources. Oh, those gauntlets might be an upgrade. Nice, another one. That's why I came here for. It might be tier 1, but honestly, I'll take anything. As long as number is bigger than number we have. I don't even care if it's tier 1. I prefer higher, obviously. But as long as number become bigger, you should be okay. Because I don't need that much extra advantage on them. I just need like this slight extra edge. Like you saw, he had like 1 HP when we last attacked the guy. The one in the raid den. So we don't need that much extra. Just a ever so slight bit. Even tier 1s will do it. Which is kind of sad, because I think I might actually be able to replace a tier 1 on my body. Even though it's a 4-star, it's only a level 34 4-star. So there's a chance a 1-star might actually replace it, which is going to feel so bad, but might actually be what happens. Is that the same guy that died earlier? I feel like it is. But yeah, I still want to see like a 2-star upgrade or something though. Or at least a boot and body upgrade. Those are the 2 in most in need, particularly our boots. Boots are the furthest behind right now. Oh, is that an upgrade? That sure looks like an upgrade to me. Yep. Oh, I thought that was a body. Oh gosh, it actually has weaker ice immunity, oddly enough. But 2 higher physical, which is the main defense we need. Particularly higher amount of necro, for some reason. As well as Arbore. Interesting. But yeah, 3 lower frost defense, but we don't really care about that. The main stat we're looking on is physical defense. These activity we're going to be doing does physical damage only. So the rest are kind of irrelevant. Like, bigger numbers still good, but physical defense is the main thing we're looking for here. Is the main piece of content that we're going to be using this for, at least in the immediate future, is physical defense related. Of course, all the stats matter, but physical being the main stat we want to see higher than any other. Thought that would have been a walk under. You can finally finish Spider's Nest now. Huge congrats, Vince. Nice. Also, can I stop getting plate legs? We've gotten 5 plate leg drops. Or sorry, 4. Because I forgot one of those was the one I was wielding. These guys love plate legs for some reason. I've gotten 6 item drops. 4 have been plate legs. They should add total level capes. I'm not sure about total level capes, but one thing I did hear that 100% needs to happen is region capes. Like having 50 all in a region, 100 all in a region, 200 all in a region, 500 all if you're going for the mega grind. I would love to see that because they're not going to release max capes anytime soon. But a region cape though, like imagine like a Chronopolis region cape. For 50, 100, so on and so forth, for mines or, you know, Hellport. Now that I would love to see. It's like a good in-between between max cape, which is super hard to get, but something more attainable, like a, you know, a region cape. Or just basically like a total level cape, but a total level for a specific region. All 50s, all 100s, so on and so forth. But I would love to see that so much. I would love to see what kind of designs they come up with for those. Like a design based on the region, of course, obviously, since they're region capes. But I would love to see those. Because we'd probably get a Chronopolis region cape if that was the case. I would grind Chronopolis like crazy if they added that. So we can get like a level 200 Chronopolis region cape. Oh, an untuned 78 glove. That's interesting. Not only is that an upgrade in this region. Oh, no, never mind. That's tied in this region. I don't know. If that was a higher star level, maybe. Not sure if it's worth keeping for just 1 star like that. Probably not. If that was like 2 or 3 star, it would be. If it's those, though, I'd probably want to tune it to this chapter immediately. But oh well, not that big a deal. Though armor making skill cannot come out quicker enough. I need it so bad. The second armor making comes out, we're grinding it to like level 200 or something. Realistically, by the time chapter 5 comes out, that's probably a grind that sounds realistic. It doesn't sound realistic now. Like, let's go grind armor to 200 right now. But after I get done trying everything in chapter 5... Assuming PvP isn't out immediately, or if it is, we'll probably do that. But regardless, one of my skilling goals when Chapter 5 comes out, aside from just trying everything and, you know, exploring everything, experiencing everything, once we do that, the first mega grind, or not even mega grind, you know, just grind in general, is probably going to be level 200 armor maker. Or something high. Maybe not exactly 200, but, you know, some number that is big. That's probably above 100. Just so I basically, it's as important as smithing in a sense. Where we need smithing to always have our best weapon. I'm going to need armor maker so we can have not horrifically bad armor at any given time. Because the alternative is get lucky on random enemies like this. Which is not ideal. I'd much rather make it myself. Using leather maker, blacksmith, whatever other skill, armor. Whatever combination of skills it needs. He's got an epic boot drop? Nice. I could really use one. Actually, is my boot? Yeah, my boot is my furthest behind. My boot and oddly enough, my 4-star body are the 2 furthest behind. Yeah, even though this is 4-star, it's a low enough level that it's kind of outlived its purpose. I think it's only better than a 1-star at this level. If I get even a 2-star for the body, I believe it replaces my current body. So it might still be better than a 1-star, but we'll find out when we get a drop. Let's see. Moment of truth. Yeah, it's not better. It's 4 less defense, so that's kind of sad that it's almost better, though. Oh, that's kind of sad. But yeah, that's actually kind of cool, though. Look at how big a difference rarity makes. This is more than double the level, and is still worse than this 4-star. And the main stat that we care about, which is physical defense. It's kind of insane. But I'm mostly looking just for one more upgrade, I think, at this point. Ideally, boots. Honestly, I'll take anything. As long as it's enough of an improvement. I'm gonna move him to the next room at this rate. Slowly but surely, we'll just keep tweaking him over there. One tile at a time. Oh, merchant cape. Nice. Actually, I can afford that cape. I just realized. I keep forgetting I hit level 50. So far, I haven't gotten any accomplishment capes. Have you guys been doing that? Have you just been sticking with one cape? Or have you been trying to collect them all? Or are you just sticking with the one or upgrading the one? Because there's just so much silver to keep buying them. But I kind of want to try like a couple few. Like when I hit 50 mining, I'm almost tempted to get a mining cape, even though I already got a smithing one. Yeah, I haven't even gotten a cape yet. Honestly, that's probably the meta. The true meta is don't even get any cape at all. They're just cosmetic. Those are the true max efficiency people. The capeless people at like 500 plus total. Or even 1,000 plus total way down the line. Still not buying their first level 50 cape or something. Out of principle of not wasting money. Yeah, no napkin for you. Yeah, yeah, I need to make my napkin longer. Just so it's not a napkin anymore. It's one of the reasons I want to put all my dopamine into blacksmith. So whenever we get those knowledge points, we'll get 100 eventually. The only problem with that is I do need to go do the mining grind. I actually can't use my smithing skill beyond 97, I believe. Because the current ore I have doesn't go beyond that level, at least for iron. So I need to go get my mining level to like 80 something at some point in the near future. That'll be a later issue. But at some point I do need to go get level 80 something miner to keep up with my 90 something smithing. Because once I get 100 smithing, I can't even utilize it for most ore. Because my ore tier is too low. Because there's like a level range that you can do for each ore. And that would exceed my level range. Which I believe is 97, at least for iron. Not sure if the other ones are a bit different or not. I know for iron it capped at 97 for tier 1 iron. Or tier 2, I guess, technically iron. Unless you count the other one as tier 0 and the other one is tier 1. You think they will ever make capes with stats? I honestly hope the answer is no. Unless they're just going to add stats to the tier of the cape. Like, for example, you know, level 50 cape has some stats. A level 100 cape has slightly higher stats, so on and so forth. But I don't want best in slot to be, like, a different cape, essentially. Like, I want all of the profession capes to be equally best in slot. So I want every level 50 cape to be, you know, equal. Every 100 to be equal. Every 200, so on and so forth. I don't want there to be a meta where you go kill a boss, you then put the cape on, and now you never wear any of your profession capes ever again. Because that one cape you just got from the boss is just definitively better. I don't want that to happen. But I wouldn't mind stats on them as long as a different cape that isn't a profession cape doesn't become best in slot. Because I would prefer that everyone just wears whatever cape they feel like looks the coolest. Rather than feeling like they're forced to have to wear like their best in slot, you know, cape they just got from the boss or something. Because I much prefer this system where they're pretty much cosmetic or equally the same. But yeah, some small stats on them could be nice. You know, nothing big, but you know, like some small resistance could be cool. I wouldn't even mind it being slightly higher if it's a higher tier cape. Like 10 all defense for, you know, level 50, 20 all for the other, you know, so on and so forth. It's pretty much nothing, but still more than nothing. But yeah, it has to be equal for everything. Like, I don't want there to be a boss that drops, let's say, like, the fire cape. And then the fire capes you only ever wear, ever. Because it's just better than every other cape in the entire game. That would be possible. Oh, is that an upgrade? No. Because physical defense is the only thing that matters. An HP boost. I feel like they'll handle that differently down the line. Like with jewelry. I feel like jewelry is where you put an HP boost on. Like if they add an amulet. I feel like they would put it on that rather than on armor or a cape. It definitely feels like a stat you'd put on a piece of jewelry instead. So I guess armor, it kind of makes sense, but I don't feel like it'd be on the cape itself. If you're doing anything on cape, it's just going to be a very marginal amount of, like, all defense. Like, you know, these defenses. But I don't think there would be a cape that would make your HP go higher. I wouldn't mind armor that does that. But then it comes down to, will higher mitigation or slightly higher HP be better in a given situation? And then you have to do a bunch of math, which gets annoying. That's the only problem with adding HP buffs to armor. Is you basically have to weigh the cost of higher HP total compared to damage mitigation. Because generally speaking, anything that has higher max HP will generally not be the tankiest armor in the game. So you basically have to weigh the benefit of the higher HP to the amount of resistance. And I feel like that'd be too much math to figuring out what gear you want to use. That's the only problem with adding an HP stat to armor. But if they added to jewelry, it wouldn't be as big a deal. But if armor started to have that, where just like tank armor but HP armor and they have to compete with each other, I feel like that gets too complicated to figure out which one is better at any given time. There's right now, the system for the most part is kind of straightforward. For the most part. Like these things are weak to ice, so I'm stabbing with an ice weapon. And I'm wearing armor that's, you know, slightly more resistant to ice, so I don't have an armor switch. But, you know, if I did have an armor switch, I'd be wearing armor that is good against physical and good against... Oh, is he hitting me with ice? Never mind, he's not hitting me with ice. But, you know, I'd wear stuff that's good against physical damage while also having stuff that stabs him with ice. So it's really straightforward right now. Physical damage armor, stabby ice weapon, good to go. Don't need to do any kind of weird calculations for anything else. We're good to go. Don't need to figure out anything else. Just get our gear on. Boom. Fight thing. Click thing. Thing dies. Repeat. But if they do ever add HP gain, I hope it's on amulet and not armor. Like max HP. Because then you can weigh if you want like higher HP or higher resistance or higher damage. But it's specifically just on your amulet, so you don't have to worry about one gear slot, not like 1,000. Because if they put it on like everything, that would be really annoying. But if it's just amulet, then that's only one decision you have to make, which is a lot clearer, depending on what activity you're doing. Like right now, we'd probably want a DPS amulet, given the current activity we're doing. But you know, if we wanted to get that raid den done earlier, we might want like a defensive one, either damage mitigation or max HP. So you can kind of pick the amulet based on, you know, what activity you're doing. Have I heard of Pathian Rise or of the Fallen? I've not. Hello, Ryan. Welcome, or Rhino Fixia or Fixa. Welcome, welcome. Finally made it to the 4th episode. Nice. You made it to the best chapter. Randomly saw you while discovering the map. Oh, that's kind of funny. Do I have you added? Because yeah, that's the auto server thing doing its work then. That's even funnier if I don't have you added though. Yeah, that can still happen. Even if I don't have you guys added, it's still possible you meet each other. It's just more likely if we are added. Unfortunately, my list is pretty much full. We'll find some workaround eventually. Have I heard of your Lord and Savior, Andrew Gower? Yeah, we were talking about Andrew Gower earlier with a bunch of stuff. Seems like a really chill guy. But it's one of the things that made me really hyped about Brighter Shores for sure. Oh! 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 Thank you, Andrew Gower. See, if you just mention his name, he gives you RNG. He's watching the stream right now. Thank you, Andrew Gower. No, this is pure RNG. No one can hope. Thank you, Andrew Gower, watching the stream right now. Thank you. Streamer favoritism. No, that's just pure RNG. There's no way he's actually watching right now. Though if you are, hello, Andrew. Hope you're doing well. He definitely just gave me that drop, 100%. Oh yeah, the knowledge point. Thank you. I need to go do that. Okay, I think we're good to go. That is like the upgrade of upgrades. My boots are still lame, but after that, we can't not try it now. Like, that is like the upgrade. Alright, anyways, yeah, let me go use this point. Smithing, thank you. Hey, 81, nice. Do we get an unlock? No. I think our next big unlock is 88. The problem with 88 is I need the next tier of iron, which means I really need to, at some point soon, get level 85 mining. Yeah, just the easy grind of just random 85 mining. Oh, that's not ideal. I really need to do a mining grinding stream at some point, where we literally just spend an entire stream mining. No time soon, but we really need to. 85, that is not ideal. But yeah, I eventually need 85 to keep up with our smithing level that I keep boosting up. We'll get there eventually. I ideally want a higher pickaxe though. But we do get an upgrade at 43 that gives us another 5%. So I'll have like a 9% bonus. Which is, you know, that's not nothing, but wish it was a little higher than that. That every little bit helps. But yeah, that's a huge drop right there. Okay, let's see if we can take out the raid. There's no way this drop isn't enough. There's a little disappointment we didn't get a boot drop upgrade, but who knows? Maybe this guy's selling boots right now. His timer was at like 5 minutes. Come on. Chronopolis boots, where you at? Show me the Chronopolis boots. Wow, how lucky is that? Nice. It's only tier 1, but I'll take it. That's an upgrade. Give me that. Gimme. Very nice. Alright. Well, that's a double upgrade right there. Okay, I think we're geared. I think we are good to go. Nice. Alright, let me go sell this junk. It feels weird using 1 stars, but they are stronger than what I have right now, so. Alright, sell the rest of the junk, just making sure none of these are upgrade. This one is an upgrade, right? Let me just double check it real quick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not an upgrade. I'm pretty sure that's not an upgrade. I forgot. Those were the slot I just got. Why am I even checking that? I forgot. Yeah, it's kind of the 4-star we literally just got. Okay, anyways. Okay, if we're not geared enough right now, there's a problem. Also, before I go there, I want to go dye all my stuff real quick. I'm going to do that. Now that we have a bunch of new armor that we're going to be using for a while, I want to go make it burnt orange so it matches our gear real quick. Oh, yeah, that epic was in the buyback area. That wasn't the new stuff. That was just some junk item I sold earlier. The stuff you could buy in that shop are all the way at the bottom, divided by armor and weapons. Everything at the top is just your buyback stuff. Alright, let me go and equip everything, because it's probably going to be our armor set for a while unless I off-stream grind it a bit more. Or on-stream grind it, we'll see. Yeah, let's go get everything burnt orange. I keep doing it because it matches the cape, but I don't know, maybe we'll eventually do a different color. I feel like this is the only color I've used so far. It's because it matches the, I almost said fire cape, but it matches the smithing cape really, really well. So we'll see what this looks like after we get them all colored. Particularly the legs. I'm curious to see how much extra trim it might have since it's the higher tier thing. Can you dye the cape? No. It's actually kind of funny because if you try to, it actually says you can't. It actually has a specific dialogue, or not even dialogue. Yeah, right there. Can't dye profession capes. They thought one step ahead. So there's literally a dialogue box that's like, no, you're not allowed to do that. It would be cool, but no, you can't. Alright, there we go. Let's see, what do we look like right now? Alright, not bad. Not bad. I wish we had a full helm, though. I wish I had the one that completely covered our face, because we still accidentally picked a female model. So I like being like the, having like the face completely covered whenever we have it. Still looking kind of clean, though. I'm not as big of a fan of this helm, but it's my best in slot, so I gotta wield it for now. Once the smithing skill comes out, we can just do whatever one we like the most. Even if the stats aren't as good. Yeah, not bad. We're getting there. A little bit more trim on the legs compared to before. Because it's the higher tier one. Alright, anyways, let's go kill these things. How do you undie something? I think there's a water bin in one of them, I think. I'm actually not sure. I assumed one of them was just pure water where you could just dunk it to clean it or something. I'm actually not sure, to be honest. I assumed one of them was just clear water. It just makes it neutral again. Am I from Philly? No, I'm from New Jersey. Or from Jersey. Alright, is this the door? I think this is the door. Yep, this is the door. Okay, moment of truth. Can I AFK this without any step under? Moment of truth. Oh, I'm not using the better weapon. That might help. Alright, if we lose this, I gotta switch to my slightly better weapon. This is better cryo, but it has less DPS for these guys. Hopefully it's good enough, though. If not, I will try again switching to the other thing. And if that doesn't work, then we'll actually try hard and bring some health potions. Because I only have to kill it once. I'm not farming it right now. I will later. And you might see a few upgrades on the armored. Because some of these still need some hefty upgrades, like the arms and legs. Or the hands and legs. And technically torso. But, there's gonna be a later thing. Alright, so far so good. Yeah, we only have to kill it once, and then we can do the merchant skill. And get that to 55, and then we'll have every single shortcut unlocked, which is the whole goal of the stream. Took a little longer than expected, though. But we're almost there. Like, just trying to get this unlocked this stream was almost a whole 8-hour process. We're 7.5 hours in, and it's not even unlocked yet until we finish this room. But we got a lot done in that time. A lot of levels. Really huge upgrade on our legs. A few upgrades otherwise. Any advice on any different way to level up bone rate to 40? Knowledge points. Knowledge points and the AFK activities. You're already going to need to get the knowledge points. When I say knowledge points, I mean that in two ways. You need knowledge points to get the AFK activities, but I mean knowledge points also on XP. But one thing that you can do is you can AFK at 26, 32, and 36 to get some free XP. But also, every single time you get your meter up, you can also just simply dump XP into bone rate and just get it up that way. Get it to like 20 something and then just start doing it that way for the rest of the XP. What's hello, Naffy? Welcome, welcome. What's hello, Max and Vanilla say? Say hi, and Nye, and Defiant. Welcome, welcome, welcome. When do you get to unlock the shortcut path? As soon as I clear out this room. If I can kill everything in this room without dying, we unlock the path. Only problem is I don't have backup heal potions or anything. I also forgot to wield my better weapon. I'm still wielding the swamp creature killing weapon. I made a level 80 that has better DPS, but it has worse cryo, so it was better against the other thing. But it should be fine. I'm gonna have to kill one more unit, right? I think we're clear at this point. Unless we get really bad RNG here. There should finally be the shortcut opened. Then the only thing we need for the other shortcut is 55 merchant, which should be pretty easy. And then we finally get to train something other than detective today. And watch person. Finally. You like your chill vibe? Thank you. If you guys ever have any questions or anything you want to ask or anything, feel free to stop by, chat, or subscribe. We stream here every single day, Brighter Shores, 12 hours every single day. So if you ever want to stop by, feel free. And we'll probably be around. Only exception be Mondays. We still stream on Mondays, a little bit shorter. It's kind of my catch-up day for the week normally. And that is raid complete, right? Yeah! Wow. That took 7.5 hours. And that was all just to open this door. So we can move like 4 to 5 tiles this way. But this is huge, because this opens up this entire path. Otherwise, if I wanted to go, let's say right here, I would have to go all the way around, and all the way around. But now whenever we go like over here for something or over here for something, I can just go north, cut straight through, have to not go through this little windy path, and boom, we're right here. This also worked really well for this. And now to put it all together, to finish this path, we got to get 55 merchant, which will unlock this room, which then connects us to there, which will fully finish this path that we just unlocked. With this requiring 83 detective, which is what we just grinded for the like last 8 hours almost. And then the 55 merchant grind, which should be really free compared to what we just did. With that being said, all right, let's go to the merchant, I guess. Yeah, this feels so nice to have done. Just to get through this house. All that was just to walk through the house, but we got it now. And now that permanently stays open, so I don't have to kill them again. Perfect. Anyways. Thoughts on alts? Well, they banned multi-boxing. So technically alts are not allowed in that sense. But, you know, you get 3 accounts that you can play. I haven't really been doing too much with them yet. I've mostly having them AFK in combat. But, you know, that's allowed. But, oh no, I just haven't had the chance to really play on them yet. I do plan to play on all classes at some point. We just have too many goals to do on this main account before we really bother yet, though. But I currently do have them generating some cash, so when trading does come up, they can either trade it over or whatever I end up doing with it. Alright, so this kind of changes our pathing now. Also, I'm not going to do drop method today, I don't think. My brain hurt way too much when I was doing it last time. And despite it seeming decently efficient, I want to be a little bit more chill with merchant today. Because I'm not sure if I can stand doing a whole nother stream of doing that again. Or like doing some drops here, to go do some drops there, to go do this, to go do that, to go do this. So we're going to do the super chill double method. Where you try to get 3 tasks 2 times over. This is worse EXP, but it's easier on the brain. And I don't want to overly think right now. So we're going to try for 2 2s if we can. Only problem is we got to wait an entire minute. Whereas right now it could be running to go turn all this in. Seems like we're wasting a little bit of time, but I don't know. We're going to do it this way this time. A little bit slower XP, but it's way, way easier than what we were doing yesterday. Did you beat the 2 spiders at level 29 in the forest? Yes. Technically at level 26, 7? The rest of the XP was the quest rewards. But yeah, it was a little bit annoying because I didn't have a cryo weapon. Or I couldn't use cryo. They were immune to cryo. They're immune to ice damage. So it's, if you're a cryo knight, you're probably at the most disadvantage. Just because the weapon that you might have that's decent probably doesn't work on them. But they don't have any weakness you can exploit either. But yeah, you just kind of have to brute force it. Have some heal potions. It's basically just a gear check. How many hours have I spent on the game so far? Oops, that's not it. Where is it? Right there. It is currently 164 hours we're at right now. Alright. Did we get the double? We did get the double. Yay! Nice. Also, I've heard people mention this one is always like the best one for a while. I think someone said at 120 merchant, this was still their best turn-in. It's kind of interesting. Honestly, it's almost worth it if I could get double of that instead of the other thing. But I don't know. We already committed to these, so we're going for it. Alright, what is even my path for this? I guess I gotta go south and then go the other way. And go from there. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna have to go straight south down there. Head down to this little area. Yeah, we've been making some pretty decent progress. Haven't been doing anything too min-maxy other than the way we did merchant yesterday. Was a little sweaty. But we're doing a lot more casually today. Because the method we were using yesterday where we're like dropping stuff and like managing like a billion things on the ground, it was just too much. I do hope they patch it out of the game though, because it does seem pretty broken. But not so broken that I want to keep using it. Like it helped, but honestly, I just can't be bothered. Too much clicking, too much everything. Yeah, let's head over there. I don't have a better route at the moment. I keep forgetting. Oh wait, I just realized something. I'm trying to use a shortcut I don't have yet. No! I'm trying to use the shortcut for 55 merchant. Because I got the detective shortcut, I'm in my brain, I'm thinking like, oh, this is a good synergy. This is actually really bad. Because I can't cut through there. My logic was like, oh yeah, I can cut through there now. But that's not the shortcut I unlocked. Fail. Whoops. Because my route, this is what we would have had if we have 55 merchant right now. Is what we could do is we turn in these dolls. We then get pumpkin. I then buy banana over there. And then I either tele or walk all the way back over there to the main square. But now it's going to be kind of awkward because I don't have access to that shortcut. I forgot. We don't get access to that until, that's a slight fail. Well, that's not ideal. Yeah, that's not the shortcut we unlocked. We will soon at 55 Merchant. And then we start the quest and everything. But whoops. Okay. Well, I got to commit to this. We already started. Oh, wait. Buy the pumpkins. Not forget the pumpkins. Alright. Where am I going? Chronopolis. Outskirts. There we go. Oh, so hello, Nico. Welcome. New to the game? Nice. Always nice to see new people. Let's see. End the stream. Any suggestions on fishing? You're up to 21 doing eels, but seems like maybe not super efficient. Due to the slight delay when catching them, if you're not bothering to bank them for cooking, one thing you can be doing is doing eels and pufferfish at the same time. Pufferfish are just right northwest. And what you can end up doing is there's a fish shop in between. So you can go catch an inventory of eel, then puffer, then eel, puffer, and then sell to the shop and rinse and repeat forever. And it gives you a bunch of gold, and it gives you a pretty decent XP. But you can end up doing that. If you don't know where that is, well, I'm pretty sure you know, because you're doing the eels, but it's right here. You are currently here at Eel Street. But if you go one tile south, there's a shop right there where you sell all the eels, like right over there. And all the pufferfish. But you just go from there to there, over to the pufferfish over there. Just keep going back and forth. And then once you get a full inventory, you just sell at the shop right there. And you basically repeat that indefinitely. Is that the best way to get fishing XP? I'm not sure. But that's personally what I did. I'm not sure if that's like the meta or what. But, I don't know. That's what I did. It was pretty chill. It seemed decent. I'm not sure if that's like the absolute most efficient thing in the game, though. But it was fun. Because you can endlessly loop it without really need to go out of cycle. Like, it has a nice gameplay loop to it. Like, there's nothing that really interrupts you from it, since it's, like, infinitely repeatable in that sense. But yeah, generally just fishing the highest tier thing you can ends up working out pretty well as well. But I don't know, I kind of like the eel pufferfish method. Even if it's slightly lower than the best option you have. Alright, where am I going with the pumpkin? I'm forgetting where, like, everything is right now. I think it's, like, right here, and the bananas go right over there. Oh, wait, did I really cancel it? Come on. How did that cancel the action? Yeah, the main reason you want to loop over to Puffer is because they don't spawn immediately. I'm not sure if they're going to change some of the spawn timers or something in this game. But there is a weird thing with a lot of material when they're in groups of 6. Where for some reason, they don't fully respawn by the time you get back to them. So that's actually slightly quicker due to how close the other fishing spot is to just go back and forth. Due to them not being fully respawned by the time you finish the cycle. Alright, what do we want here? I don't know, do we do pizza delivery? Doll is too far out of our way. Carrot to doll is good though. Yeah, we could do that because we have the other shortcut now. I'm just not sure if doll is too far out of the way or not. I can also incorporate pizza, I guess, but doll's already in that area. And I already have to turn into that shop anyways. And then we'll wait. Oh, so now we have access to soap. We can actually do a soap path now. I gotta keep in mind that it's actually really easy for us to get the soap now that we have the shortcut. So soap is way freer than it was in the past. Same as bringing pizza back to that market. You have no problem for the response? What's the last living if I didn't already say hi? Welcome, welcome. Let's see. It feels less efficient now because you hit 20. But it requires 4 times XP per, or 4x XP per level. Welcome to the grind, yeah. The grind is definitely real in this game, that's for sure. Oh no, I personally enjoy it. I don't know, do I do a middle street meet? What is my pathing right now? I'm just double checking. I'm gonna spend too long figuring out. I'm already gonna be there. I guess I'll just go down the middle. It's fine. It's not that big a deal. What's my teleport then? I guess I go head over to the carrot. Also, I'm gonna be way less efficient on merchant today, by the way. Don't expect max efficiency, like sweaty merchant today. This is like really casual, just kind of chill merchant, which is like the exact opposite of what we did yesterday. But after that method yesterday, I'm like done try-harding the skill. We will at some point again once we get a little bit deeper. But today is definitely chill merchant day. How does blacksmith work? Like, how do you make a specific quality, or is it random? It's random, up to 3-star. You can eventually make 4-star after a quest, though. By fusing stuff together. Oh, no! Oh, I gotta AFK a raid real quick. I gotta go kill this. 1 second. This run's gonna be a little slow. The reason I have to do this is this shortcut's better. So I'm gonna have to kill these. I only have to do this once and they'll stay permanently open. But I go kill this room one more time. We gotta go visit them one last time. The grind's not over, but this is all, no worries. We're only here for 1 kill. We're not here for another 7 hours. Just 1 kill. Because I gotta make sure this path is open. It does it based on whatever one you did last. And I accidentally ended on the other one. And this one's just slightly better to take route-wise. No worries, we're only here for 1 kill. We don't have to do it again after that kill. It'll stay permanently open. But yeah, anything you ever craft caps at 3-star currently. But there's a 5-star quest called Lost and Found in Chapter 3 where you can eventually fuse stuff together for 4 stars. But it's not really currently worth it until spec weapons and other stuff come into the game. So just making 3 stars off of normal crafting is perfectly fine. Like the weapon we're using right now. Which reminds me, I need to go make my better rapier. I'll do it after this battle just so I don't forget. Because I actually have a level 80 rapier. Yeah, if you do it at level 19, you do get better rarity odds. So in early game, you get easier rarity. But eventually, you do want to do the higher level stuff. Because, of course, the stats and everything scale based on the level of the equipment. But yeah, the higher the rarity of stuff, or the higher the level of stuff, the harder it is to get high rarity, apparently. Not sure exactly how that system is working, but apparently it gets a lot harder after level 20. I'm not sure if there's another cutoff like 50 or 100 or something. What did I come in here for again? Oh yeah, my rapier. There we go. I don't think we'll need any more combat here today, but just in case. Or just for later so I don't forget about it. What merchant level would you target for before you do Leatherworker? I'm personally going for 86, I believe, because that's enough to get level 50. And the reason I want to get level 50 is there's a quest that requires level 50. So my current target goal is level 50. Or sorry, not 50. I mean, 86 or whatever it was. Whatever this one was. 82, I believe it was. Yeah, 82 is my target right now. Well, right now I'm just doing 55. Tomorrow's goal will be 82. But today's goal is just 55 to unlock the shortcut. But we might go a little further, we'll see. But 82 is when I'm going to start Leathermaker, because that's enough to get you to 50. And the reason 50 is relevant is it allows you to do the 5-star quest in this region. The reward isn't anything too good. And the biggest reward you get from it, you actually don't need full completion of. It's the other shortcut I keep talking about. The other shortcut requires 55 merchant, and you unlock it during the quest. But it does not require full completion of the quest. And that's what we're trying to unlock right now. Is we're going to start the 5-star quest and unlock that shortcut. But I can't complete the quest because I don't have level 50 Leathermaker. But I need the shortcut to make getting to that point easier. Because it allows a few extra routes. Most notably get into this farm. Which is notoriously pretty annoying to get to. As we are about to do right now. Yep, another level. What is that? Butcher stall. Oh, that's the AFK activity. I was wondering what that was for a second. But yeah, this is an AFK activity for merchant. I don't think I've ever seen anyone doing that yet. There's not really much of a need to. Merchant's a pretty quick skill. You'll be sure to be there when you grind those merchant levels. Nice. I've seen quite a few people walking around. It felt like a ghost town here the first few days. But it feels so nice doing merchant with like a billion people around you. Because it felt so lonely initially. But now that everyone's here, well, not everyone, but you know, now that a lot more people are here, it feels like an actual bustling town instead of a ghost town. It was so empty initially. But now they're starting to get like a little community forming here. As well as all the min-max people. Because honestly, anyone playing at max efficiency right now is like rushing 200 something merchant. Or at least 100 something merchant. I believe it's if you do it at max efficiency, it's the best knowledge in the entire game right now. As far as stocking up knowledge points. And the main thing that's so strong about it too is all the merchant tasks keep scaling. So unlike a lot of other activities that eventually give you less points, knowledge points, merchant seems to keep like the full amount the entire time because of how it scales. Unlike other activities, like if I keep doing those dens, I'll eventually get a penalty. Like for example, even though we just unlocked level 83 dens, by the time I hit like level 95, which is not enough to even reach the next den, it's already going to start penaltying me XP. Whereas merchant doesn't do that. Like I can still turn in soap, and which is like the one you get at level 0, and it will still give me XP as if I just did one at like level 52. Which is one weird oddity with probably because of how they want you to do the pathing and everything. But it's one oddity with merchant. And at even level 0 tasks still give you knowledge points. As if you just did it at like level 52. Which is very different than how pretty much every other skill works. It's one of the reasons why it's so good for knowledge. But they did that deliberately because if they didn't, then there'd be tasks that are just always dead and never worth taking. Like soap and meat and stuff like that. A couple of them. Okay, I don't know what I need. I'm just going to take everything and then figure it out in a second. There's timers are too low. I don't want to have distress. There we go. Alright, what do I need? This looks like a same route we kind of been doing. Okay, that changes everything. Why is this so bad? Why is this so bad? I could turn in banana and backtrack, I guess, but I don't have the shortcut, so I can't do that conveniently, which is so annoying. I could do double plates, which means if I go south, it's a little bit better. Which means I could abandon this, get another plate. Abandoned pizza for carrots. And we should be good. But yeah, there's a lot of thinking on the fly for this skill. There's one thing I really like about it. Even though we're doing it a bit more chill right now and not trying as hard, you still gotta think for it. Like, you gotta think of what your paths are, what your options are, what your pathing will be. And I feel like it drip feeds you content at just the perfect rate. But yeah, merchant is definitely my favorite skill in the game. If you guys haven't given it a fair chance yet, if you're in the area, definitely try it. If you're in chapter 4 already. It seems like walking simulator at first, but honestly, it's probably the most in-depth skill in the entire game. The only big issue with it is it's really hard compared to any other skill. Like every other skill is like turn brain off, just like really cozy, easy to do. This is like the exact opposite of it. It's pretty much the only skill in the game that kind of bites back. Like most of the other ones, you know, you just kind of just chill, get into a gameplay loop. This one has a gameplay loop too, and obviously everything, but it's definitely the most difficult skill by far compared to what every other skill is scaled like, gameplay wise. Oh, I went the wrong way. Whoops. That's why we unlocked a shortcut. This is why we need the 51 detective, by the way. Not the 83 that we just grinded, but the 51 we grinded the other stream. It's for this shortcut because it makes this synergy really good. Because I could buy dolls from here, then just head straight south and then get the double synergy over there, which is really nice. And that's why I opened up this door instead of that one. It's just a little bit easier to click through here. It's not required, but I prefer this one. And just go straight into the other place. Is there a time limit after you accept a bounty? No. All bounties last forever. And you can have multiple different bounties at once. Like, you try to do a detective bounty while doing a merchant run if you want to. It would get very convoluted, but it is possible to do both simultaneously. Like, get a detective bounty, but then also simultaneously do a whole merchant run with 5 other ones. You can also technically still have cooking bounties, though cooking is not used in this area, so at most you'll do a detective bounty while also doing a merchant bounty, or multiple merchant bounties. But yes, you can have multiple different ones at once for multiple different skills. It does kind of start to overly convolute things, though, but it is possible. You're loving the fact that you can do leather work whilst you do a merchant. Yeah, that's actually pretty good too. I haven't actually tried that yet. When I did 20, I just did all leather worker. But I definitely plan to do that. That's one of the other reasons I want it, because I believe the candle stall is pretty close there, isn't it? Where you get at 80. So that's even more of a reason to get 82, not just for the better hide. But I believe the really, really good stall that's like right on top of it, I am pretty sure is like level 80. Yeah, the scented candles. I'm pretty sure the place you buy scented candles is like right there. Like literally on top of the leather maker shop. Which makes it really good for a very free task. Because if you're doing leather worker, you're right on top of it anyways. It's one of the other reasons why I wanted to get that level. I forget where the turn-in is, but I believe the candle shop is like right there. Oh yeah, dolls too. Dolls are also right there, of course. Like the dolls we just bought to turn into that place. And by 55 merchant, you'd have the door open too, which is nice. Which we're almost there. Come on, 3 more levels, 2.5 more levels. Honestly, I almost want to put my next dopamine point into merchant just to get it there. But no, we'll train it manually. I'm putting my dopamine into blacksmith. I want to get 100. We're still going to need like 85 smithing to go with that 100, but I still want to get that 100. Yeah, I know where you buy the candles. Where do you turn in the candles, though? Because I know it's like the other shop. Like the toy shop and the candle shop are like right on top of it. Where's the candle turn in, though? Because that I don't know. Let's see. Soap shop? Oh, okay. Oh, good. That's what you need A3 detective for. Perfect. We already got the shortcut for that. Nice. Yeah, that'll be very useful for later. See, already gonna get some value from it. So I need a little higher merchant before we really get there, but we'll get there soon. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? Clockwork? I think this is a clockwork pizza angle. Ribs is out of my way, but I have to backtrack anyways. So maybe I grab ribs, because it's actually not that far from this current pathing. Yeah, we'll go with this. Pumpkin, too far out of our way. Though it wouldn't be if I had the door open. If I had 55 merchant, this isn't that far. But without 55 merchant, I can't take this, unfortunately. But if we did have it, I would. But this is one of the ones locked behind 2.5 more levels. So I want all the shortcuts. This is 100% a take for this angle. If we had it. But I don't currently. About a few more merchant levels and we'll be able to take it. And you can see it gives quite a bit more XP as well. Alright, what's the angle here? Double pizza for sure. I guess double rib. Can I throw anything else in there? I guess clockwork to finish it? No, I can't. I can't put another one in there. They all don't work. What's the best XP here? Oh, give me some carrots into the other thing, I guess, later. But yeah, I can't get a third one in there. Oh, wait, where am I going? Brain. Oh, yeah, I'm getting pizza real quick, I guess. Is that even worth it for this? I guess. I feel like I have to walk, like, such a mile for that. I wish there was a third teleport somewhere in the city. I don't care where, just somewheres. Like, literally anywheres. The city could really use a third one. It doesn't even matter where, just anywheres that isn't where a teleporter already is. Do I walk there or is it better to go? Maybe I could have gotten the other one. Ribs I turn in when I come back. There's only one room away when I go do the clockwork thingy. It's not that far away, I don't think. Ooh, I didn't calculate out... Oh, no, yes, I did. Oh, I don't need carrots this round. Yeah, that's fine. I just can't buy my carrots preemptively. That's not that big a deal, I guess. I think teleporting here might have been quicker. I have no clue. Oh, no, we're just walking it. Today's definitely not the max efficiency day, that's for sure. Oh, I thought that was the merchant for a second. That's not the merchant. Alright, let me go turn these pizzas so I can buy the clock thingy. So I can also turn in these pizzas. And then we go turn in the clock and the ribs. And the carrot is for next run. Alright, what else do we need? Teleport to market. Alright, what's my routing here? I guess I turn in ribs and then touch the other one. Because where do I have to turn that one? I haven't done this one too often. It's like right there. So I can technically just go all the way through ribs and then just walk around instead of using a shortcut. I'm already going to be in this room anyways. Actually, which way is quicker? It'd still be quicker to go north with the shortcut. Yeah, it looks like it's quicker. Oh, no, 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 don't turn that in. No, my knowledge point wasted. It's fine, though. Give me that smithy XP. And then we go turn in the clock, then we teleport back. Actually, can we just walk? Teleport still seems kind of closer. Oh, no, has anyone actually tested it? When you turn in clockwork, is it better to walk back or teleport? I want to say teleport. Looks far enough that teleport's probably quick enough. It's hard to tell, though. Yeah, no, it seems about the same distance either way. It really comes down to how many seconds does it take to teleport. Like, how many tiles are you losing from teleporting compared to walking there? Either way, I don't think it matters that much. It's like a 1-2 tile difference. Alright, what do we have? Hopefully carrot synergy. Nice. Doll meat? What do you take here? Soap? I could probably get a soap synergy there. Wait, but that's a different angle though. Alright, what are we doing? We go there to middle to down. Yeah, get rid of soap. Get rid of probably clock too. Oh wait, I can do banana, that's fine. And then double doll, that's fine. I can then skip plate and grab pumpkin. I'm already gonna be kind of in that area. But once again, I'm not sure why. My brain keeps thinking I have access to that shortcut. I keep wanting to utilize it, not realizing I have the other shortcut. Because this is something that would benefit heavily from the 55 one. We can't get 55 early enough. Come on. Honestly, I'm about to go put our next knowledge point into merchant. It is such a waste. But I kind of want to. Just because yeah, we kind of need it. Kind of need it. I keep trying to route with it in mind, despite not having it. Yeah, we'll get the level eventually. We're like 2.5 away. We're pretty much there. I just realized banana I can't do with the setup. I'll do it on next set. That's fine. The banana is the one gosh, I'm not sure why I keep thinking I can walk through there for some reason. But yeah, I can't grab banana. Because in my brain it's like, oh, we did the grind, so now we have the shortcut. But it's the 83 shortcut, not the merchant shortcut. Or for some reason I keep thinking it's like, oh yeah, we have it. What's the other shortcut we have now? But I keep routing based on having both. Or more so having the other one. Alright, 12. Okay, and then we just do pumpkin. I'm not going to be able to do banana this cycle without the shortcut, so we will skip it. Otherwise, you turn in the dolls, buy your pumpkin, buy the banana, and then go do your main street run. Oh, that's not the teleport I wanted. Whoops. That can also happen. You can buy candles in the alleyway in the bottom, and then soap shop. Yeah, I heard that earlier. I think we get it at 80. It's going to be good when we do leatherworker. Because that makes doll and, what's it called, really easy. Doll and, candle turn in. So we'd probably want like a doll, candle, something. And get like a double with something else. I don't know, what else turns in really easily over there that you can also buy quickly? I guess you can pick up the pocket watch or something. It's not that far out of the way. And do like a double doll, double pocket watch, double candle. It sounds like it'd be pretty meta when we do leatherworker. For some free merchant XP. Unless there's something better that comes around that time. But based on what we currently have, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Hey, I guess you could turn in pumpkins too. But you have to go kind of out of your way for pumpkin based on where you are. Or you're kind of already heading that way to end in the clockwork thing. You usually both buy and sell them on the same cycle. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. That's a level 82 merchant issue. We'll figure it out when we're doing leather worker. But for now, it's not that big a deal. Because there might be another unlock or two by then that would change my pathing a bit. Though someone did say earlier that clockwork is like the best one they had, even at like 120 or something. Which is kind of insane if so. It's actually pretty free to turn in as well. It's not like the easiest place to get to, but for how much it's worth, it's a pretty easy location. Alright, what do we have? Pizza? Yeah, this is a pizza run because I gotta do banana anyways. Ribs. I'm gonna be able to buy soap, I guess, and then we can do that into ribs. I'd always turn ribs when I get back, I guess. I'll try it, I guess. We're in the area. If we don't get anything better, we'll run it. Okay, 1 minute water break. Stay hydrated. And you know what? Even a snack break. Let me go grab something real quick. 1 second. I already have it here. Oh. That's one nice thing about chill merchant rather than try hard merchant. We can just chill here for a minute. It's also going to be nice when we do leather worker as well. Because that's also going to be pretty chill, doing leather worker and then just getting a bunch of free tasks. Then get like a good triple turn in with like a double 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 or a triple triple. And just get some free merchant XP and money and everything. But I don't mind standing here. Super inefficient, but it's pretty chill. I don't want to try hard as much as we did yesterday. That hurt too much. What are we snacking on? Oh, those little bites muffin thingies. I was just buying some like quick, easy snack food for whatever we're doing like a longer stream like this. So I was like, might as well. They're probably like the worst things for you, but gosh, whenever I have like a slight sweet tooth, you're pretty good for that. Alright, there we go. Alright, I gotta go get pizza. Okay. That's a little out of the way, but I don't know, we already committed to it. I see the path, though. I think once I get back, I'll have to teleport to the other thingy. I really wish pizza was in a slightly more convenient spot. Like, it logically makes sense where it is. But gosh, it's the middle of nowhere. Up the grape's almost done. Okay, there's something else you can do there too at a higher level. I think we actually unlock it by the time we hit 82 as well, which is nice. I don't think I buy ribs yet. I'll buy it on the way back. I have to backtrack here anyways. Also, I love how since we got the shortcut, I haven't used it a single time. I do plan on using it a lot, though. It's more so for the upcoming levels. But the sad part is there's a small chance we might not even use it a single time to stream. Despite spending so much time to unlock it. I mean, we won't be using it a ton, don't get me wrong. But this particular stream, there might be we might not actually use it. There are a couple synergies that are really good for it. And of course, as more things unlock, there's a lot of things that go through that area. I'll definitely be using that 55 merchant one though once we get it. Because gosh, there's so many times we're going to need that. Just this cycle alone, we've already needed it like 3 times. In like 4 to 5 sets, however many we just did. Interesting. Someone else did the detective thing as well. Yeah, level 700 or something also did what I did earlier. Well, it's because there's not too many good ventures, and that one actually scales pretty well. Let me go turn into him, and then we can go get our task then. Alright, how far away are we XP-wise? So close, yet so far. Got a level and a half. Gosh, merchant XP goes so quick. I love it. The skill is so broken. Love every bit about it. I can't wait till they nerf it soon. There's no way they don't rebalance merchant though. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to do a lot of it very soon. Because I highly doubt it'll stay in the same state it is right now. It just seems really unlikely. It's not worth trying to get all that right now. Also, going to that cheese shop place is so far out of your way. I'm not sure why this is even a task. It's where the Cyclopses are. The problem is you don't get any shortcut to get there quicker. Like, this place is in the middle of nowhere. Any shop that here basically doesn't exist. Anything that tells you to buy something here or sell something here is never worth it. Not only do you have to go through 2 aggro rooms to teleport there, but there's never a shortcut that you unlock at any point. Like, not even from, like, here to here or something. Like, that would have been a perfect spot right there. But, I don't know, unless that quest does at some point. I'm not sure. But it doesn't look like there's anything there. It's just so weird. Because if that existed, then that would be fine. Because getting from here to there would be, you know, so free. But these 2 combat rooms just kind of makes it really annoying. Because you almost always grab aggro from one, if not both. Whereas here, obviously, there's no aggro. Here, there's no aggro, and it's even quicker. Once you have that 55 merchant shortcut. As it connects the city to the farm. Which quite a few tasks end up utilizing. It also allows you to teleport here, go to here, and then walk into town. Which makes it getting through this main street a lot better. So you can turn in through everything. Alright, what do we have? What's even our task right now? Oh, you're a triple? Nice. Oh wait, these plates are kind of awkward though. I don't know, do you still go for them? I'm trying to think. Those plates are kind of out of our way. I guess I can grab the plates when I'm turning in pumpkin. So it's not that bad. Let's go do it. But yeah, let me go south first, I guess then. Hey, it's he. Hey, he, do I have you added? I see you so often. Oh, so are you even here? Who's he? Any he's in the chat. Pronoun check, no, just kidding. But yeah, does anyone know who he is? H-E in game. I have seen him so many times. Do I have him added? Because I feel like every direction I look, I see he. Like, I've seen him so many times. Oh, it's you? Hey, Chipmunk! Do I have you added? Oh, it's a nice level and everything. But yeah, I see you literally everywhere. I'm not sure what it is. But I think I see you like 5 to 10 times a day. Okay, let me go and head over there. Up, wrong teleport. Oh gosh, I gotta be careful with my knowledge points. That's something I always do, which is really annoying because how much knowledge this activity gives. Is I'll turn in an item, but then double turn it in, and then I lose all my points. And this gives so much, so I don't want to waste it. There we go. Straight into smithing you go. Honestly, this is probably quicker than training smithing than actually training smithing. Unless we need to make like a weapon or something. Up, buy your pumpkins. There we go. And teleport over to the central. And I just grab the dishes, and we'll be good to go. I guess I'll grab the dishes first. Otherwise I have to backtrack kind of weirdly. Because then I think I just go down Main Street with the 51 detective shortcut. Pretty sure that's quicker. Because I don't want to go down Zombie Road. Now that we have the shortcut, we should be avoiding Zombie Road as much as we possibly can. Just so we don't grab double aggro. Just gotta pay attention. This place is actually a pretty high detective location. If we see someone thieving here, we'll make a huge profit. If we can ever catch someone. Oh, whoops, wrong person. Wait. Oh, wait, sorry, I passed you. Brain. Forgot for a second. I feel like I always forget they're here. Because when you're going through, they're kind of blocked by the stall if you do it in this angle. Like you don't even see someone's there. Unless you like click on them or something or click spacebar. Yeah, depending on my camera angle, I kind of forget about them sometimes. Whoops. Yeah, that's where you turn in your pumpkins. Use the 51 detective shortcut. Oh yeah, when you get like a triple thief, that is so satisfying. I've gotten it a couple times. It's really rare though. I have never gotten a quad or 5 times thief though. But I've gotten a triple thief like 5 times now, I want to say. 4 or 5 times. Yeah, it's so satisfying, especially when it's a high level one. Like around where your detective level is. When you actually get like insanely good value for it. Ah, thief, but he's too high of a level. He's too strong of a thief. We can't stop him. Unless we AFK forever. Doing those raid dens. Eventually. Eventually no thief will be safe. I don't know, is this a pizza banana angle? I can buy ribs on my way there. I'll take the toy doll in case we get synergy on it. I can't take this one because it's too far out of the way to cycle. What time of day do you get your Gems of War dailies completed? Normally after the stream. I'll like have this do raid den thingies. So normally like half an hour after we click end stream buttons. And of course, the whole time we're just AFKing raid dens in this game. While I do other things. Watch TV, relax, wind down, eat. Do you need to wait? No, you have to wait. There's like a weird delay on it. Even if you catch them early, you have to wait until they're done with the animation. If you're in the middle of something, it's actually better to finish what you're doing and then catch them. Because you can immediately catch them if they're walking away. Or if they're in the middle of the action, it kind of stalls your character for a little bit. Which is not ideal, but it's the way it currently works. Do I just go down Main Street? No. Wait, I'm gonna have to pass by, right? Do I go? Brain. No, because I have to go the other way. How do I put one more in here? I don't see it way. No. Wait, where am I going? I would go in there, so I go down there. I could do soap. Alright, there we go. Oh, we got there. Took me a moment, but we got there. Okay, I need to go get pizza. If there's any one thing I feel like we should pre-buy, though, I kind of want to pre-buy some pizzas. Going back to the shop just to get some pizza every time is kind of annoying. We're going very far out of our way just to grab it. I said, hello, Rain. Welcome, welcome. Do you have any idle accounts going? Yes, I have 2 of them. I actually need to go do some gameplay on them. I keep forgetting to do so. They're AFKing the level 25 guard thing at like level 33 combat. So, yeah, I need to go play on them a bit later. Because they're already like an upgrade or 2 away from where they need to be. But yeah, I have them going. I think they're at like level 33, 34 guard or something. Yeah, I just keep moving them up. I haven't played on them for a little while, so I haven't moved them up yet. By the time I do, they're going to be at like a double upgrade. I feel like this pathing is so bad, but oh well. We're not here for efficient merchant today. I'm here for 55 and that's it. And maybe just messing around with the 55 shortcut a little. Oh, I forgot to buy the bananas. Whoops. Kind of important. Do I just walk south? Pretty sure it's quicker teleporting. I never know when it comes to this. Pretty sure it is if I immediately remember to teleport. Only kind of awkward thing about this is when we turn in Rib. I gotta go a little bit west of the tower. Let's see. You thought about when you spend time to upgrade them? Go to 98% knowledge so you can insta upgrade next time. That is true. I just kind of do it all in one session. Oops, where am I going? Wrong way. I literally just passed the turn-in point. Yeah, so far the monument doesn't seem to do much other than give you a really cool view of Area 1. But I haven't seen anyone upgraded enough to do anything remotely worth trying to finish the tower. Don't get me wrong, we are going to do it at some point. But that is like a very long-term down-the-road grind. I have no intention even remotely soon to even start working on that tower. Well, technically we did. I think I got to like tier 2 or 3 or something. Just because the level was really low for it. But I have no intention on like half building or full building that tower anytime soon. But of course, we will eventually go get 490 to go complete it. But that is absurdly low on the priority list of like a billion things we still want to set as goals for this game. Well, we will do it at some point. And when we do it, we'll probably do it all at once as well. Because if we're going to do it, might as well go all in. I hate all of these. Why do we keep getting such weird synergy? I don't even know what I want to take here. They're all kind of weird. I guess I'll do the same run I just did. It's not really giving me much of an option here. I basically have to do the same run I just did the last run. Oh, so we just got some cloth. I wonder where that is. If it's worth doing. I did not get it this time, though. Is that everything? What am I missing? Can I drop pizza in any way, shape, or form to not have to do it? I tell you over there, I move over there, I grab that. Yeah, it's too far. You go past the path. No, I gotta do pizza. It's so far out of the way, though, but it's in a turning point, so I guess it's fine. Should've just left. Try to find a way to not do this pizza. Feels so far away for one turn-in, but I guess we'll do it. Cloth is good. Okay, well, I'll check it on the next time we get it. We had 2 whole windows with not getting it. That's going to be the only slightly annoying thing with Merchant once we get, like, super high level. It's going to be a lot harder to get double-doubles. Like, to get a double-double-double. Because the task list keeps getting increasingly more populated. I just realized, do I even have enough inventory for this? Yes, because you turned in the other thing beforehand. Oh, wait, or no? Wait. Yes, because you turn in to the same person. Because the person you turn in banana to is the same person you buy a toy from. So it'll always guarantee be enough if you do banana into toy. Or into clockwork sheep, I should say. You always need that double synergy just to make sure you never over encumber. It's not required, but it makes it a lot easier to path. Because you know for sure you can just do them in any order. If you have a double going into a double that goes from the same merchant that you buy and sell from. You'll always be able to have, you know, you'll never break the 24 space limit. If you have a double exchange at any point. Because a double exchange will neutral out to make sure you never run out of space. Like I'm turning double banana into the same shop that I buy double sheep. So we know regardless of what the rest of our tasks are, that there's a 100% chance we will never run out of inventory. As long as it's not our last stop, I guess, technically. But as long as it's not our last stop, we would never run out of inventory for it. Actually, no, even if it is our last stop, duh. Yeah, it doesn't matter. What am I saying? It doesn't matter what order you do. As long as you have a double turn into the same location, you will never over encumber. Because the max you'll have from the other tasks are 24. And then you double turn in and get your other 12. Alright, I should have bought the sheep. This is one of those instances where I should have bought the sheep and then got the guy. Because we get stalled otherwise. Okay, another smithing level. We can now make an axe that we're never going to use unless we can use a spec attack on it at some point. We're aiming for 55 merchant. The reason for this is it's one of the quest requirements for the region in this area. But the most important thing about it is if we partially start the quest, there's a shortcut we could buy. I believe it cost some couple hundred silver or something. I think we just talked to the NPC in front of it. We have to start the quest though. Not sure how deep in the quest we have to go, but hopefully it's pretty early. But it only requires 55 merchant, not the leathermaker skill. You do need the leathermaker to finish the quest, but it's not needed to unlock the shortcut from what I've heard. So it's pretty much going to be our game plan. Yeah, no trading and no rares with bosses does make it so you have to make all your own gear. Which I really enjoy. Obviously down the line that could change a bit. But I really like the full-blown self-sufficiency you have to do. I just wish armor existed before trading did, though it's not going to. Just so we'd experience also making armor before trading exists. Armor's gonna be so annoying prior to Chapter 5, though. Oh, there's Silk. Okay, it's Textile Stall. And you turn it on Clock Stall. Where's Clock Stall? Where Clock? Were you Clock? Does anyone know where either of those two things are? Okay, the clock stall. Does anyone know where textile stall is? Textiles, found it. Oh wait, that's really good. Wait, why is that so good? Wait, what? Why? Why is that so good? That's like on top of itself. That would even have good leather worker synergy. It's a little bit out of the ways, but you could do it as the end goal. Potentially. Yeah, why did they make cloth that broken? It's like 2 rooms away, maybe 3. Oh, you know what I gotta do though? I gotta open up the other den now. That's the only problem, but this is fine. They're level 4, they're not gonna take that long to kill. Wine is good as well. Interesting, I don't have wine yet. We'll figure it out once we get there. Is there any other synergy I can get here? Not really. These have synergy with each other. But I want to go down the cloth route to get the first time bonus and everything. Because that should push us over to 55, hopefully, this run. These carrot and plate is also worth a decent amount. Unfortunately, cloth isn't worth that much, but it's very free to go turn in and do. It's a really easy, quick task. Plates, sure. Town square, I'm not going to be in the area. Doll's too far over. Oh gosh, this is all too far out of the way at this point. I guess I could turn in doll just because I'm over there already. The other one's kind of annoying because it's backtrack. I don't know, I'm buying from ribs. I guess I'll grab it. We're walking by it when we grab everything else. 24. I grabbed the other thing when we're there. I'm just trying to see since we're doing this for the first time. I guess I turn in doll. It's a little bit out of the way, but it's fine. Yeah, we'll see what the pathing is. Hopefully I didn't over encumber. I don't think I did. I just have to buy cloth after, but we had to do that anyways based on where we're going to path. You're 15 points away from Chronopolis? Nice. Yeah, the city is amazing. This is definitely my favorite chapter. I feel like the city feels really intimidating at first. Especially like merchant and some of the like detective work that you have to do and everything. But once you get into it and get to like the slightly higher levels, it is just so nice. Everything about this place. It's also going to be the trading hub down the line. Wait, where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm taking the center route. I see what I'm doing. I'm trying to get past Zombie Road. Though I do have to go change one of my shortcuts for this to work properly. Because now that we have cloth, I have to take the left door. I mean, whatever one this one is that we're about to see. Which means I gotta go kill these real quick. Because now I have to take this door. Before, it didn't really matter that much. I think it was like a 1 tile difference. But for textile, it is a huge time save to go from there to there. Otherwise, I have to walk all the way around there. Which means I have to backtrack. But doing this makes it so it doesn't backtrack. Also, we get to absolutely obliterate these things. They're level 4s. But once I do this once, we don't have to do it again. It just unlocks this shortcut instead of the other shortcut. Basically, how these raid dens work is you have access to two different shortcuts. One of them is normally definitively better that you just keep open. But this one is just slightly better now that we have to go from there to there. I think it's like a 1 tile save or something, but I'll still do it for it. But we don't have to do it once to permanently open it. Have I tried the wealth potions yet? I made them from scratch, but I haven't actually used them yet. I was waiting until I was really high combat in an area. Like if I ever get like better AFK Chronopolis stuff. Try it like maybe level 100 or something. I feel like it's worth it if you make them yourself, but it's quite a process. So is this the textile person? Or did they sell something else? Or is that the textile person? Which one of these is the textile person? Why don't you ask to be? Do you sell textile? No. Do you sell textile? Yes. Okay. Good. I gotta buy doll. Wait, do I have to buy doll and then backtrack? Oh, wait, this might not be that good then. Or my pathing might not be as good. Because I gotta go over here and then backtrack for textile. Alright, so we turn this into you. We buy doll. I don't know, it's not the worst pathing in the world. Definitely not ideal though. Because I gotta backtrack for cloth now. Making that cloth that was really close, not as close anymore. Yeah, that's interesting. That's the second thing we get to turn into him. That's going to get very convoluted down the line. But I think that's the first NPC where we have to double turn in. Or, you know, there's two different objects that turn into the same guy. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more of that coming soon. I also think I heard from someone that they mentioned shops can start to have more than one item. So not only might you have double turn into the same person, like two different items, but also same shop selling multiple different items. How long do they last? Which ones? Wealth potions? They last for 1 hour. One full wealth potion lasts for 1 hour. They are 100% not worth buying. Unless you're AFK in some kind of like level 300, 400 activity or something. They are definitely not worth buying to use. If you make them yourself, it could be okay. But it was quite the process to make them. You can do it as low as 23 alchemy though. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm just teleporting back and then turning in ribs. Felt like that was a long run, but first time we did cloth, but we'll need to reconsider cloth when we do it again. Just to figure out our routing a bit better. Oh, he's doing the AFK activity. I think he's just doing it for the one-time bonus, though. I haven't seen anyone really camp the stakeouts. They don't seem worth it. Even that detective's already pretty AFK. He's going for it, though. Good on him. He wants every bit of detective XP he can get. Honestly, I almost want to do that with merchant once we hit like 70. Start putting our points into it instead of smithing. Just to speed it to 80 something a little bit quicker. Oh no, is cloth worth it? I feel like if you do a south route, it is. But then you would just have to do doll. Oh, maybe if you do like candle down the line, like candle, doll, cloth, could be good, I guess. If you're already going to be in the area, you could probably get something better than cloth. I don't know, cloth seems so close, but the problem is you have to backtrack for it, which is really weird with a lot of other tasks. I don't know, these do work together though, so we'll take them and see what happens. Like, they do have synergy. I'm just not sure what my path is if I do this. Because I gotta go buy plates, buy carrots, turn in plates, buy cloth, backtrack for cloth, turn in carrots, and then get doll. Would be the path. But I gotta backtrack for cloth. Is the only problem with this. Like, it's not that big a deal, but like it's really close, but we have to full backtrack to go turn in cloth. Before we go turn in carrot to go buy doll. You're doing clockwork, sheep, cloth, carriage? How do you get both though? Before you go to shop? Because you have to pass the shop to buy clockwork. You're doing clockwork, sheep, cloth, carriage, clock. What route are you walking to get to cloth, though, from there? That's what I'm confused on. Are you just taking a shortcut and just passing the shop? What am I doing here? Speaking of clockwork. I have to start at clockwork, right? Let me just make sure I don't over-encumber. I already did. No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, just making sure. Alright, it should be fine. Oh, you just doing... Okay, you're doing leatherworker with it. Yeah, it changes routes completely. The way you do leatherworker with it is a lot different. And that makes sense. But yeah, leatherworker synergy with it is a bit different. than if we're just doing only merchant. Because you're starting from a different start location. That was weird. It like dropped my input for a second. Or just misclicked. Probably misclicked because I don't think this game has dropped an input yet for me. Unless that's the first one. Might just be misclicked though. Alright, so I'm gonna not turn in clockwork. Because it's pointless to. I then trade you your plates to buy his cloth to then backtrack to where we just were. Okay, I see what you mean now. It still feels weird walking past the shop and not selling to it. Yeah, now we backtrack to the shop now that we have both. I see what you mean though. It still kind of pains me because we're walking right past the shop. So we do have to double back to it. But now we can get the double sell of 2 different items. Which I think it's the first time I've ever selling 2 different items to the same person, but there we go. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of that coming up in the merchant skill. And then we got to backtrack again so that we can go buy or turn in these carrots and go get our doll. I guess I technically could have done that while I was over there, though. But then I have to mega backtrack the other way. I'm not sure if that would have been quicker. Actually, I would have ran out. No, I wouldn't have ran out of inventory because I would have turned on all these carrots. Is that quicker? I guess that might be quicker. Instead of buying cloth, I should have turned in carrots, bought doll, then turned in all that, and it teleported from there. Not sure if that's slightly quicker. I'm not sure. It might be. Oh no! I just accidentally double turned in. Oh, that's fine though. Smithing it is. Give me your dolls, please. And off we go to the north. Oh, we hit 55. Yay! You know what time it is? It's time to figure out how to do this quest. Yeah, hopefully it's easy. But yeah, it's questing time. It's been a while. I haven't done one of these since Lost and Found. But yeah, I can finally open the shortcut now. And then we'll do a little bit more merchant with the shortcut. I want to use the shortcut at least once or twice. And then maybe we keep doing merchant? I'm not sure. My goal tomorrow is hit, what, 82 merchant? My goal tomorrow is to hit 82 merchant. So whatever I don't do today, we got to do tomorrow. So we might do a little bit more after we get that. We'll see. Regardless, it's going to be done by the end of this weekend. It just matters, is it going to be tonight or tomorrow morning? But regardless, it will take a while. Like 55 to 82 will still take a while. Even though merchant is quick, it's not that quick. It is decently quick, but it's going to be a process. What am I doing? I'm going to... Oh yeah, where's the quest? The reason I don't know where I'm going is because... Oh, I'm already here. Well, that's convenient. Well... I think this might be the shortest distance I ever had to go for a quest. I'll take it, though. Oh, that's really funny. I'm literally at the quest start. It's just one room away. Alright, what do I click? I don't know, blah, blah, blah. That's really funny. Alright, which one is the correct one? I will click all of them. Yay, success. Okay, not success. Yay, come on, come on. One of these has to be correct. Good old lore being said. Yes, yes, yes. Good lore, good lore, good lore. You would like to get Helfer, the Night Crow, out of the strategy room, or out of his strategy room, so it can snoop around in there. I have discovered he has an arch rivalry with Hamelia Jamoawi, which is all the way over there. If she challenged him to a competition, they could draw him out. Okay, over we go. Yeah, that was pretty nice. I did not realize that's where the quest start was. That's really funny. Yeah, that is extremely convenient. Oh, so this is like the only town I use the mini-map in. It's like a maze and a half. Honestly, even after knowing like 80 to 90% of this place, I still need the mini-map. Like, we generally know how to get around. But this is definitely like the maziest area in the entire game by far. Even the mines weren't as mazy as this. Challenge, competition that could draw him out, but she's not keen on the plan. Fine, I'll figure out something else. Nice house. Do I have to go back then? We would like to get blah 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 blah. I've come discovered blah blah blah. If she challenged him to a competition, that could draw him out. But she's not keen on the plan. What would you like to write on the paper? A forged letter from Helia to... Okay, there we go. How do I use item on you? I can't. Use item on her. Wait. Let's see. I would like to get Halfer the Night Crowd blah, blah, so I can snoop around. I have a forge archery challenge, which I need to deliver to him. Wait, where is him though? I would like to get Halfer the Night Crow. Wait, where is him though? Because that'd be over here, right? What was this room called again? No, it wouldn't be here. It would be over back where we were? Then why would we have to make the thing then? Gosh, I'm about to crack the wiki glass. Wiki, help. Let's see. It would help if I read a single piece of dialogue. Oh, there's the little thingies as well. Little archery thingies. Okay, I don't need to give this to her. Alright. Wiki glass. Break the wiki glass. Where are you? Wiki, save me. In-game things not being helpful. Somewhere's near. Where's the 5-star one? Go to Fortinol, check. Go to Amelia's home, check. Pick up Amelia's headed notepaper from the table. Headed notepaper? Did I already do that at some point? I think check. Open quest inventory to use Amelia's head notepaper on a quill and ink. I already did that. Go to Helfer's Gate and put the forged note in the mailbox. Helfer's Gate. Helfer's Gate. Alright, there it is. Oh, that's what the mailbox was for from earlier. Oh, I saw that earlier. Oh. Wait, that's all the way over there. Let me go around. But yeah, this was the mailbox I was trying to do something with during the chapter quest. And it didn't work, and I was like, oh, that's suspicious. But, yeah, it's for this quest. It wasn't for the chapter 4 quest. I almost forgot about that. But yeah, I tried interacting during the chapter 4 quest, like the main storyline. But it didn't do anything because it's required for this. There we go. Thank you, Wiki. Good job, Wiki. 5 minutes later. 10 minutes later. Alright, I have lured Helfer, the Night Crow, from his strategy room so that I can look around and learn his plans for invading Fortinhold. There's still guards here. How's that gonna work? Alright, let's go take the back door. Should we break the wiki glass again just in case? No, we can probably figure it out. If we click enough things in there, something will happen. So it should be this room over here, because it was locked before, because he was in there. Oh, I have to click. I thought it was going to go on its own. Much lore is happening about a war that they're planning. Many invasion. I will eventually read it all. Today is not that month. Let's see. Oh, I can bring the tabs back out. I keep trying to make it go away whenever there's a cutscene. Because it takes up so much space. Ooh, trunks. Anything good? Nothing. 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 Scammed. Wait, I didn't even do a search. Come on, give me that loot at least. Alright, anyways. Anything else I need here? Asked me to investigate blah, 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 blah in his strategy room and there. Listen to the information which may be of use to Porletta. Do I just bring it back to her then? Alright. There's nothing else we need to do with that. Okay. So I assume that is... That wasn't her, right? That'd be the original person I believe we talked to. Alright, so let's go ahead over there. Porletta. Porletta. I assume that's who we started the quest from. At the farm. Okay, hopefully we're close to where we need to go do the merchant thingy. Because the merchant check should be before the leatherworker check. Alright, please tell me your name starts with Portella. Yes, it does. Perfect. Alright, that should be all we need. Alright, we have a plan to talk to the Cyclopses. Okay, I'll go ahead there now. Let's see. If they want to hang out in the Fortinhold Meadow for a bit, it would be useful to investigate the abandoned side entrance into Chronopolis. Oh, we got it. It's over. Alright, I don't need to continue this quest. We got it. We got it. It's over. Gimme, gimme. That's all I needed to see. That's all I needed to see. I hope that I can access it this way. I just assumed we need to do it this way. Maybe I could have done it the other way. I know, we're about to find out. Otherwise, I just backtracked like crazy if I could have done it the other way. I just kind of assumed you had to go through this side initially. But it could be the other side potentially. Because I could have sworn I saw someone like standing watch here as if you need to like pay them for a toll or something. Like one of those merchants. Where's the other side? I'm pretty sure there's like no one there. Like you. Can I talk to you? Ah, no. Can I just go? Ah, no. Alright, maybe if I talk to them first. Alright, let me go talk to them. And do it in order that the thing says. I might have to do that step before I can get in on either side. I'll try getting in through the farm this time, though, if I do. I'll have to talk to you, right? No, okay. Moving on. Oh, it's level 84. I didn't realize that. Nice. That makes sense after all that combat, guys. Or sure hope so. Hey, what Cyclops do I need to talk to here? There's like a billion of them. Saying to talk to Cyclops here does not help that much. I have agreed to meet him at the meadow. Alright, let's go ahead there. We're like 1 or 2 steps away. We're so close yet so far. Alright, let's go say hi to the meadow. Say hi to him there. Hopefully that prompts something that allows us to open that door. And as soon as it opens, it should stay open forever. I also just realized, is this room used literally just for this quest? Because I don't recall there being like anything else here. Like at all. Like at all. I think this is literally just a quest room. Kind of like the other path, though that also a shortcut. Why is there so many options here? We're getting a whole fetch quest. Hopefully I don't have to do this before the door opens. Because I just got the biggest laundry list of items I've ever seen. Since the other 5-star quest we just did. Okay, I think it's all of them. Alright, please tell me I can just open door now. Because I am not getting him all those items. I might have to though. Open sesame, open sesame, open sesame, please. How do I brute force this door down? You need to do the passive skill for olives, by the way. Oh, is that what we need for it? He did say green olives. Wait. Doesn't that mean I mean passive points for it? Wait, that's bad. Wait, you gotta bribe the olive person? Can you do that just normally, or do you need to passive him? There's a guy near the gate. On the other side? That's where it was earlier. It seemed like we would need to do something with him. What, can I just bribe him now? Because if I can avoid doing this whole laundry list now, that'd be great. Especially since one of them probably requires 50 50 leather maker. Yeah, I know, he's on the other side, the merchant guy. I was with him earlier. He didn't really seem to have a useful dialogue, but maybe he does now that we're further in. Now that you told me to go get green olives and all this other stuff. Oh, I'll give it a shot now. Because it definitely seemed like it was most likely going to be that side. Let's see if we can bribe him. Or has any different dialogue than what he had before. It seemed like he was standing guard at the gate when we saw him earlier. This guy right here. Talk to. Please have different dialogue. Oh, what's this? Okay, I'll have a look. No, that's just his normal stock. Yeah, isn't this the watch guy? I don't really see different dialogue than before. That's just something else that prompts it. Yeah, this is just trade. Oh, it actually tells you all the levels. I didn't even realize that. That's cool. Oh, I learned something new there. Oh, it's not the info I need. That is intriguing, though. Well, some of the curry was good earlier. Alright, Wiki. Help. Help. Go to the market and jump over the broken gate. How? Jump over the broken gate. Oh, jump over. I see. How was I supposed to know? Now that there's left click options, it's not obvious anymore. I think that's the first time our auto left click actually played a disadvantage. As I didn't think there'd be a weird jump over option. But if I had left click always on, it would tell me. That's interesting. I think that's the first time where left click not always being on was actually a problem. Because if we had left click always on, that'd be very obvious. But with auto left click, I don't know, I thought that would just work. Let's see, I'm just taking a shortcut. Yes, please, I want this shortcut so badly. Oh, who's paying you? How much you want? I'll literally give you 1 gold piece that I don't even have. Name any price, we will pay it. Alright, 252. 1.4 for gold piece, easy. Oh, come on! Are you gonna tell me I have to jump over this every time I want to get here? Ooh, investigate junk. Oh, I guess I'll do it while I'm here. Obviously, we're not trying to complete this right now, but can't just leave all this rubble and junk here. Oh, I see. We're gonna like set a trap or something and kill them with a bunch of junk. But that is absurdly annoying if you have to jump over it every time. Oh, is this door just permanently open though? Oh, at least the door stays open. But it looks like whenever I need to do the fence, I think I have to jump over it, which is kind of annoying. Can I just destroy this fence? Come on, we got an axe. That's kind of annoying. But yeah, we got access to it now. But you gotta jump over this fence every time you want to come through here. But we got it. Alright, we're done. Anyways, that's our questing session for today. We are now back to skilling. We now have every shortcut in this area. Right click the gate. T. Yeah. Should have read that earlier. But we got it. I didn't realize there's a jump over button. Kept trying to brute force open it. Not realizing it had multiple selects. Alright, and now we can ignore that quest until we have a 50 leather maker. Because one of the requirements is 50 leather maker, and that is something we do not have. So now something to consider is we can start taking these doll banana synergies. I can also even take soap, it's probably fine. Plates, kind of out of our way. Not that far out of our way though. What if we do doll first? Or do we just rush doll? Is this a rush doll angle? I'll take the other two just in case, but they're almost guaranteed going to be abandoned. I'm trying to think if there's any way I could take beef joint with this. I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Because we're not going to be in the middle of town. Ideally, we go straight south. Buy double doll. Turn in and get pumpkin. Grab soap. Probably drop plate. We definitely drop this. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It shouldn't be that big a deal. Well, I'm trying to incorporate this new little path we have now. That we can access that area a little bit better. I do think after a few more merchant runs, we'll move on to another skill, though. I think we're going to save a bulk of the merchant grind for tomorrow. I do like a little bit more later tonight off stream or something. But it's definitely going to be about a 20-ish level grind for merchant tomorrow. I think after like 70, I'll start using our knowledge points on it too, just to speed up a little bit, kind of like how we did with detective today. Just to get it over the edge. Though I really want that smithing level up though. Honestly, I kind of want to do some mining. I'm not sure why. Well, for one, it's falling behind so far on our smithing. But I'm just in a really weird mood to do some mining. Honestly, after this run, I almost think we're going to go do some mining. I'm not sure why. I just feel like mining. Like, we need it, so it's not like it's just for the sake of it. But, I don't know. I feel the weird sensation to go train the mining skill. For reasons I do not know. Other than the fact that I need it to keep up with my smithing skill, otherwise I'll fall so far behind that we can't use the ore. And we're getting extremely close to that level, which we'll probably hit tomorrow. Which is probably why I want to go get it up, because our mining level is going to be too low and then we can't do anything with it. And that will lead to a lot of problems once we get past 97 smithing. Because then we're stuck at 97 gear, at least for iron. But yeah, that's why. So we'll do a little bit of mining after this trip. Because we'll get to try to shortcut once. But yeah, the shortcut will be very useful. I see a lot of use cases that we'll be using for this in the future. Honestly, this is even better than the 83 shortcut. So the 83 shortcut will still come into play. But you kind of need both to kind of like double synergy them together. But this is the real shortcut. Imagine you had to repair it with carpentry? Oh gosh. You're thinking pizza night? Ooh, nice. I had a pizza the other week. Because we were talking about it. It was actually the same time when we actually unlocked pizza in this game. It was the thing that kind of prompted the conversation on it. It was around the time we were at 35 merchant several days ago. It's going to feel weird using this area. But of course we got to start incorporating it now. I think the worst part is this fence though. I wish this fence could not exist. That was not one thing I was anticipating with that shortcut. Like, it's definitely worth jumping it, obviously. But it is a mild inconvenience that's I wish wasn't there. Like, if you're going to give us a shortcut, at least give us the full shortcut. Don't make us have to jump over every single time. What class did I pick in Act 2? Oh, we picked Cryo Knight. We went the blue guy. Yeah, we're Cryo Knight class. Oh, I just realized I can't buy plates with this setup. I gotta turn in pumpkin and or banana. And then backtrack for plates. Plates kind of awkward with this actually, but it's fine. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh no! I only bought one. No! Oh, no, never mind. I'm looking at it wrong. I thought that was double soap for a second. Never mind. Also, the other thing I said is also wrong because I forgot soap turned in. For a second, I thought it was double soap, but the plates look like soap. They're kind of soap-shaped. That threw me off for a second. Never mind, we're doing the right thing. It's late at night. We're definitely getting a little tired. We shouldn't be doing merchant when we're tired, that's for sure. Bad things happen when you do merchant when you're tired. It all falls apart very quickly. Yeah, maybe after the quest. Has anyone actually finished the quest yet? Has anyone finished the 5-star quest in this region? Do you ever get to destroy the gate? Or is it just permanently there? Because I'm pretty sure it's just permanently there. Which, if that's the case, that is very annoying, and I hope they change that at some point. What did I eat for dinner? I haven't ate dinner yet. Aside from a quick snack, I haven't ate anything all day. I was gonna grab a bite of it to eat after in like a few hours. Probably in like 2.5 hours from now. But if you're gonna give a shortcut, at least give a full shortcut, not a partial shortcut. It's still worth it though. Even with that inconvenience, it is still 100% worth taking that shortcut. It is just mildly more inconvenient, but still worth it. Alright, let's do some mining. I'm not sure why. I'm in such a mining mood right now. What ore should we be doing? Let me just double check. Probably whatever the level 41 was. Oh yeah, that was in the middle of nowhere. I think I'll do one trip of 40 and then start going down to basalt again. Because I need that for the other skill. Because I need a lot more stonemason ore than anything. So I'm going to do one inventory of that and then go back to the other thing. Does the armory, every spell, epic equipment? Wait, what? I saw a little PP. I saw a little Fifto if I never say hi earlier. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Oh, does the armory ever sell? Okay, I see. No. From what I can tell, it only sells 1 2-star and then all the rest 1-star. Yeah, I see what you mean, though. But no. I haven't seen it ever have anything else. Am I going the right way? Yeah, I'm going the right way. Haven't been here for a while. I'm gonna go do one inventory, though. This is currently the highest rock I can mine. The problem is it's not near a storage bin at all. I'm not sure why. It is in the most middle of nowhere out of anywhere in this entire mine. It's actually where we're convinced to get the storage rift, which is rather ironic because this place is nowhere near a storage rift. So it's kind of ironic that the thing that made us go get a storage rift when people were talking about it was for a skilling activity that has no storage rift even remotely in sight. This place is a mile from it, and it's not even worth mining these because they're so far. I'm just grabbing one inventory and then heading to the storage rift and then heading to the other mining area that's way closer to the storage rift. I'm just grabbing one inventory while we're in the area passing by. Which I need to keep doing because it's so far in the middle of nowhere. It's currently the highest ore I could do at the moment. But unless I'm dropping it on the ground, it's not really worth mining. Because how far every bank is from this location. Stones normally give more XP than ores. Normally just whatever your highest thing is gives more XP. Because I think my highest stone right now is 121. I am going to be doing them though. Because I need the stonemason XP more than I need the blacksmith XP. Which seems kind of weird given that, you know, the class, you know, we need the ore for and everything. But I mostly need the higher tier ore, not the lower tier ore. So most of the things I'm going to be mining is actually going to be stones, not ore. Not necessarily because of the XP rate, but because I need the stonemason XP. Whereas I don't need the ore for this. I need the higher tier ore. I still want some lower tier ore for when we eventually make something, I guess, or make something for someone. But as far as ore, I kind of only want the higher tier one, like the next tier up. Most of this lower tier I don't really need. Still want a few of it because why not? Plus the one-time bonus and everything. Yeah, the respawn time thing's kind of weird, where you have to wait like a few seconds at the end of every cycle, like this. Like I have to wait here for like 3 to 5 seconds. I guess that's by design, but it's weird design. That's one of the few things I do have to say is kind of weird. Like, look, I was sitting here for several seconds. Oh, no, fairness, did I take the other ore? No, I think I got it. Oh, I am missing one, because I'm missing one ore there. Let's go bank this. And then we're going to go do basalt. I got to be careful not to over-encumber it, though. Or then again, didn't we establish that 999 isn't max? I keep getting paranoid about it, because I had a stack that was at 999 earlier. And I assumed it capped out. But people were saying it goes higher than 999. Oh, I forgot there was tentacle there. Whoops. Was there a game update today? No. I think he took a weekend off from quality of life updates. So that he can work on the leaderboard. But yeah, I think he hasn't updated in, what, 2 or 3 days now? But he said on Twitter that he's updating the leaderboard. I mean, making a leaderboard. And knowing him, when he says he's working on it, he's going to be done with it by, like, Wednesday. Or he's going to random patch next week that's like, oh, here's the leaderboard. Fully functioning, no bugs. There you go. I'm not sure how soon it'll be done, but he is working on it this weekend, which is why we haven't been getting, like, quality of life or bug fixes this weekend. Because he's all in on leaderboard progress. He took off to watch a rigged fight with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. Oh yeah, how did that go? One of the family members here that's staying with us, they were watching in the living room, and I was checking some of it, but I wasn't really paying too much attention to it. But yeah, what was it rigged for Jake Paul or something? Dude, shouldn't Mike Tyson just obliterate him? And that's a different Mike Tyson. Like, how on earth does Logan Paul even do anything? Or Jake Paul, whatever Paul. Whatever one of the Pauls it is. Oh, it's rigged in the contract? Oh, okay. I was gonna say. That's weird. Yeah, I don't understand stuff like that. Mike Tyson's 58 years old, but still, he's still in good shape, isn't he? Not? Like, he's 58, but he's like Mike Tyson 58. There's a difference. Yeah, and I'll probably learn as I get older. I'm still only 30 right now. It's kind of funny because I'm not sure what the age demographic is for Brighter Shores, but I've had to guess. What? Mostly 30s, 40s, high 20s, some 50s. Is that not my age demographic on this channel? It's actually been skewed really high for some reason. Like when I started this channel at 21, I think my average age demographic was like 40s to 50s watching my channel, which I always found interesting. Like it was never the lower age demographics. It was always like everything from like 30 to 50, particularly like 40 to 50. But a game like this, I feel like would really be like 30s heavy. Because generally anyone who knew like RuneScape back in the day, like anyone who knows who Andrew Gower is, basically. Which means you would have had to play RuneScape like 20-ish years ago. At like peak Andrew Gower years. Or like 15, 20 years ago. Obviously that's not the only people playing Brighter Shores. But that's definitely a lot of people playing Brighter Shores. I'm about to gain a dopamine hit. I guess if we're putting this in smithing, my merchant's not high enough to dump it in there yet. I think the lowest I would want to have it is like 70-ish, I think. Honestly, just putting any into merchant just doesn't seem worth it with how quick it is. Though at some point tomorrow I might want to speed it up slightly for getting near the end of the grind. Because we're not ending tomorrow's stream until we have like 82 merchant. Also, hello, the Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Also, hello, Mills D. Welcome, welcome. Oh, everyone keeps changing their name. Monkey D. Nika. I thought it was going to be a D's Nuts joke. But it was an actual name, I think. What a name changed. I find it funny whenever I see a name change kind of thing on our screen. Because we have so many people added. I feel like every stream we see like 10 to 20 name changes. I almost said the N-word, did I? What was the name again? I don't feel like I did. There are some words I try not to say on YouTube because I like mispronounce them enough. I feel like the curse filter will like trigger on it. I never like naturally curse or anything like that. But I feel like there's some things that YouTube might pick up on if I mispronounce it incorrectly hard enough. Or, you know, if I just say it incorrectly. So there's some words I try to avoid. That aren't even curse words, but just because, you know, it's easy enough to mispronounce them in a way that does not sound nice to the YouTube algorithm. If you, like, slightly mispronounce it. Oh, I wish he would have hit that rock. He was thinking about it and then stopped midway. Also, you guys might be noticing I'm doing like a weird ratio. It's mostly because of the weird respawn timer. It's actually better to do 18 basalt and then finish on 6 flint. I don't really need flint as much anymore. Mostly need the basalt. But I don't know. Stonemason XP, Stonemason XP. I'll take anything. And of course we're mostly doing this for mining XP. But I want to focus mostly on stones because stonemason level is substantially lower than my mining level. And I mostly need the higher tier ores anyways. I can't even mine at the moment anyways. So it's way better to go for the rocks. It's slightly less XP than the other method, but it's way closer to a bank, so it's way better. Otherwise it'd basically just be dropping on the ground. Jake wrote in contract that Mike wouldn't get a dime if KO him. And he had the last 8 rounds without throwing damage punches or he would get less money. Really? That's so dumb. I knew boxing and stuff was rigged, but gosh, that's like mega ultra rigged. That's something I can never get into. Honestly, most sports in general. But especially like boxing and wrestling are probably some of the most rigged sports in existence. Like they're almost completely for show. Oh no, the cough. It's coming back. Still not gone, but it's been a lot better today compared to lately. Also, 43 mining is a big milestone. You get the 5% extra XP pickaxe. Which of course starts speeding things up a little more. Our next ore isn't until 45, though it's really close to a rift, so it's actually really good. The only problem with it is we have to wait around for the 6th cycle. But it should be enough more XP that's worth it. Then after that, honestly, I'd probably just do that all the way till granite, or tier 2 granite. Rugged granite. I could throw some of the platinum ore. It's not that far from a bank, but it's similar to the other ore where it's not that convenient to get it to a bank. It's definitely closer than the other one is, but still kind of in the middle of nowhere. I think that might be our milestone right now. Quite literally, as we're mining stones. But, I think I'm going to try going for 43 right now. Just so we can have the pickaxe upgrade, so whenever we do mining in the future, we have the full upgrade. We'll be doing 9%. 5% from the pickaxe and 4% from the enchant. And they do stack for 9% total. Not the biggest amount. I definitely want to get like leatherworker and merchant done so we can have a huge cash stack to dump into stuff like that. You know, it adds up. 9% more than 0%. Gonna get a little playtime in today? Well, that's perfectly fine, especially with the AFK system. Even just a few minutes a day could get you very far progressed. As long as you keep utilizing the AFK thingies. Quite a bit slower, but you know, still get to you there. You're mostly working on the wiki? Nice. Ah, so you're one of those helpful people then, who's been giving us all those infos we've been checking. I actually just checked the wiki quest guide when we're doing one of the things earlier. Because I was trying to unlock the shortcut for 55 Merchant in that 5-star quest in the last region. And I had to double check what on earth we had to do at one point. But we figured it out. Thanks to the wiki. You're trying to get the spider nest quest? Nice. Yeah, that's a good one to go for. Do you know if certain enemies drop weapons and armors more than others? Speculation is that might be the case. I don't think there's any definitive enough data though. But I think the wiki has been starting to fill out the drop table a bit. But I don't think there's been any definitive info on that at the moment. There's definitely enemies with different drop tables, that's for sure though. But how exactly it works is still not fully known. I can't believe we're back here in the mines. We leave here for like 2 to 3 days and I'm already back. Wasn't that long, was it? In all fairness, this is mostly a mining grind, not a processing grind. Though I am getting the things I need for later processing, mostly stonemason. But it doesn't really make much sense for me to get low tier ore. Unless I'm making a weapon out of it. Because our smithing level is beyond the point that we need. But that's one of the other reasons why mining into smithing stonemason works so good. If you get one really high, you can just use your mining level to get the other one. Like right now, my smithing level is too high, so I'm using mining to get stones. And vice versa, if you're stonemason, if you're hammer mage, you can do the same thing. You can use your mining level to go get ore, because your stonemason is too high. Like if you did the same thing we did, kind of, but inversely. So mining always has like a second angle. The weird thing with bone rate is you don't have the same angle that you can really do. Like, you can't really pivot in the same way. Like, yes, you can pivot gatherer into, I guess, alchemy. But you can't really pivot carpentry. Like, yes, it's used for all three. But it's definitely heavily used by one more than the others. So you can't really pivot it in the same way that you can mining. Or right now, my smithing is too high, so I'm doing stones. Or vice versa. Oh gosh, that's so annoying. In old school RuneScape, they added a new quest exactly when Brighter Shores started. And some guy that logged in underneath me keeps getting the messenger sent to them. Wait, let me go show this real quick. It's really funny. But it's this really annoying messenger, and I keep thinking it's a random event. That one thing that's standing right next to me, this messenger. But it's from the most recent quest. I didn't bother doing it yet, because obviously we've been playing Brighter Shores nonstop. But it's really annoying because I keep thinking it's a random event. And it keeps just putting text on my screen. It just keeps taking up the space. It keeps distracting me every time I look down there. It's like, oh, is that something? It's like, oh no, it's just a guy underneath. I might just world hop. Because until he talks to that NPC, that's going to keep happening. It's not even mine, so I can't even dismiss it. About to entity hider that thing with rune lights. Question, does high blacksmith allow you to buy higher bars? Or is it tied to mining? Yes, I can buy bigger ore, which makes me able to make bigger bars. The problem with that is the cost. Which is why we're trying to get our mining level back up. You can, but the cost is astronomically high. I haven't checked it because I don't have 87 smithing for like that iron, for example. Like tier 3 iron. Or tier 2, whatever way you want to look at it. If you count the first tier as tier 0. But Whatever the third iron is. Whatever you want to call it. The third iron probably costs like 5 plus silver each or something. And it's way too expensive to buy from the shop than to just mine it yourself. The only problem is I think we need like 85 mining. Once we have around 100 smithing. It's worth it in the long term though, just so we can collect it ourselves for everything. Which also helps stonemason down the line, of course. Even though we're mostly doing it for smithing, stonemason benefits just as equally from it. Yeah, I'm not sure its exact cost, but I know it's going to be pretty expensive. The wiki might have the exact cost. Which I guess I could go check. It's one of those things where I don't really know if it's out on the wiki yet. I know, smithing. Let me see, blacksmith. Let's go check real quick. I'll tell you exactly if the wiki has it. Blacksmith. Blacksmith. Can I get a price tag? There it is. It costs... Okay, it's not as much as I thought, but it's still pretty high. It's 2 silver each. That's not as much as I thought it was, but that's still a lot to be spending per bar. 2 silver per bar. If I don't mine it myself. It's also really quick to mine. But yeah, that's not as much damage as I thought, but that's still really pricey. And it only gets higher from there. You have to keep in mind, we're going to need like hundreds upon hundreds of them. It's not like we just need a few dozen and then we're done. Especially if the rarity curve gets even curvier after 100 or something. Like, you know, level 100 gear. You hope all the class thingies are used to make furniture. It's likely going to be used for armor. It isn't confirmed, but you likely will need your dunked bones, your process bars, and your etched stones in order to make armor. As well as leather maker, of course. Or leather worker, I mean. So you will need these skills combined with the leather worker. Combined with the armor in Chapter 5. Assuming you're self-sufficienting in it. As you're buying the material midway through. But that can get pretty pricey. It's one of the reasons I want to get the merchant grind into the leather worker grind. Because while it doesn't do too much other than make infinite profit currently, it'll eventually be used to make armor, which is really important. Like our leather maker skill is almost as important as our it's kind of like carpentry in a sense. Except for armor instead of weapons. But except every armor is probably going to use it, unlike carpentry where only some weapons use it. Like, it basically, as much wood, like, as much carpentry as you need to do bone right, is very likely how much leather maker you will need to make all armor. But also, the secondary ingredient will likely be the bars and the dunked bones and the stones from... oops, I didn't do the right inventory, whoops. But, you know, all the other stuff from your processing skills. Because obviously this metal, this body is made of metal. That guy is made of stone. If I could ever find a guardian that... gosh, guardians do not exist. Where are they? But if I could ever find a guardian, those things would use, you know, those bone armors. And duct tape a bunch of bones to their armor. Yeah, I guess if I check the bone room. How much you want to make a bet? If I go in the guardian bone room, there will be more non-guardians there than guardians. I'm going to call it right now. I'm going to go there after this inventory. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be less guardians there than the other two classes. Even though it should be the place that is like 80% guardians. You're going to say more guardians. Honestly, it probably is. But something in the back of my head is like, nah. Guardians don't exist. They're out there, though. Honestly, they'll be laughing once trading comes out and all their gear is worth like $1 billion. Hello, Ryan. What are we working on? We did every objective we set out to do. So then I just set out to a random goal of just mining. I'm trying to hit 43 for the better pickaxe. Because I need it for my smithing level that keeps going up. To keep up with it. Because right now it currently doesn't keep up with it. But, yeah, we unlocked both the 2 shortcuts. We got 83 detective. 83 combat in that area. 55 merchant for the other shortcut that you get from the 5-star quest. You don't actually have to complete the 5-star quest. You just have to do it like halfway. Before the billion item fetch quest. But, what was I going with this? Oh yeah, I was doing all this so I could train merchant tomorrow. Well, we finally unlocked every shortcut in chapter 4. So now I can walk freely anywhere in the entire chapter. And then tomorrow we're going to do the 82 merchant grind. And right now I'm just trying to get 43 mining for the better pickaxe. And because I need it to keep up with my smithing level at some point. At some point I need to go get 85 mining. Not right now, obviously, we'd be here forever. But at some point, and gotta keep poking at it, so. Current goal is, I guess, is 43. Who knows, maybe we'll keep going, we'll see. 45 I could do the next rock. What's the best way to mining ore? Running carts? I heard running carts is pretty good at your level. The problem is I was kind of already out-leveled at the time. But I'll try it again at 55 and see if it's any good. I just feel like at my level, I don't think it's worth it. You also don't get any ore from it. You only get mining XP. And I actually do need these stones to get stonemason up at some point. But the only slight issue with the cart system is, yeah, you don't get any ore at all. Or stones. It's just mining XP and money. It's really good mining XP. But you don't get, like, the actual resources. Well, I'll try it again at 55 and see. I think that's when the next minecart system is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 55 I could do iron minecarts. So I'll try it again then and see how good XP is, and maybe I'll do that all the way to like rugged granite. Because it's probably my quickest way to get to rugged granite, so we can start mining something useful again. Because this one that I get at 50 is not that useful. But I'll definitely try it at 55, and I'll probably do it from 55 to 62. But at 62 I would definitely switch over to rugged granite. But that probably will be my best way to get those 7 levels, so we will give it a shot. I tried it before, but it seemed kind of average, but I basically tried it when we're already like 30-something mining. It was like a level 10 mining activity. But doing 55 to 62 should be really good for it, so we'll give it a shot again then. Seven mil XP to 120 necro. Nice. You're working on the requirements for Lost and Found. Nice. Good luck. Currently at 30 smithing. Oh, you need a lot of luck. Wait. Doing every yourself without buying. Ooh, nice. You're going to get a lot of mining XP then. Because, yeah, even I ended up buying some for that grind. I bought pretty minimally. But I definitely did buy to finish out the grind. Otherwise our mining level would be way higher right now. Of course, we also use a lot of knowledge points, particularly on smithing. Well, it's because I was getting smithing up anyways. So that one was kind of free by the time we need the requirement. Because I was just getting it up because I'm a cryo knight. So you'd already need that regardless of the quest requirement. Kind of like how we're still going with it, even though, you know, we already did the highest quest requirement. But it's basically a second, whatever your main weapon skill is in Chapter 3 is basically your second combat skill. Like, these might look like your second, third, and fourth combat skills, but your actual true second combat skill is, whatever your main weapon making skill is in Chapter 3. Because that's where your power comes from, making a better DPS weapon. And be able to immediate upgrade like every 5, 10, 15 levels is really strong. In the case of Cryo Knight, that skill would be smithing, of course. Or Stonemason for Hammer Mage, or Bone Wright for Guardian. Oh, Guardian, they do exist. Oh yeah, I was gonna go check that one room to see if Guardians exist. Let me see. Do Guardians exist? I want to see real quick. I see 2 already, so maybe they do. Let's go check the room where there should be like 10 Guardians all crafting. Hello, Guardians. Knock, knock. Okay, they do exist. Every single... Oh, okay. Okay, there's one other one. Let's see. It's like a 50-50. Yeah, again, it's about a 50-50. They are here, though. Doing their crafting thing. So I have any bones? What's my bone situation look like right now? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Yep, that sounds about right. Well then. That sounds about my current bone rate skilling at the moment. Out of every single bone. We're boneless. But yeah, we're kind of low on bones. And by low, I mean we have none. No bones, no spine, no nothing. Yeah, that's a later issue. That's a later issue for sure. That I'll keep ignoring for as long as possible. Though once we start training the gathering skill there, it should go up pretty quickly. Like our bone stacks. Did I buy all your bones for Bone Right? No. Though I did do a decent amount. But I also did the really good method. Or not really good method, not sure how efficient it is, but I did the really good spot where you could do the Suave trees and the spiked bones at the same time and then make the poles. Because they're really, really good because they're right on top of a bank. It's probably like the weirdest skilling spot in the entire game. Because the resources like spawn right on the deposit box. Not literally on it, but you know what I mean. Like they're like inches away. And I just did that for a lot of the ones I didn't use the boost points for. I just did those little spiked polearm staff thingies. Just because the 2 resources are so easy to accumulate. Due to them being both on top of a deposit box. You open a leaderboard, comes out the website that tracks daily XP gains. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Kind of like the wise old man equivalent or whatever that is for old school. But yeah, we don't really know what features there'll be or how it'll work. There likely will be a trophy icon in game in one of these 2 empty spots. Not sure what the other empty spot is going to be used for though. But you'll likely be able to check leaderboard through that icon. Maybe even look up players by clicking on them or something else too. I don't know exactly all the features I'll have at launch. I'll probably be pretty bare bones at launch, but you know, I'll get developed further. I'll probably have the basics like showing where everyone's ranked, where you're currently ranked, you know, that kind of stuff. Extra features probably aren't coming till down the line. And obviously it'll probably have like a total level and per skill breakdown. I wonder if it'll have a per class breakdown. That was something I was wondering before the game came out. Like, is there going to be a divided leaderboard for like Cryo Knights? And like there'll be one that combines them all. But is he also going to divide it based on like the best Cryo Knight, the best Guardian, the best, maybe even the best all 3 accounts? Could you imagine that leaderboard? Oh, I would maybe grind for that. That seems like a fun one. Because then you really get to utilize passive activities. Imagine there was a leaderboard for who has the highest total level across all 3 of your accounts. Because that would definitely encourage me to, you know, do the other 2 a bit more. I'd still main this account, obviously. But that'd be an interesting angle. That we haven't really seen in, like, old school or similar things. If there was a leaderboard for all 3 and not just the one. Like, your total across all 3 of your accounts that you have attached to one account. Or you know what I mean. The 3 profiles in the one account. Because that would definitely greatly encourage me to play the other 2. Still, this would be like 70 to 80% of what we would do, though. Or, you know, the main one. I would definitely play the other two just a little more if that was the case. And you'd really have to figure out, like, your AFK strategy, too. Because that really brings out the usage of the AFK activities. Since that would matter a lot more, since obviously most of the time you're not going to be playing them. So, Slimy, Orion, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hope you've been having a wonderful weekend. Gosh, the music is so good here. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it with how low I have it. I'm pretty sure you guys already know. But gosh, I love the music for this game so much. Every time this track turns on, it's like, oh yeah, that's Brighter Shores right there. It's not the best track in the game, but it's one of those tracks that just screams that this game is Brighter Shores. Something about it. It's like when you hear the main theme of, like, RuneScape. Like that title screen one. Like before we even log in. As much as that screams RuneScape, this one kind of screams Brighter Shores. A few other ones as well. Or like the Lumberge music in RuneScape as well. Like, this track has that same vibe, but Brighter Shores version. Hope someone's trying to add me. Oh no. My list. I can't add anyone more. We are over encumbered on friends. I'll still leave it on my inbox until I get 50. I'll keep 50 soon to be friends. Which would be funny if we constantly see a 50 number there. Can I, like, put it on hold? No, I can only decline or block. Boo. There's no put on hold button. Can I put on hold for when the friends list get bigger? Yeah, we're almost there. Half a level to go. So I think we've almost gained a whole smithing level while doing this, which is pretty nice. Our smithing's starting to catch up. It finally fell behind, but one more level and this catches back up. Yeah, speaking of total level from earlier, I wonder if I should start training some of these other skills. I almost want to do a base 30 grind soon. After we get like 82 merchant or whatever it was we needed tomorrow. and we get Leatherworker to like 50 and then finish that quest. Aside from doing the chapter 2 5-star quest, I'm considering, while doing that, doing base 30s in every chapter. Because that's basically going to get me there. The only skills I won't have are Gatherer, Guard, Fishing, and Forager. That's it. 4 skills. Because any that I still don't have there now, we'll get there just from doing that quest. Because we have to do woodcutting and carpentry. Or actually, carpentry's already there, but we'd have to do woodcutting. So I'm really considering that. I think that's our game plan right now. Merchant to like 82. Leatherworker to like 50. Do the quest in that area. Leave this area for a while. But oddly enough, base 83s basically. And then after that, you know, in that area specifically. But then after that, go do the 5-star quest in Zone 2. And then, yeah, I think base 30s. I kind of want to start pushing to base 50s. There's just a lot of useless skills in Chapter 1 I don't really need. Though the one useful one of Alchemy does stand out. Plus it's a quest requirement. I don't know, we eventually need to go do that cooking grind. That lingering 61 cooking grind. It's the last one I want to do of all the 5-star quests. Not sure what it is about it. Oh no, how long has it guys take you to get 61 cooking? Has any of you guys like timed it? Like, have any of you guys grinded from like 20 or 30 or so? And tried going to like 60 something? Like, was that done in a day? 2 days? Several hours? Dozens of hours? I know there's probably some skill calculators these days. But of course, it doesn't really account for like doing bounties and a couple other things, because cooking's a little bit different. These bounties are pretty variable, especially if you don't do them all. Because that's the biggest grind that's keeping me away from Chapter 1. Is the 61 cooking grind. It's like 50k an hour from 25 plus. Is that good? I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Because I forget how much XP you need at that level range. And I think there's a chart on the wiki, isn't there, these days? Like the EXP chart up to like 500. I haven't actually checked it. I know it scales very weirdly at several different levels. Rather notoriously. Hey, 83 smithing. Nice. Did we get an unlock from that? It's much faster than mining? But mining's more useful though. Like cooking just makes profit. Mining gets us ores and rocks. You know, the things that are much better than food. Because food is actually better, obviously. In a real life sense. But we need those rocks and ores. They're worth money. But mostly XP. As much as it pains me, it's getting so annoying seeing a 1 here. I gotta go decline this invitation. But yeah, sorry anyone who tries adding us in the near future. I must decline invitations for now. We're at 197. And I gotta keep at least a few free in case I need them for something. But if they ever expand it or add a clan system or something, we will find a way. And obviously, we can still do group content without being added and everything. I'll also probably clear the list slightly at some point. But it's gonna be hard to figure out like who to get rid of. So maybe I won't, I'm not sure. Lottery system. I'll randomly delete 10 people at random. Could you imagine? Like Russian roulette for deleting off a friends list. We'll just randomly choose 10 based on a random number generator. No, we're not gonna do that. Would be funny though. Yeah, I saw that earlier. We basically have to do vegetable stew from 25 to 61. Which sounds awful. It sounds absolutely awful. Like, it's so AFK and chill. But, that still sounds awful. Just the amount you have to do is the awful part. Like, the actual activity is, you know, easy and nice. But the sheer amount that you would have to do is, what, over 1,000? Probably more. Yeah, the most people, the reason people normally do stew all the way probably is because of how AFK it is. It's twice as AFK. I think it's also a bigger profit, though I'm not sure on that. Selling Tacit Friends List bot 10 gold? Could you imagine? No, we wouldn't sell that. I'm still curious how trading's gonna work. We talked about it many times this stream. But I'm still not sure how I feel about it. It's gonna feel weird too, because I haven't played an MMO where trading is allowed in such a long time. Or if I do play MMOs that are like that, I'm normally playing a mode that, you know, doesn't have access to it. AKA current Brighter Shores, where you currently can't trade at all. Because the game's definitely gonna have a different... It's definitely gonna feel different once you can start trading. Like what you want to prioritize, what the meta is, how much you can exploit some things. I'm still really hoping that it's a gear-only trading system. I just feel like there's so many skilling methods in this game that will be broken with alts. Or, you know, not necessarily alts because they ruined multi-boxing. Well, not ruined, but they completely nuked multi-boxing, but you know what I mean. Like paying other people to like run your resources. Or imagine, for example, you were doing a merchant run and someone could just stand at the stall and trade people the resource they need. Like imagine at the toy stall where you do carrots, there's just some guy selling carrots for X amount of silver. And it's expensive. You're going to lose money by trading them. But you don't have to go and get them yourself. You just simply go to the stall and they'll trade you the carrots. You'll pay them the silver that they wanted. And then boom. Like, I hope that's not a thing. Because that's going to be so broken. It's one of the reasons I really don't want resources to be tradable. And like only gear. Because there's at least 20 methods like that in the game, if not more. That are going to be broken beyond belief. If you have someone just trading the resource at the place where you process it. Yeah, it's basically like rune crafting in old school. Or you have like a billion alts just running for you. That's what I'm concerned of happening to like every skill in this game. Obviously merchant and a few others would be most affected by it. But almost every single processing skill would be affected by it. Like I don't think there's a single processing skill in the entire game where your EXP wouldn't be quicker if there was a guy trading you the exact resources you need while you just traded them everything you didn't need. With some kind of exchange of currency as well in it. Favoring probably the runner. But it breaks so many skills in this game because they're not really balanced around that system. That would also pretty heavily break Leathermaker as well. Obviously, all of them would. But you could have someone with really high merchant, you know, running you hides when you don't have the merchant level, for example, as well. So someone at like 200 something merchant running people at like, you know, like 20 merchant, but like high Leathermaker, all the hides they need. Alright, we're almost there. 1/4 level to go, and then we get our pickaxe upgrade. So we won't want to keep going, but I think we'll stop at the pickaxe upgrade for now. I think I had my fill of mining. Just wanted to do it a little bit. And I count this as a little bit. Not sure how much we've been doing this for. Half an hour? Hour? I think that's a little bit. Somewhere around there. We got to a milestone. Trying to think of what I want to end on for the stream. I still kind of want to get to 35 alchemy. By this point, I kind of want to use knowledge to kind of expedite it to 35 a bit. Bone rate, I'll probably AFK off stream again. Merchant is planned to get to 82 tomorrow, whatever we needed. Which also means we're probably doing leatherworker finally tomorrow if we can get there. Might train a little bit off stream as well. Maybe get to like 60 or so. Maybe a little higher. Should be a pretty quick skill. Merchant goes pretty quick. Especially if we can stay in that mindset for like a few hours. It's probably already like 70 something merchant. And I guess I could pre-start on my 30 base grind. The base 30s grind. If I was to, I should probably do woodcutting carpentry. Well, I guess woodcutting. The only problem is woodcutting is basically just mining but trees. Need something a bit different. Fishing is just mining but fish. I guess we do foraging. But foraging is just mining but foraging. Though honestly, I do kind of need the supplies. What do you even do at 27 foraging? Like, what is the angle? I guess 29 until you get a better option. It's kind of monument pieces, but I already got them all. So I don't feel like it's worth keep doing them. I guess I can make the potion for my buff. Doing the stars. They're a little annoyingly far from a bank, though. I feel like a lot of things in that area are annoyingly far from a bank. But I basically would have to do those level 18s until 29. It's only 2 levels, though. Honestly, you know what I almost feel like doing? Which sounds kind of insane. But I think I might actually do it. I kind of want to go process all these stones. We did step 1. Why not do step 2? And then step 3. Because we mined the stones, but now we got to etch the stones and then make the stones into items that we're going to sell because we're never going to use them because we're not a hammer mage. Maybe saving some of the epics that we get in case we want to craft a weapon out of them later. Or shield or whatever else. Probably a weapon. Because I think right now, because as I get stonemason up, we can make higher tier stuff. Bone rate's always going to be the one limiting it the most. As long as their smithing and stonemason is really high. That's kind of like the whole angle I'm doing with like the whole mining, smithing, stonemason thing. As long as these two are high and this mining skill can support them, then we will always be able to make decent 4-star gear. It might not be perfect unless I can find someone to trade who's a guardian. But otherwise, we can still make some pretty good stuff even with horrible guardian gear. Just by having really high smithing and moderately okay stonemason. You thought I was about to say carpentry? I do eventually need to get 50 carpentry. I can assure you that is not tonight. Yeah, we need it for the quest, and then never again. Unless I need it for a weapon. Which means I will have to do it eventually. Luckily, blacksmithing, I think the only weapon we ever need it for is like one throwing axe. That we're pretty much never going to really use. Though it does have Tempest Stay, if that's ever relevant. And the other one was for the Tempest Stay mace. So basically, unless I want Tempest Stay damage, I don't think I ever need the rods. Because I think there's only 2 or 3 things. And I know 2 of them were Tempest Stay. The yellow damage. So we shouldn't really need them. Everyone waiting at the rock respawn. I thought that was the mining keep for a second. Oh. I haven't seen too many people with it, surprisingly. The level 50 mining keep or higher. They're out there, though. Every time I see it, though, it's like, ooh, did we make the wrong decision? Should I go now get the mining cape? But no, we're just going to keep making the smithing cape go. Even if, like, every other Cryo Knight is wearing it, we're going to be joining them. We'll just make ours slightly longer. Nice, got it. That's the pickaxe upgrade. Now I'll proceed to not use it. Which is kind of funny. Because my end goal was to get this thing. But in doing so... Oh, I can't process the other one until 58. That's good to know. Even more of a reason to go train our stonemason up. I can't use the next tier rock at 45 mining until I get 40 or 58 stonemason. So you know what that means. Also, do I even have the money to afford this? I should. How much money do I have? 723. Yeah, that should be more than enough. There's no way this is more than like 200 silver, 300 silver. Even if it's 500, we got it. Yeah, let me go check. But whatever this costs, we should be able to afford it. Yep, 226. Easy. And that gives us a permanent 5% mining boost whenever we do mining again later down the line. Which will help speed things along a little. Alright, now moment of truth. How much ore do we have here? Or stone? Let's see. What's our bank looking like? 789 basalt. Not counting what's in my inventory. And how many flint? The flint's the weaker one, though. Alright, only 90 flint. That's fine. Alright, well, let's start processing these, I guess. Alright, let's get going. I'm not going to do all of them right now. I'm not insane. But, we will do some amount of those right now. We will be here literally till morning if we did all of them. Well, maybe not that long, but... I do want to do some of them. I want to get like 50 stonemason. I think that's a good cutoff point. We'll go till we get 50 stonemason. That seems fair. Now we gotta do 50 bone right. Get those base 50s going. Because honestly, that's one of the next grinds. Base 50 everything. I said, hello, Tiger Work. Welcome, welcome. You think the game looks horrible? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't minded the aesthetic personally. Though I definitely don't play games for the visuals, so my opinion is a little biased in that regard. I definitely played games that look worse, that's for sure. Yep, no problem. See you later. Have a good stream. I mean, have a good day, a weekend. Because he said stream, I said the same thing back, Phil. Maybe have a good weekend. How much gas do we have left? 197. Oh, that's definitely way more than enough for now. I'm not going that long. We're gonna do some, but not that many. It only uses 1 every 6. Actually, I could process my whole bank and still not run out of gas. We're not going to right now, but we could. I say that now, 1 hour later. No, I'm going to level 50, whatever that does. I'm not sure how many I need to do to get 50, but I'm only doing 50. Or no, until the level is 50. How long that takes, I have no clue. But we'll go until numbers is 50. I think that's a good cutoff point for now. And then I'll make all this stuff into something later. I kind of want to wait a little bit just so we can make like tier 50 weapons. Is one of the reasons I want to process all the ore right now, or all the stone. Well, not all of it, but you know, until we hit level 50. But the reason for that is I want to make a... If we're going to process these, I want to save the level 50 and 51 weapons for if we ever do want to make 4 stars again. Because I want to do it as we train the skills, so we can passively get 4 stars we need. That way we'll have like 50, 51, 52 level stonemason 4 stars. Or sorry, 3 stars, I mean. In order so we can make 4-star stuff later. Just to have it preemptively so we don't need it in the future. It'll be worth way more than like the 10 silver we'd sell it for. Be able to make something into a 4-star. So look, Kush. Are any of the tools worth upgrading? Personally, there's been 2 I upgraded so far. The manacles or handcuffs that are in chapter 4. Mostly because the AFK activity uses it, as well as when you apprehend people while doing merchant, which is pretty much like 90%, if not 95% of the total detective I do these days. So it's really helpful for that. The other one I've been upgrading is the mining, because aside from the gold panning thing, that I'm not sure if that you even do that much. Don't even have it unlocked yet. But you use pickaxe for like 80, no, probably more than that, like 95% of all mining. There's blast mining where you don't do it. There's the cart system where I guess you technically don't do it. And there's the, whatever this panning is where you don't do it. Which I think is like, what, AFK mining? I'm not sure. But I don't have the level for it yet. But I feel like those 2 tools get the biggest benefit. The pickaxe and the handcuffs in chapter 4. Or the pickaxe in chapter 3. Because you use it for almost every form of skill within their skill. Whereas in a lot of the other ones, there's so many methods where you don't end up utilizing the tool. Like, for example, if we bring over, like, I don't know, foraging. There's, like, 3 different tools in Chapter 1. Or, like, fishing. Well, I guess you'd mostly use the spear, but still. There's, like, 5 different tools you use for fishing. There's a lot of them that are like that. But detective, like, 95% of the time, you're using manacles most of the time. Unless you really like the detective bounty thingies. In which case you use hourglass. Or not hourglass, you use magnifying glass, I mean. But, yeah, I would say pickaxe and handcuffs have been my favorite 2 so far to upgrade. They seem to gain the biggest benefit relative to how many things they could do within their chapter. Yeah, fishing's really weird with how many tools it has. I still feel like the spear is the best tool if you were to go for one for fishing, though. But maybe I just haven't gotten deep enough to really see all the other methods. I still feel like the spear would be the most useful one. Up to 49. We're already there, pretty much. One more level. However many rocks that is. However many it takes. Oh, is the co-op activity for fishing good? I haven't really seen anyone really mentioning it much. We tried the woodcutting one and it seemed okay, so I just assumed the fishing one wasn't really that worth it. But I never actually tried it because I don't have the fishing level for it. What level do you even start it? Isn't that like 40 something? Not even sure where it starts. But I'm pretty sure I don't have the level for it. Is it 28? Because that's when I get the next tool. 38. Oh, 28? Okay, yeah, that's where it is. So I'm 2 levels away from even being able to do it at the moment. I just realized I have 383s. And every single one of them is my highest level. I just not noticed that. 83 detective because we need a shortcut. 83 combat because we need to kill them. And 83 smithing because I need the gear to do so. Even though I didn't actually use 83 gear. I think the high speed was 80. Yeah, I'll need to try to co-op fishing at some point. I also need to retry the woodcutting method, but only with one other person. Instead of trying to get like a ton of people there at once. I just need to see someone who would want to do it for like an hour straight or something. Maybe once we do our woodcutting grind for chapter 2. I'm probably not going to do it prior to that though. We do eventually need 45. Hello, Zachary. Welcome. You wish they would do something similar for combat, but maybe since they do the scaling mobs, they could make it so you can get a trophy of a mob type. They can enchant it to get more XP. Oh, you mean like enchanting enemy types? That would be kind of interesting. Instead of like weapons specifically. The only thing I could see being a slight problem with that is there's like 2 enemies in every region, at least currently, that every class is like really good at obliterating. Which would be the only 2 you would ever really enchant, most likely. That's just like a really cheesable enemy in an area. Like the tentacles in 3 or the spike balls in 4. But otherwise, it would always just be what, you know, you could do the most damage to with your class. So for me, in like chapter 4, for example, it would be in the mall chests. As well as the other super creature of the thing that looks like Grimer. I think that's like just a mud ball. How do you think 25 to 50 merchant will take? 20 hours? Probably a bit less than that. Merchant's pretty quick. Especially once you get used to it. It really depends how much you want to go all in on it. Like, merchant is very variable. Depending on, like, how you're going about it. But yeah, I believe you could easily do it in under 20 hours. We're probably going to do 55 to, what, 82? All in one stream tomorrow. So we're going to do, like, almost 30 levels in under 10 hours, probably. Or I sure hope so. I'm not sure what the actual XP rate is. But I feel like we could do that. Especially if we start putting knowledge points into it after 70. I don't want a knowledge point it forever, but I do want a knowledge point boost it just ever so slightly. Just to get it so we could start doing leatherwork already. Because leatherwork is actually my lowest skill, but I'm just waiting until my merchant level catches up. Yeah, I haven't really been keeping track of EXP rates. I'm not even sure the total amount of time I've even spent on merchant so far. I know I haven't EXP boosted this at all, though. So our 55 that we have right now is from no knowledge points at all. That's just all training. The problem is I don't know my total hours in merchant. I've also used like at least 5 different methods. With the drop one that we did yesterday probably being the funniest one. I hope they nerf that out of the game, though. It's really good at some level ranges, but gosh, this is so hard to keep track of everything that's going on. And as you keep getting more and more complex things and more tasks in general, it's just going to be less worth doing. But there are some level ranges where it just seems too broken. Like the drop method thing. I feel like they're going to patch it. They're definitely not going to roll back anything for that, though. Because it wasn't that broken. It's not even an exploit or anything. It's just using in-game mechanics. It's just like an ultra sweaty way of doing merchant. It's probably only worth it at the lower level range, though. The higher you go, the less it's worth it. Yeah, you can just drop stacks everywhere. So you can just drop like 1 billion of the item you need at the correct vendor. They only last for 10 minutes, but you can literally just drop the item you need on the vendor. And then when you need it, you just drop by instead of going to the other vendor. It's really good at the low level range, but you start to get too many tasks for it to be worth it later on. Like we're at 55 and we're almost already at too many tasks for it to be worth it. But it's really good at like 0 to like 40-ish, 50-ish. Yeah, generally it's best to do 2-2-2. Out of every method, 2-2-2 has been my favorite. Where you try to do a double turn into a double turn into a double turn in. 2-2-2 method has seemed like the most chill and straightforward. But yeah, you always have to change your pathing. Like, you can always keep the same strategy, but the pathing you have to do based on what tasks you get kind of always changes. And I'm finding that happening more and more the higher we go as well. Like, I feel like some lower ranges, we would keep doing the same thing over and over and over again for some patterns that we try to just target because it was better. But you gotta get a lot more adaptive the further your merchant level goes. Because there's a lot of times you're just not going to have the things you need. You gotta figure out like what's on the primary path based on what you have and then see what you need to add to make it work. Merchant at like level 200 something must be insane though. If it keeps adding stuff. I'm not sure at what point it stops adding things. But if it just keeps adding things indefinitely. The most complicated skill is gonna get way more complicated. Like if it indefinitely adds things, like I don't even know what level 400 something merchant would look like. That must be a nightmare. Alright, we're almost there. Halfway there. Well, technically more than halfway, but halfway to the level. So hello, Devin. You do 2 board rotations every inventory of LW. Wait, what LW? You only grab soap, carrots, plates, and making part of the LW route. What does LW stand for? 64 merch so far. Nice. What does LW stand for? Oh, leather worker. Oh, you do a leather worker other thing mix. I was considering that. I'm waiting until I get 82 leather worker though. I mean 82 merchant. Because the candle place is like right next to it. The doll is right next to it. We finally get the shortcut now. They haven't been doing any leatherworker merchant runs, but I will be doing it in the future. Once we train leatherworker, of course. He's got your first time killing a blob and it dropped a shield? Nice. Is it higher level than what you can wield or below? You don't even know what a leatherwork or merch run would look like? Well, I know there's dolls nearby. There's candles nearby. That one cloth thing we got was decently nearby if we want to go over there. That one textile cloth. Not sure everything else that's around that area later down the line, though. But I'm aware of those. I don't have candles yet, but I am aware of where they are. These are one of the main ones used in Leatherworker Run. Just because they're like almost right on top of the Leatherworker place. Same as the dolls. But whenever I'm doing an activity like this, I always wonder, like, is it just quicker doing merchant and just putting knowledge points into this? Because the answer is probably yes. Merchant is just so broken right now. The answer is probably almost always yes. But I still want to do these other skills to, you know, do them. And you can't knowledge point everything simultaneously. It's just kind of insane how broken Merchant is right now. I wonder how they're going to tweak it in the future. Because I don't think they're going to leave it this strong. Which kind of makes me, like, every moment wanted to go do Merchant. Watch, we're going to do, like, our biggest Merchant grind yet tomorrow. And tomorrow morning, they're going to nerf Merchant. How much you want to make a bet? Because tomorrow, half the stream will probably be us doing Merchant skill. He's finally going to go nerf Merchant tomorrow morning. Right before we go and do it. So hello, Old School RuneScape Jamie Stoner. Welcome, welcome. You're working on unlocking the mine? Nice. Any idea where Capital Jow is? Capital Jow? You mean the person you talked to at the beginning? Says you need to talk to him for permission. Isn't that the sergeant in Hopeport? Are you thinking of someone else? Isn't her name Captain Jow? This says specifically in what's it name area. Well, last I recall, wasn't she in Hopeport at her little office thingy? She's in this room right over here. Where was it? This one. Captain. Wait, it says DeGreeny's office. But isn't that where she is? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's in that room. The name of that room makes me think otherwise, but I'm pretty sure she's in that room. Yep, no problem. So hello, Dylan. Welcome, welcome. Hey, how's your guys' weekend been going so far, by the way? Ours is stuck, probably like most of your guys are, possibly, in brighter shores, as we are. I just realized for a second I thought we could see our feet. Those almost look like sandals to me. But the orange tint there almost looked like those were our toes. Doesn't that look like that to anyone else from this angle? It can't just be me. Doesn't that almost look like our toes? At the tip? As if we're having like sandals on right now? I can't be the only one. Like with the lighting and everything. Doesn't it look like that's almost like a sandal with our toes right there? Am I going crazy? It might be. It's almost midnight. But doesn't it almost look like our toes are sticking out the front? With the lighting and everything? With how like the orange looks into the other thing? I can't be the only one. That or I'm really tired right now. I can't be the only one who thinks that looks like that. Almost looks like we're wearing sandals when the lighting hits it just right. Ooh, nice, Joshua. Yeah, we're almost there. Honestly, I kind of want to craft some of this and see if we get something. But I don't want to do it before level 50 because then we'll get a level 49 and that will drive me crazy. But I do want to check something real quick. Let's say hypothetically, we made something out of every skill we have right now. What tier item do we have? Calculator, where are you at? If I add 83 plus 50 plus 42 divided by 3, rounded down, only 58. We're not even at 60 yet. I want to get to 60 at some point. Not like right now because our smithing level is just going to get high enough where we can. But yeah, we're getting close to being able to make a 64 star. Which if we ever did combat in this area again would be our best in slot. And not sure about the other two zones. What our plan is for that. He's obviously 60, he's too far. Yeah, we can almost make up to a 60. There isn't really much of a need to though. Like down in the future I kind of want to. I guess we could always make it for chapter 5, but chapter 5 is still too far away to pre-make stuff for it. Also, we haven't even processed half our stone, by the way. I know we're not going to do it all. Just until we get 50 stonemason. But we're not even halfway done with our stone pile that we just gathered. No, in all fairness, half of that was gathered at an earlier point. And I still need to get even more, too. Because I got to do basically what we're doing earlier all the way to 45. And then we do rugged, the other thing. Which is also really close to a bank. The only problem is we're going to have to wait for the respawn. Then we can do that mining ore. Then we'll try to minecart for a little while. Then we can do rugged granite. Then we can do the other ore that we kind of need for the other area. Then somehow we're back at flint. AFK activity then gets better. Somehow average basalt, so we can start doing literally the basalt flint again, but better XP. And then after all that, we finally get back to iron ore. So I can actually smith what the whole reason we came here for, doing any mining. Like, this is like the ore of why I'm even training mining right now. Is so I can get all the way back to iron ore again, but tier 3. Like, that's the only reason our mining level is going up right now. Is I need that ore. Not to be able to buy it, but to be able to mine it ourselves. What's my favorite area or chapter in the game? Oh, easily chapter 4. It's not even close. I should say it's not close. This chapter is decent. So it's really production skill heavy. But I would say chapter 4 has the most amount of unique things. As well as just really good skills in general. With merchant in particular probably being the absolute best. It also says the single best activity in the entire game. Which are house raids. They are the most AFK thing ever. Not ever. But as far as like active AFK methods in this game, they are so good. Not only do they multi-skill 2 skills, detective and watch person at the same time, but they also feed you a ton of knowledge points that you can feed into any skill in the entire game. As well as, yeah, they're like 2 to 3 minute AFK depending on your gear and which one you're doing. And when I say AFK, I mean like ultra AFK. Like literally walk away, come back like 2 minutes later, AFK. Which is why we actively did it for 7.5 hours to stream. Or however long it was. I needed to get to 83 detective and I was like, oh, I guess we're going all the way. If I would have done that off stream, it would have taken like 3 to 4 days of off streaming that. We kind of just rushed it all today. Because I needed it for a shortcut. Now we have all the shortcuts in zone 4. And now I'm happy. As I've barely even utilized them today. I think I've utilized the shortcuts for like 20 minutes total today. Despite spending more than half the stream just going for them. Like the first entire half of the stream was nothing but getting them unlocked. I think it was worth it though. I do anyways. I'd still be determined overall, but I think it was worth it. We'd have to do it eventually anyways. You guys made a 3-star Truchian. Nice. At level 19. With 88% Arborite. Nice. Yeah, I think I over-upgraded when I ended up doing the level 51 raids. Because I went there with a handcrafted 4-star rapier, which is basically like our best weapon for this class, and a 4-star shield. I think out of any raid, it was the one we were most prepared for. So this next one we're pretty prepared for. Am I wearing the armor right now? We got this very, very juicy drop and we're trying to get some upgrades earlier. Most of the drops were pretty meh. But we got a 4-star legs earlier from a level 79. And it basically instantly made us tanky enough to take on the raids. Even with 2 1-stars. It's just so utterly tanky that it was still just enough. Like that alone. I'm still curious how viable it'll be to make 4-star armor though. From what I can tell, it's actually never going to be worth it. But we'll have to see with stonemasons, with armor making skill and everything. But based on how long the full process takes, I don't believe it's going to be worth doing anything other than 4-star weapons when special attacks are out. Oh, the Trun Shen? Yeah, I always keep saying that wrong. The little baton thingy. That looks like a nunchuck when it animates. We're almost there. Come on. Hit that level 50. I think we need 58 to process our next ore. I need 45 mining to mine it. We're obviously not doing that right now, though. Neither will do 2 things. We're not getting the mining level, nor are we getting the stonemason level. I just want to get both of them a little higher just to get them closer. For when we do decide to do the grind, it's like, okay, we don't have to go as far. Because 45 mining's free at this point. 58 stonemason is a little bit of a grind, but I already have it all banked, so or I think I have it all banked. If nothing else, by the time I do 45 mining, I'll have it all banked for sure. If not already. It's better than the Dole Macaratl. Yeah, that was quite a name for those things. The good old maracas. I am picking that region when we do leagues in a couple weeks. Because I'm going down the melee route, and that's probably going to be our early game gear until we can start getting better stuff from Mauritania. So that's one thing I find kind of interesting about Brighter Shores. Technically, all 3 classes are melee classes. Like, Hammer Mage isn't a mage. It just uses hammers. Like, every single class is basically a melee class in this game. Just with a different aesthetic. How did today's session go? Hey, Beast. Welcome, welcome. Well, we spent half the day trying to get raids completed. We finally have the 83 raid door opened. We now have access to every single shortcut in Zone 4. And then we end up taking a bit of a mining break, and here we are now. Yeah, we finally got it. The main objective of the stream we already did. At this point, I'm kind of just going wherever. And just messing around a bit. Just feeling like doing whatever objective we feel like, I guess. I'm still trying to hit a couple goals, but, you know, it doesn't really matter what order we go for a couple of them. Next big goal for tomorrow is definitely 82 merchant, though. 82 merchant and 50 leather worker on the two main ones on the table. As far as near future grinds. You're gonna go back in the stream a little bit? Okay. Have a good time. The beginning of the stream we talked about, we were mostly just doing the raids, and it was pretty much just chill talking the whole time. So if you want to see things actually happening, you might want to skip past that part. We talked about a lot of things though, so a lot of good conversations in there. But if you want to see actual gameplay, you might want to skip the start of the stream. Because it was literally just raids the whole time while we chatted. It was basically a just chatting stream for like 6 hours straight. Which is something I try not to do, but gosh, there wasn't much else to do. I was able to answer a lot of chat questions and stuff though. But hey, we got the grind done. That's the only problem that I have. When I set out to do a goal that's like realistic to get done in a short duration of time, I just gotta do it. And that was one of those. Like, it took a little while, but it was realistic to get it done in a short period of time. So we just had to do it. Because it just makes merchant running so much easier. Having every shortcut. Which now going into tomorrow, we'll have that now. So we never need to worry about, oh, can I go down this path? Can I go down that path? The answer is yes. We got them all. We have access to 100% of the city now. Oh yeah, we still have the poll from earlier going. 0 to 50. Wow, 428 votes. Wow. Thank you everyone who voted. How did that go so high? How many people have rotated through the stream today? Gosh. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Wow. How's the poll at 428 votes? We didn't even start at the beginning of the stream either. That was like midway through the stream. Is that 428 votes? Feel free to also hit that like button. It helps out a lot too. If you guys haven't already, thank you, thank you. Have you guys been enjoying? I just always find it funny because I can't see how many likes are on the stream right now. But if I had to guess, what is it, 40? Can anyone say? Because I actually can't even see the number right now. I want to say it's like 40 or 50. Yeah, we have 428 votes on the poll right now. That's insane. I don't think I've ever done a poll on YouTube that has actually gotten that high. 68 or 61? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you. It might have spiked up because some people did it. Yeah, I hate asking for it, but, you know, it does make number go up. And YouTube algorithm likes number go up. 69, nice. Yeah, thank you, everyone who just hit the like button. Greatly appreciated. YouTube algorithm will thank you. But yeah, I got to appease the algorithm gods. They do like when buttons are pressed. Oh, so this is my last inventory, by the way. I think I accidentally did an extra one. Because I'm like so in the groove of doing this. I meant to stop the previous inventory. But yeah, I should probably stop before I accidentally do the whole bank. Because honestly, at this rate, I'm like... no, I'm not going to, though. Alright, what do we do now, though? We got about an hour. Got about an hour to do, like, literally anything. And I want to try not to do anything in Zone 4, just because I feel like we've been there all stream. And all day tomorrow as well. Because we're probably going to be there almost all stream tomorrow. So I want to try doing something that isn't just Zone 4. I'm almost tempted to go to Zone 2 and just chill in the forest for a little bit. I feel like I haven't been there in a while. Just for a change of atmosphere. I'm trying to think what I need in the forest. I guess get bones. What is my best forager XP rate at level 22? Does anyone know how white tangle fruit works? Because people mentioned earlier you can't bank them. Where do you trade them in or something? Like someone earlier was mentioning you couldn't bank them or something? I'm not sure exactly what they meant. Is there like a shop you sell them to? Yeah, let me go find where this is. This is probably my best EXP rate right now. Oh, I didn't even identify the other thing there. Alright, they're both over there. Where's the closest storage rift? Right up there. Alright, well, I'll go head over there and see what's up with it. You think you only sell the tangle fruits to the shop north of the carpenter? Okay. Does anyone know where that shop is? There's a lot of stuff north of the carpenter. Like a shop in over here or a shop over here? Go sell them to the foragey shop near the apple trees. This guy? Timberwell? Supplies? That's quite a walk. Is it just better to drop them? How much do they sell for? Alright, that is the place. Okay, thank you. Are they just worth dropping? Because that sure sounds like a drop angle to me. Unless they're worth like a silver each or something. Yeah, the meta is just to drop them. I thought so. Because they're like a mile away. If I can't store them and I have to go all the way over there. 315 copper. Oh yeah, we're dropping them on the ground. 315? Wow. Oh yeah, I'm definitely dropping them on the ground. Are these catkin trees the same way? The bristled catkins? Let's do some forager. I need these for better bones anyways down the line for bone rate. And we keep neglecting bone rate so hard, we should probably give it a little bit of help. There's a lot of things I didn't bother scouting here. There's so many question marks on this map. Also, I bet there's one room I didn't even bother going in earlier. This is definitely the place I've spent the least amount of time. Definitely the most naturey place in the game, that's for sure. Alright, how do I recenter? Or is it recentered? There it goes. Alright, what's still in here? Discover. Alright, so those are the hickory trees. Iron, by the way, number 3. That's funny. Is there anything in here I need to identify? Another tree. Alright, where are we here? Tangle fruit, tangle fruit. Let me go get the tree in the other location real quick. And then we'll figure out how we tangle fruit run. Alright, there's the AFK activity. Another hickory I don't need. Alright, let's see. What is the routing here? Let's do it at the starter room and just work our way around. Alright, 118 each. That's not bad. Wait, it shouldn't take that long. It's better XP than mining at this level. Gosh. Wait, was there 4 in the other room as well? Or is it just a weird number? I feel like everything in this area is a weird number. Even when I was doing that tree and bone thing earlier. Oh, we're almost at 777. Oh, that'd be a good goal by the end of stream, potentially. Not sure if I can make it in time. 777 is a fun number. Do these items have a use? You sell them to some shop. But they sell for so little that it's better just to drop them. Because it's so far away and you can't bank them. Not even in like a storage rift thing, I don't believe. And even if you could, it's so far away to even get to a storage rift from here. Yeah, it's better just to drop them on the ground. Oh, where's the other plant? Wasn't there one more? Did I grab 8 the first time? I'm so confused. How did I grab 8 the first time, but 7 this time? Oh, I forgot this tangle fruit. I see. Aha! I have found the other tangle fruit. There is indeed a fourth one in here. So it's 4 is how it works. Okay. Oh, do you use them for alchemy as well? Well, they must be so cheap if they only sell for like 300 something though. That means the guy probably sells them for like 600 something. Let's see, what's the closest storage rift? Yeah, it seems like it's too far. I don't know. Chestnuts are for alchemy? Okay. Well, we get those at 25. I'm not sure what our XP rate is like. How much do I need for a level? We're in like 118 each. Still a lot of XP that we need. So I just realized I don't even have the second tool for the skill yet. I don't have whatever that sickle thingy is. But I mostly want this to get better bones. This might not look like us trying to get better bones. But this is what this is what trying to get better bones looks like. Might not seem like it. But I eventually want to get my own bone rate bones, like way down the line. No time soon, though. But this is the start of the process. Oh, so does this dryad just stay here forever? I feel like during the chapter or story, she would have moved somewhere else by now. Unless she came back here at a certain point. Hey, you may not like it, but this is what peak gatherer looks like yet. No, this is... Well, I don't know. It seems like the highest thing we could do at our level. Oh, no, it's okay. XP rate still seems a little slow. I'm expecting number just like instantly go up. When it comes to a skill like this, it's like, okay, up, get right there. I don't know, some skills I don't mind doing for like a super long time. I do feel like foraging in this game was a lot weaker than I was expecting it to be, though. Mostly because of the shops, I feel like. Like, while getting your own forged goods, you know, helps with that. I just feel like the shops really hindered foraging in particular. Like the 2 foraging skills. More so than even like mining or woodcutting. It hurt them too. But I feel like it hurt the 2 foraging skills more. The fact that not only can you buy the ingredients, but outright buy a lot of the potions. Even before player trading even exists. Yeah, the Gatherer Cape does look pretty cool though. But I do feel like the 2 gathering skills, and potentially even the 3rd gathering skill coming next chapter. I don't know, they seem on the weaker side. I say as I have only 33 alchemy. Yeah, it does eventually get really expensive though. But how often do you really need some of those potions? Like that +2 boost potion we used. It was literally needed for 1 single quest and we're never going to use it again. Like, there's definitely a good handful of potions that you're not going to use that often ever. Other than like really rare circumstances in which buying a few isn't really that big a deal. Yeah, shift click drop would be nice. Or, you know, the 1-click thing, just doing the first option to begin with. Because right now, even if you have the 1-click option on, it doesn't let you drop for some reason. Even though the first option says drop. But it doesn't let you drop it. Despite having it enabled. What just happened to this room? Ooh. Oh, I said this is Corviknight, not Cryonite. Corviknight's definitely my favorite Pokemon. I thought it said I thought it said Corviknight instead of Cryonite. That's funny. Honestly, I really actually should have gotten that name for one of them. We got Bird instead. But Corviknight's definitely my favorite Pokemon that ever existed. It was like the only thing that made Sword and Shield bearable. Because the writing for that game was so horrific. But the game added Corviknight, so it kind of balanced it out. Also, you definitely see a lot more free-to-play players in these areas, which makes sense. Chapter 1 and 2 is free-to-play. You too can be picking up fruit and throwing it on the ground. Also, do all these butterflies even do anything? I thought they would be needed for some quests. Like where you just go around and do something with all the butterflies. Maybe you do in this 5-star quest. Does anyone know? Do these butterflies have any purpose in the 5-star quest, or are they set decoration? Because there's like so many different color ones. It's like, wait, I feel like they're needed for something. But does the 5-star quest actually utilize them at all? Or are they literally just set dressing? Like, is there like a just insanely high number of colors of them or for some reason all over the place, like more than you expect to really be out there. I see, really just wanted a lot of colored butterflies for some reason, because I'm pretty sure I've seen over 8 different colors, if not more. Got thick seeing butterflies. Oh, I was never around that time. Isn't that basically the thing that if you catch it gives you like EXP in your worst skill? Kind of like what Tears of Guthix was, but a butterfly. I never played around that time, but I'm aware of what it is, I believe. Assuming what I just said is correct. Honestly, I could use that right about now. Is this game currently doesn't have a mechanic for that? They'll probably add it at some point, though. Obviously, it won't be anything Guthix related. The God of Balance. I wouldn't be surprised if you do something with that. Definitely no time soon, but you know, after like chapter 5 or 6. Basically a mechanic that you can do to some degree that auto gives you XP to your lowest skill. It's a nice way that if you just have one skill that you don't like as much, that you can train it. Obviously, the other way that this game has is passive XP. So as long as you have it above level 20, you can use either knowledge points or AFK things just to get it up. Still be cool to have a mechanic where you can get it directly for your lowest level, though. Beyond those two things. Yeah, you can always knowledge point and AFK them. That's the closest this game currently has to doing it. As long as you get to at least level 20. Yeah, my overall verdict of gathering these is that these are not worth it. I'd rather get like less XP and go collect the bones or something. At least bone rate number will slightly pretend to move up. Yeah, I'm heading to the other area. I don't mind getting less XP. I want some natural resources. I'm gonna get tired of dropping these on the ground. Actually, let me see. Can I put these in storage? I want to see something. I'm gonna grab all of them. Give me an inventory if I'm going to a storage bin anyways. Alright, let me go to that one room I haven't entered yet. There's like a random room in the middle of nowhere I still haven't touched yet. This is probably the region I've been in the absolute least, chapter 2. I don't think it's even close. Oh yeah. Wait, can we still not get past this? What is that, chapter 6? I almost forgot about that. Wait, can I not even get over there then? Maybe I can if I go the other way. But, interesting. I kind of forgot that was even there. Oh, that's the 5-star quest. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Duh, I forgot. Still haven't done the 5-star. Oh yeah, and that's also the 5-star. Oh, that's locked, not an arrow. Whoops. Yeah, it's all 5-star quests. Okay. I'd explain why I haven't been there. That's where the 5-star thingy is. It's a decently easy requirement. Kind of. It's 45 woodcutting, 50 carpentry. Which sounds high, but it's the lowest requirement for any 5-star quest in the game. You also need to be able to kill a boss, but that's not too big a deal. I think you can probably cheese it at like 40 or something. 40, 50. Cannot bank this item. Anyways, back on the ground you go. Wonderful. People weren't kidding when they said you can't bank this thing. Gosh, this thing is useless. Alright, I'm just gonna go for the bones, I think. I'm gonna skip the trees for now. Yeah, 106 for getting a natural resource isn't that bad. Plus we can auto-drop them by talking to the stone. Plus we could pretend that we're actually training the bone rate skill. Because that thing's not moving anytime soon. We can roleplay as someone training the bone rate skill. Not actually training it, just roleplaying as someone training it. This is probably the most broken bank I've seen for any resource, though. All the trees you need to also work with these stones are right on top of you. So you can grab the trees, you can grab the bones. You're good to go. I'm not sure why I banked there. I did that as if I have a full inventory. Hello, Shees. Welcome, welcome. Did you spam Den Raid for your detective watch person? Yes. I think the first full half of the stream was nothing but raids. House raid thing. But yeah, we need the level 83 shortcut. So we super ultra power grinded the 83 shortcut. So that we could unlock every single shortcut for chapter 4. I mean, yeah, chapter 4. So now we have unlocked the entire city now. Still haven't finished the quest getting 50 leather maker though. But we have gotten every shortcut available in chapter 4. There isn't a single part of the city we can't get into. How do you get the farm shortcut? You have to start the 5-star quest. And you also need to have 55 merchant to get it. Which is why we got 55. Probably grinding for 82 tomorrow. 82 merchant and some amount of leather worker. And then whatever leather worker we didn't finish, we'll probably do a leather worker merchant on Monday, probably. This will be streaming a little bit shorter. Should be able to finish whatever leather worker grind we have left while doing leather worker merchant runs. There's quite a few good tasks that you can grab right next to the leather worker place. I do wish when you use the sensor, there's two things I wish the sensor did. I wish there was an auto mode, so you wouldn't have to keep clicking it every few seconds. You can toggle on or off as well, instead of just like a few seconds of it. But I also wish it would show like a grayed out area, or, you know, like a silhouette of where a resource node is. So when you're gathering or cutting trees or killing an enemy, you know where it's going to respawn. Well, not for trees, but you know what I mean. For other objects where it's not very obvious where it's going to respawn, it can give like a little silhouette. Like if you just killed an enemy and you do it, it'll show like a silhouette of what you just killed. Like if you kill a bear, and then, you know, it would show a silhouette of where the bear would be if you do this or something. Something like that is a feature I really wish I had. Also, right-click deposit all would be so nice here. You know, those are things they're probably going to add at some point, but currently aren't around right now. Yeah, this feels way more rewarding than touching the white little plant thingies. There's also more spawn. Actually, no, it's the same amount of spawns. They're both at 8. It's a little bit less XP per hour, but it feels like it's more XP per hour because we're actually making progress by collecting bones. As each one of these is saving us like half a silver, if not more. I think they were like 800 each or something when we were buying them earlier. If you count out the bone shard from the backside of the crystal, the Suave tree. Oh yeah, I was doing the trees earlier. The only reason I'm not doing the trees right now is I mostly want to focus on getting foraging up. We're going to be doing the woodcutting grind probably a little bit separately. I was doing that earlier though when we were training bone rate. The other reason I want to do mostly bones is the ratio that you need. One tree is the equivalent of 12 bones, I believe it was. Because you get 2 logs, and I think it was like a 1-to-3 or something with what we're making. I think I'll double check that later. But I think the ratio was like 1 tree for every 6 bones or something. Yeah, because it was 1-to-3. And you get 2 shafts per log. So for every 1 bone I get, I need to get... Or sorry, for every 6 bones I get, I need to cut 1 tree. So you can kind of just do just the bones and then kind of do just the trees if you want. I was doing mix before, but it's just easier to track the other way around. Not that I'm keeping track right now. But if you were keeping track, I feel like it's easier just doing just bones and then just trees. But yeah, you can mix them. And it's slightly more efficient too. I was for some amount of time. It's just a lot harder to keep track of your numbers that way. Also, due to how many logs you get, you can technically do just bones and then do bone plus tree runs. And you will eventually have enough trees. Because you're gaining a better ratio of logs than you are bones every trip. Because you're getting 8 bones for every, 6 trees? But the ratio is actually 1-to-6, not 6-to-8. So even if you do just bone runs, you will still be able to do bone tree runs. And eventually do enough bone tree runs where they even out. It's just a lot more annoying to keep track of. So you just kind of get whatever and just hope it's enough. That was my strategy earlier. You know, just guesstimate. The number will get there eventually. But yeah, my adventures in this region I think might be cut short. I had my fill of foraging. And have remembered why I have not trained it. I'll do one more inventory though. But yes, I do recall when my foraging level is level 22. Or gatherer, technically. Oh, so why is there like no music here? I just realized. It's like ominously quiet here. I guess, of course, because of the atmosphere and everything. There's like no music at all. Has it always been like this, or is it just glitched? I think it's supposed to be like this. I never realized that, though. We need 2 more levels before we can even move to another thing. And I believe that's another one of those useless ones, like this plant, though. I don't know, was this thing any good? The thing you get at 25? It looks like another one that just is pointless. I'm not sure. Like the fruit one that you just drop on the ground. And that was for a secondary ingredient for alchemy, though. Gosh, it's almost midnight already. It's still kind of crazy. Trying to think what we can maybe do to try to get 5 levels real quick to see if we can get 777. Because we are decently close. Let's see, carpentry's kind of close. Our combat level in Chronopolis. Technically our combat level in Hopeport, though my Hopeport gear makes me depressed. It is so dated. It looks like we just got off a tutorial island. Or tutorial boot camp like in this game. Whatever you want to call that. Honestly, you know what I almost feel like doing right now? Even though it's the most useless skill I could possibly train with our current plans. I almost feel like fishing. I just want to stab some fish. Spent 163 days on RuneScape 3, nice. Kinda want to stab some fish until the level go up. I do a little bit of everything. That's my mindset right now. Just a little bit of whatever. If you like stabbing some fish, we'll go stab some fish. Even though this is so pointless to do. But I just feel like stabbing some fish. And then selling the fish. And then repeating the cycle until at least 27 fishing. Maybe even do some cooking while we're here. Maybe even go get our guard gear on and go whack something. Mostly the plants, probably. The problem is my guard gear looks so depressing. What even is it? Honestly, it's not as bad as I thought it was. Actually, I thought it was far worse. It's not actually not that too bad. It's still bad, but it's not that bad. It's far less worse than I thought it was. Not sure when all those upgrades came in, but they definitely came in. Something about the vibe of this area just is so perfect. It's definitely obviously made like this first, which I obviously did because they did an order of chapter. I'm just not sure how they failed so hard at chapter 2 though. Like chapter 2 is definitely my least favorite chapter. And it's not just because of carpentry. There are other reasons. Carpentry is just one of them. Am I fishing? Yeah, it's completely pointless for me to be doing fishing. But I felt like stabbing some fish, so here we are. Till we get a level. We're just kind of doing whatever. In all fairness, at least it's good knowledge points. Not the quickest in the game, but you know, it's getting there. If we really want quick, we should be doing merchant. Honestly, the answer to almost everything right now is do merchant. Like, if someone was to ask me right now, what's the quickest way to train X? Go do merchant skill. Just don't feel like doing merchant right now. We will tomorrow, though. I need, like, a mental reset of sleep before we go do merchant again tomorrow. I need, like, a day divide between now and then. But yeah, I'm not beyond doing, like, ultra efficient things. If we just feel like doing something, even if it has no purpose, we will do it. I'm not beyond completely pointless grinds. Obviously not completely pointless. But there's literally no reason I should be training my fishing level right now. But here we are. Like, from an efficiency standpoint, there is literally no reason to catch, or to even go above 25. But, here we are. That is not what I want. I want to trade to sell you. And we're getting like 6 silver a run, which is like no money at all, but fishing XP is what matters here. Any idea if there is somewhere to sell the stuff for blacksmith in the mine? No, you have to home port. You can drop some of it on the ground to shuffle it around, and obviously put it into your storage if you haven't already reached max capacity for your untuned. But beyond that, yeah, you have to teleport eventually. Hey, a new player. Dressed as a level 3 bot. Yeah, I really find it funny everyone who dresses as a level 3 bot. I also found the level 3 bot named level 3 bot. We found him on like day 1, 2, 3? I don't remember. It was pretty early on. But someone was called level 3 bot with level 3 bot appearance. Because don't you have to make your entire appearance before you can even pick your name? Which means they sped run making the bot appearance and then got the name still. Which is actually pretty impressive. Yeah, he knew what he was doing. I do have to say, these rooms like a little bit more lonely now there's a 10 limit instead of 20. I miss when I can't see my fish. I like when there's so many people that I can't see my fish. That was a fun day, first few day mechanic. When the human population exceeded the fish population. Actually, I find it funny because he's complaining about too many people. Yet it's like 4 times less than what was there at launch day. Or launch week. Because we're actually past launch week now. That's actually insane. Can't believe it's been... What even is today? I have it in the title. Isn't it like day 11? Of Brighter Shores? We're not even a month in. Sure feels like it's been a month. In a good way. Probably because we played that much. If we did 40 hours a week... We're at the point where we should be at a month. That's probably why it feels like that. I play too much. If we played for 40 hours a week, that would be a month worth of playtime. But currently we're playing like 100-something hours a week. Hey, knowledge point. And smithing is almost our highest skill again. Get in there. You just realize a really dumb prestige someone could go for? What? I definitely plan to go for pretty much every goal you could ever go for in this game. Eventually. So nothing are too dumb. Tier 200 guard. Equipment attuned to chapter 4 or beyond. I think some people already did that. Well, you know, doing the 200 plus guard and have a bunch of untuned. Oh, does everything in this chapter have all the guard design? I thought that only applies to this chapter. I didn't think you could tune it to another. Is that actually a thing? That's kind of interesting. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I never tried doing that yet. That's interesting. But yeah, there's already some people who are like level 200, 300 guard. Not sure the highest level. But they're definitely up there. Oh, so we got the way more crowded room. What happened? There's like 4 people here earlier. Now we're like max capacity. Oh, it stops after you pick a faction? Interesting. Honestly, this isn't too bad for knowledge points. I know at one point I was actually doing this as a knowledge point farm. Before we had access to chapter 4. Where all the good methods are. You've been playing for 20 hours and got your first untuned? Yeah. It can take a little while. I can't remember when I got my first one. I was wondering why I was all grayed out and everything. Because I didn't do the obelisk quest yet. Which is basically a tutorial on how untuned items work and everything. I am still kind of surprised they didn't add more 1-star quests though. It's really weird that chapter 1's the only one to get one. And chapter 2, 3, and 4 all have none. I hope whenever they release chapter 5 it has at least 1 star at launch. It'd be a bit more like chapter 1 in that regard. Having at least 3 quests that are 1, 3, and 5 star. Oh, a level 50 Fisher. Look at him. Is the gear you get in one zone useless in another zone? Somewhat. It's not useless, but it has drastically reduced stats. Like I want to say like 90% worse. But you can get untuned items either through crafting stuff or through just killing things in other chapters. That you can attune in other chapters. Like I can use my skills that we have in chapter 3 to craft myself a perfect 26 weapon for chapter 1. Like I can even go make myself a 4-star perfect best DPS weapon in this area if I want to. And use it to go train. using the skills in chapter 3. So while they are attached to the chapter, you can still use other chapter skills to assist other chapters. But yes, every single chapter once tuned to a chapter is zone locked. So once I get like that 26 perfect rapier or something into this chapter, it is locked here. But I can easily just make another for any chapter. Like the level 75 one we have in, or actually level 81 that we have in chapter 4. Though of course I can't use something like that when we're only level 26 though. If I could just make one that's perfect for our current level. Is there tuning stones in every chapter? Yes. There's a tuning stone in every chapter. And unlike chapter 1, they're already pre-built in every chapter. It's only chapter 1 you have to quest unlock your first one. But every other zone you automatically have it unlocked. You just have to figure out where it is. There's wiki and maps these days that can find it pretty quickly. But you just walk up to the obelisk, throw an untuned item on it, and boom, you're good to go. Of course, you still need the combat level to be able to wield it, of course. But the process for getting an item to a different chapter is really easy. Assuming it's untuned. Or making your own untuned items. Or once trading exists, buying your own untuned items. Oh, the only sad part is I don't think we're going to hit 777 tonight. The worst part is I think I'm going to get it off stream. Because I'm probably going to AFK enough off stream that we're not even going to see the 777. I guess this account will forever be cursed without good luck. I don't know, our drop rate hasn't been too bad. We've definitely had our unlucky streaks, but I don't feel like we're... I feel like we're kind of on the average luck curve by this point. I think it's evened out. Some things were super unlucky, some things were super lucky. It's kind of even, I think, at this point. Why is this room so empty? Some of the servers have like 1 billion people. And you walk into this and it's like, up, 3 people. And I'll walk back into the other room and it's like, up, 20 people. Like the population just tripled from everyone crossing the bridge at once. Like you're just trying to find a server that isn't occupied. And it's like, oh, this one's not occupied. And you see like 5 people crossing the bridge simultaneously. Yeah, there we go. Level 27. Level fishing achieved. You know what time it is now? Our daily pretend we're training cooking level. Let me go bank these first. Even though it's probably a waste. But yeah, let's pretend we're trying to get 61 cooking again. But by this time actually gaining a level. So we're slightly less pretending. Which I'm curious, what are our tasks right now? Do any of them not make my eyes bleed? Vegetable stew. Hairdresser. I forget where Melv is. I think it's on the way. I'm actually gonna do some for once. I feel like I never do cooking contracts these days. I know where you are. Where's Melv? Oh, perfect. And where's Ella? Perfect. Oh yeah, duh. Oh, where's the other guy? Guard? Why not? I'll do them all. Chicken and leek pie. This was a weird triple ingredient one. I'll do that one last. But you know what? We're actually going to do our cooking bounties for once. Something we should probably always be doing, but I can't be bothered. I'm actually going to do every cookie bounty we have. Alright, I'm not sure if I have the other ingredient. Chicken and leek. I need to double check what that needs, so let me go get our stew. I'm going to do a whole inventory even though I only need 1. A little overkill. But I need 1, so I'm going to make 24. Sounds logical. I don't see anything wrong with this. I can't remember the last time I turned in like a 4 or 6 bounty. The next poll should be, did you like the stream? Yes or no? No. We're not gonna do that. I want to get like actual data for doing something like that. I don't want to like bait people to like obviously we should be. But I don't know. If I'm doing a poll, I want like actual data on something important. And currently we're at 445 votes. And how many hours have you played in Brighter Shores so far after, what, 11 days? 0 to 50 is at 40%. But that could be a lot of people, 0 being, you know, having not played the game. 51 to 100 hours, which is like the most sane amount of time you could probably have in the game right now, is at 34%. Then we have the 101 to 150 hours at 20%, which are the people, you know, going a little bit higher. And then we have the people who have pretty much completely no life, like ourselves, at 151 plus hours, which is only at 6%, which I'm glad that number isn't too much higher than that. Because that is a very, very unrealistic number to have right now within that amount of time. That means you played basically over 12 hours a day on average since launch, every day. All right, it's 171. Nice. Nothing wrong with that, though. Though it's definitely the outlier, and the poll numbers definitely show it. It is like the ultra outlier. I wish YouTube had a 5th option, though. I'm curious how many people are at 0 who answered that. I'm curious who's watching my streams right now, who stopped by the Brighter Shore stream, who have played 0 hours of Brighter Shore. I know it's some of my audience from, you know, the past, who might not necessarily be in Brighter Shores, but helping supporting this channel, which is greatly appreciated. Like some of the Gems of War people, or just other people in general. But, I wonder what that number actually is. I might even do a poll for that tomorrow. Like, obviously that number is going to be really high on, like, have you played Brighter Shores yet? Yes or no. But I wouldn't be surprised if, like, it says 20% no or something. So I'm actually curious what that number is. That's hello, Frank. You're at 0 hours? Yeah. I'm curious what that number is. Like, how many people are watching us just for the fun of watching the Brighter Shores content and everything that we're doing? But they themselves, you know, haven't even tried the game yet. But that's all good as well. Though I do suggest trying the game if you haven't already. Give it a shot. It's free to play after all. You can do the first 2 chapters 100% free to play. Nothing paywalled or anything. Though you mostly want to stay in Chapter 1 because there isn't too much you can do in Chapter 2. Other than unlock your class and stuff like that. But Chapter 1 is definitely where you mostly want to stay for staying free to play though. But yeah, it's completely free to try Chapter 1 and 2. Everything beyond that's paywalled though. As well as any future content, of course. It's like 6 hours a month, so nothing too much at the moment. I only need 1 stew, right? Let me double check before I sell this whole entire inventory. Yeah, I only need 1. Alright, what on earth do you need for chicken and leek pie again? I think I already foraged the leeks earlier. Wait, he wants an appetizing one, doesn't he? Anyways, in other news, what do I need for jelly deal again? Do I have the... I don't think I've ever clicked the delete button quicker. Yeah, we do not have those resources, and I do not want to go buy them right now. Is all we need? Yeah, we're good to go. Actually, I could just buy this, or pick up the stew again. Alright, let me go make these real quick. I should go sell my leeks then. I have no need for normal leeks, I don't think. I foraged a bunch of them in chapter, or you know, in the other chapter. Being like, I'll eventually need them for cooking, and I need the XP anyways. I think I have like 50 banked, and I have touched like 5 of them total or something. And now my tasks are too high for me to even get them as a task. Alright, let me go turn this triple order. They should all be on the same route. Might even get me a cooking level. I just realized this gives like merchant XP. I guess once you scale it up a little bit more, but even then it kind of gives like merchant XP numbers. It's actually not that good for how much longer these take compared to how quick a merchant task is. Oh, so hello Hood. Hello Alan. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. The leaks take like 38 gather. Well, that's not happening anytime soon. I burnt out after 1 level. Not really burnt out, but you know what I mean. Like, we don't really need levels in it. So I was like, yeah, I'll get one. Got a couple bones. What did this guy want? This guy was Mel, so he wanted the 1 stew. That makes this easy because it's really obvious what the other 2 want then. Oh, that isn't what you order? Oh, sorry, you're Melv. My bad, my bad. Ella's the one that wanted the stew. Which is the foraging seller, I think. And then we gotta stop by the hairdresser. Okay, we're gonna go until we get 1 cooking level. Though this might be 1 cooking level. Definitely gotta be a decent chunk of XP. Yep, Lester, stream's still going. Oh gosh, did I just mess it up twice? Apparently. Oh, we can't possibly mess it up a 3rd time. I only have 1 item left. It is quite impossible to misclick this. Let's accidentally throw it at her or something. Hey. Giving that smithing XP. Oh, a level. Nice. Alright, come on. We gotta scrap together 3 more levels. Go, go, go. We gotta get 777 in like... Oh, I'm not gonna make it. We need in like 10 minutes. There's no way. There's no way we get 3 levels. There's nothing quick enough. Cooking we can get. The other combat I can get. There's nothing else close enough. Let's say do a merchant run, I guess, real quick. I don't think we'll make it, though. Alright, let's go get our level. 1 inventory will probably push us over. The 777 mad dash. You got like 10 minutes on the timer. Got you so much so I'm even going to start a timer that is 10 minutes long. Just to make sure we don't go over and YouTube starts deleting the video. I will actually legitimately just get a 10-minute timer. Right. 0, 0. Why does the clock keep going weirdly? Go. Alright, 10 minutes on the clock. Once that buzzer goes, we're done. We got 10 minutes to get 3 levels, so we get 777. Oh gosh, I might have to do carpentry. Oh no. I just now realized what the next closest is. Oh no. Do I have any logs banked? That's a problem. I could always buy them though. I'm not sure if I have any logs banked at the moment. Yeah, 1 knowledge point could get us there. Honestly, doing merchant might just still be quicker. I think doing merchant is so quick that it's legitimately quicker than getting a carpentry level right now. And that's not me just trying to avoid doing carpentry. I'm pretty sure merchant XP is quick enough. Ooh, look how long his cape is. Wait, is that the 200 one? Yeah, it is. That's the 200 combat cape in the final zone. Someone's been AFKing some raids. But yeah, that's the 200 combat cape in zone 4. I think he's wearing like tier 3, tier 4 armor too because he's level 200 something there. Honestly, I do have to say... Oh, never mind, that's Hammer Mage. I lied. I thought that was Guardian for a second. I was gonna say, the high-end Guardian armor actually looks not that bad. Never mind, sorry Guardian players. That's the Hammer Mage armor. Oh gosh. I was about to say, that's some good-looking Guardian armor. Nope, not Guardian class, that's Hammer Mage. Whoops. I saw the white, so I was like, oh, bones. That's not bones, it's stone. Whoops, wrong class. Yeah, you definitely want to put your knowledge points into carpentry. I think for the spider quest, we went from like 27 to 32 almost purely out of knowledge points. We got our cooking level. I still want to finish this inventory though. But we are burning into our time. Yeah, I got to do 1 combat level in zone 4. And then, what's the next angle after that? Ah, I might need to try merchant. What if I grab some tasks before and then after? Is that enough to push it over? It might be. What I'm going to do is teleport to the merchant tower. Take a triple that looks really good. Maybe with one spear in case we need it as backup. Kill the raid once, which should get us the level. Then go back to the tower, get the other triple set, and try to turn it in. To see if we can make it in time. Gosh, we're on the clock. Gosh, YouTube, I gotta have this 12-hour limit thing. I don't want to just make a stream that's only like 2 or 3 hours or something. Let's see. Alright, let's get going. We're on the clock. Let's do the plan I just set forth. So what I'm going to do is teleport to the merchant place. Get a triple that looks juicy. Get a backup in case we can't get it. Isn't that the same guy we just saw earlier? Did he teleport over at the same time? Is that not the same hammer mage that was just at the cooking place? Sure seems like it. That's really funny. Alright, show me the best triple I've ever seen. I don't know what to take. Honestly, I might just do merchant. If I can get enough knowledge points, I can just get something over. Merchant only might even be the route. What on earth is in my task for this? Double turn in there into cloth. I can go over there. Wait, we're just gonna go downward route, right? Can we go full down? I gotta drop something. I'm dropping you, I guess. We'll grab plate, I guess. Is that worth it? Do I drop that and bring it over? Do I even need to go to middle? No. Yes. No. No. Go. Just move. Teleport somewhere. Go, go, go. Alright, what's our route? I have no clue if this is even planned correctly. I think I have to drop banana this route. But I can do everything else. Banana's a bit out of place. I can fit everything else nicely. I know we could... Oh no, I'm actually not going to be using that shortcut. But yeah, the shortcut that we grinded for 7 hours, I'm not sure if we used it a single time this stream. Don't get me wrong, we will use that shortcut. But the stream we grinded on, I'm not sure if we even used it a single time. It sounds like something I would do. A 7-hour grind for a shortcut we use 0 times. Like, don't get me wrong, we will use it, but... Day of launch of obtaining it, we did not. That sounds pretty on point for a grind I would do, though. 7-hour grind and proceed to not use the thing I just 7-hour grinded for. Oh no, feel free to keep asking questions. All good. Do you know where you fill up the gas leeches? Yes. After you've obtained the leeches, they're slightly southwest. But if you go slightly southwest, you should be able to see the place where you end up doing it. There's like, oh sorry, southeast. Southeast. But southeast from there, there's a gas chamber like 3 rooms away. It's right next to the tentacle places. You know those annoying tentacles if you walk next to them? Right over there is where they are. They're right to the east of the first room. Or the second room, I forget which. But it's connected right to it. If you just check the adjacent room. Gosh, merchant just gives so much XP. Never just shoot straight up. Same as your knowledge points. Oh, was there anything else I needed? Banana, but I can't take it with this route. That's for next route at this point. Oh, is the one room you didn't have open on the map? Yeah, you don't have to go there for anything other than to fill up the leeches. I guess there's one other AFK activity there, but I don't think it's one anyone ever does. But yeah, it's pretty much a leech filling room. Let's see, can we make it in time? We got 2 minutes to finish a merchant run. I don't think we're making it, guys. We're not going to reach the 777. I would need like the most golden route ever. And a reset in exactly like 20 seconds. Or 15 seconds, so it fits perfectly into a like a double triple. Oh, oh, oh. Grab everything, grab everything, grab everything, and think later. Grab everything and think later. All right, think. Process. Go, go, go. What's the route? What's the route? What's the route? Banana, it makes this interesting. Doll, out of the way. But I gotta go there for carrot. Abandon. Soap? Do I move there, down there? Where's my pathing? Brain, 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 go, go, go. Double banana definitely has to happen. Do I drop soap? Wait, but I have to go past there. I have to drop doll? But I have to go there no, I dropped doll, I think. I don't know. Wait, I dropped this. Abandon. Wait, I'm making it worse. Or better. I don't know. Go. Something's happening. Go, go, go. Chronopolis outskirts. I'm not sure what I just did, but we have a double, double, double. We're going to use that one shortcut. I'm not sure if it's actually shortcutty. Or if it's actually a longer way around. Let me see. Is it quicker to go through the thing? Or to just walk through town? I think it might just be easier to walk through town and not even use a shortcut here. Because we already had to go there for doll or something. And then come back for carrot. But I have to turn in banana before I go to carrot. No, I can just turn in soap. That's fine. Alright, carrot's kind of out of our way, but we get a lot of XP for it. Let's see, what's the timer at right now? Technically, the other timer is at like 1 minute. But technically, we can go for like 3-ish more minutes. We can finish this run. Oh, if this run doesn't get us there, it's over. It's be over. I might just put this into merchant. One less level we need to do tomorrow. I feel like it's a bit of a waste, but I do want to do that grind. And hey, we got the point from merchant. Might as well put it into merchant. Even though merchant XP is so quick. Oh wait, but I can't because I need 2 levels in different skills. Not just merchant. So I would have to put it into combat then if we want to have 777. Feels like a waste, but we could waste on worse. There's far worse things to put it into. Yeah, timer's going. Alright, we gotta finish this run. If this run doesn't get us there, then we failed. Otherwise, hopefully we can get the 777 in right at the end. Come on, we're so close. We're so close. I think we can make it. If I go too long, though, people after the fact will be like, wait, what was he talking about? He was talking about this and then the video cut off. What happened? Oh, I don't think we're going to make it. Oh, no. These are pretty heavy XP tasks, though. These are very XP dense tasks. Could still happen. It's not over. But I got to gain a merchant level and get enough knowledge points. Knowledge points we should reach. It's really, do we make a merchant level from what we have left? The answer should be yes. But if it does, then we make it the 777. On stream and not off stream. Come on. It's not that big a deal, but it's a fun number. Come on. Okay, now we gotta rush these bananas like we've never rushed these bananas ever before. And by bananas, I mean carrots, because they look like bananas. Whatever these are. Whatever this object is in my inventory. Go, go, go. Run! Oh, good. Cowhide discount. Run! I will make it in time. We got like 2-3 minutes before YouTube starts deleting the video. Good old YouTube. And then we drop the knowledge points into combat. A little bit of a waste, but I want my 777. All right, there we go. We trade her, I mean. We hand you this. We hand you this again. And that right there is some wasted knowledge points. Okay, let me go put this into combat. And that is 777. There it is. Let's screenshot that. We'll even screenshot it while hopscotching on the 7. In game while having the 777. Alright, there we go. Alright, we did it. Alright, anyways, goodbye everyone. We'll be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time. About 12 hours from now. Game plan is 82 merchants. And ideally 50 leather maker, though I highly doubt both of those will happen simultaneously. But 82 merchants is probably the bigger goal. We have access to the whole city, all the shortcuts, everything, so it should be easier than ever. And yeah, we should be able to finish the merchant grind. And by finish, I mean get to a goal where we can actually train leather worker and then consider if we keep going with it or not, as far as merchant is concerned. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. We'll be back soon. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by as always. Greatly appreciated. And yeah, lucky sevens. Best of luck with everything, everyone. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.